Traversing the grand world of cultivation. You are not only inherently inclined toward the macabre, but you also reached the Qi refining stage at the tender age of 6. In merely 100 days, you completed the foundational assistance, and by the age of 10, you had attained the essence of refinement. At T18, you remarkably broke through, earning the reverent title of divine, celestial monarch. In pursuit of fulfilling your parents' last wishes, you, along with others, forged a spatial tunnel, traversing vast distances to locate your childhood betrothed, the enchanting Liu Ruyan. However, at the commencement of the wedding, a brash individual from the Qi refining pavilion, emboldened by unseen support, claimed that he and Liu Ruyan shared true love. You couldn't help but laugh at this absurdity. Yes, you prepared to unleash your wrath upon this audacious couple. All the elders of the Liu family intervened, standing resolutely before them. Liu Ruyan echoed their sentiments, declaring, "Brother Sheng, I have no affection for you. It is your family that has coerced me. My true love is Lin Fan. As for your talents, consider them a mere compensation for the grievances I have endured during this time, but a grown man should not cling to the past." You chuckled heartily, reveling in the humor of the situation. Who bestowed upon them such audacity to believe they could manipulate circumstances? As your overwhelming aura radiated, everyone present succumbed to their knees, immobilized by the pressure. In that moment, Lin Fan recalled his master's voice, pondering the rarity of such a young prodigy. Indeed, even in the impoverished realm of Sangyu, encountering someone of this caliber is exceedingly rare. One might go a millennium without such a sight. The astonishment in Lin Fan's heart grew as he heard his master's exclamation, prompting him to lift his gaze to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, under the formidable presence of Brother Sheng, he found himself unable to raise his head, his body nearly crushed under the immense force, enveloped in agony. Others fared even worse than Lin Fan, barring a few with reasonable cultivation. The rest were rendered unconscious, some even collapsing into a mist of blood, staining the celebratory hall with a sinister hue. Brother Sheng, wielding his blade, surveyed Lin Fan and the others, his crimson robe billowing without wind, resonating with vigor. His dark hair danced wildly as silver lightning cascaded like a waterfall around him, exuding an aura of destruction. He resembled a celestial deity, administering the penalties of heaven and earth. His eyes, once a deep black, transformed into golden-silver orbs, not merely in shape, but his two pupils overlapping to create a semblance of reincarnation eyes. The distinction lay in his left eye, which possessed both inner and outer vision, twinkling like a resplendent sun, illuminating the world with unparalleled grandeur. The right eye, veiled yet profound, shimmered with a silvery light akin to a solitary moon, exuding a chilling essence that could freeze the very essence of life. With one eye embodying the blazing sun and the other the serene moon, the fusion of yin and yang gave rise to an endless chaos that enveloped the surroundings. Brother Sheng's gaze pierced through the heavens, unstoppable and relentless, rendering Lin Fan's meager secrets inconsequential in his presence. Yet, the realization struck was still a reincarnated child. The remnant soul within Lin Fan sensed the weight of Brother Sheng's gaze, its heart racing in terror, instinctively seeking concealment. However, in the face of Brother Sheng's overwhelming might, the existence of the remnant soul was as exposed as a plucked feather, with nowhere to hide. This is your Reliancia. Feeble and pitiful remnant of soul. You wish to learn the art of exorcism, as if possessed by a spirit? Gu Shengge, with his heavy copper demeanor, gazed upon Lin Fan, his eyes devoid of innocence as he perceived the latter's hidden cards. A mere fragment of a divinity, even at its zenith, could not instill fear in him, let alone in the present moment. Lin Fan, with immense difficulty, raised his head, his visage contorted with fury. He never anticipated that Gu Shengge would be so formidable, in fact, a true master of the Yuan Yin. Regret flooded his heart, yet he still did not believe that Gu Shengge possessed the capability to slay him. With trembling lips and gritted teeth, Lin Fan spat, "You relying solely on your superior cultivation. Bully the weak. You mock me, Lin Fan, for achieving the 11th layer of Qi refinement in merely 2.5 years, while you languish for 30 years in the East and 30 in the West. If you are so capable, let us wager 30 years hence. We shall determine our fates here." Gu Shengge regarded Lin Fan as if he were a fool. 2.5 years from the first layer of Qi refinement is commendable. I forged my foundation in 100 days, and that at the 33rd layer of Qi refinement. What are you? A mere speck of dust. In 30 years, I shall have ascended to the celestial realm, while your grave grass grows 30 meters high. Refining at the 33rd layer? Is it even possible for a Qi refiner to reach such heights? Doubts flooded the minds of those present. The remnant soul within Lin Fan was utterly astounded. 100 days to forge a foundation. And at the 33rd layer? This was preposterous. To reach the 10th layer alone required foundational work, and only a few prodigies could break through to the 11th or even 12th layers. Some exceptional talents might achieve the 13th. Those who reached the 13th layer and successfully transcended were destined to become true immortals. The notion of refining at the 33rd layer, let alone the 14th, had never been heard of. Even the remnants of Lin Fan's soul found it hard to believe that Gu Shengge had truly attained the 33rd layer. Indeed, he must have misheard. It was 13th, not 33rd. Unbeknownst to Gu Shengge, his casual revelation of his refining prowess had sown seeds of doubt in the remnants of Lin Fan's soul. He raised his hand, gathering thunderous energy, disinterested in further discourse with Lin Fan, intent on extinguishing him. Yet, just as Gu Shengge was about to strike, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected engaging in battle with the Child of Destiny. Binding to the villain system. This unexpected announcement halted Gu Shengge in his tracks. He glanced at himself, then at Lin Fan, who was pinned to the ground like a dog, and felt utterly speechless. Is this what you call a battle? Are you blind? Who would want to bind to this wretched system? Get lost. Gu Shengge was profoundly averse to this sudden binding to the villain system. What nonsense is this? I am the leader of the younger generation of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, a paragon of virtue. In truth, he could have denounced it, but this wretched villain system not only failed to stammer, but it also began to obstruct Gu Shengge from annihilating Lin Fan and Liu Ruyan. Since the Child of Destiny and the Child of Fate are under the watchful eye of the heavenly Tao, be wary. To slay the Child of Fate would draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. Please refrain from impulsive actions, host. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge felt an even deeper sense of frustration. After years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a suffocating situation. He retorted with indignation. The children of destiny are your progenitors. How can you assert that they cannot be slain? Today, I shall defy the heavens. Ancestral laws and celestial paths are not to be feared. To be adorned by the precepts of heaven is, in itself, a rebellion against fate. If one were to cower before the heavenly edicts, what is the point of pursuing immortality? It would be far better to embrace death and find peace. His gaze turned icy. This insidious villain system was undoubtedly a malevolent force that must not be allowed to linger within him. He dispersed the media in his palm, delving into the depths of the stone sea, determined to first confront this enigmatic villain system before dealing with Lin Fan. The expanse of the stone sea was vast and boundless, where a cracked purple jade butterfly floated silently in the depths, unassuming yet brimming with profound truths akin to the embodiment of the Tao. This purple jade butterfly was Gu Shengge's true external aid, a supreme treasure that once harbored the essence of 3,000 paths, the chaotic jade butterfly. In his previous life, after meeting his untimely demise, the chaotic jade butterfly had accompanied him, leading him to be reborn in this vast world. At the age of 6, it activated the bloodline of his ancestors within him, awakening the primordial powers of his being. Though the chaotic jade butterfly had suffered significant damage, it still retained some fundamental capabilities, such as deducing various techniques, awakening hidden bloodlines within living beings, and accelerating the growth of medicinal herbs and spiritual fungi. Over the years, Gu Shengge had undergone profound transformation through the guidance of the chaotic jade butterfly, gradually nearing the essence of the original innate human. Ancestor, let me observe what manner of villain this system truly is, he thought. Gu Shengge, a pillar of righteousness, could not allow himself to be bound by a villainous system. Was this not a grave insult? He scoured the stone sea for any trace of the villain system, leaving no stone unturned. Moments later, he discovered the so-called villain system nestled in a corner of the stone sea, a small black orb of light. Instinctively, it flickered a few times, evidently surprised that Gu Shengge had sought it out. Wasn't it said that those who traversed realms yearn for systems? Why did this new host evoke a sense of impending doom, akin to a butcher preparing to slaughter a sheep? Surely, he did not intend to eliminate me. The villain system flickered more rapidly, sensing that its new host was indeed peculiar. However, it thought itself impervious to the threat posed by a mere flawed artifact. It laughed at the notion, for it believed itself a creation of the inner realm, beyond the control of any in this lower world. Gu Shengge's gaze turned steely as he declared, "I have found you." Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the chaotic jade butterfly to suppress the villain system. Although he was unaware of the true nature of this system, he had no doubt that it could not surpass the chaotic jade butterfly, which bore the essence of 3,000 paths. In an instant, the purple aura of the stone sea surged forth, enveloping the entire expanse. The villain system was granted no opportunity to escape. The chaotic jade butterfly overshadowed the black orb, demonstrating the might of celestial transformation as it began to forcibly refine the villain system. Warning! Warning! The villain system is subjected to an unknown suppression. Escape is impossible. Host, I can assist you in reaching the pinnacle and help you confront the children of destiny. Without me, you cannot defeat him in the lower realm. You cannot refine me. If you attempt to do so, you will become the enemy of all systems, the enemy of all systems. The panicked voice of the villain system echoed through the depths of the sea. In the face of the villain system's threats, Gu Shengge remained unperturbed, continuing to amplify the output of the creation jade butterfly.To. In an instant, the tumultuous black sphere was refined without a trace by the creation jade butterfly. After absorbing the villain system, the creation jade butterfly shimmered with a faint glow, even repairing some of its cracks. This transformation astonished Gu Shengge. He had not anticipated such a rewarding outcome yet. Delightful surprise indeed. Over the years, he had exhausted various methods to restore the creation jade butterfly, all in vain. It turned out that it required the absorption of a system. The creation jade butterfly fell into silence, digesting the power contained within the villain system. Meanwhile, as the villain system was obliterated, other systems within the vast world of Sangmang received the news, and Gu Shengge's appearance was etched into their memories. Henceforth, Gu Shengge became the nemesis of all systems, without exception. Something seemed amiss with that individual. "Quickly, relinquish your body to me, I shall take you away," urged the remnant soul within Lin Fan as Gu Shengge momentarily lost his focus. Lin Fan did not hesitate and immediately emptied his mind, surrendering control of his body. Once the remnant soul took over Lin Fan's body, a powerful aura erupted, instantly elevating him from the 11th level of Qi refinement to the 7th level of golden core. A torrent of surging flames erupted, transforming into two blazing fire dragons that encircled Lin Fan, akin to the embodiment of a fire deity, incinerating all in their path, and raising the surrounding temperature dramatically, rendering the guests as though trapped in a furnace, suffering from the sweltering heat. Without a moment's hesitation, the remnant soul, utilizing Lin Fan's body, disregarded Liu Ruyan completely and decisively executed the flowing fire escape technique, transforming into a stream of flames and fleeing with Lin Fan. Upon witnessing Lin Fan abandon him, a smile of disbelief appeared on Liu Ruyan's face. Were they not true lovers? Why did he not take her along? "Brother Fan, take me with you," she implored, but it was a mere dream to escape alone. As Lin Fan fled. Cold snort, transformed into silver lightning, zipped through the air with a thunderous roar, swiftly closing the distance between him and Lin Fan. The remnant soul was taken aback. This flowing fire escape technique was a minor divine ability, capable of traversing vast distances even at the golden core level. Yet he was still being pursued. Seeing Gu Shengge draw nearer, the remnant soul once more formed a fist-sized orb of golden flames in his palm. Although small, the temperature emitted from this orb was so intense that it warped the surrounding space. Gu Shengge, upon spotting the golden divine flame, was astounded. A remnant soul possessing such divine flames was extraordinary. The heavenly earth fire was one of the top-tier divine fires among the 5 emperors of the 5 directions, said to possess the ability to subdue all in existence, even the most formidable of beings. Truly, he was the child of destiny. How fortunate Lin Fan was. Gu Shengge felt a surge of desire. Who would not yearn for such divine fire? If he were to possess the heavenly earth fire, he would no longer lack spiritual energy or magical treasures. The remnant soul gazed at the divine fire in his palm, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He was relentlessly pursued due to the deceptive allure of the powder he applied to his eyes. After self-detonating his body, he barely retained a remnant of his soul, clinging to existence. The fire lover insisted on fiercely urging the remnants of his soul to ignite the powder's flames. Such divine fire was a force even he could only tenuously control. Prolonged exposure could lead to self-immolation. Had the situation not been dire, he would not have resorted to unleashing the overwhelming power of the vast graveyard, transforming his surroundings into a tumultuous sea of flames, the inferno, a vast expanse, twisted and melded into a molten cavern where even the slightest contact could lead to annihilation. A mere parlor trick dared to display its prowess in front of the esteemed presence of Gu Shengge, whose expression reflected a serious determination as he invoked the royal might. With a mere gesture, the celestial authority unleashed a thunderous small divine power, summoning dark clouds that enveloped 1,000 miles. Simultaneously, his heavy copper aura shimmered, unleashing a spatial force that isolated the sea of flames, encompassing the heavens and the earth, imprisoning this realm. Lin Fan, yearning to escape, found himself with no avenue for flight. Vanna sensed the overwhelming celestial might controlling Lin Fan's residual soul, engulfed in dread, her grasp over her own body wavering. Thunderous roars erupted, a tumultuous cloud rolling across the horizon, obscuring the sun. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, threatening to obliterate all in their path. The celestial might loomed, resonating with judgment as thunder echoed through the heavens. Outside the clouds, billions of lightning bolts twisted like dragons within the tempest, clawing and thrashing. The celestial force was magnificent, resonating through the vast expanse of the universe. In this moment, Gu Shengge, with unfaltering composure, donned a crimson robe, surrounded by silver lightning that danced like fabric upon him, illuminated by the cascading celestial river, resembling a thunderous deity listening to the cries of mortals. Despite the notorious reputation of the vast graveyard, he remained unafraid. Beneath the overwhelming celestial might, Lin Fan's residual soul yearned to flee, yet the 1,000-mile space was sealed tight, leaving no escape. As the thunder roared steadily, the infinite lightning fell under his command, and pure azure energy coiled around him. With a single drop, billions of lightning bolts rained down, the thunderous river rolling forth, relentless and unyielding. In the face of such overwhelming power, the remnants of the human soul could neither hide nor flee. Under the onslaught of myriad thunderbolts, Lin Fan's body and spirit were utterly annihilated, dissipating into nothingness. Gazing at the ashes of Lin Fan, Gu Shengge remained undisturbed. What the so-called chosen one? A mere insect is always but an insect. Moreover, even after slaying this so-called destined child, the heavenly path did not seek retribution against him. As the thunderstorm subsided, only a small orb remained at the scene. The vast graveyard's essence returned wholly to this orb. Gu Shengge waved his hand, collecting the orb into his palm, preparing to refine it. In the next moment, surprise illuminated his countenance. It was, astonishingly, a semi-immortal artifact, divided into categories of spiritual tools, leading treasures, and semi-immortal energy. It was termed semi-immortal energy rather than simply immortal energy, because though the artifact could briefly wield the power of immortality, it lacked the celestial laws of immortality, thus not qualifying as true immortal energy. Apart from semi-immortal energy, the other 4 categories of artifacts were further classified into inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and supreme grades. The orb in Gu Shengge's hand was named the Shattered Divine Pearl, containing 1,296 prohibitions. The mere act of refining the stillness within posed a challenge far beyond mere manipulation. Moreover, the Shattered Divine Pearl harbored its own small secret realm of time. Within the confines of cultivation, one can manipulate the passage of time, reaching a maximum of 10. Other functionalities remain undisclosed until further refinement. However, each adjustment to time is a burden that ordinary practitioners cannot afford, as it requires a concentration of ethereal energy that surpasses even the most refined. Spiritual sustenance, that a single spirit crystal could be exchanged for several inferior delicacies, and yet there are few who can fully utilize it. Even the esteemed Gu Shengge could only trade 3 spirit crystals for low-grade spiritual food. Each delicacy is uniquely exquisite. After resolving matters, Gu Shengge returned to Baiyun City to address the situation with the Liu family. The citizens, both within and beyond the city, felt the terror of divine might from 1,000 miles away, witnessing the descent of fearsome thunderbolts that commanded them to their knees, crying out to the heavens. Upon returning to the Gu household, Gu Shengge found that apart from the guests who had lost consciousness, the others had fled. They thought they could escape, he scoffed, vanishing from the Gu residence. At that moment, the Liu family, having narrowly escaped disaster, was hastily gathering their belongings to flee Baiyun City. Liu Ruyan appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why her brother Lin Fan, who had always cherished her, would abandon her. Just recently, he had pressed her against the wall of her chamber, promising his life for a single call of brother, yet now he had forsaken her. Liu Ruofeng, noticing his sister's daze, urged, "Ruyan, what are you waiting for?" Liu Ruyan, unfazed, replied with a hint of pride, "What are you all afraid of? Do not forget that Gu Shengge's parents wish for him to marry me. If he dares to harm me, it would be a betrayal of his parents' wishes, an act of filial impiety. I am not afraid of him." Upon hearing this, Liu Ruofeng suddenly realized the truth in his sister's words. Since Gu Shengge's parents had intended for him to marry his sister, he would not dare to harm Liu Jia. On the contrary, in order to fulfill his parents' wishes, he would need to court his sister into marriage. With this thought, Liu Ruofeng felt that there was truly nothing to fear. Are the powerful truly formidable? They must heed their parents' wishes. Cease your packing and fear not that Gu fellow would not dare to act against our Liu family. He still has to woo Ruyan. Liu Ruofeng shouted to his parents and elders, urging Liu Ruyan to repeat her previous assertion. Upon hearing this, the Liu family found a semblance of logic in his words. Liu Mu, with unbridled confidence, proclaimed, "I knew that boy was only a means to an end. The bride price should be substantial, at least 1 million high-grade delicacies. Indeed, Ruyan, we have nurtured you for so many years, and there are countless suitors. He is fortunate to have your hand. He must also bring us 100 spiritual artifacts. It is said that he is a disciple of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, and since he is a Yuanin expert, he must hold considerable rank there. In time, he could elevate us all into the Qian Kun Dao Sect." While the Liu family indulged in their dreams of a prosperous future, they remained oblivious to Gu Shengge, who hovered above, listening to their idle chatter. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shengge descended gracefully, appearing before the Liu family. Upon seeing Gu Shengge, Liu Ruyan assumed he had come to plead for her return, and with a haughty demeanor, she demanded, "Gu Shengge, you have come to ask me to return, have you not? If you wish for me to come back, I have 3 conditions. First, I will only be engaged to you, but I shall never consummate the marriage, for my heart belongs solely to brother Fan. Second, you must grant my Liu family an additional 1 million high-grade silver coins, along with 100 exquisite artifacts as a dowry. After all, I am worthy of marrying you. The bride price was beneath you, and hence unworthy." "Enough. Your worthless Liu Ruyan has yet to finish her conditions," Gu Shengge interrupted impatiently, even using his pinky to clean his ear, as if something foul had entered. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment, her body trembling with rage. She stomped her foot and shouted at Gu Shengge, "How dare you insult me? I shall no longer respond to you. Let us see how you fulfill your parents' wishes. I am not someone you cannot live without." Though Gu Shengge yearned to honor his parents' wishes, Liu Ruyan proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Not to mention clarifying matters, even a glance at her was utterly revolting. "Dear parents, do not blame your son for being unfilial. Your wishes are too burdensome, more challenging than attaining immortality." Gu Shengge regarded the Liu family, his heart heavy as he raised his hand, summoning a tempest of thunder. "Since my parents are so adamant about the marriage contract from years past, allow me to accompany you on your journey below to explain that it is not I, their son, who is unfilial, but rather you who are unworthy of experiencing the terrifying energy of the divine thunder." The members of the Liu family collapsed in fear, and Liu Ruyan's face turned pale as a small pool of moisture appeared between her legs. Why would Gu Shengge wish to harm them? Was he not meant to fulfill his parents' desires? Liu Ruyan did not wish to meet her end. She crawled forward desperately, hoping to plead with him, but Gu Shengge offered her no opportunity. Countless silver bolts fell, striking down the entire Liu family present. To ensure no one escaped, Gu Shengge scoured the Liu residence, then summoned the forces of heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal silver hand that obliterated the Liu estate. The so-called destined children of heaven were no more than this. Gu Shengge had never believed in fate. The true protagonist relied not solely on luck. What was once a joyous celebration at the Gu residence now lay shrouded in silence. The servants moved cautiously, fearful of disturbing the presence within the ancestral hall. Gu Shengge knelt before the spirit tablets of his parents, while Gu Tianhao and the elders of the Gu family stood outside, trembling like schoolchildren caught in a misdeed. After a moment, having apologized to his parents, Gu Shengge exited the hall. Gu Tianhao hurried forward, whispering, "Brother, this matter is my elder brother's fault. He hastily arranged the wedding without verifying the circumstances of the Liu family woman, bringing you shame. Liu Shengge gently shook his head. Uncle, this is not your fault. It is the Liu family who lacks dignity. My own fixation on my parents' wishes has caused this farce. Seeing his nephew bear no grudge, Gu Tianhao refrained from further comment. Gu Shengge tossed a storage ring to his uncle. Within this ring are resources sufficient to nurture a golden core practitioner or to assist in cultivating several foundation establishment disciples. You may decide how to use them, uncle. Rest assured, Shengge, these resources will be utilized wisely, Gu Tianhao replied, nodding vigorously, filled with delight. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, as an orphan, he cherished the parental love he enjoyed in this life even more. Moreover, the reason his parents were targeted by evildoers was also because of a treasure he had given them. He felt partially responsible for their deaths. For this, Gu Shengge felt a deep sense of guilt, which is why he was so determined to fulfill his parents' last wishes. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and he ended up choosing a worthless person, resulting in his parents' wishes being unfulfilled. Father, mother, don't worry. Without Liu Ruyan, you will still have many daughters-in-law. Stay in the underworld for a few more years, and when I become an immortal, I will bring your daughters-in-law down to see you. Gu Shengge silently vowed, believing that there was an underworld and a cycle of reincarnation in this world. So, father and mother, please don't reincarnate too quickly. Uncle, what is Lin Fan's background? Gu Shengge asked. Most of the destined children like Lin Fan often have a missing father and mother, or perhaps a non-biological sister or brother. He was a kind person and couldn't bear to see families torn apart, so he thought it would be better to send Lin Fan's whole family down to accompany him. Gu Tianhao recalled and shared what he knew about Lin Fan with Gu Shengge. Lin Fan was from Qingshe town, more than 30 miles outside of Baiyun City, with a mother and a younger sister. His father had passed away early, and he had recently joined the Qian sect, becoming quite famous within 1,000 miles. After hearing this, Gu Shengge nodded and transformed into a silver lightning bolt, flying towards Qingshe town in the direction Gu Tianhao pointed out. On the eastern side of Qingshe town, there was a spacious courtyard where several servants were busy. A maid was washing clothes, and a cook was preparing meals. In the courtyard, a middle-aged woman leaned back in a recliner, enjoying candied fruits fed to her by a maid on the left while being fanned by another maid on the right, feeling cool and content. Mother, I've run out of rouge and powder. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? A girl in a pink dress walked out from the house, complaining and asking the woman. The woman looked up and said, Your brother went to snatch a bride. He might not be back until tomorrow. Don't worry. He has connections with the Liu family in the city, and when the time comes, you can have as much rouge and powder as you want. Mother, I heard that my brother is trying to snatch the marriage of the Gu family in the city. Can he succeed? Lin Jiaojiao asked with some concern. Lin's mother, however, looked proud and said, What is there to be afraid of? Your brother is a disciple of an immortal from the Qian sect. The Gu family is nothing in front of an immortal. He will definitely succeed. Lin Jiaojiao felt relieved and began to fantasize about her bright future of moving into the city. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters above them, Gu Shengge looked down at the Lin family and felt a hint of disappointment. He had expected some unexpected gains, but found only 2 mortals. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Gu Shengge focused his thoughts, and 2 bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky, turning Lin's mother and Lin Jiaojiao to ashes. This sudden scene stunned the 2 maids in the courtyard, who knelt on the ground, continuously knocking their heads and mumbling for the heavens to spare their anger. The heavens they spoke of had long returned to Baiyun City. As night fell, the stars shone like a waterfall, twinkling brightly. Inside the room, Gu Shengge sat cross-legged on the bed, the age god pearl floating before him, silver light swirling and enveloping a faint time law. He raised his hand to form a seal, forcing out several drops of essence blood from his fingertips to wrap around the age god pearl, refining this semi-immortal artifact with blood. Blood refinement was more effective than ordinary offerings. Although it consumed a lot of essence blood, it was worth it. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, strands of sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Gu Shengge's somewhat pale cheeks. After a night of blood refinement, he had refined 126 prohibitions from the age god pearl, gaining initial control over this semi-immortal artifact. Even if this artifact were to be taken away in the future, as long as the prohibitions he refined had not been refined by others, no one else could use it. Taking out a 3rd-grade spirit pill to replenish his essence blood, Gu Shengge's complexion regained some color. Pile, formation. And treasures are divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. As for cultivation methods, there are no grades. It all depends on one's comprehension, effort, and talent. The true scripture of the heavenly punishment of thunder that Gu Shengge cultivated was derived from the thunder laws of various schools. Using the creation jade plate to deduce the thunder path scripture, sufficient for him to cultivate to the peak of the nascent soul stage. As for the subsequent realms, further deductions would be needed. After storing the age God pearl back into his body, Gu Shengge planned to return to the Qian Kun Dao Sect to refine the burning world flame. He had more important matters to attend to. Uncle, I'm leaving. Take care. In the main hall of the Gu residence, Gu Tianhao heard Gu Shengge's voice transmission and turned to look outside, where a silver lightning bolt streaked past and disappeared into the sky. In the raging winds of the Qingming, the silver lightning bolt rushed 1,000 miles towards the royal capital of the Yu Kingdom. For the person who killed Gu Shengge's parents was an elder of the Li family in the royal capital. The Li family was a prominent clan in the Yu Kingdom, backed by the Qian sect with golden core experts among them, and they had complex relationships through intermarriage with the royal family. However, no matter how many connections they had, in the face of absolute strength, they were merely chickens and dogs, easily crushed. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Even if the Li family had a transformation god expert, Gu Shengge was not afraid at all. At worst, they would perish together. For Gu Shengge, a distance of thousands of miles was merely a few moments. Above the royal capital of the Yu Kingdom, a silver lightning bolt streaked across, completely disregarding the city's forbidden air formation, shocking the guarding cultivators to come forward to intercept. Who dares to intrude into the royal capital, unaware that? Get lost. However, before the warning from the guarding cultivators could finish, a thunderous divine voice sounded, as if the heavens were enraged, shaking their souls, disrupting their mana, and causing their bodies to lose control, all falling like dumplings. Deep within the royal palace of the Yu Kingdom, the royal ancestor was also awakened and hurriedly exited his closed-door meditation. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. The Eye of Heaven. The heavenly tribulation destroys the Leaf family. Silver lightning rampaged across the royal capital, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Who is this? So bold, daring to act so recklessly in the royal capital. Isn't there a forbidden air formation? How come that person isn't affected? The forbidden air formation can at most restrict foundation establishment cultivators. That person is very likely a golden core true person. Even a golden core true person shouldn't dare to act so wantonly in the royal capital. The royal family would definitely not stand by and watch. Just as everyone was discussing, an orange spiritual light flew out from the palace. With momentum like a rainbow, spiritual pressure surging, intercepting the silver lightning. The ancestor has made a move. I told you the ancestor wouldn't sit idly by. What if he is a golden core true person? In our Yu Kingdom's royal capital, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie down. A royal family member recognized the orange spiritual light and arrogantly shouted, asserting dominance. Other cultivators looked at the ancestor of the Yu family with awe. This person is the strongest in the Yu Kingdom, having reached the peak of the golden core stage, just half a step away from the nascent soul. The ancestor of the Yu family blocked the way, and the silver lightning stopped in the air. As the silver light retracted, a young man in a red robe appeared before the ancestor of the Yu family and the cultivators of the royal capital. Gu Shengge's youthful appearance left countless people astonished. They had expected to see an old man like the ancestor of the Yu family, or at least a middle-aged person, but they never imagined it would be such a young boy. Compared to the surprise of the people below, the ancestor of the Yu family, facing Gu Shengge, felt the overwhelming oppressive force emanating from him, causing his heart to sink. This young man is very likely a nascent soul, true monarch. Moreover, he had just flown recklessly in the royal capital and had injured the city guards with his voice, clearly indicating his malicious intent. Yu Fengsheng clasped his hands and slightly bowed to Gu Shengge as a sign of respect, then solemnly asked, I am Yu Fengsheng of the Yu family. I have met the true monarch. May I ask what brings you to our Yu Kingdom? Gu Shengge glanced at Yu Fengsheng and replied indifferently, to take revenge. Revenge? Upon hearing this, Yu Fengsheng was taken aback. Did someone from a Yu family do something to this nascent soul, true monarch, and he came for revenge? Just then, several beams of spiritual light flew in, belonging to the golden core ancestors of various prominent families in the royal capital, including the Li family. The moment the ancestor of the Li family appeared, Gu Shengge seemed to sense something, and his gaze, sharp as a sword, fell on him. Gu Shengge, you are from the Li family. The ancestor of the Li family instinctively nodded. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shengge raised his hand, and silver lightning surged, transforming into a thunder spear, which suddenly thrust toward the ancestor of the Leaf family. Under the gaze of many, the thunder spear pierced through the air with incredible speed, not giving the ancestor of the Leaf family any time to react, and in an instant, it penetrated him. Then boom! The deafening sound of thunder echoed throughout the royal capital. The thunder spear exploded violently, and the unleashed power of lightning instantly obliterated the ancestor of the Leaf family, leaving not even a trace of his golden core, turning him to ashes. Ancestor of the Leaf family. Niwa. I just came out to see the excitement. How did I become the excitement myself? Everything happened too suddenly. Yu Fengsheng and the other family ancestors had not reacted before the ancestor of the Leaf family had fallen. When Yu Fengsheng regained his senses, his expression changed repeatedly, filled with shock, anger, and more than anything, helplessness. The power of a nascent soul true monarch is simply not something a golden core cultivator can contend with. Although he is currently at the peak of the golden core stage, seemingly not far from the nascent soul, that one step is a chasm. A nascent soul true monarch can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and a fight against him is like fighting against heaven and earth. Not to mention a single peak golden core, even 100 of them will be nothing more than chickens and dogs, crushed at a touch. The other golden core ancestors from the families were completely stunned. If one move could kill the ancestor of the Leaf family, then they could also be killed in one move. Gu Shengge's gaze returned to Yu Fengsheng, coldly questioning, "Where's the Leaf family's ancestral land?" That area is the Leaf family's ancestral land in the royal capital. Yu Fengsheng did not dare to hide, raising his hand to point out where the Leaf family was located. Lightning flickered, and Gu Shengge disappeared before them. At the Leaf family's ancestral land. The Leaf family members had not yet realized the disaster approaching. Their ancestor had died, but they were still holding a banquet, toasting and singing. Gu Shengge looked down from above, surveying the entire Leaf family, neither sad nor happy. Whether it was the ancestor of the Leaf family or the elders, they meant nothing to him. He was not a person who reveled in killing, but with his parents already dead, it was time for the Leaf family to accompany them in death. Gu Shengge raised his hand to lightly touch his forehead, and a mark of lightning lit up, transforming into a silver vertical pupil, filled with supreme majesty, as magnificent and sacred as the heavens. When he was young, during his Qi training breakthrough at the 33rd level, he had attracted the heavenly tribulation due to his incredible talent. Fortunately, the creation jade plate was powerful, directly collecting that heavenly tribulation and refining it, leaving behind a source of heavenly tribulation. Thus, when Gu Shengge established his foundation, he used the source of heavenly tribulation as the foundation material, achieving an unprecedented heavenly Tao foundation and awakening his innate divine ability. This ability is called the Eye of Heaven. As the Eye of Heaven opened, in the next moment, an overwhelming heavenly might spread out. The colors of heaven and earth changed. Dark clouds covered the sky, as if the apocalypse had descended. Yu Fengsheng and the others felt this terrifying heavenly might, their hearts trembling in fear. Damn, this is a heavenly tribulation. They dared not stay to watch the spectacle, fleeing without looking back, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would be caught in the crossfire and turned to dust. Moments later, the tribulation clouds expanded completely, covering the entire royal city like a canopy. Billions of lightning bolts rolled within the tribulation clouds, crackling and booming. The thunder echoed through the skies, intimidating all demons and evils, and exerting its might over the mortal realm. Under the heavenly tribulation, the common people of the royal capital knelt on the ground in fear, continuously bowing their heads, praying for the heavens to quell their anger. The members of the Leaf family also looked up at the sky filled with tribulation clouds, feeling a sense of dread. Surely this is not aimed at them, right? The head of the Leaf family swallowed hard. His hand gripping the wine cup trembled. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering to reassure his clan members. No, don't be afraid. This heavenly tribulation definitely has nothing to do with us. Perhaps it is some senior coming to transcend the tribulation, and we're just coincidentally affected. Yes, everyone continue with the music, continue with the dance. Drink, keep drinking. Don't be afraid. Everyone don't be afraid. The members of the Leaf family forced themselves to calm down, but their trembling bodies had already betrayed them. Even if this heavenly tribulation was not aimed at them, just feeling the might of the tribulation, they had an impulse to face death. Gu Shengge stood amidst the heavenly tribulation, looking down upon all beings, his black hair billowing, his red robe fluttering, surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts. As if he were a divine being wielding heavenly punishment, his vertical pupil in the center of his forehead perceiving heaven and earth, leaving no place for evil to hide. He slowly raised his hand, then suddenly waved it, his mouth uttering the decree of heaven in a single word. Fall! In an instant, billions of lightning bolts fell like rain upon the earth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The members of the Li family looked at the endless rain of lightning descending from the sky, completely dumbfounded. No, it really is coming for them. Who do they provoke? Clearly, the elder of the Li family had long forgotten about the matter of killing and seizing treasures. After all, to him, it was just a trivial matter, something he wouldn't take to heart. Conversely, to Gu Shengge, destroying the Li family was merely a matter of raising his hand. He was too lazy to meet with these Li family members, though torturing the Li family might feel more satisfying. Gu Shengge felt it was too much of a waste of time. Directly extinguishing it saves time. On this day, the kingdom of Yu was shrouded in heavenly tribulation, with surging thunder waves covering the sky and the earth. All beings were equal. Under the divine punishment of heavenly tribulation, there were no cries of sorrow, no pleas for mercy. Regardless of gender, age, master, or servant, they all turned to ash. After the heavenly tribulation, what was once the Li family's territory was left with only a bottomless pit, with strands of thunder light flowing within, and a few remnants of calamity, ash scattering in the wind. Nothing else remained. P.S. If you have any opinions about the plot development, feel free to share with me, and I will take all suggestions into account. End of this chapter, Chapter 7. The 12 capital heavenly gods and demons Danaray, ancestral, which divine infant. As the heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated, Gu Shengge stood atop the azure void, his expression indifferent, neither sad nor happy. The deaths of thousands of beings stirred not a ripple in his heart. Perhaps, the path of ruthlessness suits me well, Gu Shengge muttered to himself. His parents were dead, and his enemies had been eradicated. Faintly, Gu Shengge could sense the threads of causality entwined around him, some of which were slowly fading away. Moments later, Yu Fengsheng and the ancestors of other families cautiously flew over. They looked at the Li family, which was now just a deep pit, their hearts trembling with fear. Just as Yu Fengsheng was about to speak, Gu Shengge ignored them completely. With a flash of lightning, he vanished once more. Sensing Gu Shengge's departure, Yu Fengsheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The calamity had finally left. It was terrifying to provoke a heavenly tribulation over a disagreement. This was no mere nascent soul, true monarch. Even a transformation god celestial might not achieve such things. We must investigate how the Li family offended that person. We cannot follow in their footsteps. Yu Fengsheng warned the other family ancestors in a deep voice. If they wanted to court death, he wouldn't stop them. But they must not implicate Yu country. He didn't want the capital to become a deep pit during his seclusion due to a heavenly thunder calamity. The others nodded repeatedly. They didn't wish for that either. Soon, Yu Fengsheng discovered that the disaster was caused by an elder of the Li family. This elder had recently killed someone for treasure, and the victim was a member of the Gu family from a remote town in Yu country. The nascent soul, true monarch who came to eradicate the Li family was the child of the murdered individual. Most importantly, according to the investigation by the Yu royal guard, that nascent soul, true monarch was suspected to come from the Qian Kun Dao Sect. After reading the information, Yu Fengsheng couldn't help but gasp. He had initially thought Gu Shengge was an ancient monster rejuvenated, but he was surprised to find that the other party was as young as he appeared. A prodigy. A definite prodigy. Furthermore, the Qian Kun Dao Sect was a super sect that controlled 2 major spirit states. Not only did it have transformation god, celestials stationed there, but it also housed hundreds of nascent soul, true monarchs. And it was rumored to have a venerable of the void refinement as its foundation, an existence that Yu country could not even hope to touch. Convey my orders. The royal family of Yu country must not provoke anyone from the Gu family in Baiyin City. If there is any offense, they should commit suicide to avoid dragging down Yu country. Yu Fengsheng immediately issued the order. If they wanted to court death, so be it, but they must not implicate them. On the other side, after leaving the capital of Yu country, Gu Shengge did not return to the Gu family, but chose to return to the Qian Kun Dao Sect. With his parents gone, there was no one left in the Gu family for him to care about, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he likely wouldn't return in the future. Above the azure void, a streak of silver-purple light flashed by, moving at a speed that covered dozens of miles in an instant, rivaling some flying beasts and great demons at the Golden Core stage. Gu Shengge sat cross-legged on a spiritual vessel, closing his eyes to cultivate. Even though the gale was strong enough to easily tear apart the flesh of golden core true practitioners, he remained perfectly still, as steady as Mount Tai. Compared to ordinary nascent soul cultivators, he was extraordinarily powerful. Even when facing stronger transformation god celestials, he might not be assured of victory, but at least he could stand undefeated. This was not confidence, but absolute certainty. Ultimately, it was all due to Gu Shengge's overwhelming foundation. During his Qi refinement stage, he had cultivated to an unprecedented 33 layers and had established his foundation with the essence of heavenly tribulation, achieving the Tao foundation. However, this was not the end. With his astonishing cultivation speed, he could have successfully formed a golden core within a year. The golden core of a cultivator is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest and the 9th the lowest. Only the top 3 grades of golden cores can nurture divine ability seeds. With Gu Shengge's Tao foundation, a first-grade golden core was merely a matter of course. Yet, he discovered a fragmented, ancient secret method in the scripture pavilion of the Qian Kun Dao Sect. After deducing it with the creation jade plate, he was able to complete it. It was called the 9 Transformations Nirvana Golden Core Sacred Method. This golden core sacred method was quite bizarre. It forcibly shattered an already condensed golden core, extracting its essence and discarding the dross, then recondensing the golden core, repeating this process to obtain the highest quality golden core. Which cultivator would be willing to shatter their hard-earned golden core? After shattering it, there was no guarantee it could be recondensed. But Gu Shengge was willing. After all, for him, condensing a golden core was as simple as eating and drinking. Though shattering the golden core would be uncomfortable for a while, if he could condense a golden core beyond the first grade, he felt this minor issue was still bearable. Gu Shengge practiced the golden core sacred method and took over 6 months to condense his first golden core, and as expected, it was a first-grade golden core. Then he shattered this first-grade golden core. The essence of the golden core was retained, while the remaining energy was absorbed by his physical body. Repeating this process 9 times of shattering and recondensing, Gu Shengge obtained a flawless holy core that surpassed the first grade. But he was still not satisfied because he thought of a woman. That woman was named Wang Wu. Yes, she was the one who possessed 3,000 golden cores and was known as the #1 golden core in the 9 provinces. Thus, Gu Shengge sought a method to condense a second golden core and, based on his ideas, deduced a secret method capable of condensing multiple golden cores using the creation jade plate. It was called the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons Dan True method. By condensing 12 ancestral which holy cores, he could replace the ancestral which within his body and set up the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons grand array, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy and demonic energy of the heavens and earth without worrying about depleting his magical power. Just in terms of absorbing spiritual energy, Gu Shengge was on par with transformation god celestials. Transformation god cultivators, also known as celestials, were exceedingly fearsome. When a cultivator reaches the peak of the nascent soul realm and undergoes the transformation god heavenly tribulation, the nascent soul transforms into its true form, allowing them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, merging with them. Every action of a transformation god celestial can summon immense power from heaven and earth. With a single breath, they can gather spiritual power from all directions, making it nearly impossible for them to exhaust their magical power at this level. After cultivating this Dan True method, Gu Shengge's cultivation process also changed. Others would follow the path of a single golden core through its early, middle, late, and perfected stages. Gu Shengge, however, aimed for the number of golden cores, 3, 6, 9, and 12. Once the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons Dan array was established, Gu Shengge began attempting to merge the Dan into an infant. He spent 2 years consuming vast resources and deducing subsequent secret methods, finally allowing the holy core representing the ancestral witch of thunder to transform into an ancestral witch divine infant, far more powerful than an ordinary nascent soul. At this moment, Gu Shengge possessed 11 ancestral witch holy cores and 1 ancestral witch divine infant. The depth of his foundation was unprecedented in this vast world, with no predecessors or successors. Moreover, his physical body was extraordinarily terrifying. After being refined by the energy of the golden cores 108 times and constantly receiving the baptism of the heavenly demonic energy, he was not inferior to transformation god celestials. killing a nascent soul, true monarch with one hand, and battling transformation god celestials with his physical body posed no problem. If all the holy cores were transformed into divine infants, to what level would Gu Shengge become? Even he himself was unsure. Perhaps he would be no less than a harmonization Tao powerhouse. However, relatively speaking, the difficulty for Gu Shengge to break through to transformation god was countless times greater than that of ordinary cultivators. What Gu Shengge looked forward to the most was that after the 12 ancestral, which divine infants evolved into the primordial spirit. Once the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons grand array was set up, it could even evolve the power of Pangu, even if this Pangu power was merely an evolution. Though it was a billion times weaker than the original, its might would not be enough to shatter the vast world. But it would be effortless to destroy a realm of spirits. P.S. Sorry, everyone, this chapter is a bit weak. It's mainly to explain how strong the main character is, so that later when I write about the main character in the early stage of Yuaning defeating someone in the early stage of Huaxin, you won't think the combat power has collapsed. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. The return to the peak is blocked. Qing Xian true monarch's new disciple Yichen. 7 days later, Gu Shengge slowly opened his eyes, his shimmering with golden and silver light, extraordinary and mystical. His gaze turned toward the towering mountain gate that stood like Mount Tai, reaching into the clouds, where the carvings of yin and yang and the myriad laws of the universe were etched, alongside two colossal Qian beasts lying in slumber, guarding the gate. I have returned to the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Gu Shengge murmured. The spirit boat accelerated once more, covering the 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, flying into the mountain gate. Inside the mountain gate was another realm. A magnificent sun hung in the azure sky, with a landscape of 100,000 miles as beautiful as a painting. The spiritual energy dense like raindrops. Celestial cranes and spiritual birds soared, and exotic beasts leaped among the forests, with countless dragon auras swirling around the mountains, transforming into true dragons that encircled the sect, nurturing all living beings. As a super sect that governs Qian continent and Kunyi continent, Qian Kun Dao Sect has a history of over 36,000 years, ranking among the top 10 even in the Qiangsang domain. The sect is immensely powerful, with 278 spiritual peaks, each peak lord being a nascent soul, true monarch, and all elders being golden core, true persons, with some high peak elders also being nascent soul, true monarchs. The Qian Kun Dao Sect has two sect masters, one yin and one yang, both being transformation gods. There are over 100,000 disciples within and outside the sect, but there are only about 8 or 9,000 inner disciples, and even fewer core disciples. Less than 700, all of whom are top-tier talents. As the spirit boat flew past dozens of spiritual peaks, it caught the attention of many disciples. After all, in Qian Kun Dao Sect, only peak masters or nascent soul true monarchs are qualified to operate spirit boats. Several early entry inner disciples recognized the spirit boat and displayed expressions of reverence. A newly promoted inner disciple curiously asked, "Senior brother Chun, do you know the owner of that spirit boat?" "Junior brother, you are a new inner disciple, so it's normal not to know. The owner of that spirit boat is our Qian Kun Dao Sect.However, Shenshao true monarch, a peerless talent who achieved nascent soul at just 18. Senior brother Chen introduced Gu Shengge with admiration and respect. Upon hearing this, the junior brother's face showed shock. 18-year-old nascent soul, true monarch. That's two against the heavens. Other disciples who were unaware of Gu Shengge's power were also dumbfounded after hearing the introduction from the senior disciple. Are we really cultivating the same kind of immortality? Why is he so abnormal? Soon, news of Gu Shengge's return to the sect spread throughout Qian Kun Dao Sect. Saintus, good news, Daozi Gu has returned to the sect. At the Saintus Peak, the joyful voices echoed among the spiritual peaks. The drowsy Nangong Che suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her stunning face showing a hint of joy, turning into a purple streak of light, disappearing from the soft jade bed. Other core disciples and direct disciples, upon hearing that the Daozi returned to the sect, did not react as dramatically as Nangong Chiua. They merely paused for a moment before continuing with their tasks. A few core disciples suddenly recalled something and stopped their cultivation, heading towards Qingxian Peak in unison. At the center of the sect stood 36 towering peaks, each reaching 10,000 zhang high, with both the density of spiritual energy and the size of the peaks being several times that of other spiritual peaks. The masters of these great peaks are the elite of the nascent soul, true monarchs, who have reached the great perfection stage. The spirit boat stopped in front of a towering, plain-colored great peak. Where the dense spiritual energy shrouded the peak like mist, countless spiritual beasts and celestial birds were present. And precious medicines and spiritual plants were everywhere, enveloped in a pure spiritual light, making this great peak seem as ethereal and cold as a fairy. Gu Shengge stored the spirit boat in his storage ring and flew towards Qian Peak. Suddenly, Gu Shengge stopped, his brows slightly furrowed, as a faint confusion flashed in his. Before him, an unknown spatial barrier had appeared, blocking him outside of Qian Peak. Logically speaking, even if the peak's protective array was activated, Gu Shengge, possessing a disciple token, should not be blocked outside, unless someone had deliberately modified the protective array of Qian Peak, rendering his disciple token ineffective. Who is so bold as to target him? Feeling quite displeased that the lock on his home door had been changed, Gu Shengge's right eye shimmered with a faint silver light, and a surge of spatial power emerged, preparing to directly break through the protective array. Who dares to intrude on Qian Peak? Suddenly, a reprimanding voice rang out, and a handsome young man in black flew out from Qian Peak. He looked no more than 20, but his cultivation was abysmal, having just established his foundation not long ago. Logically, a disciple who had just established their foundation at such a young age should not even qualify to enter the inner sect, let alone appear on a great peak like Qian Peak. Gu Shengge furrowed his brows and coldly questioned, "Who are you?" I am Yi Chen, a disciple of Qian true monarch." "Who are you?" Yi Chen retorted. Hearing this, Gu Shengge was even more confused. Although he didn't know much about his master, who practiced the emotionless Tao, how could she possibly take a disciple like Yi Chen with the general quality of disciples at Qian Peak? This seat is Gu Shengge, also a disciple of Qian true monarch. However, as soon as Gu Shengge finished speaking, Yi Chen seemed to be provoked and shouted loudly, "Impossible! My master clearly only has me as her male disciple." Seeing Yi Chen react so strongly, Gu Shengge's brows tightened even further. Is this guy really a disciple of his master? He, Gu Shengge, was renowned in Qian Kun Dao Sect, and aside from those newly joined disciples, who would know he was a disciple of Qian? Unless this Yi Chen was not a disciple of Qian Peak, but rather a newly joined servant. Considering this, Gu Shengge found it reasonable. If he weren't a servant, how could Yi Chen have entered Qian Peak? Not wanting to waste more words with Yi Chen, Gu Shengge's flickered with silver light, and he directly tore open a spatial crack. Amidst Yi Chen's astonished gaze, another spatial crack opened within Qian Peak, and Gu Shengge stepped through it. At that moment, two streaks of spiritual light flew in, landing beside Yi Chen. They were two beautiful young women. The woman on the left wore a white dress, curvaceous and elegant like an orchid in a secluded valley. The woman on the right wore a plain purple fairy dress, bright and beautiful yet unremarkable. They were none other than Su Yuwei, the second disciple of Qian true monarch, and Lin Ruyan, the third disciple, both already in their 20s. Compared to the weak Yi Chen, the cultivations of the two women were significantly higher, one at the early golden core stage and the other at the late foundation establishment stage, which was quite respectable among the inner disciples. "Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly crush the jade talisman I gave you? Did you encounter any danger?" Su Yuwei asked concernedly, not noticing Gu Shengge. At the same time, some fragments of the jade talisman still remained in Yi Chen's left hand. Lin Ruyan chimed in, "Junior brother Chen, just tell your senior sister who bullied you. Watch me not beat them until they can't find their teeth." "Senior sister, it's him. He suddenly barged into Qian Peak, startling me, and even said he is also a disciple of my master. Clearly, my master only has me as her male disciple. Senior sisters, hurry and drive him away." Yi Chen, taking the opportunity, hid behind Su Yuwei, pointing at Gu Shengge, who was overlooked by them, feigning fear as he complained to them. Su Yuwei and Lin Ruyan turned to look, finally seeing the silent Gu Shengge watching Yi Chen's performance. They were first taken aback, then their expressions changed drastically, panic flashing in their eyes as they thought to themselves, "Not good. Junior brother Gu." Su Yuwei's greeting was interrupted by Gu Shengge. "You should address me as Shunshao True Monarch, or Daozi. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly votes." End of this chapter, Chapter 9, Yi Chen's Inner Voice. Inner voice transmission system, "You should address me as the true monarch of Shunshao, or Daozi." Gu Shengge coldly interrupted Su Yuwei's words, showing no respect to this nominal senior sister. This instantly embarrassed Su Yuwei, and she felt a surge of resentment. So what if he had achieved the Nascent Soul stage? Does becoming a Daozi give him the right to turn his back on people? Lin Wan'er, unable to stand by, jumped out to reprimand Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge, although you have just broken through to the nascent soul stage, don't forget that you are, like us, a disciple of true monarch Qian, and you entered the sect later than we did. What's wrong with calling you junior brother? Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge laughed coldly instead of getting angry, sneering. Hey, you all think you are worthy? Do you need me to remind you of the disgraceful things you did in the past? Recalling the past, when he first became a disciple, he faced cold violence from other disciples of true monarch Qian simply because he was a man. They even plotted to expel him from Qian Peak, while true monarch Qian was too absorbed in her emotionless path to care about Gu Shengge. If the male protagonists in those female-centric novels were treated like this, they would surely try to please their master and senior sisters like a love-struck puppy. But Gu Shengge was not one of those love-struck male leads. He didn't care about the affection from his master or attention from his senior sisters. The reason he chose true monarch Qian as his master was precisely because of her emotionless cultivation style, her indifference to everything. However, Gu Shengge still remembered the cold violence from Su Yaowei and her group. He just hadn't found the time to settle the score with them. Now that they dared to dance in front of him, why should he give them any face? The only reason he didn't slap them dead on the spot was due to the sect's rules. Su Yaowei and Lin Wan'er were momentarily speechless, their faces awkward, clearly recalling their past targeting of Gu Shengge. Seeing that they had fallen silent, Gu Shengge's gaze returned to Yichun. He vaguely sensed a familiar aura within this guy, but couldn't pinpoint it at the moment. Then, Gu Shengge coldly questioned, "This seat has just returned to Qian Peak, yet I was blocked by the protective formation. Shouldn't you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Also, where did this guy come from?" Yichun, guessing from the conversation between Su Yaowei and Gu Shengge that Gu Shengge was the male disciple who returned home 3 months ago, as mentioned by true monarch Qian, felt an intense rage within. One male disciple was enough for Qian Peak. What was he doing back here? Suppressing his inner fury, Yichun maintained a harmless smile on the surface and introduced himself to Gu Shengge. "Senior brother Gu, I am a new disciple accepted by Master Qian. Just call me Xiao Chun." What was Senior brother Gu looks so scary? I didn't mean to block him outside the peak. I just didn't want him to disturb Master during her closed-door meditation. The Heavenly Book says that it was because Senior brother Gu's sudden return that disturbed Master's meditation, causing her techniques to go awry and fall into a devilish path. Su Yaowei and Lin Wan'er were astonished as they heard Yi Chen's inner voice. What? Master actually fell into a devilish path because of Gu Shengge. Luckily, Xiao Chun blocked him outside. Otherwise, Master would have been in danger. They were immensely relieved, but then glared at Gu Shengge, protecting Yi Chun even more tightly. The fact that they could hear Yi Chen's inner voice was something they discovered only after he became a disciple. Initially, they weren't fond of him, but after hearing his inner voice, their opinions gradually changed. From Yi Chen's inner voice, Su Yaowei and the others learned that he had once read a wordless heavenly book, which recorded quite a bit about them. For instance, over a month ago, while Lin Wan'er was refining pills, she coincidentally heard Yi Chen's inner voice advising her to add a fire attribute spiritual herb later, or else the furnace would explode. Lin Wan'er didn't believe it and insisted on following her own plan, and the furnace indeed exploded. Several other incidents occurred that corresponded with Yi Chen's inner voice. In less than 2 months, Su Yaowei and the others had completely trusted Yi Chun. Gu Shengge noticed Su Yaowei and Lin Wan'er suddenly protecting Yi Chun and glaring at him with anger, feeling puzzled. Did these two think he was going to harm Yi Chun? Although he didn't like Yi Chun and found him somewhat insipid, he wouldn't go so far as to kill him. At most, he would cripple Yi Chen's cultivation, turn him into a living corpse, and throw him out of the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Gu Shengge, if there's something, come at us. Don't harm Xiao Chun. That's right. Although Xiao Chun blocked you outside, it wasn't intentional. It's just that Master is in closed-door meditation, which strengthened the protective formation. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can wait until Master comes out to discuss it. Su Yaowei and Lin Wan'er were taking turns to defend Yi Chun. Seeing how much they cared for Yi Chun piqued Gu Shengge's curiosity. What was so special about Yi Chun that not only did Dantai Qian accept him as a disciple, but also made Su Yaowei and the others treasure him so much? Could he be another child of destiny? Interesting, Gu Shengge took a deep look at Yi Chun. Children of destiny were highly valued. Seeing Gu Shengge looking at Yi Chun with a dangerous gaze, Su Yaowei and Lin Wan'er were alarmed. Was he really going to kill Xiao Chun? How dare he? Didn't he fear the punishment from the punishment hall? Just as both sides were at a standstill. Two beams of spiritual light flew in, but were blocked by the protective formation outside Qingxian Peak. As the spiritual light dissipated, two figures appeared before everyone, attracting their attention. The visitors were none other than the holy maiden of Qian Kun Dao Sect, Qi, along with her maid, Xiaoyan. Qi, dressed in a purple long-sleeved palace dress adorned with moon patterns, had a graceful and enchanting figure. With her long hair woven into a flying fairy bun, a cool and bright moon rotated slowly behind her, casting a soft moonlight that highlighted her stunning beauty, making her look like a celestial being from the moon palace. Cold and peerless, hiding behind Su Yaowei, Yi Chun was also seeing Qi for the first time and was completely mesmerized, his eyes filled with her image. Seeing that Qi was blocked outside Qingxian Peak, he hurriedly deactivated the protective formation. Once the formation was lifted, Qi flew in gracefully, landing beside Gu Shengge and performing a slight bow. Qi has met Daozi Gu. Hearing this, Gu Shengge nodded in response, smiling. Sister Qi, your news is quite timely. I just returned to Qingxian Peak, and you arrived right after. Junior brother is joking. I just happened to pass by and came to greet you upon seeing you back. Qi, in order to maintain her image as a holy maiden, was reluctant to admit that she had come specifically to see him. Unexpectedly, her maid directly exposed her. Daozi Gu, my holy maiden is being stubborn. The moment she heard about your return, she immediately dragged me over here. You. Qi's face flushed red from being backstabbed by her maid, and she turned to glare at her. Xiao Yin stuck out her tongue, feeling she was helping the holy maiden. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like passing through gauze. If the holy maiden continued to be this reserved, Daozi would be snatched away by other female cultivators. Seeing how familiar Qi was with Gu Shengge, Yi Chun felt an intense jealousy and quickly activated the inner voice transmission system, adding Qi to the list of people for inner voice transmission. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please vote for monthly tickets. End of this chapter, Chapter 10. The cave is occupied. Gu Shengge is angry. Is she really the holy maiden of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, Qi? So beautiful. Alas. It's a pity that beauty is often short-lived. The heavenly book says she loved the wrong person, was abandoned by Gu Shengge, and offered as a sacrifice to the evil god. How pitiful. Suddenly, Qi heard Yi Chen's voice in her mind, and her expression froze, filled with doubt. Who is transmitting to her? Also, what is this heavenly book that person mentioned? It actually says she will be abandoned by Gu Shengge and sacrificed to the evil god. Is it true or false? Qi's eyes slightly narrowed as she released her divine sense. Try to locate the person who transmitted the message. Noticing Qi suddenly releasing her divine sense, Gu Shengge showed a look of suspicion and asked, Sister Qi, what's wrong? It's nothing, just that someone suddenly transmitted to me. But I don't know that person, so I thought I would trace the transmission to find them. Qi explained, but her inner doubts grew heavier. She couldn't find a trace of the transmission. Could it be that the person's cultivation was higher than hers? As the holy maiden of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, she was already at the peak of the golden core stage, and with her purple essence spirit body, her divine sense could rival that of an early nascent soul expert. To avoid her detection, that person must at least be at the mid-nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Gu Shengge frowned slightly. If someone was transmitting to Qi, it was impossible for him not to sense it. Even a transformation god would be able to notice something. What did that person say to you? Gu Shengge asked again. Upon hearing Qi treat his thoughts as a transmission, Yi Chen secretly felt alarmed and was somewhat afraid. Would this woman really spill what he said? Qi instinctively wanted to respond, but when she recalled that the transmission said she would be abandoned by Gu Shengge and then offered to the evil god, she hesitated in her heart. In the end, she chose to conceal it. That person said, I will face a calamity in the future, and I should be careful not to be deceived by others. Gu Shengge, being incredibly perceptive, realized in that moment of hesitation that she was hiding something from him. Seeing this, he did not expose her, but said meaningfully, Is that so? Then Sister Qi should pay more attention and not let yourself be deceived. Seeing that Qi did not reveal anything, Yi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Maintaining a harmless smile, he spoke to attract Qi's attention. Sister Qi, I am Yi Chen, a new disciple of true monarch Qingxian. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qi suddenly looked at Yi Chen with surprise. This voice is exactly the same as that transmission. Could it be that the one who transmitted to her just now was him? However, Qian looked at Yi Chun, who had just established his foundation, and felt quite puzzled. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator deceive her? Seeing that Qian was attracted by him, Yi Chun felt delighted and continued, Sister Qian, since you're here, why not come in for some tea? I happen to have some freshly matured enlightenment tea leaves. Please give them a try. Alas, Sister Qian is also a pitiful person. If it weren't for her falling in love with Gu Shengge, with her talent, she could at least become a great power, if not ascend to immortality. It's a pity that she has been harmed by Gu Shengge. If I can help a little, then I will. Hearing Yi Chun's thoughts again, Qian was taken aback. It really was him. But why did she still not detect the trace of the transmission? Could it be his heart communication? No. How could a foundation establishment cultivator master such supernatural abilities? Then why was she able to hear his thoughts? Thinking of this, Qian couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Yi Chun. Her desire to explore the heavenly book he mentioned and the matter of her being sacrificed to the evil god by Gu Shengge rising. As for Gu Shengge, upon hearing that Yi Chun had freshly matured enlightenment tea leaves, he thought of the few leaves he had placed in his cave, and his expression slightly changed. Ignoring that Qian was still beside him, Gu Shengge turned and flew towards his cave. Su Yue and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, feeling something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing Gu Shengge leave without saying a word, Qian's pretty face showed a trace of surprise. What happened? Junior brother Yi. Let's follow him and take a look, Qian said to Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled and nodded, following Qian as they both chased after Gu Shengge. Xiao Yin saw her holy maiden chatting and laughing with someone named Yi Chun, completely ignoring Gu Daozi, and frowned slightly, wondering if the holy maiden was not afraid of Gu Daozi's displeasure. Gu Shengge appeared outside the cave and saw the devastated spirit field. All the precious herbs and spirit plants he had planted were ruined. Even the surrounding purple bamboo forest had been completely cut down, leaving only a bare patch of land. Before leaving, Gu Shengge had clearly instructed Ji Gue to guard the cave well, not allowing anyone in except himself. Why had there been such a big change outside the cave? Compared to the losses outside the cave, Gu Shengge was more worried about the treasures inside. He wanted to enter the cave, but found that the cave's restrictions had also been changed. Very well. This is truly wonderful. I've only been gone for 3 months, and this Qingxian peak has turned upside down. At this point, Gu Shengge was completely furious, gritting his teeth, his face turning extremely grim, his red pupils burning with rage. His red robe fluttering without wind, making a rustling sound, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Heaven and earth seemed to sense his anger, as the clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and the rumbling thunder echoed through the Qian Kun Dao Sect, startling many cultivators in seclusion. In the main hall of the sect, Yang Huang Mu Qianyong was discussing the Dao Gu trial 6 months later with Inho Shi Luoyao. Who has provoked that little guy? Mu Qianyong suddenly looked outside the hall towards the direction of Qingxian Peak, showing a trace of surprise. Shi Luoyao also felt astonished. Given their understanding of Gu Shengge, that child had never gotten this angry before. Luoyao, let's go take a look, Mu Qianyong said, and Shi Luoyao nodded slightly. The 2 transformation gods disappeared from the hall. Other Nascent Soul, true monarchs in the sect, also sent disciples to investigate what had happened. Inside Qingxian Peak, Su Yue, Lin Wanner, and the others arrived at the cave and sensed the dangerous aura radiating from Gu Shengge, not daring to approach. Yi Chun and Qian landed in front of the cave, seemingly unaware of Gu Shengge's fury, and continued to speak with a smile. Sister Qian, this is my cave. Qian immediately recognized that this was Gu Shengge's cave, and her pretty face showed astonishment as she looked at Gu Shengge. However, she saw Gu Shengge's face darken, and his figure suddenly vanished from her sight. In the next moment, Gu Shengge appeared in front of Yi Chun, grabbing his neck and lifting him high, his red pupils flickering with overwhelming, killing intent. He parted his thin lips, his voice cold as ancient ice, chilling to the bone. Your cave? How come I don't know that the cave I've lived in for 12 years has become yours? Let go of junior brother Yi. Let go of Xiao Chun. Su Yue and Lin Wanner, seeing Yi Chun in danger, shouted anxiously and tried to save him. However, Gu Shengge merely turned back and glared at them. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through their bodies in an instant, leaving them unsure of life or death. Sister, save me. Seeing Su Yue and the others easily defeated, Yi Chun was filled with extreme fear and struggled to call for help from Qian. Qian felt a pang of compassion. It was just a cave. Why did it have to escalate to this point? She took a step forward, but was held back by her maid behind her. Nangong Qiue turned back to see Xiao Yin shaking her head. She could not let her holy maiden act recklessly. Although Nangong Qiue was stopped, Gu Shengge still noticed her movements, but it was no longer the time to think about those things. He looked at Yi Chun, who was struggling in his grasp, and his killing intent grew stronger. How dare a worthless person, whose origin he did not even know, occupy his cave dwelling, seeking death? Just as Gu Shengge was about to strike, another delicate voice rang out. Let go of Brother Yi Chun. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Jinlong Zhigue, trying to backfire on her master without even removing the dog collar. Let go of Brother Yi Chun. A familiar delicate shout rang in Gu Shengge's ears, and he instinctively turned around, suddenly feeling a fierce gust of wind sweep towards him. A dragon claw covered in golden scales tearing through the wind, launching a surprise attack. Zhigue, as the heavy pupil recognized the attacker, Gu Shengge showed a hint of astonishment. At the same time, a purple light flashed, and he suddenly felt his hand lighten. Yi Chun had already slipped out of his grasp. It was Nangong Qiue who had acted, taking advantage of Gu Shengge's moment of distraction to use her spiritual tool, the floating ribbon, to snatch Yi Chun away. Little Lian, seeing that her holy maiden had indeed intervened, stomped her feet in anxiety, thinking how could the holy maiden be so foolish? Gu Daozi was clearly going to kill this Yi Chun, and the holy maiden still saved him. Wasn't that a slap in the face for Daozi? Nangong Qiue couldn't hear little Lian's inward complaints. She asked with concern, Junior brother Yi, are you okay? Thank you, senior sister Qiue, for saving me, Yi Chun said gratefully. He looked at Nangong Qiue with appreciation, not forgetting to transmit his thoughts to her. Senior sister Qiue is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Alas, why does she like Gu Shengge? Since senior sister Qiue saved me from danger, I, Yi Chun, will risk my life to change the tragic ending in the heavenly book. Hearing Yi Chun's thoughts, Nangong Qiue couldn't help but feel some affection. Although she didn't know what the heavenly book he mentioned was, having such a sense of gratitude indicated he was a kind-hearted person. Brother Yi Chun, are you all right? A golden figure landed beside Yi Chun, and, as the golden light dissipated, it revealed a charming young girl dressed in a golden skirt, with golden dragon horns on her forehead, alluring and beautiful, looking young yet exceptionally mature, with a voluptuous figure. Seeing the girl arrive, Yi Chun's sense of security greatly increased. He nodded, indicating that he wasn't seriously hurt. Gu Shengge's gaze fell on the golden-skirted dragon girl, his heavy pupils flickering with a cold light. But his expression grew increasingly calm. So this Yi Chun has the ability to break the restrictions of the cave dwelling. It turns out there was an internal thief. Zhigue, do you have anything to explain to me? Gu Shengge's voice was low, resembling a soul-chilling sound from the depths of hell, entering Zhigue's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble as she stiffly turned her head. Upon seeing the true face of the boy in red robes, Zhigue's beautiful eyes instantly widened. As if she had seen a ghost, her vertical pupils violently constricting, revealing an unmistakable panic. Master, you came back. The golden-skirted dragon girl suppressed her inner fear, trembling as she cautiously asked. She hadn't expected Gu Shengge to return so soon. Hadn't he said he would be back in 6 months at the shortest, or 2 to 3 years at the longest? Gu Shengge coldly stared at Zhigue, looking at the creature he had raised with his own hands, his gaze growing colder, sharp as ice spikes in the dead of winter. Speak, why has my cave dwelling become like this? Facing her master's inquiry, Zhigue's pink lips parted slightly, wanting to explain something, but unexpectedly Yi Chun jumped out, standing in front of her. Protecting Zhigue, Yi Chun said loudly. So it turns out Brother Gu is the master Zhigue mentioned. Please, Brother Gu, do not make things difficult for Zhigue. The changes in the cave dwelling have nothing to do with her. It was all my doing. I hope Brother Gu will not be angry and will not punish Zhigue. With Nangong Qiue and Zhigue backing him up, Yi Chun felt emboldened and straightened his back. In his view, since Gu Shengge was a Daozi, his strength must be comparable to that of the holy maiden Nangong Qiue. Clearly, Yi Chun had already forgotten what Su Yue had said. Zhigue, seeing Yi Chun take all the blame upon himself, was deeply moved, and this made her fearful heart strengthen. No, this has nothing to do with Brother Yi Chun. It was I who led him into the cave dwelling, and I was the one who modified the cave dwelling's restrictions. The precious herbs and spiritual plants in the spiritual field were also picked by me for him to eat. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Zhigue rushed in front of Yi Chun, staring directly at Gu Shengge, her delicate and charming face flushed with an unusual redness, clearly overwhelmed by emotions. Hearing this, Gu Shengge looked at Gu, his anger replaced by a mocking smile. I am very curious to know what kind of love potion this Yi Chun has fed you to make you oppose me. Gu, don't forget, it was I who raised you, and it was I who helped you awaken the true dragon bloodline within you, allowing you to transform into a golden dragon. I have treated you well, but why do you still want to betray me? You should know that without me, you wouldn't even be able to transform into a golden dragon. 10 years ago, you would have been food for a demon beast. After hearing this, Gu's previously steadfast heart instantly crumbled, her exquisite face displaying a hint of shame. 10 years ago, she was just a small Qi training serpent being chased by a foundation-building demon beast. If Gu Shengge hadn't happened to pass by and rescued her, she would have probably been devoured by that foundation-building demon beast. Gu Shengge adopted her, signed a master-servant contract with her, and named her Gu. Later, he discovered the true dragon bloodline hidden within her and expended a large amount of resources to help her awaken, allowing her to leap from serpent to a dragon. Gu used to think she was very happy, but after meeting Yi Chun, she realized that Gu Shengge's kindness towards her was all a facade. She learned from Yi Chun's thoughts that Gu Shengge's reason for training her was solely for the true dragon bloodline. In the near future, Gu Shengge would skin her alive and extract her true dragon essence blood to break through his own cultivation. At first, Gu didn't believe it, but after several instances of Yi Chun's prophetic thoughts coming true, she completely accepted it. The gratitude and respect she once felt for Gu Shengge had completely turned into hatred and resentment. She had finally transformed into a golden dragon and could not fall into Gu Shengge's hands. Gu bit her lip lightly and retorted sweetly, "Brother Yi Chun didn't feed me any love potion. He just gave me the respect of a human, unlike you, who only steps on me and treats me like a beast." Yi Chun was not like Gu Shengge. He told her that beings should be equal, with no distinction between master and servant, and no one should be stepped on. Only with Yi Chun could she feel respect, a feeling she had never experienced before. After hearing Gu's accusations, Gu Shengge's smile gradually faded. His heavy pupils were devoid of joy or sorrow, radiating an icy indifference that made everyone tremble. He slowly spoke, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Respect of a human? Haji Gu, don't forget, without me, you wouldn't even be able to exist as a beast. You would only become the excrement of those demon beasts. What? After drinking a few sips of someone else's poison soup, you think you're capable? You are merely a dog raised by me, yet you dare to bite back at me, thinking the collar around your neck has been removed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shengge's mind moved, and a master-servant contract engraved in Gu's body began to heat up, causing her dragon soul to ache. Ah! The intense pain from the dragon soul made Gu feel unbearable, and she instantly collapsed to the ground, her beautiful eyes rolling back, her pink lips wide open, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Her charming face was filled with pain, and her mature body convulsed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground like a slug. Gu Shengge coldly watched the suffering Gu, thinking she could backfire on her master without even removing the dog collar. Utterly foolish and ignorant. Yi Chun didn't expect Gu Shengge to have left a backup plan in Gu, panicking. He turned to Nangong Qiyu, hurriedly transmitting his thoughts to her. "Brother Gu is so cruel. Gu just wants to be human, yet he insists on forcing her to be a beast. He is indeed the world-destroying demon Lord mentioned in the heavenly book. It's hard to imagine what kind of torment senior sister Qiyu would face if she also fell into his hands. P.S. If anyone has any opinions on the plot, please let me know so I can avoid the pitfalls." End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Gu pleads for mercy. Nangong Qiyu completely turns against. Upon hearing Yi Chun's inner voice, Nangong Qiyu looked at the gold skirt dragon maiden, who was convulsing and rolling on the ground, her eyes filled with pity. She couldn't help but advise, "Junior brother Gu, although Gu has made mistakes, it is understandable. After all, she is a dragon and naturally proud. It's normal for her to feel discontent when you treat her like a mount beneath your feet. You have a generous heart, so please spare her this time." Gu Shengge, upon hearing this, merely glanced at Nangong Qiyu and did not stop tormenting Gu. Being ignored, Nangong Qiyu felt her face was a bit embarrassed. Seeing that Gu Shengge was not giving Nangong Qiyu any face, Yi Chun felt secretly pleased and continued to express his inner thoughts. "Brother Gu is being too cruel. Sister Qiyu is a saintess of the Dao sect. Her status is on par with him. How can he treat her like this? Is this what it means to be reckless because of favoritism? Just because sister admires him, He can belittle her at will? How infuriating. If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I would really want to beat Brother Gu up to vent sister's anger. Sai's sister is too focused on the favor of saving her life. This won't do. I must find an opportunity to clarify things with her. Brother Gu actually waited for her to be injured before saving her, and he pretended to be distant to win her heart, playing with her true feelings. This is really too much for sister. After hearing Yi Chen's inner voice, Nangong Qiyue was taken aback. What? The life-saving grace from Gu Shengge was actually a deliberate scheme. The reason she admired Gu Shengge was that more than 2 years ago, he saved her from the mouth of a great demon, and that thunder godlike figure had haunted her dreams. But she never expected that this was all Gu Shengge's scheme. How infuriating. All those years of trying to please him, he has always kept his distance. It turned out he was just playing hard to get. The more Nangong Qiyue thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes flickering with a trace of resentment. Noticing something was off with Nangong Qiyue, Gu Shengge frowned slightly. What was wrong with her now? Through the inner voice transmission system, Yi Chun saw Nangong Qiyue's fondness for Gu Shengge plummet, quickly crossing the red line. And he couldn't help but laugh internally. Ha ha ha. No one can remain unaffected under the transmission of my inner voice. Gu Shengge, you're doomed. Following that, Yi Chun began to output his inner voice towards Ji Gue. What to do? Brother Gu is too cruel. Ji Gue just wants freedom, yet he tortures her like this. It pains me to watch. I must find a way to save Ji Gue, even if I have to risk my life today. I will make sure Ji Gue escapes from Brother Gu's clutches. But at this moment, Ji Gue was suffering from the torment of her soul and couldn't hear Yi Chen's inner voice. The dragon maiden struggled to lift her head. Her delicate face filled with pain, tears streaming down as she crawled towards Gu Shengge on all fours like a dog. Master, master, this servant knows her mistake. Please spare this servant. I promise I will never dare again. Please forgive this servant. Ji Gue crawled to Gu Shengge's feet, humbly pleading for his forgiveness, continuously rubbing her face against his boots to curry favor with him. Gu Shengge lifted his foot and stepped on Ji Gue's head, pressing her into the dirt. Looking down at the dragon maiden who had recently harbored thoughts of devouring her master, now reduced to being as humble as a dog, a trace of mockery flashing in his dual-colored eyes. What's wrong? Didn't you want respect? Didn't you want dignity? Why are you begging me now? However, Ji Gue's head was buried in the dirt, only able to emit muffled sounds. But through the master-servant contract, Gu Shengge understood her meaning. She was pleading for another chance, promising that in the future, she would be willing to do anything, not just be a mount. Seeing Ji Gue being stepped on by Gu Shengge, Yi Chun felt disappointed and began to curse inwardly. Damn, this Ji Gue is too useless, so quickly subdued by that Gu guy. Does it hurt that much? Can't she endure a little? What a waste. Although he felt disdain for Ji Gue, considering she still had her uses, Yi Chun couldn't give up on her. He took out a frost-colored jade talisman from his storage ring, hesitated for a moment before crushing it, summoning a new helper. Gu Shengge moved his foot away from Ji Gue's head, using his toes to lift her chin, looking at her pretty face, now smeared with dirt. Her painful expression making the mockery in his eyes even stronger. Beasts are just beasts. Unless you feel some pain, you won't know what you are. Considering you still have some use, I will let you go this time. If I find out you have any disloyal thoughts again, I will skin you alive, strip your dragon soul, and ensure you can never be reborn. The reason for giving Ji Gue another chance was simply that he didn't want his investment in her to go to waste. Killing Ji Gue just like that would be too wasteful. Who knows how many resources and time it would take to train another true dragon in the future. However, while death can be avoided, living crimes cannot. A disobedient beast needs to be properly trained. Gu Shengge looked at the charming dragon maiden, his dual-colored eyes flashing with dangerous light, his voice cold, sending chills down Ji Gue's spine as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Ji Gue knelt and crawled on the ground, her beautiful face showing a flattering smile, pleading, "This servant is willing to be punished. Please, master. Feel free to train this lowly servant." Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge showed a hint of satisfaction, and with a thought, he pulled the charming dragon maiden into his spirit pet space. After dealing with Yi Chun, he would properly train this ungrateful dragon. Gu Shengge raised his eyes to look at Yi Chun, his dual-colored eyes swirling with profound laws, chaos energy spreading, as if evolving all things, calculating the past and future. Not good. Yi Chun suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a great terror, as if everything about him was being seen through, and secrets had nowhere to hide. Gu Shengge used his dual-colored eyes to see through Yi Chun inside and out. Even his soul was not spared. It seemed there were no issues, but there was faintly something hidden. Since the dual-colored eyes couldn't see through it, then let's directly search his soul. Noticing Gu Shengge's dangerous gaze, Qi immediately stepped in front of Yi Chun, shielding him behind her, vigilantly watching Gu Shengge. Xiao Yin felt her vision darken, raised her hand to slap her forehead, anxious to the point of wanting to speak out. "Oh dear, my holy maiden, what are you thinking? Why are you protecting this guy?" Seeing Qi step forward, Gu Shengge frowned slightly, asking in a deep voice, "Sister Nangong, do you intend to be my enemy?" "Junior brother, I don't want to be your enemy, but what you are doing is too much." Qi coldly accused Gu Shengge, denouncing his schemes and his manipulative tactics. "Since it is so, then don't blame me." Gu Shengge resolutely made his move, not letting Yi Chen go because of Qi. He reversed the universe in his palm, creating a small world, imprisoning gods and forbidding Buddhas, forcefully grabbing towards Yi Chen. Universe prison heaven hand. Qi was shocked. She didn't expect Gu Shengge to be so ruthless, starting with a small divine ability. With no time to think further, she waved her spirit artifact streamer, wrapping herself and Yi Chen, attempting to block Gu Shengge's giant hand. Boom! In an instant, the spirit artifact streamer was torn apart. Fortunately, Qi decisively crushed a piece of heavenly shield talisman, which transformed into a golden light shield, with mountains depicted on it, providing extraordinary defense, enough to withstand a strike from a Nascent Soul, true monarch. But Gu Shengge was no ordinary Nascent Soul, true monarch. The universe prison heaven hand continued unabated, and the heavenly shield talisman crumbled like paper in front of it, merely touching it before it shattered. Just as the Qian Kun prisoner was about to capture Yi Chen, a stunningly beautiful and curvaceous figure descended from the sky, waving a white feather duster that effortlessly dispelled Gu Shengge's small supernatural power. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 13, Heartless and Desireless, Supreme Forgetting Emotion, Dantai Qing Xian, the Qian Kun Prison Heaven Technique, capable of suppressing the true monarch of the Yuaning realm, was effortlessly swept away into nothingness by the visitor's dust whisk. The plane's spiritual light retracted, revealing the true form of the plump figure, who was none other than true monarch Qing Xian, Dantai Qing Xian. Dantai Qing Xian wore a woman's hairstyle, with a wooden hairpin inserted into her hair and several strands of hair cascading down beside her cheeks. A dot of vermilion was placed on her brow, making her extraordinarily beautiful, with skin as white as snow. Her pair of slender phoenix eyes seemed enchanting, yet revealed a sense of indifference, as if nothing in the world could sway her, heartless and desireless. The plain Dao robe wrapped around her extremely voluptuous body, and even though the robe was loose, the towering peaks were still visible, a grandeur unimaginable to ordinary people, even giving one the illusion of being unable to bear the weight. The reason Dantai Qing Xian styled her hair in a woman's bun was that she had been married before entering the Dao, although she had yet to consummate the marriage, as her entire family was killed by bandits. Dantai Qing Xian was saved by the Dao sect's elder who came to rescue her. Due to her outstanding talents, she became a supreme Dao body and joined the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Notably, the elder who saved her was the same person who brought Gu Shengge into the Dao sect. After joining the Dao, Dantai Qing Xian exhibited astonishing cultivation speed. She achieved Qi refinement at 16, established her foundation within 100 days, and it was said that she used the Taiyin Xianpin as her foundation. 4 years later, she formed a first-grade golden core, and 10 years later, she achieved Yuaning. Now, not yet 100 years old, she had already reached the great perfection of Yuaning and was expected to break through to transformation before turning 100. Before Gu Shengge entered the Dao sect, she was the #1 prodigy of the Dao sect. The white dust whisk lightly flicked and fell into Dantai Qing Xuan's embrace. She glanced at the unconscious Su Yuwei and Lin Wanner, then looked at Gu Shengge, her indifferent gaze flickering with a hint of unusual color, but quickly returning to calm. Yi Chen, seeing his master arrive, was overjoyed and hurriedly reported to Dantai Qing Xian. "Master, you must take responsibility for senior sister Su and senior sister Lin. Senior brother Gu injured them without reason. You must punish him." Dantai Qing Xian, upon hearing this, did not pay attention to Yi Chen. She looked at Gu Shengge, her plump lips slightly parted, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Why did you harm others? He occupied my cave abode, and when I struck to punish him, Su Yuwei and Lin Wanner intervened, and I accidentally injured them." Gu Shengge replied. "Is what he said true?" Dantai Qingxian turned to Yichun. Seeing this, Yichun shook his head in denial while transmitting his thoughts to her. Fortunately, Master has arrived. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Senior brother Gu is too cruel. The senior sisters only wanted to stop him from harming me, yet he was so ruthless to them. I hope Master can uphold justice for us. Just when Yichun thought Dantai Qingxian would lean towards him because of his thoughts, she remained entirely unmoved, merely glancing at him before addressing Gu Shengge. Since he occupied your cave abode, let him compensate you for your losses. Upon hearing this, Yichun was taken aback, looking at Dantai Qingxian in disbelief. Why didn't Team Master favor him after hearing his thoughts? Was his transmission not strong enough? Yichun quickly continued to transmit his thoughts to Dantai Qingxian, but she seemed to be unable to hear him at all, not even giving him a glance. This left Yichun in disbelief. Why was his typically effective thought transmission ineffective against Dantai Qingxian? What was going on? He hurriedly inquired the thought transmission system. Beep host. Dantai Qingxian is born heartless and desireless, and has cultivated the supreme, forgetting emotion Tao classic. She is immune to the temptations of the heart and has no desires or needs. Your thoughts have no effect on her. Then why did Dantai Qingxian bring me back to Qingxian Peak and take me as her disciple before? Yichun anxiously questioned the thought transmission system. He had clearly successfully influenced Dantai Qingxian with his thoughts before. Why was it not working this time? Beep the first time you transmitted thoughts to Dantai Qingxian. After she ignored it, the system used a forced intervention once, which is why Dantai Qingxian accepted you as a disciple. Yichun, then force another intervention. Beep no more forced intervention attempts available. You need to recharge with 100 spirit crystals to proceed. Damn, you useless system. Why didn't you say that earlier? Yichun felt he was being toyed with by the system. Why didn't he inform him about Dantai Qingxian as conditioned sooner? If he had known this, he would have found a way to gather even 1,000 spirit crystals. No, he couldn't just sit and wait. He had to find a way to escape. Yichun's mind raced, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He looked at Nangong Chiyue and transmitted his thoughts to her. Sai Master favors senior brother Gu, and today it seems I can hardly escape death. I just hope that my death can help senior sister see through senior brother Gu's true nature and not be deceived by him again. Senior sister, I am useless and cannot help you change the tragic ending in the heavenly book. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chiyue was taken aback. She could not let Yishidi come harm, nor could she allow Gu Shengge to succeed. It was just compensation for the cave abode's losses. She could pay. Uncle Qingxian, my junior brother has just entered the sect, and doesn't he have many spirit stones? I hit it off with Yishidi. So let me compensate senior brother Gu for his losses. Nangong Chiyue took out a bag of spirit stones from her storage ring and continued. There are 1 million middle-grade spirit stones in here. That should be enough, right? Gu Shengge shook his head. Not enough. Besides the enlightenment tea leaves. The treasures in my cave abode are worth at least 300,000 to 400,000 top-grade spirit stones. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones are far from sufficient. After speaking, he looked at Yichun and coldly said, hand over those few enlightenment tea leaves, or I will kill you now. Even if the punishment elder comes to find me, he cannot pin the blame on me. Hearing Gu Shenge's threat, Yichun looked at Nangong Chiyue again, his intentions very clear. Nangong Chiyue stood frozen, thinking this was too much. 300,000 to 400,000 top-grade spirit stones? Not to mention that she was a golden core cultivator. Even a Yuaning true monarch might not have that much. Plus, the enlightenment tea leaves were top-grade spiritual items worth tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones each. Even if Nangong Chiyue sold everything she had, including the Saintess Peak, she couldn't come up with it. Xiao Lian hurriedly stepped forward to stop her Saintess, urging her not to do something foolish. It was clearly Yichun who offended Gu Daozi. Why should their Saintess help him? Wouldn't that just offend Gu Daozi even more? Damn, another useless woman who couldn't even produce tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. What a waste. Yichun cursed inwardly while feeling extremely panicked. It seemed no one could come to save him. Gu Shengge saw Dantai Qingxian ignoring him and Nangong hesitating. A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he reached out towards Yichun. He wanted to see what secrets this guy had. Wait. Suddenly, Nangong Chiyue spoke again to stop Gu Shengge. She gritted her teeth, took out an item from her storage ring, and revealed it to Gu Shengge. This item should be enough to offset the losses my junior brother caused you, right? Gu Shenge's gaze fell on that item, surprise flashing through his double pupils. She actually had such a treasure. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please give monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 14. The Fusang Divine Tree. Yi Chun breaking defense in Nangong Chiyue's hand was a golden branch about a foot long, containing unimaginable firewood spiritual energy and an extremely rich solar aura. As if it were the embodiment of the sun. With a vast knowledge reserve, Gu Shengge recognized the true identity of this golden branch at a glance. It was actually a branch of the Fusang Divine Tree. In a distantera. There was a Fusang Divine Tree in the Qian domain that was as high as the heavens. Its branches extended into the boundless void, and it was said to have reached the immortal realm, nourished by the essence of celestial spirits, where the golden crow of the great sun resided. However, it was unknown whether the Fusang Divine Tree absorbed too much celestial spirit energy or what happened, which provoked the wrath of the immortal realm. 5 immortals descended to the lower realm with the intention of severing the Fusang. A protracted battle broke out between the 5 immortals and the golden crows of the great sun, who were guarding the Fusang. Yet, even the golden crows of the great sun, blessed by the Fusang, were no match for the immortals from the upper realm. In the end, the golden crows of the great sun were nearly exterminated, and 2 immortals perished, but the Fusang was still severed by the remaining 3 immortals, and its trunk was taken back to the immortal realm. Gu Shengge did not expect that the Fusang Divine Tree still existed in the world. It was indeed a great surprise. This was a treasure of firewood spiritual objects. Although the Tao-Te was precious, it was a commodity with a price. And as long as one was willing to pay spirit stones, they could still buy it. But the Fusang Divine Tree was an invaluable treasure that was hard to find in the world. Hiding behind Nangong Chiyue, Yi Chun did not recognize what the golden branch was. But seeing Gu Shengge's astonished expression, he immediately knew it was an extraordinary treasure. This made Yi Chun gnash his teeth in frustration. Clearly, that treasure should have been his. Would this Fusang Divine Tree be enough to compensate for your losses? Nangong Chiyue's face showed pain. If it weren't to save Yi Chun, she would not be willing to take out such a treasure. Gu Shengge nodded in satisfaction. Of course, it's enough. He took the Fusang Divine Tree into his hands, cherishing it, and the displeasure of the ruined spirit field and occupied cave dissipated. With this Fusang Divine Tree, Gu Shengge was 70% confident that he could transform the Zhu Rong sacred pill and the Zhu Mang sacred pill into divine infants. By then, with 3 ancestral, which divine infants in his body, he could surely secure victory even against stronger transformation stage celestial beings. Sorry, Chiyue's senior sister. I made you lose a precious item. Yi Chun looked at the smiling Gu Shengge, feigning apology to Nangong Chiyue, but in his heart, he was filled with hatred towards Gu Shengge, all while continuing to transmit his thoughts to Nangong Chiyue. I really should be damned for making senior sister Chiyue lose a precious item. This great favor, I have no way to repay. Senior sister Chiyue, rest assured, once I thoroughly comprehend the heavenly book, I will definitely secure a brilliant future for you, allowing you to attain immortality. Upon hearing Yi Chun's thoughts, Nangong Chiyue felt quite comforted and waved her jade hand. It's fine. Although the Fusang Divine Tree is precious, it cannot be compared to your life. Gu Shengge stored the Fusang Divine Tree, and, seeing Yi Chun and Nangong Chiyue being so close, his doubts deepened. From Yi Chun's self-introduction to Nangong Chiyue earlier, it was clear that this was their first meeting. Yet in such a short time, Nangong Chiyue had taken out the Fusang Divine Tree for Yi Chun. It seemed he had underestimated the peculiarities surrounding Yi Chun. Gu Shengge glanced at the cave, thinking that everything inside must have already been ruined by Yi Chun. So there was no need to go in again. It was better to return to Dozi Peak. The pressing matter now was to refine the Fusang Divine Tree as soon as possible and break through to the 3 divine infants. As for Yi Chun's matter, it could wait. As long as Gu Shengge produced 3 divine infants, even if Yi Chun could find a transformation stage celestial being as a backer, he would still be able to suppress him. What backer, what helper, all of that was empty. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. It seems we arrived late. Did we miss a good show? A clear voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, and the next moment, 2 figures silently appeared before them. It was Yang Huang and Yin Ho. As soon as Nangong Chiyue saw Yin Ho, she quickly cupped her hands in salute. Disciple greets master. Yin Ho smiled at her, her gaze falling on Yi Chun, a flicker of suspicion flashing in her eyes. She and Yang Huang had arrived early and witnessed the entire process. Her disciple had taken out the Fusang Divine Tree for a male disciple she had only known for a short time. If she said there was no problem with this, Yin Ho certainly wouldn't believe it. Originally, she wanted to capture Yi Chun to investigate his peculiarities, but was stopped by Yang Huang. Yang Huang also noticed Yi Chen's oddities, but he had more considerations. First, this Yi Chen was a disciple of Dantai Qing Xian, and this matter should be handled by her as the master. Second, Yi Chen had a conflict with Gu Shengge. Based on his understanding of this child, Yi Chen would undoubtedly die, so there was no need to waste thoughts on him. Kid, you returned, but didn't T inform our sect? What? Do you think I still have my eye on that little monkey wine of yours and are afraid to see me? Yang Huang teased Gu Shengge with a smile, not mentioning the conflict between him and Yi Chen. Gu Shengge was in a good mood at the moment and boldly replied, Uncle Mu, you speak as if I'm such a petty person. It's just monkey wine. I'll send you a few jars later. Yang Huang laughed. You said it. So I wanted to be polite. Just as the two were chatting happily, Yi Chen looked towards Yin Ho and communicated with the thought transmission system, asking it to add Yin Ho as a thought transmission recipient. Beep Yin Ho's cultivation has reached the first level of transformation stage, surpassing the host by 3 major realms. Addition failed. The maximum can only add cultivators at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage. Please increase the host cultivation. Yi Chen was taken aback. What? Then why was I able to add Dantai Qing Xian before? Beep, the first edition of Thought Transmission Recipient is not limited by cultivation level. Damn it. Why didn't you remind me? If I had known this, I would never have chosen Dantai Qing Xian, even if I were beaten to death. Yi Chen was completely broken, feeling that he had been severely tricked by the system, wasting a chance for unlimited addition and forced interference. Notijing Yi Chan's Gaze. Inho felt somewhat displeased and solemnly instructed Nangong Qiyue. Qiyue, you are the saintess and can only marry Daozi in the future. Don't lose your identity for someone you don't want to marry. I understand, Master. Nangong Qiyue was taken aback at first, then expressed that she understood. Her mood turning a bit low. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't care less about his anger and quickly transmitted thoughts to her. Senior sister Qiyue is so pitiful, being forced by Master to marry someone who plots against her. Just wait, give me a little time. I will never let you marry that villain Gu Shengge. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qiyue's mood gradually improved. Afterward, Inho took Nangong Qiyue and the others away, while Gu Shengge went with Yang Huang to his Daozi peak to get monkey wine. What Gu Shengge did not expect was that Dantai Qing Xian followed them as well. Once Yi Chen saw that everyone had left, he hurried to check on Su Yuwei and Lin Wanner. However, what he touched were 2 still warm corpses. Gu Shengge's heavy pupil light was not something 2 ants that hadn't even reached the Nascent Soul stage could withstand. The souls of Su Yuwei and Lin Wanner had been shattered, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Yi Chen angrily kicked their corpses, cursing incessantly. 2 useless trash. They couldn't even withstand a glance from Gu. They deserved to die. However, feeling the slight warmth remaining in Su Yuwei and Lin Wanner's bodies, Yi Chen's mind began to wander. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please give monthly tickets. End of this chapter, Chapter 15, Dantai Qing Xian, Rebellious Disciple. I want you to assist me in cultivation. On .To peak, the peaks are stacked and the spiritual energy swirls, standing like a throne in the Qian Kun Dao Sect, overlooking thousands of mountains, towering high, just slightly shorter than Tianqian Mountain. Inside the palace at the peak, Gu Shengge took out 3 jars of treasured monkey wine. The Sun Emperor sniffed the air, catching the unique aroma of the monkey wine, which instantly aroused his appetite. The sect had been craving this monkey wine for a long time, just waiting for your return to the sect. The Sun Emperor chuckled as he took the monkey wine, storing it in his purple mansion. The transformation of celestial being is divided into 5 small realms. 1 show, purple mansion, Yin God, Yang God, and Dharma aspect. The Sun Emperor is a celestial being in the purple mansion realm, nurturing a purple mansion cave within, with an endless supply of spiritual energy and many unknown miraculous uses. Shengge, I remind you that Yi Chen is quite peculiar and seems to possess the ability to deceive others. If you want to take action against him, you need to do it soon. Don't wait until he has become a significant threat. Before leaving, the Sun Emperor reminded Gu Shengge, who nodded, knowing this well, and certainly would not let Yi Chen live for too long. Watching the Sun Emperor leave, Gu Shengge turned to Dantai Qing Xian, who stood silently beside him holding a whisk. After sweeping his gaze over her stunningly beautiful yet expressionless face, he asked softly, Master, why don't you return to Qing Xian Peak to handle your new disciple? What brings you to To Peak? More than 2 months ago, I encountered Yi Chen on Lingyun Peak and heard his thoughts. He said he saw in a heavenly book that I would be broken by you, played with, and then abandoned, ending in a tragic fate. If I took him as my disciple, I could avoid this calamity. Upon hearing this, Dantai Qingxian's expression remained indifferent. She slightly parted her lips and explained Yi Qin's background and why she accepted him as a disciple in a declarative tone. After listening, Gu Shengge was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Dantai Qingxian to tell him this. However, if Dantai Qingxian could hear Yi Qin's thoughts, could it be that this is his divine ability? But with Yi Qin's meager cultivation, how could he possibly master such a divine ability? Even Buddhist and Taoist masters might not be able to succeed in cultivating it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Shengge, and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. Could it be a system? There are many types of systems, and the heart-voice system is one of them, although such systems mostly appear in female-oriented stories. The more Gu Shengge thought, the more he felt his guess was correct, which could also explain why the dual pupils saw through him, yet still had a sense of ambiguity. It was the system that was concealing him. Gu Shengge looked again at Dantai Qingxian and questioned, "Master, what is your purpose in telling me this? Do you want me to let Yi Qin go?" Dantai Qingxian shook her head. The reason she accepted Yi Qin as a disciple was merely an impulsive act. Afterward, she entered seclusion and was unaware of the filthy things Yi Qin did on Qingxian Peak. However, during her seclusion, a thought would involuntarily arise in her mind. The heartless path would be broken by Gu Shengge. This is the forced interference of the heart-voice system, affecting Dantai Qingxian's self-awareness. According to Yi Qin's calculations, as long as Dantai Qingxian knew her heartless path would be broken by Gu Shengge, in order to maintain her cultivation of the heartless path, she would inevitably eliminate Gu Shengge. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, because even when she was still immortal, Dantai Qingxian had a dream. She also wanted to have feelings like ordinary people. She wanted to smile brightly like her younger brother when he ate, and she wanted to cry bitterly like her older brother after their parents died, rather than being indifferent to everything, like a living dead person devoid of desires, joys, or sorrows, unable to do anything. However, as she practiced the supreme forgetting emotion path, she became more and more entrenched in the heartless path, unable to extricate herself. Knowing that Gu Shengge could break her heartless path, and under the forced interference of the heart-voice system, a desire that she had never experienced began to arise in Dantai Qingxian's heart. Dantai Qingxian looked at Gu Shengge and said softly, "I want you to assist me in cultivation and break my heartless path." She wanted Gu Shengge to help her cultivate and break the heartless path. Even if it meant becoming immortal, even if the outcome was tragic, she would still gladly accept it. Gu Shengge was quite puzzled upon hearing this. It should be known that Dantai Qingxian primarily practiced the heartless path. Once the heartless path was broken, her realm would drop, and her cultivation might scatter. No cultivator of the heartless path had ever actively sought someone to help them break their path. But the next second, the voluptuous Taoist woman spoke astonishingly, leaving Gu Shengge stunned. "If you're willing to help me break the heartless path, I will give you my original Yin from the Supreme Tao body. How about it?" "What?" Even Gu Shengge's composure was shaken by Dantai Qingxian's words. He stared at the voluptuous and cold Taoist woman in front of him, utterly astonished, even doubting whether he had misheard or was under an illusion. To break the heartless path, Dantai Qingxian even offered her original Yin. She was too crazy. Those who cultivate the heartless path are certainly not normal. Gu Shengge felt a bit overwhelmed. But while he was shocked, the Supreme Tao body is a top-tier physique that aligns with the Tao, and Dantai Qingxian's original Yin is a precious item, a top treasure for assisting in cultivation. Such a treasure should not be refused. Gu Shengge suppressed his shock and looked at Dantai Qingxian with his dual pupils, his gaze sweeping over the voluptuous Taoist woman's figure. Smiling, "Since this is your request, Master, I naturally want to refuse. However, assisting you in breaking the heartless path is no easy task, as difficult as transcending tribulations to become an immortal. Just the original Yin from the Supreme Tao body isn't enough. Speak up, what else do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you." Dantai Qingxian, unconcerned about gains and losses, was willing to give whatever Gu Shengge wanted as long as he could assist her in cultivation. Unexpectedly, Gu Shengge stepped forward, directly embracing Dantai Qingxian's voluptuous body, the elegant and pleasant fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He leaned down and whispered in the cold Taoist woman's ear, "I want you to be my furnace to assist me in cultivation." Gu Shengge knew the difference between being stuffed and feeling full. However, Dantai Qingxian agreed without a second thought. She had already offered her original Yin, so becoming a furnace was also acceptable. Seeing her agree so readily, Gu Shengge was not ambiguous either. He wrapped his other arm around the cold Taoist woman's beautiful leg and lifted Dantai Qingxian in a princess carry, bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Then I want to be polite. With that, Gu Shengge carried Dantai Qingxian and walked toward the bedroom with a smile. On the other side, after the Sun Emperor returned to Tianqian Mountain, he summoned an elder and handed a jar of monkey wine to him, instructing, "Take this jar of monkey wine to the Lingxiao sword sect, and say, it is a small gift from our sect's Daozi to the wine and sword immortal." "Yes, sect master." The elder took the monkey wine and left Tianqian Mountain. The Sun Emperor raised his eyes to look outside the hall, lost in thought. Nowadays, talents are emerging in the Qian Kun domain, and each major sect has young leaders among the younger generation. They are all young Yuan infants. And with the emergence of the wine and sword immortal from the Lingxiao sword sect, could it be that a golden age is upon us? I hope that in this grand era, our Qian Kun Dao sect can still thrive for eternity and stand tall. P.S. Dear readers, if there are any plot points that seem off, please point them out quickly, so I can modify and avoid them. End of this chapter, Chapter 16, The Hidden Boss. Dantai Qingxian and the Great Luck Technique. Time flies like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On Daizi Peak, deep within the palace at the summit, two figures intertwine, merging like heaven and earth, like a dragon and phoenix in harmony, indistinguishable from one another. The rhythm of yin and yang permeates the air, and the sounds of the Tao reverberate, echoing like thunder. After an unknown amount of time, the two figures gradually separate, spiritual light retracting, illusions fading, and the sounds of the Tao dissipating. As the dual cultivation concludes, Gu Shengge slowly opens his eyes, his dual pupils shimmering with strange sights, a figure with a human face and a bird body, with green snakes dangling from its ears, and two green snake shadows flickering beneath its feet. It is indeed the Xianming divine infant. The power of the supreme Tao body's primordial yin far exceeds Gu Shengge's imagination. In their first dual cultivation, he has benefited immensely. Since Dantai Qingxuan's Tao foundation is the Taiyin Xianpin, coupled with the supreme primordial yin, Gu Shengge effortlessly transforms the holy pill representing the Xianming ancestor, which into a divine infant using the power of the Taiyin. As his dual pupils regain clarity, Gu Shengge looks at Dantai Qingxian, who has also awakened. Her handsome face breaks into a faint smile as she softly inquires, "Master, how do you feel?" Dantai Qingxian reflects on the unique sensations brought about by their dual cultivation, an experience she has never had before. After a moment, the cold and elegant Taoist slightly parts her lips, her tone as indifferent as ever. Although it is quite novel, it shouldn't be related to breaking my master's emotionless Tao. No, it is related, and significantly so. Gu Shengge patiently explains to Dantai Qingxian. Although Dantai Qingxian is naturally emotionless and desireless, it is merely an exaggeration. Only the dead are truly emotionless and desireless. Compared to ordinary people, Dantai Qingxuan's emotional desires are extremely low, almost non-existent. To put it simply, if an ordinary person's emotional desire is 10, then Dantai Qingxuan's is merely 0. 01. Since Gu Shengge aims to break her emotionless Tao, he naturally needs to develop the extremely thin emotional desires within Dantai Qingxian. The so-called human desires are endless. And once one tastes the marrow, they crave more. The most primitive desires can often evoke the maximum emotional response from a being. After hearing Gu Shengge's explanation, Dantai Qingxian seems to grasp it, but is indifferent due to her extremely low emotional desires. To her, as long as she follows Gu Shengge's methods, that is sufficient. Seeing the cold and elegant Taoist's indifferent expression, Gu Shengge shows a helpless look. The road ahead is long and arduous. It seems breaking this emotionless Tao isn't going to be easy. Master, from now on, you should reside here on Daizi Peak. It will also facilitate our emotional cultivation. Dantai Qingxian lightly nods and then closes her eyes again, resuming her silent meditation. Looking at the cold and elegant Taoist who immediately returns to cultivation. Gu Shengge is at a loss for words. To be honest, he feels that Dantai Qingxian is less like a person and more like a puppet that needs to be controlled. If he doesn't issue commands to her, she could continue cultivating and meditating indefinitely, only emerging when she needs to replenish her spiritual stone resources. Being emotionless and desireless is truly pitiful. Just as Gu Shengge finishes his lamentation, a flash of insight strikes him. If Dantai Qingxian wants to break her emotionless Tao, she cannot continue cultivating the supreme, forgetting emotion Tao classic, as that would only make her more emotionless. Realizing this, Gu Shengge quickly awakens the cold and elegant Taoist master. You can no longer cultivate the supreme, forgetting emotion, Tao Classic. Please give me the original Tao Classic, and I'll replace it with a new technique. Okay. Dantai Qingxian takes out the original Tao Classic from her purple mansion. Wait, the purple mansion? Gu Shengge looks at the cold and elegant Taoist in astonishment. When did you break through to the transformation god level? I forgot. Dantai Qingxian replies indifferently, as if breaking through to the transformation god level is of no concern to her. Gu Shengge is stunned. No wonder her primordial yin is so powerful. She is actually at the transformation god level. Previously, he had thought she was at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage based on the introduction from the Yang Huang sect leader. But it turns out his master has been hiding her cultivation. This is truly a hidden big shot. Master, since you've broken through, why didn't you report it to the sect? Dantai Qingxian replies, no one asked me. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge is left speechless. Goodness, usually, everyone calls you true monarch Qingxian, thinking you are a nascent soul, true monarch, but now you tell me you are at the transformation god level. What's going on? If someone else breaks through to the transformation god level, they would throw a grand banquet. Yet you didn't tell anyone. Aren't your enemies going to be caught off guard? Gu Shengge continues to ask, so, Master, what is your current realm? Dantai Qingxian senses her state slightly and casually replies, complete law form. Gu Shengge gasps in shock. Wait, how long has it been since Dantai Qingxian entered the Tao? She can't even be 100 years old yet. And she has already completed the 5 levels of transformation god and reached complete law form. The cultivation speed of the supreme Tao body is terrifying. After the shock, Gu Shengge feels a wave of joy. Having a complete law form transformation god as a furnace will greatly enhance his own cultivation in the future. How could he not be happy? Before the new technique comes out, Master, please refrain from cultivating for the time being. If you feel bored, you can. Gu Shengge was about to suggest that Dantai Qingxian seek out familiar Taoist friends for discussions, but then realizes she has hardly any friends in the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Apart from a few disciples, there's only the ancestor who is still in closed-door cultivation. Thinking about it, Dantai Qingxian is quite pitiful. As a mortal, she lost both parents, was abandoned by her siblings, and her husband's family was wiped out by bandits. Even after coming to the Qian Kun Dao Sect, she cultivates alone, and the few disciples she accepted were forced upon her, showing her no concern. Perhaps Dantai Qingxian does not know what loneliness is. She remains solitary, yet evokes sympathy. Then, Gu Shengge shifts the topic and smiles. Master, how about I take you to the mortal world for a stroll? After all, the warmth of human life is the most comforting to mortals. Dantai Qingxian nods. Gu Shengge tells her to wait a moment, and he will be ready soon. Gu Shengge's mind sinks into his sea of consciousness, connecting with the creation jade plate, preparing to deduce a supreme emotion Tao classic, while ensuring that Dantai Qingxian's cultivation remains intact and her realm does not decline. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touches the creation jade plate, hundreds of characters float up, revealing a secret technique called Great Luck Technique. This is a heavenly technique that the creation jade plate deduced after refining the villain system, enhancing itself by plundering the fate and luck of the Son of Destiny. The creation jade plate imparts the intricacies of the Great Luck Technique to Gu Shengge. In an instant, he masters this heavenly technique. Once the Great Luck Technique is deployed, it can plunder the luck of living beings, causing them to experience misfortune and calamities. If a cultivator has their luck stolen, it will trigger 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Any slight carelessness could lead to death and loss of the Tao. It can also enhance oneself. Those with deep luck can cultivate as if assisted by the divine, finding treasures while walking, and their enemies' attacks will miss entirely. Moreover, it can bestow luck upon others, allowing them to enjoy blessings, turning misfortune into good fortune, and bringing continuous good luck. The colors of luck vary, with gold being the most precious, followed by red, purple, blue, white being ordinary, and gray and black indicating poor luck. When Gu Shengge uses the Great Luck Technique to glimpse his own luck, he nearly blinds himself. It is so golden, with not a single speck of color. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 17. Dantai Qingxian was in tears, feeling very distressed. The golden luck fell like a canopy, enveloping Gu Shengge, resembling a true dragon circling around him, its richness hard to describe. Of course, this luck was not fixed. At this moment, Gu Shengge was indeed at his peak. After receiving the Great Luck Technique, Gu Shengge used the Creation Jade Plate, based on the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Dao-To, to deduce the Supreme Emotion Dao-To. Dantai Qingxuan Supreme Forgetting Emotion Dao-To was also not the complete version, but a fragment given to her by the Taoist ancestor, which could only be cultivated to the level of refining the void at most. It seemed it would take some time. Gu Shengge looked at the slowly deducing Creation Jade Plate, estimating it would take about 1 or 2 months to complete the deduction. Mentioning techniques, he also thought of his own Divine Sky, Thunder Punishment Universe, Tao, Calamity, True Classic, although it was a top-tier Thunder technique. With the emergence of the Xianming Divine Infant, this Thunder Classic had already become incompatible with him. Gu Shengge felt the need to deduce a new technique that must align with the 12 ancestral, which divine infants within him, leaving his mind from the sea of consciousness. Gu Shengge looked at Dantai Qingxian, feeling somewhat curious. Logically speaking, Dantai Qingxian had very low desires, almost emotionless. What was she living for? Master, since you were emotionless, what do you live for? Gu Shengge couldn't help but ask. Dantai Qingxian fell silent. In fact, she also didn't know why she was alive, only vaguely remembering a pair of kind-looking men and women who held her with their warm palms, as if telling her to live well. They also said, what did they say? Why can't she remember? Dantai Qingxian suddenly looked up, her expression still cold, her eyes filled with confusion. It seemed she had forgotten something very important. What could it be? It felt so uncomfortable. Why were her cheeks wet? From Gu Shengge's perspective, he saw his master suddenly look up and then cry, tears streaming down like rain. However, Dantai Qingxian seemed completely unaware, just looking at him blankly, with no trace of sadness in her eyes, as if it was not her who was crying. Gu Shengge showed surprise and reminded her, Master, you are crying. Hearing this, Dantai Qingxian raised her hand to gently touch her face, looking at the tears on her fingers, feeling puzzled. Is this what tears are? But why am I crying? It was the first time she had cried since birth, but Dantai Qingxian did not understand why she was crying. A feeling that was hard to describe, yet made her feel very uncomfortable, surged in her heart. What is this? Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Dantai Qingxian looked at Gu Shengge, and although she was crying, her tone remained indifferent. Seeing the cold and beautiful Taoist nun with tears streaming down her face, yet not knowing why she felt uncomfortable, Gu Shengge felt pity and increasingly thought Dantai Qingxian was pitiful. The emotionless path was indeed not something a person should practice. Gu Shengge embraced Dantai Qingxian gently, comforting her softly. It's sadness. Sadness makes you uncomfortable and makes you cry. Master, let out. Cry will make you feel better. Dantai Qingxian, feeling that strange discomfort in her heart, murmured in Gu Shengge's embrace. So this is sadness. But why am I sad? Who were those two figures? My parents? But didn't they often call me a worthless thing? Who am I? Without reason, this doubt emerged in Dantai Qingxuan's mind. Gu Shengge keenly sensed that his master was a bit off, as if she had been stimulated, and her emotional fluctuations were slowly rising. Could it be that I triggered her emotional sensitivity? But I just asked her what she lived for. Could that make her break down? Just as Gu Shengge was comforting his weeping, emotionless master, a delicate and angry voice suddenly rang out, echoing in his ears. Gu Shengge, get out here. Hearing this, Gu Shengge frowned slightly, wondering who was so bold as to cause trouble here. Glancing at the cold and beautiful Taoist nun in his arms, who had gradually stopped crying, Gu Shengge leaned down to kiss the corner of her eye, instructing her to stay put. He would be back soon. Outside Daozi Peak, a tall figure hovered in the air, with long hair flowing and dressed in white, looking like a celestial being in the sky. A streak of silver lightning flew from the peak, landing in front of the white-clad figure. Threads of lightning surrounded her. As Gu Shengge, in his red robe, raised his eyes to look at the white-clad woman, recognizing her and then questioning in a deep voice, Sister Wu, may I ask what brings you to Daozi Peak? The visitor was indeed Dantai Qingxuan's eldest disciple, Wu Xuanyi, who had reached the late Golden Core stage and was among the top core disciples, respected as Xianyuan Fairy by the Taoist sect. If it were anyone else daring to act recklessly at Daozi Peak, Gu Shengge would have slapped them away long ago. But Wu Xuanyi was different. She had a slight grace of imparting teachings to him. When Gu Shengge joined Qingxian Peak, after Dantai Qingxian discarded the Qi cultivation method, she went into seclusion and completely ignored his well-being. Although Wu Xuanyi also disapproved of having male cultivators on Qingxian Peak, she still taught him for a period of time out of her status as the eldest sister. Considering this small grace of impartation, Gu Shengge could barely tolerate her rudeness. Upon seeing Gu Shengge, Wu Xuanyi's beautiful face flushed with anger as she questioned loudly, "Why did you kill Yue and Wan'er and desecrate their bodies? They're your senior sisters. You are even worse than a beast." The reason Wu Xuanyi came to trouble Gu Shengge was that not long ago, after completing a sect mission, she rushed back to the sect, only to find Qingxian Peak deserted. Based on the spiritual message left by Yi Chun, Wu Xuanyi went to Saint's Peak, where she learned from Yi Chun that Gu Shengge indiscriminately killed Su Yue and Lin Wan'er and desecrated their bodies. Yi Chun was afraid Gu Shengge would kill him too, so he moved from Qingxian Peak to Saint's Peak. At first, Wu Xuanyi didn't believe it, but under Yi Chun's persuasion and after seeing the desecrated bodies of her junior sisters, she went mad. Wu Xuanyi glared at Gu Shengge, a spirit weapon-long sword appearing in her hand, driven by rage as she stabbed towards Gu Shengge without further ado, determined to make Gu Shengge pay for Su Yue and Lin Wan'er. Clang! Gu Shengge quickly raised his hand, easily pinching the sword's edge with 2 fingers, not moving an inch. Although he didn't know what Wu Xuanyi was talking about, seeing her so ungrateful, Gu Shengge didn't intend to indulge her. A tremendous pressure erupted from his body, surging like a tidal wave, crushing towards Wu Xuanyi. Boom! In an instant, Wu Xuanyi felt as if she had been crushed by a giant rhinoceros, her face showing fear, every bone in her body shattered, her internal organs displaced. A mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth, and her body smashed towards a nearby mountain like a meteor. With a loud crash, the entire mountain collapsed, burying Wu Xuanyi under countless stones. Gu Shengge looked down at the collapsed mountain with a hint of disdain in his double pupils, letting out a cold snort. Oof. Asking for trouble. However, Gu Shengge absolutely did not believe that Wu Xuanyi's sudden visit was without Yi Chun's scheming involved. He had originally planned to deal with that guy after refining the Fusang Divine Wood. Now it seemed there was no need to wait. Yi Chun was not worthy of living any longer. P.S. Please support with rewards. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 18. Xiao Yin's justification and Gu Daozi's threat at Saint's Peak. At the peak of Saint's Peak, beside the sky pool, Yi Chun accompanied Nangong Qiyu, admiring the snow lotus by the pool. Xiao Yin followed closely behind them, never leaving a step away, keeping a vigilant eye on Yi Chun's back. Junior brother Yi, you seem a bit distracted. Is it because of junior sister Su and the others? Nangong Qiyu noticed Yi Chun's absent-mindedness and gently inquired. However, just mentioning Su Yue made her expression not so good. She never expected Gu Shengge to be so despicable. Killing his fellow disciples was one thing, but to humiliate the bodies of the 2 junior sisters was simply worse than a beast. She had truly been blind to have liked Gu Shengge in the past. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun naturally would not miss any opportunity to tarnish Gu Shengge's reputation. He sighed. Alas, I thought senior brother Gu only hated me for occupying his cave, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Not only did he kill senior sister Su and senior sister Lin, but he also turned their bodies into puppets to scare me, and even threw them into my cave. Senior brother Gu has gone too far. However, as soon as Yi Chun finished slandering, Xiao Yin couldn't help but retort angrily. You are talking nonsense. Gu Daozi is not that kind of person. Xiao Yin couldn't believe that Gu Daozi would do such inhumane things. It was obvious that Yi Chun was framing him. Seeing Xiao Yin rebut him, Yi Chun felt displeased and cursed silently. Damn, this little brat, just wait. Once I conquer Nangong Qiyu, I'll have her expel you from Saint's Peak. At that time, I'll definitely make you pay. At the same time, Yi Chun did not forget to send his thoughts to Nangong Qiyu. Why does Xiao Yin have such malice towards me? Is it because she found out I discovered her secretly passing messages to senior brother Gu? Alas, the heavenly book says that it was Xiao Yin's betrayal that led to senior sister Qiyu's failed escape and ultimately being sacrificed to the evil god by senior brother Gu. After hearing this, Nangong Qiyu suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yin, her pretty face showing astonishment. Xiao Yin would betray her? Impossible. If it were someone else, Nangong Qiyu might believe they would betray her, but how could Xiao Yin betray her? They had grown up together as sisters. When they were still mortals, Xiao Yin's mother was Nangong Qiyu's wet nurse. They were raised on the same milk, and their relationship was extremely close. Even as they grew up, they would still sleep together, unable to bear to be apart. Originally, Xiao Yin's cultivation talent was not enough, and Nangong Qiyu, unwilling to separate, brought her to Qian Kun Dao Sect, taking care of her daily needs and sharing spirit stone resources with her. By emotions and reason, Xiao Yin would never betray her. But thinking of what the heavenly book said, Nangong Qiyu hesitated again. During this time, she learned a lot from Yi Chen's thoughts and gained many opportunities from the heavenly book, increasingly believing in what it said. Seeing her saintess looking over, Xiaoyan's momentum instantly diminished, but she still bravely confronted Yi Chen. Yi Chen, since you say Gu Daozi turned the two junior sisters from Qing Xian Peak into puppets, where's the evidence? Or do you think you can just convict Gu Daozi with your words? What use are the punishment hall and the law elders then? After being retorted by Xiaoyan, Yi Chen immediately put on an innocent act, biting his lip and adopting a small woman's posture. Sister Qiyu, can you manage Xiaoyan? I didn't mean to slander senior brother Gu. I just, Xiaoyan, have I spoiled you too much? How dare you speak like that? Be quiet. Nangong Qiyu's expression instantly darkened as she sternly reprimanded, forcibly silencing Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan bit her silver teeth, no longer speaking, but still glaring at Yi Chen hatefully. How detestable! This eloquent, scheming, shameless bastard. While Yi Chen maintained his innocent appearance, he cast a provocative glance at Xiaoyan. Little brat, you still want to compete with me? I just applied a little trick, and your saintess fell for it. Let us see how I play with you. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to press his advantage and continue to manipulate Nangong Qiyu with his thoughts, a terrifying pressure, heavy as Mount Tai, descended from the sky, suppressing Saintess Peak. Whoosh! Saintess Peak erupted with a wave of energy fluctuations, but fortunately, the protective array was activated in time, enveloping the entire Saintess Peak and keeping this overwhelming pressure at bay. Nangong Qiyu and the others looked up at the sky, where a figure in a red robe stood tall in the azure sky. Silver lightning swirling around him like waterfalls, with a destructive aura spreading, resembling a supreme thunder emperor descending into the world, looking down upon all beings. Nangong Qiyu, hand Yi Chen over to me. The voice filled with anger echoed through the heavens, resonating throughout Qian Kun Dao Sect. Countless disciples and elders were startled, instinctively releasing their divine sense to see what was happening. Seeing Gu Shengge arrive, Yi Chen felt secretly pleased. It seemed that Wu Xianyi was in serious trouble. In fact, he had deliberately driven Wu Xianyi to trouble Gu Shengge, provoking her to anger him, which would then lead to her being killed by Gu Shengge. This way, he could report to the punishment hall that Gu Shengge had killed his fellow junior sister. Even if Gu Shengge was the Daozi, he would surely not escape punishment. It would be best if he could directly cripple his cultivation and expel him from Qian Kun Dao Sect. The only regret for Yi Chen was that he had not yet tasted Wu Xianyi's flavor. Gu Shengge looked down at the three by the sky pool, his gaze sweeping past Nangong Qiyu and landing on Yi Chen. The flicker of light in his heavy pupils revealed that he could see this guy was secretly pleased, and he could guess what he was happy about without much thought. Nangong Qiyu did not expect Gu Shengge to suddenly attack. She was just about to speak when she saw Yi Chen impatiently jump out. Senior brother Gu, where's senior sister Wu? I remember senior sister Wu went to find you to inquire about the deaths of senior sister Su and the others. Why didn't she come with you? Did you kill senior sister Wu? Killing fellow disciples is a serious crime. Senior brother Gu, you are so cruel. Why don't you surrender and await the punishment from the punishment hall? Yi Chen thought he could convict Gu Shengge with just a few words. The onlookers were all stunned, thinking the same thing. This Yi Chen must be a fool. How could he think to convict the Daozi? Not to mention that Gu Daozi was already a nascent soul, true monarch. Even if he were just a Daozi, he could exercise some authority of the sect leader to execute errant disciples without issue. Gu Shengge frowned slightly. Yi Chen was barking nonsensically even when facing death. Is this your last words? After I kill you, I will explain everything to the punishment hall, so you don't have to worry about it. After saying this, Gu Shengge didn't wait for Nangong Qiyu to voluntarily hand over Yi Chen. He raised his hand, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, transforming it into endless thunder, condensing a gigantic silver thunder hand that blotted out the sky, crushing towards Saintess Peak. What? Feeling the might of the silver thunder hand, Nangong Qiyu's pretty face showed shock. She didn't expect Gu Shengge to act so impulsively, especially within the sect. With no time to think, she immediately formed a hand seal to control the protective array, attempting to resist Gu Shengge's attack, while not forgetting to instruct Yi Chen, junior brother Yi. There is a teleportation array in Ziling Palace leading outside the sect. Gu Shengge is here with ill intent. He must want to take your life. Don't worry about me. Run quickly. The teleportation array in Ziling Palace was established for Nangong Qiyu to conveniently visit the mundane world. But now it had become Yi Chen's chance to escape. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Into this chapter, Chapter 19. The death of Xiao Lian, Nangong Qiyue, is heartbroken. No, senior sister Qiyue, I can't leave. Since Brother Gu is here to cause trouble for me, how can I abandon senior sister and escape alone? Even if I die today, I will never drag senior sister down. Yichun firmly expressed his intention to stand with Nangong Qiyue, but his legs were trembling uncontrollably, while Xiao Lian beside him looked at him with disdain. What do you mean by standing with our holy maiden? You clearly don't know where the teleportation array is and are just waiting for our holy maiden to tell you. In contrast, Nangong Qiyue looked touched and immediately instructed Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian, take Yishidi away and ensure he leaves Daozong safely. Yishidi, you don't have to worry about me. Although Gu Shengge is a Daozi, I'm also a holy maiden. He wouldn't dare to kill me. In the sky, Gu Shengge saw Nangong Qiyue trying to stop him and said indifferently, while gently pressing his palm. The power of heaven and earth transformed into a silver thunderous hand that quickly suppressed towards the holy maiden peak, like the hand of the heavens punishing the mortal world. Everything tangible and intangible was crushed into nothingness under the thunderous hand, with booming sounds echoing in all directions, resounding through the clouds. Seeing the thunderous hand coming fiercely and about to strike down, Yichun dared not delay any longer and turned to look at Xiao Lian. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lian pretended to be weak, directly falling to the ground, her face pale and showing a terrified expression, completely ignoring Yichun. Damn, this useless wench. Scared by that Gu. Seeing this, Yichun cursed inwardly. Why is this Xiao Lian always against him? If he had known, he would have included her as a heart voice transmitter. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Boom. At the moment the protective formation of the peak collided with the thunderous hand, a colossal sound reverberated through Daozong, even startling the ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years. Although the protective formation of the Holy Maiden Peak could withstand attacks from Yuanying true monarchs, Gu Shengge's strike had far exceeded that of an ordinary Yuanying powerhouse. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sound arose, and the energy shield formed by the protective formation appeared like glass, developing countless cracks. With a bang, it shattered into countless spiritual lights. Puff! The formation was broken, and Nangong Qiyue's mana was in chaos as she spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, suffering injuries on the spot. Seeing that the formation could not withstand Gu Shengge, Nangong Qiyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, braced herself, and flew into the sky, intending to block Gu Shengge. Xiao Lian saw her holy maiden getting injured but still thinking about protecting Yichun, and she was furious. She stopped pretending and suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with rage, glaring fiercely at Yichun, angrily scolding. It's all because of you, Yi. If it weren't for you, how could the Holy Maiden have a conflict with Daozi Gu? What kind of poison did you pour into the Holy Maiden's ear to cause her such suffering? You wench, shut up and quickly take me to Xiling Palace. Get me out of here. While Nangong Qiyue was fighting Gu Shengge in the sky, Yichun also stopped pretending. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian, in her fury, felt excited. This guy finally revealed his true colors. She knew someone like Yichun, who slandered Daozi Gu, cannot be a good person. You dream. Want to escape from Daozong? Unless you step over my corpse. Saying this, a long whip-like magical artifact appeared in Xiao Lian's hand, swinging and striking towards Yichun. In Xiao Lian's view, the conflict between Daozi Gu and the Holy Maiden arose because of Yichun. He must have incited the Holy Maiden, leading to her opposition to Daozi. As long as she captured Yichun and handed him over to Daozi Gu, it would surely ease the relationship between Daozi and the Holy Maiden. Definitely. Swish. Just as Xiao Lian was fantasizing about her Holy Maiden reconciling with Daozi Gu, a brilliant sword light suddenly burst forth, its sharpness seeming capable of splitting heaven and earth, instantly piercing through Xiao Lian, with blood gushing forth, splitting her body in two. Yichun dispersed the fragments of the heavenly sword's spirit talisman, just preparing to mock the dying Xiao Lian a few words when a cry of pain rang out from above. No! In midair, Nangong Qiyue saw Xiao Lian being slashed in half and screamed in despair, an indescribable sorrow surging in her heart. Her already severely injured body spat out another mouthful of reverse blood, like a bird with broken wings, falling from the sky. Yichun did not expect Nangong Qiyue to notice what was happening on his side and see him attack Xiao Lian, instantly panicking. Because the heart voice transmission system was not omnipotent, if the heart voice transmitter was subjected to great stimulation, they could potentially break free from the heart voice's influence. Although Yichun was unsure whether Nangong Qiyue would break free, he did not dare to take the risk. He regretted being so impulsive and that he should not have used the heavenly sword talisman. There was no time to think further. Yichen took out a teleportation talisman and intended to crush it to escape the Holy Maiden Peak. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce cold wind blew in, not giving Yichen a chance to crush the talisman, instantly freezing him into an ice block. A voluptuous figure appeared. It was Dan Tai Qingxian. Before arriving at Holy Maiden Peak, Gu Shengge had summoned Dan Tai Qingxian, instructing her to capture Yichen if he attempted to escape. Dan Tai Qingxian looked at the frozen Yichen with a cold expression, unmoved by his heart voice transmissions. Xiaolian, Xiaolian. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqi struggled to rise from the ground, covered in dust, looking disheveled. She limped towards the dying Xiaolian, regardless of the blood staining her spiritual robe, and picked up half of Xiaolian's body, heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto Xiaolian's pale cheeks. Xiaolian, don't be afraid. Sister will save you. Sister will definitely be able to save you. Nan Gongqi, with her hair disheveled, carefully fed Xiaolian healing pills while choked up, repeating that she would save her. Perhaps the healing pills were effective. Xiaolian, after hearing Nan Gongqi's voice, struggled to open her eyes. She looked at Nan Gongqi's tear-stained face, which was also smudged with some dust and tears mixed with dirt, making her look unpretty. The lady loves to be beautiful the most, always like this since childhood. She can't get dirty. This thought popped into Xiaolian's mind, and she instinctively wanted to raise her right hand, but realized she had lost sensation. Only then did she notice half of her body not far away. So I was cut in half, Xiaolian thought, and could only awkwardly raise her left hand to wipe the dust and tears from Nan Gongqi's face. She slightly tugged at her lips, smiling. Lady, don't cry. If you cry more, you won't be pretty anymore. Woo-woo. Xiaolian, hold on. Sister will take you to Wanyao Peak. Sister will have them get you the pills to restore your body, sister. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqi grasped Xiaolian's hand, pleading with her to hold on. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Lady, it's okay. I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want you, lady, to be deceived by Yichen again. He is not a good person. Xiaolian smiled and shook her head, the effects of the medicine gradually fading, her speech becoming intermittent. She, not afraid of death, only worried that after she was gone, there would be no one beside the lady to guard against that Yichen. Lady, you must take good care of yourself in the future. Don't be deceived again. Xiaolian doesn't blame you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaolian's hand fell heavily, and there was no more movement. Xiaolian, don't die. I don't believe Yichen anymore. I don't believe his heart voice anymore. I don't believe in the heavenly book anymore. Please don't die. Nan Gongqi sensed Xiaolian's breath growing weaker, sobbing uncontrollably, pleading with Xiaolian not to die. They clearly agreed to be good sisters for a lifetime, never leaving each other. It was her fault. She shouldn't have believed Yichen's heartfelt words, shouldn't have brought Yichen to the Saintess Peak, shouldn't have trusted Xiaolian to betray her, and even more so, shouldn't have given Yichen the heavenly sword talisman. She caused Xiaolian's death. She caused the death of her only sister. Sister. Nan Gongqi held the lifeless Xiaolian in her arms, her heart aching deeply, as she spat out another mouthful of reverse blood, staining her clothes red. She regretted it. P.S. Seeking rewards. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 20. Suppressing the heart voice system. Searching for soul yetching. Gu Shengge descended from the sky, his imposing aura gradually receding. His gaze fell on the lifeless Xiaolian, a hint of regret surfacing in his dual-colored pupils. He knew Xiaolian quite well. She was a lively girl with a hint of innocence, loyal to Nan Gongqi, always trying to matchmake between herself and Nan Gongqi. Unfortunately, such a good girl died because of Nan Gongqi's foolishness. Gu Shengge sighed, then turned to look at Yichen, who was frozen by Dan Tai Qingxian, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Frozen, Yichen saw Gu Shengge closing in and, with no way out, he continuously transmitted heart voices to Nan Gongqi. Senior Sister Qi, I didn't kill Xiaolian on purpose. The heavenly book said Xiaolian would ambush you during your battle with Senior Brother Gu. I just wanted to stop her. I didn't expect the heavenly sword talisman you gave me to be so powerful, accidentally killing her. Senior Sister Qi, don't be sad. The heavenly book has a method to revive people. I will definitely help you bring Xiaolian back. Is it really impossible to escape death today? Well, let us just consider it as paying for Xiaolian's life. I hope senior sister Qiyue can see through senior brother Gu's true colors in the future and not repeat the mistakes in the heavenly book. This series of heart voices poured into Nangong Qiyue's mind, trying to seduce her again. But now, her mind was filled with the image of Yeqing using the heavenly sword talisman she gave him to kill her sister, who grew up with her and shared the same milk. She completely ignored Yeqing's heart voices. The holy maiden of a Dao sect had a vacant look in her eyes, tightly holding Xiao Lian's lifeless body. Her tears already dried, leaving 2 streaks on her face, her cracked lips repeatedly murmuring the same phrase. Xiao Lian, sister was wrong. It was sister who harmed you. Sister is sorry for you. Seeing Nangong Qiyue unmoved, Yeqing cursed in his heart. Damn, is it really necessary to be this sad over a dead maid? It's not like her parents died. As Gu Shengge approached him, Yeqing had no choice but to seek help from the heart voice system. System, hurry up and save me. I don't want to die. But what Yeqing never expected was Ding detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis. The system is beginning to detach. Please seek your own blessings. The heart voice system decisively abandoned Yeqing. After all, it was a parasitic host, and if one host was lost, it would just find another. It didn't want to be eliminated along with him. Although it didn't understand why the villain system would be eliminated by Gu Shengge. This lowly being from the lower realm, the heart voice system didn't want to share the same fate. Before being discovered by Gu Shengge, it chose to escape in advance. When Yeqing heard the system's response, he was completely dumbfounded. His own system actually abandoned him? How could this be possible? He was a traveler from Blue Star. Wasn't he the system supposed to be his exclusive cheat? Why would it abandon him? In the next moment, a minuscule pink light particle, undetectable even by divine sense, immediately separated from the back of Yeqing's head. Just as the pink light particle was about to escape into the void, an ancient, cracked jade disc suddenly appeared, releasing a mysterious and unfathomable fluctuation that instantly suppressed the heart voice system and captured it within the jade disc. Want to run? Dream on, Gu Shengge said coldly, his dual pupils flashing with golden light. He had been watching Yeqing's every move for a long time. Although divine sense couldn't detect the heart voice system, it was utterly exposed before his dual pupils. The creation jade disc returned to Gu Shengge's body, and Yeqing lost contact with the heart voice system. System, where are you? Come out. I can't live without you. Don't abandon me. Yeqing frantically called out for the heart voice system, but got no response, causing his mental defenses to collapse completely. He couldn't understand why. As a traveler and the destined child, he was supposed to embrace the holy maiden on the left and the demoness on the right. Why he ended up in such a situation? This isn't real. Absolutely not real. Yeqing couldn't believe it. How could this be the fantasy of his immortal cultivation life? He must be dreaming. Gu Shengge noticed Yeqing's emotional fluctuations were very frequent, and disdain flashed across his dual pupils as he mocked. Is this it? Truly useless. Those who rely on systems will eventually be abandoned by them. The title of host destined the likes of Yeqing to this fate. Gu Shengge raised his hand, silver lightning flickering, intending to directly kill Yeqing, but an old voice suddenly echoed, stopping his action. Young man Gu, don't be hasty. Instead of killing him like this, why not hand him over to me? Let me search his soul first. A figure in gray appeared before Gu Shengge and the others, with white hair and youthful features. His eyes were murky and lackluster, appearing extremely old, yet the old man's strength far exceeded Gu Shenge's imagination. The old man was the founder of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, a powerful cultivator of the refining void realm, Master Qian. The refining void realm is divided into 3 stages: Dao True, Returning 1, and Enlightenment. Master Qian was a great cultivator of the Returning 1 stage, having refined the Dao to truth, all laws returning to one, and his internal purple mansion had transformed from illusory, small secret realm into a real small world. Gu Shengge, Dantai Qingxian, and the elders and peak masters hiding around to watch all appeared, bowing to Master Qian, calling out, "Long live the ancestor." Master Qian smiled and nodded. He looked at the soul-dejected Nangong Qiyue, sighed, and said gently, "Nangong girl, don't be sad anymore. Although your maid has died, I have intervened and preserved a trace of her remaining soul. She still has a chance of revival." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qiyue suddenly looked at Master Qian, her vacant eyes glimmering with hope as a trace of soul light appeared in the old man's hand. Feeling the familiar sensation from the soul light, Nangong Qiyue burst into tears of joy. Great! Xiaoyan still has a chance. Gu Shengge was not surprised by this. The means of the refining Void Master had reached a new level. Reviving someone who had just died and whose soul was intact was not particularly difficult. Earlier, when Gu Shengge returned home, he thought about collecting his parents' souls and asking Master Chunxiao to revive them. However, since Xiao Yin was struck by the heavenly sword talisman, her soul was severely damaged, leaving only this trace of residual soul, making the chance of revival extremely slim. Nangong Qiyue also thought of this problem. After a moment of silence, she took the trace of soul light from the old man's hand, then took out a soul-nurturing jade from her storage ring, carefully merging it with the jade, nurturing it gently. Even if she couldn't revive Xiao Yin, Nangong Qiyue wanted to make this trace of soul light stronger, so it could reincarnate. Master Qiao looked at Yeqing, his divine sense enveloping him, flipping through his memories inside and out. After a moment, the old man stroked his white beard, his murky eyes revealing a glimmer of clarity as he said solemnly, "So it's an outer domain, soul, seizing a body. That's not surprising. But what is this system? The vast world outside has countless realms, and now the vast world is also at war with foreign realms. So encountering beings or souls from outside is not unusual. However, mentioning the system, even Master Qiao, this refining void master, couldn't help but show a hint of wariness. To be able to create such a bizarre artifact, the person manipulating it behind the scenes must be extraordinarily powerful. At least a great ascension Taoist or a god king from another realm. The other realm is different from the vast world. The levels are not as complex as in the vast world, and the cultivation methods are not as diverse. Only the simplest meditation method. The most basic levels in the other realm correspond to the vast world Qi refining, foundation establishment, gold core, sacred domain, demigod, subgod, yuaning true monarch, lower god, middle god, upper god, transforming god, celestial being, true god, refining void master, lord god, harmonizing Tao mighty, god king, great ascension Taoist, creator god, tribulation crossing emperor. However, compared to the vast world, the other world is far behind in terms of heritage and history. For nearly 10,000 years, in over 100 interdimensional wars, the vast world has won more than it has lost. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 21. Yi Chen's tragic fate. The madwoman is terrifying. Brother Gu, can I ask you to hand Yi Chen over to me for punishment? Nangong Qiyue limped over and knelt before Gu Shengge, earnestly pleading. Gu Shengge glanced at Xiao Yin's corpse, knowing she wanted to avenge her, and didn't refuse. He nodded and agreed to Nangong Qiyue. I can hand Yi Chen over to you, but you must act in front of me. Nangong Qiyue. Okay. Gu Shengge waved his hand, and a burst of magic shot out, breaking the ice that had frozen Yi Chen. He collapsed to the ground, shivering from the cold. He struggled to lift his head to look at Nangong Qiyue, crawling towards her in desperation, pleading, "Sister, I didn't mean to kill Xiao Yin. It was Brother Gu. It was all Brother Gu's scheme against me. You have to believe me. This is what the heavenly book says. You must believe the heavenly book." Mentioning the heavenly book, Nangong Qiyue covered her face with her hand and let out a sharp laugh, her features becoming twisted and terrifying. Dressed in blood-stained clothes, she resembled a vengeful spirit in red, ready to take Yi Chen's life. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly book? Does the heavenly book say that Xiao Yin would die? Does it say that you would die today? Xiao Yin is dead, and Nangong Qiyue no longer cares about the heavenly book or any heartfelt words. Even if she kills Yi Chen, she doesn't care about any punishment. A spiritual sword appeared in Nangong Qiyue's hand, its sharpness sending chills down Yi Chen's spine. Sister Qiyue, please spare me this once. I'm a transmigrator, the child of destiny. You can't kill me. Yi Chen knelt before Nangong Qiyue, repeatedly bowing his head, terrified and crying. Even foul liquids flowing from his groin, causing the surrounding Taoist elders and peak masters to show disgusted expressions. But no matter how Yi Chen begged for mercy, Nangong Qiyue remained unmoved. Even in death, she would not believe a single word from Yi Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Nangong Qiyue swung her sword 5 times, severing Yi Chen's 5 limbs, then cut off his eloquent tongue, chopped off his ears, and pierced his eyes, turning Yi Chen into a human pig. Whoa. Yi Chen, now without hands, feet, roots, ears, eyes, or a tongue, cried out in agony, his blood staining the ground, writhing like a maggot, utterly disgusting. Nangong Qiyue watched Yi Chen squirm and struggle, her face filled with delight. Xiao Yin, did you see? Sister avenged you. Nangong Qiyue would not let Yi Chen die so easily. She threw a healing pill into his mouth, stopping his blood. Then, She turned to the Poison Peak elder who was watching the show and requested, "I heard you have a spiritual artifact called the 100 Poisons and 1,000 Insect jar. Could you lend it to me for some time?" The Poison Peak elder, upon hearing this, understood her intentions and did not refuse, taking out the jar. The poison jar was only palm-sized, dark green all over, with hundreds of poisonous insect patterns engraved on its surface. Once she had the 100 poisons and 1,000 insects jar, Nangong Qiyue directly stuffed the human pig, Yi Chun, inside, leaving only his head outside. Upon entering the jar, Yi Chun felt countless poisonous insects crawling over his body, biting him, making him wish he were dead. Without a tongue, his screams turned into muffled whimpers, which sounded so pleasant to Nangong Qiyue's ears. Looking at Yi Chun in the poison jar, suffering to the point of wishing for death, Nangong Qiyue revealed a sickly smile and coldly said, "Yi Chun, enjoy your new home that I prepared for you. Don't worry, as long as I live a day, you will stay in this poison jar for 1 day." Such cruel methods even made Gu Shengge feel a bit frightened, while Dantai Qingxian watched intently, seeing that his disciple was in such a strange state. Inho quickly stepped forward and forced Nangong Qiyue into a deep sleep. Xiao Yin's death was too much of a blow to Nangong Qiyue. If she couldn't overcome this matter, it would be difficult for her to pass the heart demon tribulation in the future. Old ancestor Chen Xiao saw that things had calmed down and waved his hand, gently saying, "Everyone disperse. Gu Boy and Qingxian, come with me." Yes. Gu Shengge and Dantai Qingxian followed the old ancestor away, arriving at Daoyuan Mountain, where the old ancestor was in seclusion. Old ancestor Chen Xiao had them sit down, his murky gaze sweeping over Dantai Qingxian before finally landing on Gu Shengge. "Gu Boy, you have been in the sect for 12 years, right?" "Yes, ancestor," Gu Shengge nodded. Old ancestor Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, not expecting that on a whim he would discover a dual-pupil individual during his stroll in Shantian Prefecture. In just 12 years, Gu Shengge had already become a nascent soul powerhouse. This is fate. Now, the Qian Kun Dao Sect not only has a dual-pupil individual, but also a supreme Dao body. In the next 100,000 years, the Qian Kun Dao Sect will surely prosper. Old ancestor Chen Xiao took out a piece of blazing hot, sun-like celestial gold that radiated brilliant golden light and handed it to Gu Shengge. "Gu Boy, this celestial gold was found by the founding ancestor in the land of Fusan. It has never been used. Later, it came into my hands, but since my life spirit tool has already been forged, I have not used it. Since you do not yet have a life spirit tool, I will give it to you." A life spirit tool is generally forged when a cultivator establishes their foundation. But those pursuing high quality and high potential will patiently search for materials. For example, Gu Shengge has yet to forge his life spirit tool because he has not found suitable spiritual materials. After putting the celestial gold into his storage ring, Gu Shengge thanked old ancestor Chen Xiao. However, just having a piece of celestial gold is not enough to forge a life spirit tool. Other materials are also needed. Old ancestor Chen Xiao naturally considered this and threw a jade token engraved with the character Tian to Gu Shengge, pointing him in a direction. In half a month, it will be the Shantian Tower's once every 300 years heavenly level auction. You can go and see if there are any spiritual materials you desire. "Thank you, ancestor." Gu Shengge carefully stored the Shantian Tower jade token. Old ancestor Chen Xiao nodded and then cautioned, "Take good care of your master. She is also a pitiful person. Do not let her down." Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge understood that the ancestor was aware he had taken his master's yuan and did not hide it. He then promised the ancestor, "Rest assured, ancestor, I will never let down my master." Since he and Dantai Qingxian had already become a couple, as long as she did not betray him, he would naturally not disappoint her. Old ancestor Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction and did not keep Gu Shengge any longer, waving his hand to let them leave on their own. After bidding farewell to the ancestor, Gu Shengge took Dantai Qingxuan's delicate hand and returned to Daozi Peak. Upon returning to Daozi Peak, Gu Shengge did nothing but enter seclusion with Dantai Qingxian. Taking advantage of the supreme Dao body's perfect compatibility with the Dao to simultaneously refine the Fusan divine wood. With the supreme Dao body at the great perfection stage of the transformation God Dharma and the firewood supreme treasure, the Fusan divine wood, Gu Shengge's chances of transforming the ancestral witch sacred pills, Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng, into a divine infant exceeded 90%. Needless to say, the supreme Dao body is truly a cheat for cultivation. P.S. Regarding the plot, if the big shots have any opinions, feel free to share. Also, the relationship between the protagonist and his master will have a lot of developments later on, not just for the sake of being a furnace. There are also foreshadowings regarding the master's identity. Into this chapter, Chapter 22, Mid-Stage Nascent Soul, the Taoist sect that dares not cause trouble is mediocre time flies. And in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed in dual cultivation. Deep within the Daozi palace, two streams of spiritual light intertwined, resonating with rhythmic Tao sounds that echoed like thunder across the land. The yin and yang energies swirled, permeating the atmosphere with the essence of the Tao, elucidating the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. As time flowed, the two figures fused into one, gradually separated, marking the conclusion of their half-month dual cultivation session. After a moment, Gu Shengge slowly opened his eyes, his dual pupils shimmering with an unusual light, as two distinctly different figures flashed within them. One was as green as a bamboo, with a bird's body and a human face, standing atop two dragons, representing the divine infant projection of the wood ancestor witch. Zumang. The other had a beast's head and a human body, clad in red scales, with fiery serpents in its ears and standing upon a fire dragon, representing the divine infant projection of the fire ancestor, witch Zhurong. After half a month of dual cultivation, Gu Shengge successfully transformed two ancestral, which holy pills into infants with the assistance of the supreme Tao body and the Fusang divine tree. Advancing his realm to mid-stage nascent soul, Dantai Qingxian opened her beautiful eyes, still tinged with a faint desire, clearly struggling to emerge from the bliss of dual cultivation. Why do we stop? Suddenly, as her clarity returned, Dantai Qingxian looked at Gu Shengge, her face showing confusion. It had only been half a month. Why had they halted? Hearing this, Gu Shengge fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The time was almost up. The Xintian Tower auction, as the ancestor had mentioned, was about to begin in 2 days, and they could not continue. After a moment, Gu Shengge found a reason to assuage Dantai Qingxuan's doubts. The time is nearly up. Seeing that she seemed to believe him, Gu Shengge secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and lightly waved, a white robe enveloping him. The robe was as frosty as ice, adorned with a few golden patterns, and his long hair was tied up with a gold-red belt cinching his waist. A beautiful jade hung from his waist, exuding elegance. Dantai Qingxian still wore a wide, plain-colored Tao robe, yet could not hide her voluptuous figure, majestic and unattainable. Coupled with her cold, indifferent demeanor and her flawless, stunning beauty, one could only wonder who could resist such an alluring and ascetic Taoist presence. Gu Shengge instructed Dantai Qingxian to follow him closely, not allowing her to stray even a step away. The cold and beautiful Taoist nodded, and the two flew away from Daozi Peak. In the past half-month, 2 major events occurred in the Qian Kun Dao Sect. First, the position of the saintess was vacant. The former saintess, Nangong Chiyue, recognizing her moral failings, voluntarily relinquished her title and confined herself to the pure immortal pond. Second, due to Yichan being possessed by an otherworldly soul, the saintess lost her virtue, resulting in the death of several disciples. To prevent such evil occurrences, the ancestor ordered all disciples and elders to pass through the heart-testing platform to verify their authenticity. After the inspection by the heart-testing platform, they indeed uncovered some spies from other sects and those who had been possessed, leading to a significant purge within the Qian Kun Dao sect. At Tianqian Mountain, in the main hall of the sect master, Yang Huang was fiddling with a communication spirit jade, his brow slightly furrowed, displaying displeasure, as if he had encountered some trouble. Gu Shengge and Dantai Qingxian entered the hall, and upon seeing the sect master's grim expression, Gu Shengge inquired, "Uncle Mu, is something wrong?" Yang Huang sighed, "Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just that there has been an issue with the Tao Ancient Trial." Tao Ancient Trial? Gu Shengge's dual pupils flashed with confusion. It was the first time he had heard this term. After all, he had only been cultivating for 12 years, and there was still much he did not understand. Seeing this, Yang Huang patiently explained to Gu Shengge. The so-called Tao Ancient Trial was essentially a legacy tower left behind by an ancient sect. As long as one passed the trials of the tower, they could obtain the legacies or treasures left by the ancient sect. However, the quality of the treasures and legacies varied, depending on the performance of the trial taker. Originally, the Tao Ancient Legacy Tower was occupied by 5 sects: Qian Kun Dao Sect, Lingxiao Sword Sect, Tianyao Divine Hall, Wushan, and the Daiyu Dynasty. However, some time ago, a new sect emerged called the Qian Dao Sect. The Qian Dao Sect was small, even shabby, situated on a small broken mountain with thin spiritual energy and no spiritual resources nearby. It produced 4 extraordinary troublemaking talents. They claimed that those who dared not cause trouble were mediocre and stirred up strife wherever they went. When encountering others, they first pretended to be unable to fight back, then revealed their cultivation level and beat up those they had deceived, taking their spiritual stone resources. Not long ago, those 4 troublemakers provoked a Nascent Soul elder from Wushan, who chased them for thousands of miles, all the way to the Qian Kun Dao Sect, where the sect master appeared. He was an ordinary-looking young man, seemingly unremarkable, with no cultivation at all. Yet, after engaging in battle with the Nascent Soul elder, he displayed the powerful cultivation of a transformation stage celestial being, defeating his opponent with a single move. In the end, the transformation stage ancestor of Wushan also intervened. But the Qian Kun Dao sect master erupted with the strength of a void refinement master, similarly defeating the Wushan ancestor with one strike. To save his life, the Wushan ancestor not only offered a large amount of spiritual stone resources, but also relinquished the quota for the Dao Ancient Legacy Tower, withdrawing from the ranks of the 5 sections. The rulers of the other 4 sects only learned of this news afterward. The Dao Ancient trial was originally set by the 5 sects to occur once every 60 years, yet Wushan's actions created such a stir without any prior consultation. One could only imagine how Yang Huang felt about this situation. After listening, Gu Shengge appeared contemplative, sensing something was off. Those 4 troublemakers, no, together with the Qian Dao sect master, made 5 who enjoyed playing the pig to eat the tiger. Why did this plot feel somewhat familiar? By the way, Gu Shengge, did you come here for something? Yang Huang then asked Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge replied, "Ankelmu." The ancestor mentioned that the heavenly level auction at the Shintian Tower is about to start, and I came to inform you that my master is leaving the sect to participate. The Shintian Tower auction? The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Yang Huang nodded, not saying much more to Gu Shengge, simply advising him not to delay outside for too long. According to the scheduled time for the Dao Ancient trial, it would begin in a little over 2 months. After bidding farewell to Yang Huang, Gu Shengge took Dantai Qingxian and left. Yang Huang noticed Gu Shengge holding hands with the revered Dantai Qingxian, his crimson eyes flashing with surprise. How strange. When did this kid get close to his master? Wait, wasn't Dantai indifferent and desireless? Why was she so intimate with Gu Shengge? Although the Dao sect did not have as many rules as the secular world and did not oppose teacher-student relationships, whether it was Dantai Qingxian who practiced the heartless path, developing feelings for Gu Shengge, or Gu Shengge liking Dantai Qingxian, it was still a significant matter. Yang Huang decisively took out the communication spirit jade to contact Inho. Hey, is this Shiluo? Let me tell you something. Dantai and Gu Shengge have issues. Really, I saw Gu Shengge holding Dantai's hand, and the intimacy between them definitely indicates something is happening. Meanwhile, Gu Shengge and Dantai Qingxian returned to Daozi Peak, only to find a female disciple waiting outside the peak. Upon seeing them return, the female disciple hurried over and presented a letter to Gu Shengge with both hands. Daozi, this is a letter from senior sister Nangong for you. A letter from Nangong Qiyue? Gu Shengge reached out to take it and began to read. The letter contained little. It was an apology from Nangong Qiyue for opposing him under Yi Chen's manipulation, as well as gratitude for his saving grace. She acknowledged her moral failings and declared that she would confine herself to the pure immortal pond for the rest of her life. To be honest, Gu Shengge held no significant animosity towards Nangong Qiyue. After all, the system's strange power had even affected Dantai Qingxian, let alone her as a golden core cultivator. On the contrary, he also obtained the precious Fusang Divine wood from Nangong Qiyue and made a profit. He told senior sister Nangong that from now on, he would have no further ties with her, and he hoped she could remember this lesson, reflect on herself in the pure, immortal pool, and not be so gullible in the future. After all, there is no second Xiaolian in this world. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 23. Gu Shengge was stopped, borrowing your Dao partner to play for a few days. Sister Nangong, that's exactly what Gu Daozi said. The pure, tranquil, immortal pond, shrouded in mist, is bone-chilling cold, with snow that never melts year-round and ancient ice covering the ground, resembling the extreme northern cold regions that ordinary cultivators dare not step into. The female disciple who went to deliver a message to Gu Shengge stood outside the immortal pond, recounting his words to Nangong Qiyue. Compared to half a month ago, Nangong Qiyue had changed significantly. dressed in thin, plain robes, she stood amidst the cold immortal pond. Her once flowing black hair now turned into pale, snow-white strands, her complexion pale and devoid of color, with strands of sadness lingering, refusing to dissipate. Perhaps this is what it means when there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Her sister died because she trusted others too easily, and the person she once admired severed ties with her due to her foolishness. Nangong Chiyue, you truly are pitiful. You deserve it. The female disciple delivering the message saw that Sister Nangong did not respond and did not dare to linger in the pure, tranquil, immortal pond. After all, there was an order from the Yin Empress that no one was to disturb Nangong Chiyue's meditation. If it weren't for Sister Nangong's kindness towards her, she would never have delivered the message. After an unknown amount of time, the frost-covered eyelashes of Nangong Chiyue fluttered slightly, as self-mocking laughter echoed in the silent, immortal pond. And then it returned to tranquility. The Xuantiang Tower is located in Haoran Prefecture, far from Qiantian Prefecture, over 1 billion miles away. Gu Shengge and Dantai Qingxian used the sex teleportation array to cross the spatial distance to Haoran Prefecture. Mo Yun City, one of the 19 major cities in Haoran Prefecture, is renowned for its abundant production of inkstone, which is exclusively used for Confucian cultivation. The cross-prefecture teleportation array, located in the eastern part of the city, lit up, the aura of space spreading, and 2 figures emerged from it. The young man, dressed in white, was handsome and elegant, with a silver lightning mark between his brows, exuding an otherworldly demeanor, untainted by the mundane world, and his noble appearance was striking. The cold and stunning woman following him was even more breathtaking, her beauty unmatched. Not like the flawless faces of mortal women. Her voluptuous figure, even draped in a loose Dao robe, still pushed the robe high, obscuring her feet, giving an impression of being overburdened. As soon as Gu Shengge and Dantai Qingxian appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. But most of the gazes fell on Dantai Qingxian, revealing a mix of admiration and envy. The captain guarding the teleportation area noticed Gu Shengge, showing surprise, as if he recognized him. Seeing that Dantai Qingxian was too eye-catching, Gu Shengge had no choice but to take out a thin veil hat for her to wear, which could block her from view and shield her from spiritual senses. Subsequently, Gu Shengge took Dantai Qingxuan's delicate hand and led her away from the teleportation area. Senior brother, that woman is incredibly beautiful, especially that cold aura. She is even more pretentious than those Taoist nuns in Miaojing Temple. I really want to try her taste. In the crowd, a slender, handsome young man with an oily hairstyle stared at Dantai Qingxuan's back, licking his lips, a lewd smile spreading across his pale cheeks. The burly man beside him, with a chest full of hair, nodded in agreement. Indeed, that big but swaying, it's too tempting. How about we do it again? Yin Boguan suggested to Li Kuei, who agreed without a second thought. Although they had already done something last night and initially planned to take a break, how could they resist such an alluring, cold Taoist nun? The two's discussions were unabashed in front of the surrounding cultivators, causing others to cast disdainful glances. Such vulgar and crude language should not exist in Mo Yin City. What are you looking at? Want to die? Li Kuei shouted, feeling the contemptuous gazes from all directions. Do you know who I am? I am a disciple of Qian Dao Sect, and my sect master is a venerable of the void refining stage. Do you believe I can wipe out your entire family? Li Kuei, feeling the disdainful looks from all around, lost his temper, and 2 spiritual weapons, large axes, appeared in his hands as he began to swing them wildly. The axe blades were stained with blood, with bits of flesh stuck to them, and a sense of resentment surrounded him, as if vengeful souls were wailing as he swung. The cultivators quickly dodged, while the guards at the teleportation array initially wanted to suppress Li Kuei, but upon hearing him claim to be a disciple of Qian Dao Sect, they hesitated. Now, who in Haoran Prefecture didn't know that they had a bandit sect among them, causing trouble everywhere, committing acts of rape and plunder, murder and arson, and robbery? It was simply the biggest stain in Haoran Prefecture in 10,000 years. The saying by the Confucian ancestors that human nature is inherently evil was vividly manifested in Qian Dao Sect. There have been sects in Haoran Prefecture that attempted to suppress Qian Dao Sect, but they were all crushed by the sect master of Qian Dao Sect, who was a level higher in cultivation. Gradually, no sect dared to provoke Qian Dao Sect anymore. Otherwise, with Li Kuei's rampage in the teleportation area, he would have been suppressed long ago. They relied on being the only 4 disciples of Qian Dao Sect, acting recklessly, looking down on everyone, and enjoying playing the pig to eat the tiger, constantly showing off. Senior brother, Let's hurry and follow them. We can't let that Taoist nun escape. I can't help but want to taste her. Yun Buoguan reminded Li Kuei, not wanting to let such a beautiful Taoist nun slip away. Upon hearing this, Li Kuei glared at the cultivators who had dodged aside, then brandished his axes and chased after the departing Dantai, Qing Xian, and her master. Captain, should we notify the city lord? A guard at the teleportation area asked his captain, who nodded and instructed him to inform the city lord. The captain looked at the backs of Yun Buoguan and the others as if looking at dead people. As a guard of the cross-prefecture teleportation array, he immediately recognized the identity of the young man in white. Gu Shengge, the Daozi of Qian Kun Dao Sect, the invincible dual-eyed cultivator, the true monarch of Shunshao. The reason was simple. When Gu Shengge achieved the Nascent Soul stage at the age of 18, his portrait spread throughout the heavens. The captain also received a copy and memorized it. After all, those guarding the teleportation array would encounter some significant figures from time to time, and to avoid any collisions, they needed to remember their faces. Daring to provoke the Daozi of Qian, those two bandits from Qian Dao Sect, even if they had a void refining powerhouse backing them, were doomed. On the other side, Gu Shengge was leading Dantai Qing Xian, preparing to leave Mo Yun City and head to Zantiang City, where Zantiang Tower was located. Just as the master and disciple stepped out of the city, they suddenly saw two large axes flying overhead, crashing down several meters in front of them, creating two small pits and kicking up dust, blocking their path. Taoist nun, please stop. A frivolous voice rang out from behind them. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge frowned and turned to look at the two pursuers. Yun Buoguan and Li Kuei completely ignored Gu Shengge, their gazes fixed on Dantai Qingshuan's voluptuous figure, openly revealing their lewd intentions, wishing they could immediately take a right there. Li Kuei, unlike Yun Buoguan, who was more refined, did not bother with pleasantries. He directly unleashed his early golden core stage aura, loudly threatening Gu Shengge. Kid, let me borrow your Dao partner for a few days. If you don't agree, let's see if you can withstand my punches. Gu Shengge's expression darkened instantly. Where did this golden core ant come from? Try to snatch his Dao partner right in front of him? Wasn't Haoran Prefecture supposed to be a land of Confucian cultivators? Just stepping out of the city and already being robbed, it seemed to be no different. Gu Shengge couldn't be bothered to waste words with these two ants. With a thought, he prepared to gather the power of heaven and earth to directly eliminate these two guys. Don't be afraid, Daozi, we are here to assist you. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please vote for monthly tickets. Tomorrow it will be on shelves. By the way, the update time will be every day at midnight, and I will strive to update more. End of chapter. Chapter 24. The Timid Lord of and Gu Shengge's Power. Daozi, don't be afraid. We are here to assist you. Just as Gu Shengge was about to suppress Yun Buoguan and Li Kuei, dozens of streams of spiritual light flew out from, surrounding the two members of the Qian Dao Sect. However, it felt to Gu Shengge less like a siege and more like a protection for these two guys. The arrivals were none other than the Lord of, who did not hesitate to raise his hand and summon the power of heaven and earth, directly suppressing them. He instructed several offerings from the city lord's mansion to put spiritual shackles on the two members of the Qian Dao Sect, rendering them unable to mobilize their magical powers and making them immobile. Yun Buoguan looked up and glared at the Lord of, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Just not long ago, wasn't this guy calling him brother? How could he have them shackled just 2 days later? Indeed, one cannot trust the government dogs. Li Kuei was furious, his eyes wide open as he stared at the Lord of, wishing to tear him apart and roaring at him like a black bear. Let me go, you old dog. I am from the Qian Dao Sect, surnamed Wu. If you dare to touch me, when our sect master arrives, you'll all die. Although Yun Buoguan did not shout, the killing intent in his eyes towards the Lord was palpable. The Lord of realized the mistake he made by not sealing this guy's mouth. However, the urgent matter now was to get Daozi Qian Kun out of. He could not allow Daozi Qian Kun to kill members of the Qian Dao Sect here. The Lord of cupped his hands and bowed to Gu Shengge, showing an apologetic expression. He spoke softly, "Greetings, Daozi. I am late in coming and almost let Daozi have an unpleasant experience, am I? I hope you can forgive me." Hearing this, Gu Shengge slightly nodded, but his gaze fell on Li Kuei and Yun Buoguan, pondering. Are these two guys really disciples of the Qian Dao Sect? They don't seem like it at all. The Qian Dao Sect, as the name suggests, is a sect for protagonists in novels or one founded by a protagonist. Yet, these two gave him the impression of being a ruffian, one that shouted loudly and looked like a bandit. The other had a pale face, oiled hair, and a look of excessive indulgence. Clearly not a cultivator, but either a young master or a thief. Are they definitely from the Qian Dao sect? They aren't some imposters, are they? Gu Shengge asked the Lord of, still unable to believe these two could be from the Qian Dao sect. The gap between his imagination and reality was too large. In his mind, with only 4 disciples in the Qian Dao sect, each one must be a genius. Yet these two were what? One a black-haired bandit, the other a thief. Was the Qian Dao sect the bandit den? The Lord of nodded, aware that Gu Shengge did not believe these two were from the Qian Dao sect, but the facts were undeniable. Liu also grew arrogant, threatening Gu Shengge, "Kid, you know I am from the Qian Dao sect, yet you won't let this Wu guy untie me? Also, send your woman to play with me for a few days. When I get tired of her, I'll return her to you." As soon as these words came out, the Lord of's face changed dramatically, and Gu Shengge's expression darkened instantly. Without a moment's thought, he raised his hand to condense immense thunder and hurled it at Liu. How dare a mere golden core ant speak so arrogantly, using filthy words? Seeking death. Do you think having a refining void expert backing you allows you to do as you please? Oof. Even if the sect master of the Qian Dao sect comes today, I will still slay this guy. Unexpectedly, the Lord have moved quickly to block in front of Liu, his magical powers surging as an indestructible earthen rock wall rose from the ground, violently colliding with Gu Shengge's thunder. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earthen rock wall shattered, and the thunder continued to strike towards the Lord of. What? The Lord of was shocked, and quickly formed a seal to use his magic. A towering mountain appeared, enveloping him and Liu, barely blocking Gu Shengge's thunder. Seeing the Lord of protecting Liu, Gu Shengge frowned and questioned in a deep voice. "Lord Wu, what do you mean by this?" "I'm sorry, Daozi Gu, but I cannot allow you to kill them. Please hand them over to for processing." The Lord of urgently requested, suppressing the chaotic magical power within him. In an instant, Gu Shengge realized why the Lord of was doing this and understood his initial feelings were not wrong. The other party was not there to suppress Liu. Rather, they were there to protect them. The reason was also evident. With only 4 disciples in the Qian Dao sect, if 2 died at once, the sect master would surely be furious. He couldn't take action against the Qian Kun Dao sect far away in Xintian Prefecture, so he could only blame. Could not withstand the wrath of a refining void expert. "Lord Wu, you dare not offend the sect master of the Qian Dao sect, yet you dare to offend me? Do you think I, or the Qian Kun Dao sect, is easy to bully?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Shengge's body erupted with immense pressure, causing the heavens and earth to change color. In an instant, the clear sky was shrouded in endless dark clouds, blocking the sun, and billions of lightning snakes rolled within the calamity clouds, overwhelming heavenly might descending, covering a radius of 1,000 miles and shocking all beings. The Lord of and others were suppressed by this heavenly might, kneeling one after another, their bodies and even souls trembling. Liu and Yunbuguang, who had only entered the Dao for a few months, were used to bullying weaker cultivators. Facing Gu Shengge, an unparalleled genius, their faces turned pale with fear. Especially Yunbuguang, who was so frightened he nearly lost control, his eyes filled with terror. Such a huge commotion also alarmed many cultivators in. Although they were curious, they did not dare to approach too closely and could only cautiously probe with their consciousness to see what was happening. The Lord of struggled to lift his head, looking at the thunder-wreathed and fearsome Qian Kun Dao, his heart filled with terror. Although they were all nascent soul cultivators, why was he so powerful? Is this the gap between top-tier geniuses and ordinary cultivators? They were simply not on the same level. The Lord of did not dare to offend the sect master of the Qian Dao sect, nor did he dare to offend the Qian Kun Dao sect. He quickly apologized to Gu Shengge. "Daozi Gu, I do not mean to say that the Qian Kun Dao sect is easy to bully. I just do not want to fall at the hands of the sect master of the Qian Dao sect. I implore you, for the sake of the millions of common people in, please hand these 2 over to me." "Oof. Lord Wu, they have insulted my partner. Even if the sect master of the Qian Dao sect comes in person, I will never let them go. If you insist on stopping me, do not blame me for being merciless and sending you together with them to the underworld." Gu Shengge snorted coldly. Anyone who dares to insult his woman will not be spared today, even if the immortal emperor descends. The Lord of did not expect Gu Shengge to be so resolute. He was determined not to kill Liu and the others. He glanced back at the already stunned members of the Qian Dao sect and sighed. "Fine, I was too timid. Daozi Gu, please proceed." Having said that, the Lord have used all his strength to move aside, allowing Gu Shengge to deal with Liu and Yunbuguang. P.S. Please support with rewards. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly tickets. Into the chapter 25, Soul Searching the Disciple of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Another system owner, you can't kill me. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Sect, and our village chief is a powerful cultivator. If you dare to kill us, our village chief will not let you go. Please, this Daozi, if you spare us, the Heavenly Dao Sect will definitely not cause you any trouble. Just for the sake of our sect leader, please let us go. Treat us like a fart, and just let us go. Li Kuei and Yun Boguang tried to scare and plead with Gu Shengge, hoping he would let them off the hook. Gu Shengge remained unmoved, only feeling puzzled by the references to a village chief and a sect leader. He flashed in front of the two, placed his hand on the terrified Li Kuei's head, and forcefully invaded his mind with his divine consciousness, searching his soul. The pain of having his soul forcibly searched made Li Kuei howl in agony, as if someone was cutting his flesh inch by inch with a knife, wishing for death. Moments later, Gu Shengge withdrew his hand, and Li Kuei fell silent, having fainted from the pain, and even if he were to wake up, he would be an idiot. He then forcefully searched Yun Boguang's soul to learn more about the Heavenly Dao Sect. After going through all of Li Kuei and Yun Boguang's memories, Gu Shengge gained a lot of insight into the Heavenly Dao Sect, especially the sect leader, and even speculated about his identity. So it's like this. It seems he is another system owner. In Li Kuei's memories, half a year ago, they were just bandits on a desolate wild mountain in Haoran Prefecture, and their village was called Heavenly Dao Village. The old village chief spoke nicely about leading them to act for the heavens, but in reality, it was just a cover for him and 4 subordinates to rob and pillage. Before long, the old village chief died, and the young village chief, Long Outyin, accidentally knocked his head against the old village chief's coffin and fainted. When the young village chief woke up, he seemed like a different person. He was no longer timid and instead displayed celestial abilities, renaming Heavenly Dao Village to Heavenly Dao Sect. Long Outyin took them as disciples, asking them to call him sect leader, and forcibly raise their cultivation levels with divine means, causing them to provoke trouble everywhere. And then he would step in to suppress the provocateurs, plundering spirit stone resources. In the memories of Li Kuei and the others, Gu Shengge also saw the numerous blood debts they had incurred, including raping and pillaging, cannibalism, and humiliating wives and daughters in front of their husbands, truly committing all kinds of evil, even slaughtering mortal cities. All these atrocities were done to attract enemies for Long Outyin. Each time, Long Outyin would display strength 1 realm higher than that of his enemies and crush them. From this characteristic, Gu Shengge speculated that Long Outyin was also a system owner, likely possessing a system that always kept him 1 level above others. By confirming his opponent's cultivation levels, the system would enhance the host's strength, ensuring he was always 1 level higher than his opponents. If it were another type of system, Gu Shengge might be wary, but he was least afraid of a system that forcibly raised cultivation levels by relying on realm suppression. True peerless talents have the ability to challenge above their level and defy the odds. If this Heavenly Dao Sect leader only has the ability to crush those of lower realms, he is less of a threat than a true talent. Gu Shengge waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck Li Kuei and the others, reducing them to ashes, scattering their souls, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Seeing this, Lord Mo Yun sighed, hoping that the Heavenly Dao Sect leader would not take out his anger on them. Noticing Lord Mo Yun's worry, Gu Shengge calmly reassured him. Lord Wu, you need not worry about the Heavenly Dao Sect leader causing you trouble. That guy doesn't have guts. According to Yun Boguang's memories, Long Outyin was very cautious, only daring to appear when the 4 of them lured enemies into the small wild mountains of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Therefore, even if Li Kuei and the others died, Long Outyin would not dare come to Mo Yun City. Then I'll take your good words as a blessing. Lord Mo Yun clasped his fists. After dealing with the 2 from the Heavenly Dao Sect, Gu Shengge did not linger in Mo Yun City, taking the silent Dan Tai Qin Xian by the hand and leaving Mo Yun City. Qian City, a giant city built by Qian Tower, second only to the Haoran Academy in Haoran Prefecture, was not built on the ground but high in the sky, like a colossal beast blocking the sun, standing tall above the azure. With the heavenly level auction taking place, all forces with Yuanying and above cultivators in the Cheongsang area received news in advance and traveled billions of miles to Qian City. Thousands of spirit boats, flying ships, and flying spirit beasts continuously poured into Qian City, making the sky outside the city somewhat crowded. Dozens of brilliant sword lights swept across the azure sky, instantly attracting the attention of many cultivators. In front of the group of sword lights was a handsome young man, reclining on a flying sword, holding a wine gourd in hand, facing the gale, occasionally taking a swig, looking carefree and happy. He drew exclamations from numerous cultivators. That is a sword cultivator from the Lingxiao sword sect. It's no wonder it's the #1 sect in Yinxiao Prefecture. They're all golden core cultivators. The leading Yuanying, could it be the legendary wine sword immortal? Wine sword immortal. Could it be that one who becomes stronger by drinking? Using 100 jars of falling moon without frost as bait, directly entering Yuanying, with sword intent commanding thousands of swords, carefree, like an immortal when drunk? It's no wonder it's the heavenly level auction. Even the wine sword immortal has come. Just as the cultivators were marveling, another treasure ship arrived. The treasure ship was entirely jade-colored, enveloped in colorful spirit light, and its body was carved with a painting of a goddess mending the heavens, adorned with countless 5-colored lotuses. Surrounded by phoenixes, exquisite and luxurious. Some cultivators recognized the treasure ship and instinctively gasped. The goddess ship of the Mending Heaven Pavilion. Could it be that the goddess of the Mending Heaven Pavilion has also come? What? The goddess of the Mending Heaven Pavilion has arrived. Where is she? Where? Upon hearing about the goddess of the Mending Heaven Pavilion, some cultivators' eyes lit up, excitement evident on their faces. After all, the goddess of the Mending Heaven Pavilion is ranked in the top 10 of the absolute beauty list published by Qian Tower. It is rumored that her beauty is unparalleled, cold and proud, a natural Tao, innately in tune with the Tao, and at a tender age. She has already become a Yuanying cultivator. Countless people want to catch a glimpse of her beauty, but she is always veiled. Even celestial beings have been unable to see her. Soon after, representatives from more than 10 other forces arrived. There were the Breaking Sky Mountain, primarily focusing on sword cultivators. The Dan City, primarily focusing on alchemists. The Luo Feng Ghost Capital, primarily focusing on soul cultivators. And the Jietian sect, which opposes the Mending Heaven Pavilion's principles. Just as the cultivators were still discussing whether the goddess of the Mending Heaven Pavilion was more beautiful or the demoness of the Jietian sect was more lovely, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed, reverberating beyond the clouds. Many flying spirit beasts were so frightened by the dragon's roar that their bodies stiffened and they plummeted from the air. This caused great trouble for their owners. Everyone's gaze, including the representatives of the forces yet to enter the city, was drawn to the sound of the dragon's roar. Golden light flickered, overwhelming. They saw a golden true dragon flying from the distant sky, its body slender and long, over 100 feet long. With a back width exceeding 10 feet, its dragon horns like coral, shining with golden light, and its golden scales appear to be made of poured gold. Shining brilliantly under the sun, exuding dragon might as if venting its power. On the dragon's head stood 2 figures, one of whom, dressed in white, was recognized by many cultivators at first glance. Standing atop the golden dragon, with striking heterochromia, was Qian Kun Dao Sect. P.S. Please support with rewards. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. This strike is hasty, but very effective. The Qian Tower had released 2 major rankings, namely the list of extraordinary beauties and the list of extraordinary talents. The list of extraordinary beauties recorded the 100 beauties of the Qian domain, and those who made the list all possessed captivating appearances. The list of extraordinary talents recorded the 100 prodigies of Qian, irrespective of gender, based on talent and achievements. At the top of the talents list was Gu Shengge. The master of Qian Tower once commented on Gu Shengge, with feet on the golden dragon, eyes with double pupils, possessing the demeanor of a celestial being, endowed with the gifts of a true immortal, advancing against the current like flowing water, invincible among peers is no mere exaggeration. In the vastness of heaven and earth, it is hard to find a second. Such an exaggerated evaluation was recognized by most cultivators of Qian. As Gu Shengge's performance was evident to all, his comprehension was astonishing. What ordinary cultivators needed 10 or even 100 years to understand, Gu Shengge could fully grasp in at most 3 days. His achievements were brilliant. He had once used his golden core strength to slay a fully realized Nascent Soul demon, had ventured into foreign lands to rescue millions of lives, and after just breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage, he battled the divine transformation demon for several days, ultimately suppressing it. The title of the top talent was well-deserved. The arrival of Gu Shengge shocked countless cultivators outside Qian City. Although they had heard many tales of Gu Shengge For the majority of cultivators, it was their first time seeing this double pupil individual. On the repairing heaven treasure ship, a graceful figure emerged, gazing at the golden dragon with autumn-like eyes, contemplating as her gaze fell upon Gu Shengge's face. The wine sword immortal of the Lingxiao sword sect had also stopped drinking. He put down his wine gourd and stared intently at Gu Shengge, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes, seeming both disdainful and murderous. On the Luo Feng ghost chariot, Yin Luozi stood up, his battle intent like a furnace, directly aimed at Gu Shengge. The prodigies from the great sects of Qiongshang appeared one after another, looking towards Gu Shengge. They had all heard of this extraordinary talent to varying degrees, but had never fought him, and many held a sense of discontent. Now that they had seen him, they naturally wanted to compete. However, none of them chose to be the first to step forward. After all, the first bird gets shot. As the golden dragon flew closer and closer, someone could no longer hold back and was the first to make a move. A blade light flew out from the blade edge giant ship of the breaking heaven mountain, heading straight for the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon was enraged, its claws shining with golden light, reaching out to grab that brilliant blade light. When the two met, it was like a needle against a wheat awn. The blade light was effortlessly blocked and crushed into fragments. The strength of the dragon race's physical body far exceeded that of other beings, and a mere blade of air could not harm her in the slightest. The young dragon's eyes widened with anger, a killing intent spreading. Having been locked in a small dark room for over 3 months, she was already displeased, and now that she had just come out, she was attacked. Who could feel good about that? A spiritual light flew out from the blade edge giant ship, blocking in front of the golden dragon. As the spiritual light dissipated, a sturdy figure appeared in front of the cultivators, standing 9 feet tall, with resolute features, dressed in blue attire, surrounded by blades of energy. Holding a 9-ringed great sword, its blade engraved with the pattern of a Qiongqi beast, with a murderous aura radiating, sharp and striking. Breaking heaven mountains, Xiao Zhanyun. Today I seek to challenge the Qian Kun Dao Sect. I wonder if you dare to fight. Xiao Zhanyun raised his great sword high, intending to challenge Gu Shengge, his resolute face full of battle intent, his hearty voice echoing in everyone's ears. Since no one else dared to be the first to challenge the Qian Kun Dao Sect, then I, Xiao Zhanyun, shall be that bird that sticks its head out. Let's see if the Qian Kun Dao Sect's double pupils are more formidable, or if my great sword is sharper. Upon hearing Xiao Zhanyun's name, some cultivators immediately began to discuss. Xiao Zhanyun, the Blade King, ranked 19th on the talents list. Does he really intend to challenge the Qian Kun Dao Sect? He must be crazy. You are the one who is crazy. The Blade King is the strongest prodigy of Breaking Heaven Mountain, his strength unfathomable. Not long ago, he fought against the Divine Transformation Demon King and even severed one of the Demon King's feet. Even the Qian Kun Dao Sect might not be able to withstand the Blade King's astonishing strike. Haha, you're dreaming. The Dao Sect once suppressed a Divine Transformation Demon King of the Purple Mansion realm, unlike Xiao Zhanyun, who only severed a Demon King's foot. In my opinion, Xiao Zhanyun is going to be the one to take a hit. Look at the other prodigies from the great sects. They're all holding back, wanting to use Xiao Zhanyun to test the waters and see the Qian Kun Dao Sect's methods. Xiao Zhanyun is going to lose face this time. Some mindlessly praised Xiao Zhanyun, while others believed he was doomed to fail. Xiao Zhanyun was sharp-eared and sharp-eyed. Upon hearing the discussions around him, he remained unfazed, as if these idle remarks did not exist. His eyes only focused on the white-robed figure standing atop the golden dragon. Gu Shengge looked down at Xiao Zhanyun, who raised his sword to challenge, his double pupils flashing with golden and silver light, the energies of yin and yang swirling, as if evolving chaos. Also deep and unfathomable, like an abyss, captivating the heart. He slightly parted his thin lips, his tone indifferent. You are not my opponent. Step back. The Dao Sect is being overly confident. How would you know if I'm not your opponent without trying? Xiao Zhanyun would never back down because of Gu Shengge's words. His gaze sharpened. Since you refuse to fight, then I'll force you to fight. Xiao Zhanyun immediately unleashed the Qiongqi blade of heaven, boundless blade, energy emanating from his body, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the azure sky. The surrounding cultivators sensed that a great battle was about to happen and quickly retreated hundreds of miles away. Even the representatives from the great sects were no exception. Xiao Zhanyun looked towards Gu Shengge, his momentum like a rainbow, like an unparalleled divine blade, determined to compete with him. Dao Sect Gu, please appreciate my strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhanyun's blade intent transformed into 1,000 edges, condensing endless blade energy, his magical power surging like a spring, his muscles bulging, blood and energy boiling. He suddenly swung the Qianqi blade of heaven. In the next moment, an overwhelming, extraordinarily powerful blade energy, far stronger than the previous blade of air, slashed out, dividing everything in its path, any object, any existence, into two. The blade energy cut through the heavens, creating an unhealable rift in space. Its momentum like a dragon, unstoppable, retreating was not an option. This strike made the gods retreat and severed the heads of myriad demons and beasts. This strike condensed Xiao Zhanyun's lifetime understanding of the blade path. It could slay the heavens, could slay mountains, could slay divine transformations. This strike was a bit dazzling to Gu Shengge's double pupils. Seeing that he was stubborn and unrepentant, Gu Shengge sighed lightly. When one becomes famous, there are many disputes. Since he wanted to challenge him so badly, then let him have his way. Gu Shengge slowly raised his hand, transforming it into a blade, appearing unremarkable, as if a child were playing. But as he swung it, everyone seemed to see an unparalleled heavenly blade, ready to sever this world. There was no fancy blade energy crisscrossing, no astonishing phenomena. As Gu Shengge's hand blade lightly swung down, the unparalleled heavenly blade in everyone's eyes followed suit, directly cleaving Xiao Zhanyun's astonishing strike, which had gathered all his blade energy in half. In an instant, it dissipated into nothingness. This strike was hasty, but very effective. Xiao Zhanyun was stunned when he saw his most proud strike being so easily neutralized. The Qianqi blade of heaven slipping from his hand and falling from a height of 10,000 feet. The repairing heaven goddess's beautiful eyes widened in shock, revealing disbelief. The wine sword immortal, who had been reclining, immediately sat up straight, oblivious to the spilled wine from his gourd. Yin Luozi's previously high battle intent was instantly extinguished. Feeling defeated, Gu Shengge's strike not only severed Xiao Zhanyun's blade energy, but also cut off the thoughts of others who wanted to challenge him. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Also, everyone, please comment more. Seeing your comments motivates me to update. End of this chapter, chapter 27. The frog at the bottom of the well looks up at the moon. A mayfly sees the sky. With just a casual wave of his hand, as if wielding a knife, he effortlessly broke through the full power strike of the 19th on the human hero ranking, known as the Knife King, Xiao Zhanyun. Such a shocking scene once again refreshed all cultivators' understanding of Qian Kun Dao Sect. They had guessed that Xiao Zhanyun would be defeated by Gu Shengge, but they never expected him to be defeated so thoroughly, so playfully. Xiao Zhanyun looked up at Gu Shengge, his eyes filled with horror. Was the gap between them really this large? Clearly, they were both at the Nascent Soul stage. But Xiao Zhanyun felt as if he and Gu Shengge were not on the same level at all. It was like comparing a firefly on the ground to the blazing sun in the sky. Utterly incomparable. Even the previous transformation stage Demon King had never given him this feeling. Could it be that he had already broken through to the transformation stage? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Zhanyun suppressed the surging blood and energy within him and trembled as he asked, Gu Dao Sect, may I ask if you have broken through to the transformation stage? Transformation stage. The celestial talents from major forces like the goddess of mending heaven, Yin Luozi, and the wine sword immortal all looked at Gu Shengge in shock. Wasn't it said that he had just broken through to the Nascent Soul stage? How could he achieve the transformation stage so quickly? On the Golden Dragon, Gu Shengge shook his head lightly and replied calmly, I have not yet achieved the transformation stage. Then why were you able to easily dissolve my strike? Even the transformation stage Demon King would retreat in the face of my full power strike. How strong are you really? Xiao Zhanyun was astonished. Just how strong was this Qian Kun Dao Sect? Other celestial talents were also shocked. This was even more terrifying than breaking through to the transformation stage. Gu Shengge glanced at Xiao Zhanyun, his voice devoid of emotion, as if stating a fact. How strong am I? That's a good question. Right now, you are still at the Nascent Soul stage, with a narrow perspective, seeing me as a frog at the bottom of the well looking up at the moon. In the future, when you reach the transformation stage, you'll understand, like a mayfly seeing the vast sky. To put it in simpler terms, although both of us are currently at the Nascent Soul stage, after being defeated, you think I am powerful and feel we are not on the same level. Yet you don't truly know how powerful I am. That's fine. When you reach the transformation stage, you will understand just how powerful I am. A nascent soul defeating a transformation stage is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Such arrogant words did not provoke opposition from many cultivators. Because Gu Shengge had the capital to be arrogant, he could indeed act that way. At that moment, the invincible name of the double pupil user was once again etched in everyone's hearts. The golden dragon swayed, transforming into a golden stream of light that flew over Xiao Zhenyan's head, leaving a faint golden mark, as if it were an insurmountable chasm that could never be crossed. Once the golden dragon entered the city, the cultivators outside Qian city came to their senses. They looked at the disappearing figure of Gu Shengge, filled with awe. Strong people are always worthy of respect. Of course, except for those who like to play the pig to eat the tiger. They deserve to be scolded and provoked, as they are inherently lowly. The wine sword immortal took a sip of fine wine, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. A hint of sword intent flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Interesting, this is someone worthy to be my opponent. Let me see what qualifications you have to become an enemy of the system." The battle outside the city quickly spread throughout Qian city with the entrance of the cultivators. In an instant, countless cultivators and forces within Qian city were shocked, discussing it fervently. "Have you heard? The Knife King of the Breaking Heaven Mountain challenged Qian Kun Dao Sect and was defeated in one move. Not just that, the Qian Kun Dao Sect merely waved his hand lightly and broke Xiao Zhenyan's full power strike without even using any divine abilities. Wow, is he really that strong? Wasn't it said that the Qian Kun Dao Sect had just broken through to the Nascent Soul stage not long ago to challenge the #1 on the human hero ranking? I think Xiao Zhenyan must have been drunk. He deserved to lose." Meanwhile, the main character of the discussion, Gu Shengge, after entering the city, brought Dan Taiqing Xian to the Qian Kun Dao Sect's base in Qian city. It was a floating palace, black and white, towering and magnificent, standing in the east of Qian city. The steward of the Dao sect arranged 2 halls for Gu Shengge and his disciple to rest. Inside the hall, Gu Shengge took out the Age God Pearl and extracted the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame. As soon as the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame appeared, its violent and scorching nature made Gu Shengge feel a bit overwhelmed. The golden imperial fire struggled in his hands, trying to escape Gu Shengge's control. If this were before, Gu Shengge would not have had the confidence to refine it. But now was different. With the fire ancestor's divine infant, he could subdue not only the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame, but also even the celestial fires from the upper realm. The holy pill had transformed into a divine infant, and the divine ability seeds contained within had grown into his innate divine abilities. Now possessing 4 ancestral divine infants, Gu Shengge had also acquired 4 innate divine abilities. The innate divine ability of the fire ancestor was called Fire Control. Although the name seemed unremarkable, it was an extremely powerful ability. Once this divine ability was activated, it could control all fires under heaven, and no matter what fire it was, it had to submit. The other 3 ancestral divine abilities were the Thunder Control of the Thunder Ancestor, the Ice Absolute of the Ice Ancestor, and the Rejuvenation of the Wood Ancestor. Gu Shengge's double pupils flashed with a hint of red light, and as he activated the Fire Control divine ability, he instantly refined the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame without any hindrance. With this fire, in the future, refining innate magical treasures would surely reach a new level. As Gu Shengge manipulated the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame, changing its shape in his hands, he couldn't help but voice his feelings. This Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame is a golden imperial fire, a peerless divine flame that weapon refiners dream of, capable of perfectly refining the impurities of spiritual materials and forging the most flawless magical treasures. If he ever runs low on spirit stones in the future, as long as he claims to master the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame, countless cultivators would surely come to request his help in refining and repairing their innate magical treasures, seeking to maintain their treasures in the best condition. Of course, Gu Shengge was just joking. After absorbing the Emperor of Fire's world-burning flame into his body, Gu Shengge was about to leave the hall to find Dan Taiqing Xian when he heard a respectful voice from outside. "Daozi, a maidservant of the goddess of mending heaven, has delivered an invitation letter, wishing to invite you to attend the gathering of celestial talents." Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge was slightly taken aback. He had also heard of the goddess of mending heaven, said to be a congenital Tao, with a special physique that resonates with the Tao, much like the supreme Tao body. Her cultivation speed was not much inferior to Gu Shengge's. By her youth, she was already a nascent soul stronghold, and achieving the transformation stage within 100 years was not a problem. After pondering for a moment, Gu Shengge instructed the attendant outside to bring the invitation letter in. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well attend to pass the time. The handwriting on the invitation letter was beautiful, carrying a faint Tao rhyme, personally written by the goddess of mending heaven. She invited Gu Shengge to attend the evening's gathering of celestial talents, which would be held at the Mending Heaven branch in Qian City. Besides him, there would be other celestial talents from various forces, all of whom are figures on the human hero ranking. At the end, the goddess of mending heaven also noted that she looked forward to discussing the Tao with Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge accepted the invitation letter and told the attendant to return to the Mending Heaven Pavilion to inform them that he would arrive on time. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please support with monthly tickets. End of chapter 28. The uninvited guest at the Tao discussion gathering. The sacred maiden of the sky-cutting sect, Jun Mingxing the night in Qian City, was still bustling, with countless palaces and halls along the streets, resplendent in gold and jade. As far as the eye could see, the brilliant lights shimmered, with streams of spiritual light reflecting off the thousands of palaces, creating a dreamlike scene. Starshine cascaded like a waterfall, and the moonlight fell gently, enveloping the entire Qian City in a veil of stars and moonlight, incredibly beautiful, resembling a divine city in the heavens. The intoxicating fragrance of wine wafted out from a tall building, and faintly, several graceful figures swayed within, exuding charm. This scene attracted countless cultivators inside. On the street, Gu Shengge was followed closely by the slightly lagging Ji Gue. According to the location on the invitation, they arrived at the Butian Division Pavilion in Qian City. The Butian Spirit Pavilion was a palace made of jade, floating in midair, with every brick and tile carved from jade, intricately designed, exquisitely beautiful, perched on the clouds, extending into a staircase of 999 layers of white jade. Surrounded by mist, magnificent beyond compare. Gu Shengge stepped onto the white jade stairs, but at the moment he landed, the scenery around him flowed rapidly, flashing by in an instant. Even Ji Gue did not react in time. Her master, who was still in front of her, suddenly appeared at the end of the jade stairs. In front of the spirit pavilion, 8 beautiful maidens who had come to greet the talents from various forces were stunned. A single phrase flashing through their minds, shortening the distance. Only those proficient in the Tao of space could use such a technique. However, didn't the Qian Kun Dao Sect enter the path through lightning techniques? It was unexpected that he was also so skilled in the Tao of space. Dao Sect Gu, our divine maiden has been waiting for a long time. Please follow the maidservants. The 8 maidens, all foundation-building cultivators and quite young, would be considered rare talents in smaller sects, but in the Butian Spirit Pavilion, they could only serve as guides and portee. The foundation of the Butian Pavilion was indeed profound, worthy of being a great sect with a legacy of 100,000 years. A flash of golden light passed, and Ji Gue also flew up, following Gu Shengge into the Spirit Pavilion under the guidance of the maidservants. Passing through the palace doors, the interior of the palace was even more spacious than it appeared outside, divided into many areas, exhibiting a variety of scenes. The maidservants led them deep into the Spirit Pavilion, to an area that only esteemed guests could enter, a jade pavilion. Dao Sect Gu, please enter. Gu Shengge nodded slightly and led Ji Gue into the jade pavilion, where many people had already arrived, including Xiao Zhanyun, who had wielded his sword at him during the day, and the wine sword immortal from the Lingxiao sword sect. His arrival attracted the attention of many. Some were surprised, some were astonished, and some were in awe. Xiao Zhanyun did not expect that the Butian Divine Maiden had even invited the Qian Kun Dao Sect, feeling secretly astonished, and the words from earlier in the day resurfaced in his mind. Gu Shengge casually found a spot to sit down, closing his eyes and quietly waiting for the appearance of the Butian Divine Maiden, while Ji Gue stood obediently beside him. After a moment, the Butian Divine Maiden descended from the sky, her snow-white long dress billowing under the moonlight, resembling a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, incredibly pure and otherworldly, attracting the attention of everyone present. She wore a thin veil that concealed her stunning beauty, her 3,000 strands of hair styled into a flying bun, and her pair of phoenix-like eyes shimmered like autumn waters. Her graceful figure was enveloped in soft moonlight, with skin as smooth as jade, enchanting and ethereal, surrounded by strands of Tao rhythm, exuding an unparalleled otherworldly charm. Upon seeing the Butian Divine Maiden land, several young talents stood up to greet her, and she nodded in response. The lips behind the veil parted slightly, her voice gentle and pleasant, refreshing to the heart. Thank you all for gracing this gathering. If there are any shortcomings in hospitality, I ask for your understanding, and I apologize in advance. The Divine Maiden is joking. Since it is an invitation from the Divine Maiden, how could we not come? Please, take a seat. We are all waiting for the Divine Maiden to host the discussion. A young man in blue spoke with a smile, his words filled with admiration for the Butian Divine Maiden. Xiao took her seat at the main position, her beautiful eyes sweeping across the crowd, pausing for a moment when they landed on Gu Shengge. She withdrew her gaze, a faint smile appearing on her exquisite face, and softly said, "Everyone." However, just as the Butian Divine Maiden began to speak, a sultry and enchanting voice suddenly interrupted her. "Oh, Sister Xiao, why are you doing everything behind my back? If I hadn't happened to pass by, I really wouldn't have known that you invited so many talents to discuss the Tao. But I have a question. With so many people, can your body handle it, sister?" Ha ha ha. In the next moment, the scenery before everyone's eyes changed, as if countless beautiful fairies appeared, exhaling like orchids, swaying their figures, captivating their hearts. Gu Shengge frowned slightly, his dual pupils swirling with yin and yang, his gaze like a sharp sword, piercing towards the stunning fairy that approached him. The fairy illusion shattered at the touch, and the beautiful fairies before the other attendees also dissipated. Seeing Gu Shengge take action to dispel the illusion, the Butian Divine Maiden dispersed her magic and turned her gaze to the troublemaker. The young talents also looked towards the one who cast the illusion, revealing a mesmerizingly charming woman. The woman had long, upright fox ears on her head, her black flowing hair adorned with a golden lotus, the tips dyed a dark red. She had a delicate oval face with fox-like eyes that were long and captivating, a refined nose, and particularly a beauty mark at the corner of her eye that added an irresistible allure. Her cherry-like lips parted and closed slightly, revealing a glimpse of her pink tongue. The black skirt wrapped around her enchanting figure, perfectly outlining her beauty, with a deep neckline that accentuated her ample curves. Her skin was fair and tender, with lotus flowers as her sleeves, and her attire was decorated with numerous lotuses. Her hips were well-rounded, and she had 5 cherry-pink foxtails that merged into one fluffy, large foxtail. The skirt was slit to the extreme, revealing her long, beautiful legs in a typical wine glass shape, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Her thighs firm and plump, while her calves were slender and long, standing barefoot with golden bells hanging from her ankles, jingling softly. With every smile and frown, the enchanting woman exuded a myriad of charms, and few could resist her allure. However, everyone present were all young talents cultivated by major forces, and none were enchanted by her. Only a few individuals couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Seeing her illusion so easily dispelled, Jun Mengqing turned to look at the one who made the move. This glance left her stunned, a flash of surprise appearing in her beautiful eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Xiao was quite dissatisfied with the uninvited Jun Mengqing, but due to the presence of many people, she couldn't afford to get angry. She only spoke, "Jun Mengqing, this is a gathering of our human race's young talents. It is not appropriate for you to be here, so I did not send you an invitation. I hope you can understand, and please leave. Do not disturb our discussion." Yun Mingqing. Upon hearing this name, several young talents suddenly realized, no wonder she was so enchanting. It turned out to be her. If anyone from the Qiongsheng domain was most at odds with the Butian Divine Maiden, it would definitely be Jun Mengqing. It was rumored that she possessed the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, and now had opened 5 tails, being the young emperor of the Fox Clan's holy land, Qingxiu. She had also joined the equally ancient sky-cutting sect, revered as a sacred maiden, her strength unfathomable, reportedly having reached the late stage of the Nascent Soul. Gu Shengge sensed Jun Mengqing's gaze upon him, feeling a bit puzzled. Did she seem to recognize him? P.S. Please vote. Please reward. Please give monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. The flirtatious young emperor of Qingxiu. Gu Shengge was confused. My sister is joking. The Heavenly Repairing Spirit Palace opens its doors for business, welcoming guests from all directions. Even though you are the goddess of the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion, surely you wouldn't drive away guests, Jun Mengqing said with a smile, lightly covering her mouth. She didn't believe Xiao would do something inappropriate in front of so many people. This goddess of the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion was known for cherishing her reputation. Xiao, upon hearing this, was reluctant to let Jun Mengqing stay, but, out of consideration for her image, found it hard to act aggressively to force her out. Seeing that simple words could not drive away the thick-skinned Jun Mengqing, Xiao decided to adopt another approach. Saintess of the heavenly severing, since you also wish to participate in this discussion, I want to make it difficult for you. As long as one among us is willing to speak on your behalf to allow you to participate, then it will be fine, and I want to say another word. It seemed to give Jun Mengqing an opportunity, but in reality, it was a choice for everyone present to take sides. Both the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion and the Heavenly Severing Sect were the last remaining major sects of Qian, with a long history and a reputation for having ascendants among their ranks. Even when looking across the vast world, they were top-tier sects with unfathomable depth. Even the Qian Kun Dao Sect, compared to these two, was somewhat lacking. Legend has it that the founders of these two sects were a pair of twin brothers who parted ways due to differing ideologies and eventually became rivals due to the subsequent developments of their sections. The Heavenly Repairing Pavilion advocates for following the will of heaven, stating that people should adhere to the heavenly path. When the heavens face difficulties, one should sacrifice oneself to repair the heavens and save sentient beings from fire and water. On the other hand, the Heavenly Severing Sect promotes going against heaven, asserting that the heavenly path is not to be feared. If disasters befall, one should strive to save oneself and face challenges head-on, seizing a glimmer of hope amidst calamity to protect all living beings. Though seemingly contradictory, the core teachings of the two sects were not that different. However, with the evolution over the past 100,000 years, while the teachings had remained unchanged, the hearts of the people had changed, and their interpretations had also shifted. Each generation of the goddess and son of the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion and the saintess and son of the Heavenly Severing Sect maintained an unending relationship. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. Although they were all outstanding talents, they were still just that, and while their backing was powerful, it was still far from the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion. There was no need to offend the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion for the sake of the Heavenly Severing Sect, which was already incompatible with their own forces. Gu Shengge frowned slightly. He could tell what the goddess of the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion meant. She was trying to force them to take sides. However, he had a flaw. He was soft-hearted and did not respond well to pressure. Moreover, he was not adept at fighting in a conventional manner, but rather at unconventional tactics. Just when Xiao thought no one would speak on behalf of Jun Mengqing and prepared to embarrass her, Gu Shengge spoke up. Dao is Xiao. Since Daoist Jun is also here to discuss the Dao, let her stay. I would like to hear her talk about the teachings of the Heavenly Severing Sect to validate my own path. His thin lips parted, and his indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. The other talents present were momentarily stunned, glancing at Gu Shengge in surprise, but also felt quite normal. They dared not offend the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion, but Gu Shengge had the capital to do so. The goddess of the Heavenly Repairing Pavilion's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of astonishment. She never expected the Taoist of Qian would speak for Jun Mengqing. According to Xiao's understanding, the Qian Kun Dao Sect had no ties to the Heavenly Severing Sect, and Gu Shengge and Jun Mengqing shouldn't know each other. Why would he stand up for this flirtatious fox? Could it be that he was interested in her? This thought flashed through the goddess's mind, but was quickly dismissed. It was impossible. Even if Jun Mengqing, this flirtatious fox, possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox and was irresistibly charming, even a divine being may not be able to resist her. However, the Taoist of Qian, being the top of the talent list, would definitely not be enchanted by her. There must be another reason. Did her attempt to force them to take sides irritate him? Realizing this, Xiao felt a twinge of regret. Originally, she had intended to win over the Taoist of Qian during this discussion, but unexpectedly, it backfired, making things harder for herself. Jun Mengqing, upon hearing Gu Shengge speak for her, instantly brightened with joy. Her enchanting gaze fell on the figure in white, nearly shimmering with delight. Flirtatious fox, Xiao thought coldly as she noticed Jun Mengqing staring at Gu Shengge without blinking. It was all this flirtatious fox's fault for not inviting her. What was she even doing here? She had also tarnished her own image in the eyes of the Taoist of Qian. Suppressing her displeasure, Xiao smiled and said, "Since it's the Taoist of Qian who spoke up, I'm willing to give you this face. Someone, bring a seat for the saintess of the Heavenly Severing." "No need. I have a place to sit." Jun Mengqing decisively rejected Xiao. "As if I'm your subordinate. Why would I need your seat?" Lin Yun Mengqing's Tao. Her beautiful legs bare against the white jade floor, the golden bells around her ankles jingling as she swayed her fluffy foxtail, approaching Gu Shengge. Seeing the saintess of the Heavenly Severing walking towards him, Gu Shengge felt puzzled. What did this woman want? To his shock, in full view of everyone, Jun Mengqing directly sat on Gu Shengge's lap, her long legs draped over his, curling up in his embrace like a little fox, her enchanting face displaying a hint of nostalgia and satisfaction. This action stunned not only everyone present, but even Gu Shengge himself. The wine sword immortal, witnessing Jun Mengqing's boldness, immediately felt regret. Had he known this saintess of the heavenly severing was so open, he would have spoken up as well. It was such a pity to let it go to Gu. However, while a beautiful woman was great, it was not as good as the fine wine in hand. Why was the feast starting yet? He was still waiting to drink. The wine sword immortal took a few swigs from his wine gourd, but his gaze never left Jun Mengqing. Gu Shengge looked at the seemingly affectionate Jun Mengqing in his arms and was momentarily stunned. What is going on here? I just said a few words, and you're throwing yourself at me. Isn't this a bit too much? Beside him, Ji Gui was so angry his dragon teeth were grinding. Damn it, where did this flirtatious fox come from? Immediately trying to seduce my master. Meanwhile, Jun Mengqing paid no mind to the astonished gazes around her. She sniffed the scent emanating from Gu Shengge, like a mother cat smelling catnip, becoming somewhat addicted. Still the familiar scent. Benefactor, I finally see you again. Hearing Jun Mengqing's murmurs, Gu Shengge showed a confused expression. Benefactor? Did I save her before? The goddess of the heavenly repairing pavilion looked at the proactively affectionate Jun Mengqing, her beautiful face under the veil filled with frost. This shameless flirt. How dare she act so brazenly? Don't think this will win over the Taoist of Qian Kun. Dream on. As long as I am here, the Taoist of Qian Kun will never lean towards your heavenly severing sect. Xiao bit her lip and coldly reprimanded the saintess of the heavenly severing, Jun Mengqing. Put away your flirtatious tactics. The Taoist of Qian Kun is not someone you can tarnish. If you still wish to stay and discuss the Tao, then get down now. Unexpectedly, Jun Mengqing didn't lift her head and showed no respect for Xiao. You can't control me. I just like being in the benefactor's embrace. If you have the ability, pull me down. P.S. The update is a bit late today. Sorry about that. Mainly because I went drinking yesterday and forgot to type. End of chapter 30, Jun Mengqing. Have you forgotten me, benefactor? The holy maiden of the celestial sky nestled in Gu Shengge's embrace, her delicate and rosy jade fingers gently gliding across his chest. She looked up at Gu Shengge with a playful blink of her enchanting eyes, a captivating smile appearing on her charming face as if teasing him. Seeing Jun Mengqing being so unruly, Gu Shengge frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Holy maiden, please get off my lap. I don't want to be the subject of gossip. He spoke to keep Jun Mengqing at a distance, not pleased with Xiao forcing them to line up. In Gu Shengge's view, Jun Mengqing's actions were just another form of coercion. What he disliked the most was being schemed against. The goddess of mending heaven saw Gu Shengge drive away Jun Mengqing, and a hint of mockery flashed in her beautiful eyes. Flirtatious fox, still trying to seduce the Tao child of the universe, but he doesn't fall for your tricks at all. Xiao Zhanyun and the others were also surprised that the Tao child of the universe would reject the holy maiden of the celestial sky's advances. And they couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he was at the top of the hero ranking. Just his level of self-control was something they couldn't compare to. Rejected, Jun Mengqing pouted, her enchanting face showing a hint of grievance, but she still obediently rose from Gu Shengge's embrace. She waved her hand and conjured a soft chair beside Gu Shengge, sitting down next to him, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. The gathering had already gathered all the participants. Although there was an unexpected guest, it was nothing too serious. Xiao sat at the main seat, her delicate lips slightly parted, her clear voice resonating in everyone's ears. Let the banquet begin in the next moment. Dozens of spirit maidens from the Linke held heavenly dishes, descending like celestial maidens, placing plate after plate of exquisite delicacies in front of the outstanding figures, the spiritual energy wafting through the air, the aroma enticing. Each dish was top-tier spiritual cuisine. There was even an exquisite wine with an age of over 1,000 years, its fragrant aroma whetting everyone's appetite, except for Gu Shengge, who did not enjoy drinking. He only occasionally had a little monkey wine, which was sweet. The wine swordsman, Liu Ruyan, smelled the rich fragrance of the 1,000-year-old wine, his throat rolling as he began to swallow saliva, almost unable to hold back. If it weren't for his pride, he would have rushed to grab it immediately. Everyone, please don't mind the simple food. If anything is not to your taste, feel free to tell Xiao, Xiao said with a smile. Some outstanding figures quickly expressed that the goddess of mending heaven was joking, who didn't know that the mending heaven Linke was the best dining place in Shantian City. Every dish in front of them was carefully selected, made from the finest parts of spirit beasts and various spiritual herbs. Compared to the other invited, outstanding figures, Jun Mingqing's treatment was not bad, but the level of the spiritual cuisine was not on the same tier as the others. In the face of this differential treatment, Jun Mingqing did not show dissatisfaction. Instead, she looked at Gu Shengge's dishes and began to introduce them to him. Benefactor. This Ling Wang wing is made from a spirit bird containing a trace of phoenix bloodline and fire attribute spiritual herb, the Wutong spirit. It is extremely delicious, but it will create a warm sensation in the stomach, which is very beneficial for cultivators of the fire path. Benefactor. This 9 suns holding heart is made primarily from the heart of the Tianxin jade lotus, supplemented with 9 types of water attribute spiritual herbs, sweet in taste. Perfect for consuming after the Ling Wang wing to neutralize the heat in the stomach. Benefactor. This bowl of East Sea fish soup is made from the finest parts of 137 types of East Sea spirit fish, cooked in the Luotian 9 transformation furnace, and is one of the signature dishes of the Mending Heaven Ling Ke, incredibly delicious and nourishing for the spirit body. Here, let me feed you. Jun Mingqing naturally picked up a bowl of East Sea fish soup, scooped out a spoonful with a white jade spoon, first blowing on it in front of her mouth before bringing it to Gu Shengge's lips. This scene did not sit well with Zhigue, who thought, who is the maid here after all? Seeing Jun Mingqing being so attentive to Gu Shengge, lowering herself to serve him, Xiao inwardly remarked that she had underestimated her. With all the advances in serving food, she had to admit that in terms of shamelessness, she was indeed no match for Jun Mingqing. Other outstanding figures looked at the holy maiden of the celestial sky, personally feeding Gu Shengge, their eyes revealing envy. Why didn't such good fortune fall upon them? No need for the holy maiden to serve me. I can do it myself. Also, there's no need to call me benefactor. It's just a word. It doesn't count as a favor, Gu Shengge said, his gaze lowered, glancing at the East Sea fish soup brought to his lips, then at the eagerly anticipating Jun Mingqing, softly rejecting her. Upon hearing this, Jun Mingqing did not insist but placed the East Sea fish soup back down. However, her beautiful eyes dimmed, a trace of sadness flashing in her gaze. So, have you really forgotten me? The outstanding figures enjoyed the exquisite food and fine wine, and the beauties of the Ling Ke danced, adding more fun to the gathering. After everyone had their fill, the discussion began in earnest. A handsome young man with red hair and crimson eyes stood up first, dressed in fiery patterned battle armor, tall and straight, with flames etched on the left side of his face, hinting at his affinity for the fire path. He looked at a blue-clad youth and said, I've heard that the Haiyao Palace excels in the water path. I specialize in the fire path and would like to discuss with you, as fire can also overcome water. The young genius from the Haiyao Palace stood up upon hearing this. Gu Shengge observed the red-haired youth's attire, pondering his background. Jun Mingqing noticed and quickly introduced, benefactor. This person is the young master of the Flame Absolute Sect, Qian Yinzi, ranked 27th on the hero ranking, proficient in the fire path. He recently broke through to the Nascent Soul stage, and it said he controls the Cold Origin Ice Flame, which ranks 233rd on the Divine Fire ranking. His strength is considerable. As for that blue-clad one, he is a direct descendant of the Haiyao Palace's leader, also a branch of the Penglai clan, named Hai Wentian, ranked 24th on the hero ranking, who broke through to the Nascent Soul over a year ago. His strength is acceptable. After hearing her introduction, Gu Shengge immediately lost interest in Qian Yinzi and Hai Wentian. If it were someone in the top 10 of the hero ranking, it might be worth watching. But those outside the top 10 were not worth his time. As for the Divine Fire ranking mentioned by Jun Mingqing, Gu Shengge was also familiar with it. The Divine Fire ranking listed 360 strange flames, and his Howdy Burning World Flame was also on the list, ranked 21st, along with the other 4 Imperial Flames. However, if the 5 Directions' 5 Imperial Flames were fused, they would form the ranked 9th 5 Elements Imperial Flame. The discussion was not a battle, but focused on expressing one's understanding of the Tao. Qian Yinzi and Hai Wentian sat cross-legged, articulating their respective understandings of the Tao, which manifested as Tao texts swirling around them, the collision of fire and water evolving into strange phenomena. In the end, it was still Hai Wentian who had the upper hand, surpassing Qian Yinzi with his comprehension of the water path. After Qian Yinzi reluctantly withdrew, the goddess of Mending Heaven asked the maid to bring a jar of Qian Yuan heavy water, sending it to Hai Wentian, saying, Tao friend Hai, your understanding of the water path is indeed extraordinary, which has enlightened Xiao. Just recently, I acquired a jar of Qian Yuan heavy water, which is useless to keep. So I'll give it to you. Thank you, goddess. Hai Wentian quickly accepted the Qian Yuan heavy water, which was a great item he needed for practicing a water path divine ability. Xiao smiled and then looked at the other outstanding figures, saying, "Everyone, since this discussion is organized by Xiao, how about I set a small rule? Of course, Xiao will also put forth some items as rewards. How about that?" Upon hearing this, the outstanding figures had no objections, as the Mending Heaven Pavilion had deep foundations, and the rewards mentioned by Xiao would surely not be lacking. P.S. Please vote. Please reward. Please monthly vote. In a chapter 31, the Wine Sword Immortal discusses the Tao and speaks of the 5 realms of swordsmanship. Thanks to everyone's kindness, I will not be polite. The goddess of healing smiled and instructed her maid to bring out 3 trays covered with red cloth. She unveiled the cloth, revealing a pill the size of a longan on each tray. The pills were milky white, with swirling cloud patterns, covered by a faint sheen, and exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. This is the revitalizing pill for my healing pavilion. There is no need for me to elaborate further. I believe everyone is aware of its effects. I will use these 3 pills as a prize. As long as you can engage in 3 rounds of discussion here without defeat, you will receive 1 revitalizing pill. It's actually the revitalizing pill. What a generous offer. The group of outstanding youths showed surprise upon seeing the revitalizing pill. This is a 6th grade pill, true to its name. It can restore anyone to their original state, no matter how severe their injuries are. Even if their golden core is damaged, their nascent soul is harmed, or their spiritual veins are severed. The Healing Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation as a great sect for 10,000 years, making such a grand gesture. Gu Shengge was also quite interested in the revitalizing pill. No one can guarantee they will never be injured. Having this revitalizing pill provides an extra layer of security. Seeing that her benefactor was interested in the revitalizing pill, Jun Mengqing leaned closer to his ear, her soft lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids, her voice enchanting and captivating. "Benefactor, I have a pill that is even better than the revitalizing pill. Once this event concludes, I will give it to you. Don't let that woman Xiao treat you like a joke just for a revitalizing pill." Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge looked at Jun Mengqing, his doubts intensifying. He had only said one thing for her, so why was she calling him benefactor repeatedly and offering him a pill better than the revitalizing pill? Was she being overly attentive? Or did she want to use this opportunity to win him over? That was certainly a possibility. Gu Shengge shook his head and politely declined, saying, "No merit, no reward. The saintess should keep her pills for herself." After being rejected again, Jun Mengqing sighed lightly. Her benefactor was truly vigilant. It seems she needs to find an opportunity to clarify things with him, at least not here to avoid being overheard. The group of outstanding youths, tempted by the revitalizing pill, was eager to try their luck. However, winning 3 rounds of discussion was not an easy task. Yi Ran finished his 1,000-year-old fine wine, still wanting more. 1 pot was simply not enough for him to enhance his cultivation. According to the prompts from the Wine Sword Immortal system, he needed at least 3 more pots to break through to the late Nascent Soul stage. Yi Ran scanned the room and noticed that everyone else had nearly finished their drinks, except for the Qian Kun Dao Sect's untouched pot, and he felt a surge of joy. Although he didn't understand why Gu Shengge wasn't tea drinking, since he had already seen it, he wouldn't be polite. Yi Ran stood up unsteadily, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Qian Kun Dao Sect, how about we have a discussion? If you lose, you must give me that pot of 1,000-year-old fine wine in front of you." The Wine Sword Immortal burped, his face slightly flushed, immediately challenging Gu Shengge. This left the gathered youths astonished, whispering among themselves. Has this guy from Lingshao's sword sect gone drunk? He asked the first to challenge Qian Kun Dao Sect. Has he forgotten what happened to Xiao Zhanyan? Who knows? Besides, we're just discussing the Tao. Perhaps he wants to rely on his understanding of swordsmanship to overpower Qian Kun Dao Sect. Ignorant, truly thinking that just because others call him the Wine Sword Immortal, he truly considers himself a sword immortal. Today, I want to see if his swordsmanship is worthy of that title. Gu Shengge looked at Yi Ran, wondering whether to call him brave or reckless. "What? Are you afraid?" Seeing Gu Shengge silent, a tipsy Yi Ran began to boast, causing Gu Shenge's expression to darken as he coldly snorted, "Humph. Just because you've had a few sips of horse piss, you think you're invincible in the world? How dare you act so presumptuously before me? Fine, since you want to discuss the Tao, I'll oblige. But I have a condition. If you lose, you can no longer call yourself the Wine Sword Immortal. You'll have to change it to the Horse Piss Sword Immortal." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously tipsy Yi Ran immediately sobered up, followed by a wave of anger. "Oh, So you think being at the top of the talent rankings makes you so impressive? Daring to call him the horse-piss sword immortal. You're courting death. Since obtaining the wine sword immortal system, Yi Ran had never been this furious, even when someone slandered him for lewd behavior towards his junior sister. He hadn't been this angry. Just wait for a slap in the face for looking down on the wine sword immortal. Xiao had not expected such a turn of events. Her gaze flickered between Yi Ran and Gu Shengge, choosing to remain a bystander for now and observe. Yi Ran glared coldly at Gu Shengge, speaking in a deep voice. Gu Daozi, your words are quite bold. You're so confident that you think I will lose to you? It's not confidence, it's certainty. Gu Shengge slowly stood up, his double pupils shimmering, his indifferent voice containing extreme dominance. The man in front of him, who called himself the wine sword immortal, felt inferior to Xiao Zhanyun in his eyes. All right, tonight, I shall experience the greatness of Gu Daozi Dao and compare it to my swordsmanship to see who is stronger. Yi Ran sat cross-legged, determined to establish superiority with Gu Shengge. Just as Gu Shengge was about to sit cross-legged, he saw Jun Mengqing take out a soft cushion and cleverly toss it under him, feeling the softness beneath him. Gu Shengge didn't bother with such trivialities at the moment, coldly staring at Yi Ran. You're not worthy to hear my Dao. To avoid anyone saying I'm bullying you, let us base it on your swordsmanship. I want to use anything else. I'll just attack short with long. Gu Daozi is indeed arrogant. Hearing this, Yi Ran was delighted. You said it yourself, so don't blame me for bullying you. Gu Shengge glanced at him. Then let us begin. The surrounding youths also stopped whispering, quieting down to listen attentively to the discussion between the two great talents. One side was the acknowledged top of the talent rankings, the first genius of Qian. The other side was the recently rising wine sword immortal, rumored to comprehend the Tao through drinking, practicing Qi during a hangover, shocking the world. Who was stronger? Who was weaker? They were all eager to find out. Yi Ran spoke first, his voice clear, resonating in everyone's ears. In my view, swordsmanship divides into 5 realms. The first is the sharp sword realm, fierce and powerful, invincible. The second is the soft sword realm, overcoming hardness with softness, overcoming yang with yin. The third is the heavy sword realm, a heavy sword without an edge. Great skill without craftsmanship, lifting heavy as if light and light as if heavy. The fourth is the wooden sword realm, unconfined by sword tools, using the earth, grass, and wood as swords. Even a blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. The fifth is the no-sword realm, with no sword in hand, but a sword in heart, capable of slaying heaven and earth. After hearing Yi Ran's 5 realms of swordsmanship, the group of outstanding youths pondered, feeling it was impressive but also somewhat strange, unable to articulate why. In contrast, Gu Shengge looked at Yi Ran with a gaze that suggested he was looking at an idiot. Confirmed, this is a time traveler, and a fool who has read Jin Yang's martial arts novels and messed up his mind. Having crossed into the immortal cultivation world, he still regards the so-called 5 realms of swordsmanship from Du Gu Qiubai as a treasure, bringing it up for discussion. Isn't that foolishness? But to be fair, the fantasy and immortal cultivation novels Gu Shengge had read in his previous life would always reference Du Gu Qiubai's swordsmanship to show off, with a bunch of people praising it as incredibly powerful and impressive. In reality, it was just that it could work in the martial arts world. But in the realms of fantasy and immortal cultivation, the so-called 5 realms of swordsmanship simply do not hold water. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please support with monthly tickets. Into this chapter, Chapter 32. The wine sword immortal? I think it's the horse urine immortal instead. The 5 realms of swordsmanship. What nonsense. Gu Shengge shook his head and sneered, feeling speechless at Yi Ran's mention of the 5 realms of swordsmanship. The insights of Du Gu Qiubai in his swordsmanship have been nearly exhausted by time travelers. Can't we find someone else to draw from? Don't I have my own understanding of the sword? Seeing his 5 realms of swordsmanship being dismissed, Yi Ran felt displeased and secretly wondered if this guy even understood swordsmanship. After all, he was the greatest swordsman in Jin Yang's martial arts world, and how could Du Gu Qiubai's supreme understanding of swordsmanship be nonsense? Oh, Gu Daozi thinks my understanding of swordsmanship is wrong. Then what high opinion do you have? Yi Ran asked Gu Shengge with a calm expression and a smile. Gu Shengge replied indifferently. I am not a sword cultivator, but I understand a fact. Sword cultivators are called sword cultivators because they use swords as weapons, not grass or tree branches. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran immediately retorted, those who attain a high level of swordsmanship can use all things in heaven and earth as swords. Even a piece of grass or a branch can still sever the sun, moon, and stars. How can that not be considered sword cultivation? Then are they using swords? Gu Shengge countered, using grass and tree branches as swords. Rather than calling them sword cultivators, they might as well be called grass cultivators or tree cultivators. After all, a sword cultivator who doesn't even use a sword has no right to be called a sword cultivator. The more Yi Ran listened, the more he felt that Gu Shengge's words were fallacies, unable to help but say, "The sword is in the heart." Gu Shengge, then take the sword from your heart and show it to me. Yi Ran glared at Gu Daozi. How can you not understand? Saying there is a sword in the heart is just a saying. It doesn't mean there is actually a sword in the heart. Even the supreme swordsmanship of Dugu Qiubai cannot be understood by a native. Indeed, a native is a native. Thinking of this, Yi Ran's gaze towards Gu Shengge changed slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Gu Shengge felt puzzled, seeing him show disdain towards him. Could this guy really be angered to the point of losing his mind? The other talented individuals present, upon hearing this discussion, gradually understood the confusion caused by the 5 realms of swordsmanship. Qian Kun Dao Sect made a reasonable point. If a sword cultivator has no sword and uses a piece of grass or wood as a weapon, how can they be called a sword cultivator? Not at all. I actually think the Wine Sword Immortal's 5 realms of swordsmanship makes sense. Not being bound by the sword in hand. Using all things in heaven and earth as swords is indeed the highest form of swordsmanship. I think this Wine Sword Immortal has just drunk too much horse urine. A sword cultivator who doesn't use a sword but instead uses grass and wood is nothing short of foolish. The benefactor is right. A sword cultivator must use a sword to be called a sword cultivator. Jun Mengqing supported Gu Shengge with a clear voice, and the 5 intertwined foxtails behind her were released, blooming like flowers, similar to Gu Shengge's female fans cheering wildly from below. Gu Shengge looked at Yi Ran and continued, "Since you believe that there's a sword in your heart and that all things in heaven and earth can be swords, and that using grass and wood instead of a sword can still sever the sun, moon, and stars, then may I ask, if there are 2 sword cultivators of equal strength, one holding a piece of grass as a weapon and the other holding a peerless immortal sword, who would win between them? Who is stronger and who is weaker?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a sharp edge piercing through the 5 realms of swordsmanship that Yi Ran had just mentioned. The talented individuals suddenly understood why they found the so-called 5 realms of swordsmanship so strange. When cultivators fight, in addition to supernatural powers and secret arts, they also rely on magical treasures and divine weapons. If one does not use magical treasures and divine weapons, their strength will surely be greatly reduced. Therefore, Yi Ran's claim that the sword in the heart and all things as swords, that no sword can defeat a sword, is utter nonsense. Yi Ran was also stunned. He did not expect Gu Shengge to break the mold so much. They were discussing Tao, not debating. This was too dark. Coincidentally, Gu Shengge thought that discussing Tao was the same as debating. As long as he could leave his opponent speechless, he would win. How infuriating! How could the supreme swordsmanship of Dugu Qiubai lose? He is the #1 swordsman in martial arts novels. Yi Ran roared in his heart. He most admired Dugu Qiubai, second only to the Wine Sword Immortal in Xianjian. Suppressing his inner fury, Yi Ran said solemnly, "Gu Daozi, what you said is simply nonsense. Can a sword cultivator win solely by relying on their sword? The understanding of swordsmanship is the core of a sword cultivator, not relying on the sword, but on the understanding of swordsmanship. Yi Daozi, you can even say such things. You must have drunk too much horse urine. I think you shouldn't be called the Wine Sword Immortal anymore. You should be called the Horse Urine Immortal. A person who doesn't even acknowledge the sword is worthy of the title of Sword Immortal." Gu Shengge mocked, while increasingly feeling that Yi Ran had a problem. This guy clearly knew nothing about swords, but could comprehend sword intent, and even called himself the Wine Sword Immortal. It seems this guy is not only a time traveler, but also possesses a system. The Wine Sword Immortal must be a type of Wine Sword Immortal system from the male audience genre. Gu Shengge looked at Yi Ran with great interest. He had some understanding of this Wine Sword Immortal system and had read many novels about it in his previous life. What slander against me, the Wine Sword Immortal, a sword that opens the heavenly gate. What betrayal of the sect by the Wine Sword Immortal, the master kneeling to ask for forgiveness, and so on. All were filled with water and ink. Gu Shengge, don't go too far. I, the Wine Sword Immortal, am not someone you can humiliate. Yi Ran was furious. He was the Wine Sword Immortal, and apart from that sister who slandered him and the master and senior sisters who favored her, no one had ever dared to insult him like this. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge sneered and said, "Did I say anything wrong? You claim to be the wine sword immortal, but do not acknowledge that the sword is the foundation of a sword cultivator. Instead, praising the nonsense of no sword defeating a sword. How can a sword immortal without a sword be qualified to be called a sword immortal? Moreover, wine in a mundane world is also called horse urine. If you are not the horse urine immortal, then who are you? The other talented individuals, upon hearing this, felt that Qian Kun Dao's words made a lot of sense. Calling oneself the wine sword immortal, but not acknowledging that the sword is the foundation of sword cultivation, while pursuing the so-called way of no sword, is nothing but turning things upside down. Ha ha ha. The benefactor is right. You, a guy who likes to drink horse urine and doesn't use a sword, are indeed the horse urine immortal. Jun Mengqing laughed like silver bells. But in Yi Ran's ears, it was unbearably harsh. Yi Ran suddenly stood up, a dragon-patterned spirit sword appearing in his hand, in a fit of rage. He pointed the sword at Gu Shengge. You Gu are too much. Thinking of how Yi Ran had traveled to this world and bound the wine sword immortal system. Although he had experienced slander from his sister and unreasonable punishment from his master and senior sisters, he considered it merely a little hardship. But Gu Shengge's humiliation of him, as the horse urine immortal, had completely angered him. If he did not teach Gu Shengge a lesson today, or would he put the face of the wine sword immortal? The crowd was startled to see Yi Ran pointing his sword at Qian Kun Dao Sect, but none dared to act rashly. Oh, so you can't debate with me and want to resort to violence? Coincidentally, although I am not proficient in swordsmanship, I excel in thunder techniques. I wonder how many heavenly thunders the horse urine immortal can withstand? Looking at the spirit sword pointing directly at him, Gu Shengge stood up unhurriedly, his flashing with mysterious light, strands of thunder bursting forth from his body, a terrifying pressure spreading out. Since this horse urine immortal is seeking death, then I will fulfill him. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please vote for the monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 33. The Celestial Maiden of Mending the Heavens. Jun Mengqing's confession, seeing Gu Shengge and Yi Ran at each other's throats. The situation began to spiral out of control, and the Celestial Maiden of Mending the Heavens felt it was time to intervene. After all, both the Lingxiao Sword Sect and the Qian Kun Dao Sect were factions she wanted to win over. Xiao stood up, her pink lips slightly parted beneath her veil, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, soothing the hearts of everyone present. Even Yi Ran, who was burning with anger, gradually quelled the flames in his heart. Yi Daoist, Gu Daoist, please do not be angry. In Xiao's view, this debate is evenly matched. Yi Daoist's path of the formless sword is refreshing. And Gu Daoist's sword represents the essence of the sword path, which is also deeply enlightened Xiao. To avoid harming the harmony between the Qian Kun Dao Sect and the Lingxiao Sword Sect, why not consider this debate a draw? What do you think? Upon hearing this, the pressure released by Gu Shengge retracted. He was not a person who lacked manners. Since Xiao, as the host of the debate, had spoken to mediate, he could give her face as an invited guest. But this would only happen once. Gu Shengge turned to the Celestial Maiden of Mending the Heavens and said coldly, Xiao, I give you this face, but only this once. If that horse urine immortal dares to provoke me again, don't blame me for not giving you or the Mending the Heavens pavilion face. Damn, I'm the wine and sword immortal, not a horse urine immortal. Yi Ran wished he could chop Gu Shengge down with his sword. He turned to the Celestial Maiden of Mending the Heavens and said solemnly, since Xiao has spoken, this sword immortal will also give you face. After saying this, Yi Ran returned to his position, but his gaze remained fixed on Gu Shengge, silently vowing, today's humiliation will be remembered, and I will repay it 100-fold in the future. Seeing that both sides were willing to give her face, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She summoned a maid and instructed her with a few words. Before long, the maid brought out 2 items and placed them in front of Gu Shengge and Yi Ran respectively. The Celestial Maiden of Mending the Heavens said softly, Yi Daoist, Gu Daoist, the brilliance of your debate has deeply enlightened me, so I have prepared a small gift for both of you. I hope you won't find it lacking. In front of Gu Shengge was a small piece of Tai Xianjin, while Yi Ran received a jar of Millennium Fine Wine. One must say, Xiao truly lived up to her reputation as the Celestial Maiden of Mending the Heavens, not only being eloquent, but also skilled in handling interpersonal relationships. Gu Shengge looked at the Tai Xianjin, which, although only the size of fist, was worth its weight in gold and was excellent spiritual gold for refining one's innate spiritual weapon. He lowered his eyes, realizing that this Celestial Maiden understood him well. Even knowing the purpose of his visit, Yi Ran, smelling the rich aroma of the Millennium Fine Wine, showed a delighted expression and uncorked the jar for a hearty drink. With a wine and immortal system, he could enhance his cultivation simply by drinking. Once he broke through to the transformation stage, he would make Gu Shengge aware of the prowess of the wine and immortal. After the interlude, other young talents took the stage one after another to debate. Time passed slowly, and Gu Shengge went on stage again, winning 3 consecutive rounds and earning a returning heaven pill. As the debate gathering approached its conclusion, the celestial maiden of mending the heavens instructed her maid to bring a gift to each young talent, all of which were things they needed at this stage. Greatly delighting the young talents, Xiao raised her glass again, smiling brightly. Once again, I thank all of you for giving Xiao face and attending tonight's debate gathering. I would like to toast to everyone one last time, wishing you all a smooth path ahead and successful ascension. Celestial Maiden Xiao is too polite. The young talents raised their glasses and drank heartily, while Gu Shengge looked deeply at the Celestial Maiden of mending the heavens. This woman was skilled at winning hearts. She should not be underestimated. After the debate gathering ended, the young talents left one after another. Before leaving, Yi Ran provocatively glanced at Gu Shengge. Although the Lingxiao Sword Sect and the Qian Kun Dao Sect had a long-standing friendship, Gu Shengge had offended him, the wine and sword immortal, and no matter what, he would make Gu Shengge pay a painful price. Han Ant. Gu Shengge returned a disdainful smile. A mere waste who relied on a system to forcibly enhance his cultivation. If it weren't for giving face to the Celestial Maiden, he could crush him with one hand. Benefactor, may I have a moment of your time? I have something to discuss with you. Seeing that most people had left, Jun Mengqing approached Gu Shengge's ear. Her breath like orchids, her voice seductively soft, filled with a hint of pleading. Gu Shengge glanced at the enchanting and captivating Jun Mengqing. He also wanted to know why this woman had fixated on him from their first meeting, calling him benefactor. He nodded in agreement. Celestial Meng, CEO. I will take my leave now. Gu Shengge stood and cupped his hands toward Xiao. Seeing Jun Mengqing entangle him, Xiao reminded him, Gu Daoist. The Qian sect is known for its unorthodox teachings, so please do not trust her too easily. Jun Mengqing's expression darkened slightly, retorting, if we are talking about unorthodox teachings, who can compare to your mending the heavens pavilion, which all day long incites its disciples to face tribulations? Gu Shengge nodded lightly and turned to leave with Jun Mengqing. She shot Xiao a glare and hurriedly followed him. Once the Qian Kun Daoist left, Xiao gently caressed a warm bead on her wrist, murmuring, is it him? Outside, the mending the heavens spiritual pavilion, Gu Shengge stopped and turned to the Qian saintess who was closely following him. Speak, what do you want to say to me? Benefactor, please wait. Jun Mengqing waved her hand to set up a soundproof barrier to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. Then, the Qian saintess bowed gracefully to Gu Shengge, her charming face showing a hint of grievance. She said sadly, Benefactor, have you forgotten me? I am a little fox. Little fox? Upon hearing this self-reference, memories flooded back to Gu Shengge's mind. He had indeed raised a little fox. He recalled when he was 5 years old. He encountered a hunter selling a small fox he had caught. Its cherry pink fur was quite rare, so he bought it as a pet. After adopting the little fox, Gu Shengge enjoyed sleeping with it in his arms, occasionally using the nurturing energy of the creation jade plate to nourish it. Later, after awakening his dual pupils, he was taken to the Qian Kun Dao Sect and rarely returned home. The last time he returned home was due to his parents' death, leaving him with no time to think of anything else, including the little fox. Gu Shengge stared at Jun Mengqing, examining her with his dual pupils, and questioned, how can you prove that you are the little fox I raised in my childhood? Seeing his lingering doubts, Jun Mengqing leaned close to Gu Shengge's ear, her cherry lips slightly parted, whispering a secret only Gu Shengge knew. After speaking, a hint of shyness flashed in Jun Mengqing's eyes. Gu Shengge's expression turned awkward after hearing it. Wait, did this little fox remember so clearly? What Jun Mengqing referred to was when Gu Shengge adopted the little fox. He had specifically investigated to determine whether the little fox was male or female. This matter was known only to Gu Shengge himself and the little fox who was involved. At this point, Gu Shengge finally believed Jun Mengqing's words, accepting that she was indeed the little fox he had raised in his childhood. However, he never expected that after 12 years apart, the little fox had transformed into the saintess of the Qian sect and the young emperor of the Fox clan in Qingxiu. Gu Shengge was very curious about what had happened in between. P.S. If anyone has any issues with the plot, please feel free to raise them, and I will make timely adjustments. If I hit a plot point that feels off, please remind me promptly. Also, I kindly ask for more monthly votes and recommendation votes from everyone. End of this chapter, chapter 34. Hidden motives. Is Dantai Qingxian jealous? Yun Mingqing the counted her experiences to Gu Shengge. Not long after Gu Shengge was taken away by the old ancestor of a deep night, she became restless as a little fox, unable to find him, and forbade others from approaching her. In her agitation, her nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline awakened. Soon after, the Empress of Qingqiu descended upon the Gu family, took her away, and erased the memories of everyone in the Gu family. After being brought back to Qingqiu, the Empress named her Jun Mengqing, conferred her as the young emperor, and taught her cultivation. Later, she joined the Celestial Severance sect, became a direct disciple of the sect leader, and was also conferred as a saintess. Under the dual training of Qingqiu and the Celestial Severance sect, Jun Mengqing's cultivation skyrocketed, and she has now reached the late stage of the Nascent Soul, with few peers able to match her. After hearing about Jun Mengqing's experiences, Gu Shengge did not expect that the little fox he casually bought back then actually possessed the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. However, this was all thanks to the jade plate of creation. Without it, even if Jun Mengqing had the nine-tailed bloodline, she would not have been able to awaken it. Benefactor. Mengqing has no way to repay the life-saving grace from back then. If you need anything in the future, just command Mengqing, and both Qingqiu and the Celestial Severance sect will provide full support. Jun Mengqing's delicate face turned serious, solemnly promising Gu Shengge that as long as he needed help, the two major forces behind her would act. Gu Shengge nodded. I appreciate the kindness of Saintess Jun. In the future, if I encounter difficulties, I want to be polite. Seeing that the benefactor accepted her goodwill, Jun Mengqing's enchanting face broke into a bright smile, instantly captivating and hard to resist. The sky was getting late, so Mengqing decided not to disturb her benefactor any longer and said they would meet again at tomorrow's auction. After explaining her background, the Celestial Severance saintess looked at the darkening sky. If they continued chatting, it might be dawn by the time they finished, so she bid farewell to Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge nodded and watched Jun Mengqing leave. As he gazed at the gradually disappearing figure of the Celestial Severance saintess, a flicker of obscure light flashed in Gu Shengge's eyes. Qingqiu, Celestial Severance sect, interesting. From start to finish, he did not believe a word Jun Mengqing said. Even if she was truly the little fox, so what? A pet he had raised for only a year now came back to say she wanted to repay him. Would you believe that? Moreover, Jun Mengqing knew his biggest secret. Gu Shengge speculated that the reason she sought him out was likely related to the jade plate of creation. The jade plate of creation could activate the hidden bloodlines within living beings, allowing them to revert to their ancestral forms and undergo transformation. If this news got out, not to mention the human race, the demon race would definitely go crazy, as they all have some divine beast bloodlines to varying degrees. To be honest, the moment Jun Mengqing revealed her identity, Gu Shengge had already harbored murderous intent. However, he was unsure whether Jun Mengqing had disclosed the secret of bloodline transformation to others, so he refrained from taking rash action. Moreover, as the saintess of the Celestial Severance sect, he could not guarantee whether she had protectors with her. Weighing the pros and cons, Gu Shengge chose to observe Jun Mengqing for a while longer. If she did not leak the secret of the jade plate of creation, then he would keep her under control. If she did let it slip, then he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Gu Shengge let out a long sigh, suppressing his murderous thoughts, and looked up at the bright moon. Little fox, don't force me. Meanwhile, in another ancient alley, Jun Mengqing's demeanor shifted from her previous gentleness and charm to one of coldness, her enchanting face now radiating an icy glare, her golden pupils deep as a chasm, and a sense of authority enveloping her brow, revealing the true pride of the young emperor of Qingqiu and the saintess of the Celestial Severance sect. Saintess, why not let this old servant capture the Qian Kun Dao Sect? With the foundation of our holy sect, although the Qian Kun Dao Sect is strong, it is still not a concern. A purple-haired old woman appeared beside her, respectfully yet curiously asking. Although the Qian Kun Dao Sect ranked in the top 10 in the Qian domain and had a strong foundation in the eyes of the Celestial Severance sect, it was still immature, lacking even a world-shaking immortal artifact and a harmonious Dao powerhouse. It was merely a larger ant. Since the saintess wanted to know the secret of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, she could simply capture him and bring him back to the sect for soul-searching. Why go through all this trouble to seduce him? Jun Mengqing glanced at the purple-haired old woman and said lightly, Auntie Z, do you think your strength is enough to capture him? Upon hearing this, Auntie Z hesitated. Although she had reached the divine transformation realm, she was merely at the Wanshou level. Furthermore, the Qian Kun Dao Sect had once suppressed a great demon at the Wanshou level right after breaking through to the Nascent Soul. She might not be able to capture him after all. Andy, if you can't capture him and expose our intentions, then a top-ranked genius on the human heroes list would come to hate the Celestial Severance Sect. Once he fully matures, how much trouble do you think that would bring us? Jun Mengqing continued to question, citing a hypothetical situation that had precedent in Xiongshang's history. Over 4,000 years ago, there was a major sect in Xiongshang that fell out with a genius ranked 7th on the human heroes list, slaughtered his sect, and killed all his friends and family. But that genius managed to escape. Then, just 700 years later, that genius returned with formidable strength, having reached the harmonious Dao realm and single-handedly destroyed that major sect. He even laid down a blood sacrifice formation, using the bloodlines of all the sect's members as bait and his own cultivation as a sacrifice to slaughter all beings related to bloodlines in the world. According to the uncertain statistics from the Celestial Severance Sect, the number of beings that died due to the blood sacrifice formation that day exceeded 100 billion. And this was just a genius ranked 7th on the heroes list. Gu Shengge, however, was hailed by Qian Tower as the most talented individual in Xiongshang in 10,000 years. If the Celestial Severance Sect attempted to take action against him, not to mention whether they could capture him, even if they did, the Qian Kun Dao Sect would definitely not let it go, and the Patching Heaven Pavilion would inevitably intervene, leading to a series of troubles. Proceeding slowly would allow them to avoid these hidden dangers. Jun Mengqing looked up at the moon. All of this was for the great ambition of the Holy Sect, so benefactor, do not blame me. At Qingquan Palace, as soon as Gu Shengge returned, Dantai Qingxian suddenly appeared behind him. This startled Gu Shengge, who instinctively formed a hand seal to activate his technique, but upon realizing it was Dantai Qingxian, he relaxed his hands. He patted his chest and looked at his master, still shaken, and said, "Master, your sudden appearance is frightening. It can easily scare someone's heart." Gu Shengge thought his spiritual awareness was sharp enough, but he did not notice even the slightest movement from Dantai Qingxian. She seemed to merge with the surroundings, making her undetectable. If Dantai Qingxian had not stood in front of him, even using spiritual sense, Gu Shengge would not have been able to find her trace. The supreme Dao body existing with the Dao was truly terrifying. Dantai Qingxian said nothing, merely gazing silently at Gu Shengge. Suddenly, she twitched her nose, as if she caught a whiff of the fragrance on him. Although her expression did not change, her eyes showed a subtle shift. Dantai Qingxian gave Gu Shengge a deep look before turning to leave. Gu Shengge was momentarily stunned and quickly realized what was happening, hurriedly chasing after her. "Master, let me explain. I wasn't out messing around. P.S. Sorry for the late updates these past 2 days. I've been adjusting my sleep. Once my sleep schedule is regular, updates will resume on a regular basis." End of chapter. Chapter 35. You, Jun Mengqing, are dodgy, but I, Gu Shengge, am not King Zhou. The next morning, a brilliant sun rose, enveloping Xiantian City in sunlight, dispelling the chill of the previous night. As the bell sound echoed throughout Xiantian City, it was the Xiaoyan bell from Xiantian Tower, signaling to the cultivators in the city the start of the heavenly level auction. Each time the Xiaoyan bell sounded, Xiantian City would be in an uproar. And this time was no exception, as countless cultivators flew towards Xiantian Tower. Gu Shengge flew out from the Qingquan Palace, heading towards the gigantic tower in the center of the city. As for Dantai Qingxian, she didn't want to go. The Xiantian Tower was extremely tall and magnificent, resembling a divine mountain reaching the heavens, built from purple mysterious spirit wood and purple spirit crystals, lavishly adorned with carvings of mountains and rivers, covered in countless high-grade spiritual stone tiles, with spiritual mist swirling and shimmering with dreamlike light. When Gu Shengge arrived, he happened to encounter Jun Mengqing. "Benefactor, you're here." Jun Mengqing quickly greeted him. Gu Shengge nodded lightly and walked into Xiantian Tower with her. After entering the tower, a maid led them to a private room labeled Tian, positioned perfectly to overlook the crowd and clearly see everything happening in the auction hall. At this moment, the hall was already packed with people, with no empty seats, bustling and noisy. Gu Shengge's gaze swept over the thousands of cultivators in the hall, and anyone he looked at was at least at the foundation establishment or even golden core stage. As for those in the private rooms, they were all Yuan-ing true monarchs. "Benefactor, try this grape suddenly." Gu Shengge heard Jun Mengqing's voice beside him. He turned to look and saw that Jun Mengqing had peeled a green grape, its crystal clear, sweet aroma wafting towards him. She pinched the grape with her delicate fingers, bending her graceful body and swaying her foxtail, bringing it close to Gu Shengge's mouth with a beaming smile. This scene resembled Daji feeding King Zhou. Gu Shengge did not refuse. He opened his mouth to eat the grape, but as soon as it was in his mouth, he enveloped it with spatial power and obliterated it. She Jun Mengqing is Daji, but I Gu Shengge am not King Zhou. Seeing Gu Shengge eat what she fed him, Jun Mengqing began to offer other spiritual fruits. Gu Shengge accepted them all and then obliterated them with spatial power. As they waited for the auction to begin, representatives from the Qiongsheng domain and other domains gradually made their appearances. Gu Shengge raised his hand to block the spiritual fruits being offered by Jun Mengqing, signaling that he had eaten enough and didn't need more. Only then did Jun Mengqing reluctantly put down the fruits. As the Zhaoyan Tian bell rang again, the noisy hall instantly quieted down and the auction officially began. In the center of the hall appeared a platform made of yellow and black jade, crystal clear, shimmering with golden light, extremely magnificent, entirely sculpted from yellow and black jade. An elderly man with white hair stepped onto the jade platform and announced the start of the auction. 16 young maidens stood on either side of the jade platform, elegantly draped in thin gauze, responsible for presenting the auction items. Although it was a heavenly level auction, the items presented at the beginning were not rare treasures, failing to pique the interest of Gu Shengge and the others, and the atmosphere remained unexcited. After several items were auctioned off, the seventh auction item was an ancient precious jade, with a starting price of 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. On the yellow and black jade platform, the auctioneer announced the name and price of the new auction item. The next moment, a graceful maiden stepped onto the yellow and black jade platform, holding a purple sandalwood tray, on which lay a piece of peculiar ancient jade that appeared simple and unadorned, yet its patterns were intricate, emanating a special Tao rhythm. The moment the ancient jade appeared in the D-character private room, a handsome young man in black suddenly stood up, staring intently at the ancient jade, his heart racing. He was too familiar with this piece of jade. It was because of this jade that his family had encountered a disaster, leaving only him and his sister alive. He never expected there would be other ancient jades in the world besides the one he possessed. Just 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Liu Ruyan gritted his teeth. If it was 1,000, then it was 1,000. This ancient jade absolutely could not fall into the hands of others. Is there anything special about this jade? A cultivator in the auction hall inquired. The auctioneer patiently explained. This jade contains a special Tao rhythm and is suspected to be an item worn by a powerful being. Holding it for a long time can help comprehend secret techniques of divine powers. Upon hearing this, a flash of displeasure crossed Liu Ruyan's eyes in the private room. Damn, how could this old man reveal the jade's use? However, not everyone believed the auctioneer's words. After all, auctions often exaggerate the value of items to sell them. And while this ancient jade might help in cultivating secret techniques, the effect could be minimal. It was too much to pay 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Gu Shengge looked at the ancient precious jade. His instincts told him this item was extraordinary. He then activated his heavy pupil, which glimmered with faint golden light, and cast a great fortune technique. Everything in this world has its own fortune. The thicker a thing's fortune, the greater its usefulness. With the great fortune technique enhancing his heavy pupil, he instantly saw through the fortune contained in the ancient precious jade. With a hint of red in the purple, it truly was as Gu Shengge felt. It was very auspicious. Without any hesitation, Gu Shengge immediately placed a bid. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. He had no intention of competing with others. He made a tenfold offer right away, forcefully suppressing Liu Ruyan, who was still reveling in the thought that others were ignorant and believed they could pick up a bargain. In the D-character private room, Liu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Then his expression turned tense. Someone actually knows the use of the ancient jade. Could it be someone from the family that wiped out mine? Jun Mengqing saw Gu Shengge bid 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones for a piece of exaggerated ancient jade and wondered if the benefactor knew about its value. She hinted, benefactor. Auctions tend to exaggerate the value of items. Perhaps the ancient jade isn't as useful as the auctioneer claims. Paying 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones is too much. It's fine. I have plenty of spiritual stones, Gu Shengge casually replied, leaving Jun Mengqing somewhat speechless. Having plenty of spiritual stones doesn't mean you should waste them. No, you must know what that precious jade is useful for. Jun Mengqing didn't believe Gu Shengge's words. If he didn't want to say, then he shouldn't tea. But saying he had plenty of spiritual stones? He couldn't possibly have more than her, since only Gu Shengge placed a bid for the ancient jade. It was ultimately won by him. After several more auction items, the auction finally welcomed its first heavyweight item. A maiden carefully held a scroll of silk, stepping onto the yellow and black jade platform, with Dao patterns swirling around it, faintly echoing Dao sounds, presenting it on the Huangzuan long tai. Seeing the scroll, the auctioneer was also very excited, his old face flushing. He announced loudly, "This is a cultivation insight written by a harmonization Dao expert, with a starting price of 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones." Boom! The auction hall instantly erupted, with hundreds and thousands of cultivators showing excitement. And many transformation stage cultivators from major sects began to bid for this cultivation insight from a harmonization Dao expert. 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. 150,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I bid 170,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 180,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The cultivation insight from a harmonization Dao expert might not be of much use to golden core or yuaning cultivators. But for transformation stage cultivators who had begun to cultivate the laws of heaven and earth, it was an unparalleled treasure. In the end, this scroll of cultivation insight from a harmonization Dao expert was auctioned off for a sky-high price of 2,700,000 high-grade spiritual stones, shocking even Gu Shengge. Isn't it just the insights of a powerful being? Is it really necessary to go this crazy? How about I use the creation Jade Disc to deduce some insights and earn some spirit stones? P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking tips. Seeking monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Unfathomable Great Halberd, Angel Furnace. As the auction of powerful insights concluded, the white-haired auctioneer on the Qian Jade platform seized the moment while the crowd of cultivators was highly enthusiastic and once again presented a heavy auction item. Next up, there will be an auction for an ancient divine weapon, so please sharpen your eyes and do not miss it. Upon hearing this, the crowd of cultivators immediately quieted down, and the hall fell silent, with many people's breaths becoming rapid. In the private room, Gu Shengge also turned his gaze toward the Qian Jade platform upon hearing about the ancient divine weapon. The so-called ancient divine weapon refers to ancient divine weapons with a history of at least over 100,000 years. They may have damage, but the principles within them still exist, allowing them to be imprinted onto one's own life treasure, greatly benefiting the life treasure. Just as he was preparing to refine his life treasure, if he could imprint the principles from the ancient divine weapon during the refining process, its power would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Before long, 4 sturdy men worked together to carry a great halberd onto the Qian Jade platform. The halberd was ancient and unadorned, showing no signs of anything special. Seeing the 4 golden core cultivators struggling to carry it, the crowd in the auction hall was quite surprised. It was indeed an ancient divine weapon, and its weight should not be underestimated. The white-haired auctioneer stepped forward, personally taking the incomplete halberd from the men, placing it on the highest point of the Qian Jade platform to showcase it for everyone. Once the crowd saw the full appearance of the divine weapon, an uproar ensued because most of the blade of the halberd was missing and the shaft was covered in scars. The principles were not apparent, making it look like a scrap weapon one could find on the battlefield. What is the purpose of bringing such a broken halberd? Even if it is an ancient divine weapon, its damage is so severe that the principles it contains probably no longer exist, making it useless even if purchased. A cultivator loudly questioned, clearly disappointed with this ancient divine weapon. Other cultivators also felt disappointed. The damage was too severe, and they could no longer sense the principles contained within it, making it entirely like a scrap weapon. However, the white-haired auctioneer maintained a serious expression and said solemnly, "Everyone, when has my Qian Tower ever auctioned useless items? Do not underestimate it. This ancient divine weapon has an extraordinary origin. Old man, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us everything at once." A cultivator was unhappy with the auctioneer's theatrics, urging him to speak quickly and not waste time. The white-haired auctioneer stroked the incomplete halberd and introduced, "This item comes from the god mountain of heavenly sorrow. It was brought out by someone from mountain. According to our Qian Tower's appraisal, it has existed for an incredibly long time, at least 50,000 years old, with a starting price of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The god mountain of heavenly sorrow." As soon as this name was mentioned, everyone present whether they were elders from major powers or lone cultivators, was taken aback, showing signs of fear. Even Gu Shengge felt the same. The God Mountain of Heavenly Sorrow, one of the 5 great forbidden zones of the end of the law, is said to be a bizarre mountain left over from countless end-of-law eras, and few know what lies within. Very few beings who enter can come out. Even if they do, they often die shortly after, their bodies decaying and their souls dissipating, never to reincarnate. An ancient halberd brought out from the God Mountain of Heavenly Sorrow, even if it is incomplete, its value is immeasurable. Even if it was brought out from the God Mountain of Heavenly Sorrow and has no use now, what can be done? An elder from a major power spoke up. Although this item is incomplete, it still contains a principle, and according to our Qian Tower-S findings, this divine weapon was once used by a great ascension Taoist. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the auction hall erupted into a commotion. This was a weapon used by a great ascension Taoist. Even if it only contains one principle, it is not something an ordinary ancient divine weapon can compare to, and countless cultivators became excited, each one bidding 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, 25,000 top-grade spirit stones, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, everyone began to place bids. And even Gu Shengge was no exception. The scene was incredibly lively. In the end, the price of the incomplete great halberd soared to 138,000 top-grade spirit stones, and it was purchased by a major power from the Xuansong region. In the private room, Jun Mingqing noticed that Gu Shengge had given up midway and felt puzzled, then gently asked, "Benefactor, why did you suddenly give up? Is it that you lack spirit stones? If so, just let Mingqing know, and I will do my utmost to support you in purchasing it." Gu Shengge shook his head. "No need. That item is not fated for me. Not just not fated, but I almost ended up harming myself." Fortunately, Gu Shengge was cautious and used his heavy pupil in conjunction with the great fortune technique to take a look during the auction. The fortune on that halberd was as black as ink. Moreover, he also discovered that those who had come into contact with the halberd had more or less been tainted with some blackness. Whoever buys that halberd will be doomed. As expected of something from the God Mountain of Heavenly Sorrow, it truly is bizarre. The fortune is black to such an extent. How much does the heavenly Tao despise this thing? After the great halberd was taken down, 2 sturdy men pushed a large cage covered with red cloth onto the jade platform. The auctioneer pointed at the cage covered by the red cloth, his old face revealing a hint of an ambiguous smile. "Everyone, this auction item is a good thing, and it is not from my Kangmang. It comes from the other world that is currently at war with our realm, and it is an excellent furnace, not to be missed. An excellent furnace from another world." Hearing this title, some of the powerful figures who understood the other world guessed what it was, and their eyes grew hot with excitement. In the private room, Jun Mingqing looked at the prison cage under the red cloth, her enchanting face flashing with a hint of disgust. As the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, the scene in the cage appeared before everyone's eyes. When Gu Shengge saw what was trapped inside the cage, his heavy pupil revealed a hint of astonishment as he exclaimed, "An angel." Inside the cage, a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes curled up in the cage. Her features were identical to those of Westerners from Gu Shengge's previous life. Her voluptuous body tightly wrapped in several strips of white cloth, and behind her were 3 pairs of snow-white wings, pure and transcendent. She was indeed a 6-winged angel. Previously, Gu Shengge had felt that the cultivation system of the other world was very familiar, resembling those Western fantasy novels from his past life. Now seeing this 6-winged angel, he was even more certain that the other world was a Western fantasy world. However, it was surprising that the Qian Tower could even obtain an angel. "Everyone, this angel from another world has reached the subdivine level, equivalent to the late stage of our Kangmang's Nascent Soul, containing extremely pure light energy within, making it an excellent furnace, not to be missed, with a starting price of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, hundreds and thousands of cultivators began to bid frantically. An excellent furnace at the late stage of the Nascent Soul could not only be used for cultivation, but could also serve as a battle slave. They could not miss this opportunity. Gu Shengge withdrew his gaze from the angel. If it were rare spiritual materials, he would consider bidding. But an angel furnace was not worth wasting spirit stones on. His furnace was the perfected supreme Tao body of the transformation god. He looked down on competing for a Nascent Soul angel furnace. As for riding a high horse, one must ride the best. Such mass-produced angels were not worthy of Gu Shengge's attention. In the end, this angel furnace was auctioned off for 73,000 top-grade spirit stones. P.S. Seeking tips. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Chapter End. Chapter 37. The Temptation of Jun Mengqing, Tying Immortal Gold. After the Angel Furnace, a young girl walked up to the Xianhuang jade platform holding a zeton tray, on which lay a small cauldron that looked unremarkable and showed no signs of age. Auctioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, this small cauldron is neither a treasure nor an ancient divine weapon, but it is more precious than anything previously presented. Because it is a boundary guide. Boundary guide. Everyone was shocked, including Gu Shengge, and Jun Mengqing beside him stared intently at the small cauldron, her enchanting face showing a hint of excitement. It is actually a boundary guide. The so-called boundary guide, also known as the return boundary guide, can help cultivators accurately find their way home when stepping onto the boundary path to unknown worlds. As for the boundary path, it is a road opened by cultivators to perfect their inner worlds and leave the vast world. When cultivators reach the transformation God realm, they will open the purple mansion. And upon reaching the void refining realm, the purple mansion within them needs to transform from an illusory, secret realm into a real world. This process is extremely complicated. So ancient cultivators thought of a method, directly refining a piece of the world and integrating it into their own purple mansion, thereby transforming into an inner world. However, this method does not work in the vast world. If you dare to dig into the flesh of the world, the heavenly Tao will definitely impose divine punishment and reduce you to ashes. Therefore, ancient cultivators opened the boundary path, left the vast world, and refined other small worlds to become their inner worlds. However, once they reached the boundary outside, it was easy to lose their way back, which led to the birth of the boundary guide. The creation of the boundary guide is also quite complex and is a one-time use, which makes it rare and worth a fortune. This boundary guide starts at a bidding price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Please feel free to bid. As soon as the words fell, Jun Mengqing was the first to place a bid. 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. 250,000. 300,000. 500,000. Such a frenzied bidding made Gu Shengge glance sideways at Jun Mengqing. Who would have thought this little fox was actually a rich woman? But then he thought, Jun Mengqing backed by Qingxiu and the Qian sect has deep foundations. Even 10 Qian Kun Dao Sects can't compare. So it's normal for her to have a lot of spirit stones. In the end, the boundary guide was won by Jun Mengqing for 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Seeing that the boundary guide was obtained by Jun Mengqing, Gu Shengge smiled and said, Saint Lady Jun, may I borrow this boundary guide for my research later? Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing did not hesitate at all and said softly, since the benefactor is interested in this boundary guide, why not give it to the benefactor? The good intentions of Saint Lady Jun are appreciated, but I am just curious about this boundary guide and want to study it. Gu Shengge politely declined Jun Mengqing's goodwill. A treasure worth over 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones was something he could not afford. Moreover, as long as he figured out the manufacturing principle of the boundary guide using the creation jade plate, he could make it himself. At that time, he could have as many boundary guides as he wanted, and spirit stones would flow in abundantly. After being refused once again, Jun Mengqing maintained her smile on the surface, but felt a twinge of anger inside. I have shown you goodwill so many times, and even fed you. Why can't you understand anything? Is it because I'm not good-looking, or am I not to your taste? The more she thought, the more frustrated Jun Mengqing became. As a noble of Qingxiu and a saint of the Qian sect, with suitors lining up from Qingsang to Shihuang, who wouldn't obey her commands. Yet Gu Shengge, seemingly close, always kept a distance. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Shengge's profile and silently encouraged herself. I don't believe I can't win you over. The auction hall was changing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 items were taken down. During this time, Gu Shengge bid twice and won 2 spirit materials, 5 elements essence gold and psalming stone. Seeing that Gu Shengge had only bid on refining materials, Jun Mengqing thought to herself, could it be that he wants to refine a life treasure? With this in mind, she immediately had a new idea. Benefactor, you haven't refined your life treasure yet, have you? Gu Shengge nodded upon hearing this, not deliberately hiding it. In the next moment, a piece of celestial gold, shimmering with silver light and resembling a jade rabbit, appeared in Jun Mengqing's hand, exuding the aura of the Tying Tao, extraordinary and divine. Tying immortal gold. Gu Shengge's eyes narrowed, surprise surging in the depths of his double pupils, immediately recognizing the true form of the celestial gold in Jun Mengqing's hand. Tying immortal gold and yang immortal gold are known as the yin-yang immortal gold, with the two being mutually reinforcing and restraining. If these two celestial golds are refined into the same object, the resulting item is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Benefactor. This piece of Qian immortal gold was obtained by me by chance. It is useless to hold on to it, so I would rather give it to you to assist you. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Shengge with a smile, a glint of pride flashing in her eyes. Little did you know, I don't believe you can refuse this. Indeed, faced with the temptation of Qian immortal gold, Gu Shengge found it difficult to refuse. Looking at the Qian immortal gold, Gu Shengge fell silent. Jun Mengqing seemed like a fisherman, using Qian immortal gold as bait, pulling on the fishing line while enticing him, continuously urging in her heart, "Hurry up and bite. Hurry up and bite." Then, "Thank you, Saint Lady." After much contemplation, Gu Shengge chose to bite on Jun Mengqing's bait. He needed this Qian immortal gold too much. Even though he knew Jun Mengqing was intentionally bringing it out to lure him, such a big bait was hard to resist. After all, celestial gold is something that can be encountered but not sought. The auction at Zhantiang Tower was nearing its end, and no top-grade refining spirit materials had appeared yet. It would be a pity to miss out on the Qian immortal gold. Moreover, Jun Mengqing had been showing goodwill towards him. It was fine to refuse once or twice. But if he refused too many times, it would have the opposite effect. Seeing Gu Shengge reach out to take the Qian immortal gold, Jun Mengqing's lips curled up slightly. More difficult to suppress than a pig being slaughtered during the new year. "I knew you couldn't refuse. Jun Mengqing, as long as the benefactor needs it. If you lack materials for refining your life treasure, just tell me, I will help you find them." "Then thank you, Saint Lady." Gu Shengge nodded, then turned to look at the auction hall, where the last item was also brought up, an ancient talisman. The auctioneer's face turned red with excitement. The practiced calmness vanished in front of this ancient talisman. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final item of today's auction has appeared. I'm sure everyone has seen the catalog. Yes, it is the True Spirit Rebirth Talisman. True Spirit Rebirth Talisman." Countless cultivators stared intently at the ancient talisman, and some cultivators were eager to try, showing a tendency to snatch it directly. Whoosh! Two figures appeared beside the ancient talisman, their imposing aura revealing them to be two transformation god beings. Gu Shengge looked at the True Spirit Rebirth Talisman, but was not interested. This thing wouldn't be of much use to him, even if given. The so-called True Spirit Rebirth is actually a way of seizing a body. However, compared to ordinary body seizing, it is more thorough, more perfect, and it is a passive body seizing. Once the cultivator holding the True Spirit Rebirth Talisman falls, the talisman will activate, bringing the cultivator's true spirit to the pre-selected host. It seems convenient, but it has a significant flaw. It will fuse with the true spirit of the host. So, is the seizing person still themselves? Even if Gu Shengge wanted to seize a body, he wouldn't choose this seemingly perfect method that hides risks. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Simulation Immortal System. Gu Shengge is schemed against. As the auction approached its end, Luo Chan in the earth box wore a worried expression. He was uncertain if the one who bid on the ancient jade was the person who exterminated his family, and feared that once he left the Zhantiang Tower, he would be discovered by the other party. Ding detected that the host is troubled by the future path, binding simulation immortal system. "System, you finally come." Hearing the prompt in his mind, Luo Chan was overjoyed. He was not the original Luo Chan, but a traverser from Blue Star who came after the Luo family was exterminated. He had previously begged for help, hoping for a cheat, but did not expect the system to have activation conditions. The simulation immortal system. From its name, Luo Chan knew it was a system that simulated various futures, allowing one to gain future cultivation and experiences. As long as he continued to simulate, he could leap into immortality. When he encountered the enemy who exterminated his family, he could easily defeat them with a finger. The host is at the initial stage of foundation building. Each simulation requires 100 low-grade spirit stones. "Do you want to start the simulation?" Luo Chan nodded eagerly to begin the simulation, murmuring, "Let's set a small goal. First simulate to the Nascent Soul stage." Simulation start. Day 1. You suspect that the one who bid on the ancient jade is your family exterminator. Feeling anxious, you decide to hide in Zhantiang Tower until everyone leaves before going out. The auction ends, everyone leaves, and you cautiously leave Zhantiang Tower. Unexpectedly, the ancient jade you possess resonates with the auctioneer, and Qian Kun Dao Sect comes following the resonance. Out of necessity, you offer the jade, and Qian Kun Dao Sect gives you 1,000 high-grade spirit stones as payment for the jade. It turns out it wasn't those people. Luo Chun looked at the simulation screen, and, seeing that the one who bought the ancient jade was not the exterminator, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then a surge of inexplicable anger rose in his heart. Qian Kun Dao bought the jade for 10,000 spirit stones. Why was his jade only worth 1,000 spirit stones? There was already a path to death. Luo Chun mentally marked Gu Shengge as a target for revenge, and vowed that when he became an immortal, he would repay the grudge of the jade theft 100-fold. You hold 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Appearing happy on the surface, but secretly remembering the grudge of jade theft against Qian Kun Dao, thinking that when you become an immortal, you will definitely take revenge. What you didn't expect was that Qian Kun Dao, with his heavy pupils, saw through your thoughts. Ignoring his image, he struck you down in front of everyone. What? Luo Chun showed a look of astonishment and exclaimed. How could Qian Kun Dao see through his thoughts? Wasn't that cheating? Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards from this simulation. 1. Cultivation obtained from simulation. 2. Experience obtained from simulation. 3. Resources obtained from simulation. After the shock, Luo Chun looked at the simulation panel and decisively chose resources, and in front of him appeared another 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. In the heaven box, Gu Shengge keenly sensed a strange power shrouding him, seemingly interfering with him. Without thinking much, Gu Shengge solemnly instructed Jun Mengqing. Saintess Jun, I feel a bit unwell. Please protect me. Hearing this, Jun Mengqing was slightly taken aback. Seeing Gu Shengge's complexion was somewhat poor, a hint of worry arose in her heart, and she nodded repeatedly, assuring him, Rest assured, benefactor, with me here, no one will disturb you. Immediately, Gu Shengge closed his eyes, part of his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness, beginning to activate the creation jade plate. He wanted to see which ignorant fellow dared to scheme against him. As for the other part of his mind, it was constantly paying attention to Jun Mengqing. The reason he told her he felt unwell was to test this vixen and see if she would reveal her true intentions. Sure enough, just as Gu Shengge closed his eyes, the old voice of Granny Z echoed in Jun Mengqing's ears. Saintess, heaven helps you. Now is the best time to control Qian Kun Dao while he is in trouble. No, how do you know he is truly in trouble? What if he is pretending? Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Shengge meditating with his eyes closed and rejected Granny Z's suggestion. After all, Gu Shengge had been fine before, and now suddenly claiming to feel unwell could very well be a deliberate test of her. I want to be fooled. The saintess of cutting heaven silently snorted. Does she look that foolish? At this moment, as Gu Shengge activated the creation jade plate, that strange power was also isolated outside. He tried to trace the source of this strange power, but midway it was cut off. Cutting off the tail to survive. Gu Shengge murmured. Although that power was cut off in time, it still left behind traces. As long as he followed these traces, he could still catch that rat who schemed against him. Gu Shengge slowly opened his eyes, and Jun Mengqing's extraordinarily beautiful and enchanting face came into view, looking at him with concern. Benefactor, are you all right? I'm fine. Gu Shengge shook his head and then stood up, saying, The auction is about to end. Let's go collect the items we bid on. All right. Jun Mengqing and Gu Shengge ended their conversation and went to collect their auction items. After handing over the corresponding spirit stones to Qian Tower, the ancient jade, 5 elements essence gold, and Salming stone were also placed into Gu Shengge's storage ring. A small cauldron was sent to him, and Jun Mengqing's gentle voice also rang in Gu Shengge's ear. Benefactor, this boundary guide is also lent to you for research. Whenever you finish your research, you can return it to me. Hess so generous. Gu Shengge sneered inwardly, not believing that this vixen had any other motives than wanting to borrow the boundary guide to get more opportunities to get closer to him. Thinking too much. With the analysis speed of the creation jade plate, it wouldn't take long to completely dismantle the principle of this boundary guide. Meanwhile, Luo Chun also began his second simulation. Simulation start. Day 1. To avoid being targeted again by Qian Kun Dao, you choose to give your ancient jade to Qian Tower to auction for you. Ultimately, the jade is bought by Qian Kun Dao for 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. After leaving Qian Tower, you bought a large amount of cultivation resources and purchased a courtyard in Qian City, starting closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, Qian Kun Dao suddenly arrives at your courtyard and slaps you to death. Damn, didn't I give the jade to Qian Tower? Why is Qian Kun Dao still looking for me? Luo Chun, seeing himself being slapped to death by Qian Kun Dao again, was furious. He had proactively given the jade to Qian Tower to avoid this guy, yet he still couldn't escape calamity. Could it be because the jade still retained his aura? And Qian Kun Dao Sect thought he had discovered the secret of the jade, so he specifically came to kill him. System, continue the simulation. A gloomy look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as he ordered the system to continue the simulation. He didn't believe that with the simulation system in hand, he couldn't deal with the Qian Kun Dao Sect. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Luo Chen despairs. The more simulations he does, the quicker he dies. Chapter 39. Luo Chen's despair. The more simulations, the quicker the death. 3 days later, you are killed by Qian Kun Dao Sect. 4 days later, while escaping from Shantian City, you are killed by Qian Kun Dao Sect during flight. 2 days later, you are killed by Qian Kun Dao Sect within Shantian City. 1 day later, just after you exit the door of Shantian Tower, you are struck dead by a divine thunder that descends from the sky, unleashed by Qian Kun Dao Sect. 5 hours later, Qian Kun Dao Sect finds you and kills you in front of the elders of Shantian Tower. You are killed by Qian Kun Dao Sect once again. Looking at all the simulation results on the screen, without exception, everyone ends with your death at the hands of Qian Kun Dao Sect. Luo Chen is completely numb, a sense of unprecedented powerlessness and despair rising within him. After so many simulations, there hasn't been a single success, and each time he dies earlier than the last. What kind of monster is this Qian Kun Dao Sect, and why does he want to kill him? It surely cannot be because of the ancient treasure. Luo Chen is at a loss, but the impending deadly crisis makes him restless. He wants to leave Shantian Tower immediately, but he fears that Qian Kun Dao Sect is already waiting for him outside. Meanwhile, Gu Shengge senses the emergence of that strange power again, although it is fleeting each time. However, under the capture of the creation jade disc, the source of the strange power gradually becomes clear. It is actually within Shantian Tower. What is this darkness beneath the lamp? Gu Shengge's double pupils glimmer with a fierce light. They really have some guts. Once wasn't enough, they dare to strike again, seeking death. Sensing Gu Shengge's abnormality, the pure and intense killing intent makes Jun Mingqing's heart skip a beat. What happened? Did he discover something? Yun Mingqing becomes tense instantly. However, Gu Shengge merely turns around silently and leaves, his figure flickering so quickly that even Jun Mingqing can't catch up. Gu Shengge's divine sense bursts forth, recklessly sweeping across the auction hall and the private boxes. Even if it risks offending everyone present, he must find out who is plotting against him. If he doesn't kill that person, his Dao heart will be unsettled. The people in the auction hall and those in the private boxes all feel a divine sense sweeping over them, their expressions changing, all showing displeasure. Without permission, recklessly using divine sense to probe others is no different from invading their privacy. No one can accept this, regardless of who they are. To come without going is impolite. Many cultivators release their own divine sense, following Gu Shengge's divine sense to see who is so rude. Knowing that this action is inappropriate, Gu Shengge does not hide himself and explains generously to the cultivators who directed their divine sense at him. I apologize for offending everyone. In an urgent situation, someone is using evil techniques to plot against me within Shantian Tower, to prevent that person from slipping away amidst the chaos. I had to use my divine sense for a large-scale search. I hope everyone understands, and I sincerely apologize. Gu Shengge is not a rude person. He knows that his actions have offended everyone and does not act too arrogantly, but instead takes the initiative to lower his posture and apologize to the crowd. Some cultivators, seeing that it is Qian Kun Dao Sect who released his divine sense, although they are dissatisfied. Hearing him refer to himself as a junior and apologize replaces their displeasure with a sense of vanity. Did you hear that? The top of the Renja list calls himself a junior in front of him. It's just a sweep of divine sense, nothing much. Of course, this is merely the opinion of some loose cultivators from small sections. The others from major forces remain furious, all releasing their divine senses to block Gu Shengge. With his divine sense obstructed, a hint of displeasure flashes in Gu Shengge's double pupils. These guys really don't know how to give face. Since you don't want to keep it dignified, then I will help you keep your dignity. Gu Shengge's voice is cold, and the lightning patterns on his forehead flicker. In an instant, his divine sense receives the blessing of the eye of heaven, combining the true meaning of the tribulation with his divine sense, transforming into an invisible thunderbolt that strikes towards those who obstruct him. Those divine senses suddenly feel as if they are in the midst of a heavenly tribulation, endlessly bombarded by thunder, completely obliterating them. Within numerous private boxes, muffled grunts continuously sound. and all those who obstructed Gu Shengge suffer severe damage to their divine senses. How outrageous! This Qian Kun Dao Sect is so bold. Does he want to be enemies with all of us? In box number 9, an elder of the Lingxiao sword sect stands up in anger, his face pale, a faint pain flashing between his brows. Beside him, Jian, no, Armand Yao Xian Yiran also wears a pained expression, clearly having been one of those who released their divine sense to obstruct Gu Shengge. In box number 2, the goddess of mending the heavens, Dai Mei, frowns slightly, but soon smooths over the injury to her divine sense. She watches Gu Shengge, who is still searching for the one plotting against him, and her pink lips, hidden beneath the veil, part slightly, her gentle voice carrying a hint of apprehension. As expected of a wielder of double pupils, this divine sense is truly terrifying. Goddess, this Qian Kun Dao Sect is too arrogant. I will capture him now. An angry voice comes from a tall, thin elder beside Xiao, but she rejects him. No need. Anyone who can provoke Qian Kun Dao Sect to such an extent, disregarding offending many forces and still using divine sense to probe, indicates the deep enmity involved. It's best that we don't interfere. Following this, Xiao advises Elder Yun, if Qian Tower intervenes to obstruct him, you should assist Qian Kun Dao Sect. Understood, Elder Yun nods. Since the goddess has spoken, he will certainly comply. The major forces in the other private boxes are cursing in anger, feeling it is unacceptable. After cultivating for so many years, they have never encountered someone as arrogant as Gu Shengge. Just as they prepare to take action, two figures appear before Gu Shengge, imposing like mountains, attempting to suppress him on the spot. Qian Kun Dao Sect, you have gone too far. The arrivals are two transformation god realm beings from Qian Tower, one tall and one stout. Their released pressure causing Gu Shengge's figure to pause. Gu Shengge's double pupils look at the two transformation god beings blocking him and say in a deep voice, step aside. This is Qian Tower, not your Qian Kun Dao Sect. If Dao Sect Gu insists on making trouble, don't blame us for being rude. The tall one coldly warns Gu Shengge, although the Qian Kun Dao Sect is strong. Qian Tower is not weak either. Today, since Qian Kun Dao Sect started the trouble, even if they suppress him, the Qian Kun Dao Sect cannot say anything. Since you won't let me pass, don't blame me for being rough. Gu Shengge is too lazy to say much to these two. They are not worthy of listening. Even if the master of Qian Tower were present today, he would have to step aside. Boom! Two blazing beams of light shoot from Gu Shengge's double pupils, like two supreme divine swords that tear apart heaven and earth, piercing through all things and exterminating all evil spirits. The light is so terrifying that even the two transformation god beings feel threatened. They summon their own law powers to barely block the piercing gaze of the double pupils. As Gu Shengge clashes with the two transformation god beings, the cultivators in the auction hall quickly flee the scene, fearing to be caught in the crossfire and die from the aftermath of the battle. Luo Chun sees that Qian Kun Dao Sect has truly come to kill and is completely stunned. No way, this guy's actually here on site. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please give monthly tickets. End of this chapter, Chapter 40. The master of Qian Tower appears, the power of golden fortune. Inside the Qian Tower, no one expected Gu Shengge to take action directly. He was even unwilling to say another word. His blazing gaze resembled two unparalleled divine weapons. Although he only forced back the two transformation gods of Qian Tower, it shocked many powerful figures. This Qian Kun Dao Sect is too crazy. He actually dared to strike in Qian Tower, not afraid of the Tower Master's reckoning. He actually thought he could single-handedly battle two transformation gods. Should we call this guy arrogant or foolish? The Qian Tower has stood for 80,000 years with profound foundations, not something Qian Kun Dao Sect can compare to. This Qian Kun Dao Sect is in big trouble. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? Thinking that just because he is at the top of the hero rankings, he can act as he pleases? Even if he is killed by Qian Tower today, it will be his own fault. In the auction hall, lightning flickered and water and fire clashed as three figures collided. The mere aftermath was not something ordinary cultivators could withstand. Fortunately, the auctioneer activated the hall's defensive formation immediately, protecting Qian Tower's assets and preventing collateral damage. The sound of thunder rumbled continuously, echoing through Qian Tower. Gu Shengge's black hair was wild, surrounded by silver lightning, as he punched towards the fat transformation god. The power was immense, as if a mountain was crushing down, causing the air to explode and rippling waves. Qian flame refines heaven. At the same time, The tall transformation god, who cultivated the fire element, snorted coldly. Endless black flames erupted from his body, surging like a volcanic eruption, transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped all directions, clearly intending to refine Gu Shengge on the spot. A mere nascent soul dares to challenge them? What does it matter if he S at the top of the hero rankings? He will still be suppressed. As Gu Shengge punched the fat transformation god, he saw the black sea of fire approaching, and his heavy pupil revealed a hint of disdain. Playing with fire? You've met your ancestors. Stop. A flash of red light crossed his heavy pupil. Gu Shengge let out a deep shout, commanding the fire with his divine power. He controlled all the fires of heaven and earth, and the black sea of fire actually stopped, no longer sweeping forward. What? The tall transformation god was shocked. He tried to continue urging the sea of fire, but found it utterly ineffective. Before he could think too much, thousands of thunderbolts transformed into a thunder spear that shot towards his face. The tall transformation god raised his hand to form a seal, and the power of the laws formed a large hand that effortlessly blocked the thunder spear. However, the thunder spear exploded with a bang, spreading endless thunder liquid and catching him off guard. But this little trick was not enough for the transformation gods. Although the thunder liquid was powerful enough to kill a nascent soul, it didn't even dirty the hem of the tall transformation goddess clothes. Gu Shengge knew that these small tricks wouldn't harm them. He was only trying to buy time. Just as he prepared to form a seal and use his technique, a small figure suddenly appeared between Gu Shengge and the two transformation gods. With just a wave of his hand, all divine powers and secret techniques, all the sea of fire and thunder, vanished as if they had never existed. When everyone saw who had arrived, they all showed awe. The two transformation gods of Qian Tower also immediately retracted their powers and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Tower Master. X2, the Tower Master of Qian Tower. Hearing this, Gu Shengge looked towards the newcomer with his heavy pupil. Unlike old ancestor Chen Shao, the Tower Master of Qian Tower appeared as a young child, looking no more than 6 or 7 years old. His aura was ethereal, as if he were one with the heavens and earth, seemingly omnipresent. Gu Shengge did not lose his manners either. He cupped his hands in respect and said, Junior pays respects to the Tower Master of Qian Tower. Hidden in the private room, Luo Chan sighed in relief upon seeing the Tower Master appear, collapsing into the soft chair as if exhausted. Great, I'm saved. With the Tower Master here, he couldn't believe that the Qian Kun Dao Sect could kill him, as the simulation system showed. The elders couldn't stop you, but the Tower Master surely can. The development of all this was within the expectations of many. The Tower Master guards Qian City. How could he allow Gu Shengge to act recklessly on his territory? The Tower Master turned, his time-worn eyes fixating on Gu Shengge, his gaze slightly tightening as he scrutinized him. You must be Chen Shao's disciple. Your temperament is indeed similar to that guy, so impulsive, but with a bit of courtesy. After a pause, the Tower Master slowly spoke, but his voice did not sound as young as he appeared. It was old and hoarse. Hearing this, Gu Shengge smiled and said gently, Senior, the ancestor sends his regards to you. He sends his regards to me? That guy is not one to understand courtesy. Upon hearing this, the Tower Master snorted lightly. He had known that reckless guy for over 4,000 years and was well aware of his character. How could he send his regards? However, this kid was polite, much more pleasant than that old thing, Chen Shao. The Tower Master looked at Gu Shengge with a hint of satisfaction. He truly was the top-ranked one I selected. Greetings to Senior Tsang Ming. May you have peace, Senior. Jun Mengqing appeared beside Gu Shengge, respectfully bowing to the Tower Master. The representatives of the other powerful factions also ceased watching the show, stepping forward to greet the Tower Master. The Tower Master nodded slightly, and then turned to continue looking at Gu Shengge, asking calmly, Kid, speak up. Why are you causing trouble on my territory? Do you think the prices here are too high? Do you want to smash the store, or what? Senior, you misunderstand. I was just schemed against. And in a moment of urgency, fearing that person might escape, I acted. I hope for your understanding. Gu Shengge hurriedly explained, as he actually had some knowledge of the relationship between old ancestor Chen Shao and the Tower Master. The records in the scripture pavilion mentioned that old ancestor Chen Shao and the Tower Master were close friends, even life and death comrades. That is why he dared to act so boldly in Qian Tower. There was no other choice. Who told me I had connections? The Tower Master frowned slightly. Someone schemed against his old friend's disciple on his territory. Wasn't he that slapping his face? Kid, are you sure? The Tower Master asked again. Gu Shengge nodded earnestly. Junior is willing to swear by the Tao that someone indeed schemed against me. Since that's the case, then I will make it convenient for you and will not obstruct your search for the one who schemed against you. The Tower Master did not hesitate. After all, he was the disciple of an old friend. If he was schemed against on his territory, his old friend would surely mock him. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior. I will fully compensate for any losses caused to Qian Tower. Hearing that he would compensate, the Tower Master smiled mysteriously and said, Kid, are you sure you want to compensate? His smile gave Gu Shengge a slight sense of foreboding. Is it very expensive? But since the words were already spoken, there was naturally no reason to change them. Gu Shengge nodded, and the Tower Master did not say anything further, only leaving one last sentence before disappearing. All right, then come to the top of Qian Tower to see me later. Okay, Senior. Even Gu Shengge didn't expect things would go so smoothly. It seems that the golden fortune that nearly blinded his heavy pupil is now coming into play. The powerful figures also didn't expect the Tower Master to intervene. Not only did he not punish Gu Shengge, but he also seemed to have high hopes for him, actually allowing him to go to the top of Qian Tower. That was a place only the ancestors of great sects and powers could go. In contrast, Luo Chun slipped off the soft chair, his eyes vacant as he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly muttering, It's over, it's over, it's over. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter, 41. Chapter 41. The system makes a hasty escape. Gu Shengge is in deep trouble. Chapter 41. The system's emergency escape. Gu Shengge is in trouble. Could you two please help me out? After the Lord of Qian Tower left, Gu Shengge turned to the two transformation divine beings of Qian Tower, changing his previously tough attitude to a smile as he inquired. The two transformation divine beings, seeing their master had spoken, naturally would not stop Gu Shengge. The mouse urine immortal, Yi Ran, felt a pang of jealousy as Gu Shengge easily resolved the crisis. Damn, this guy is just too lucky. Even the Lord of Qian Tower didn't punish him. Is he the son of destiny, or am I? The celestial maiden of healing knew a bit about the relationship between the Lord of Qian Tower and the ancestor of heaven and earth, secretly thinking it was a pity. She had originally planned to help Gu Shengge in this matter to make him owe her a favor. Jun Mengqing, seeing that Gu Shengge was unharmed, felt somewhat troubled as she had the same idea as the celestial maiden of healing. Gu Shengge ignored the thoughts of those around him and released his divine sense again, following the strange power to explore its source. In a short while, he locked onto his target. Mouse, found you. It was actually Luo Chen's private box. Without any hesitation, Gu Shengge transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, forcibly breaking through the array of the box and rushing inside. Warning, warning, warning. Detected that a major enemy of the system is rapidly approaching. Does the host wish to activate the escape teleportation? The system's alert sounded continuously in Luo Chen's mind. Every system had emergency functions for its host. For example, the heart voice system's forced interference was its emergency function. The emergency function of the simulation system was to escape with the host. As long as the host was alive, it could plunder more resources and complete its mission. Thinking he was done for, Luo Chen heard the system's warning and immediately had a moment of clarity, excitedly shouting, Use it! Quickly use it! The system received the response and immediately activated the emergency teleportation. Want to run? Dream on. Gu Shengge appeared in the box and saw Luo Chen enveloped in a white light, trying to escape. Without hesitation, his heavy pupil erupted with unparalleled divine might. Determined to kill this person on the spot, heavy pupil opens the heavens, chaos destroys the world. A light shout echoed, and the chaotic light swirled in Gu Shenge's eyes, depicting the scenes of the sun and moon falling and the galaxy collapsing, terrifyingly astonishing. A pair of eye lights tore through heaven and earth, blazing to the extreme, piercing the four corners of the world. The space could not withstand such terrifying light. Wherever it passed, it exploded inch by inch, and chaotic currents rampaged toward Luo Chen. Boom! Even the Qian Tower, which could withstand the attacks of transformation divine beings, was blasted out with a large hole, shaking the entire tower 3 times. Everyone in Qian City saw an unparalleled divine light shot out from Qian Tower, piercing the clouds, and a large part of the sky was penetrated. The power so great that even transformation divine beings could not resist. What is that? So terrifying. The Qian Tower has been blasted out with a huge pit. Who dares to cause trouble in Qian Tower? Hurry, let's go take a look. Although Gu Shengge urgently unleashed a heavy pupil-killing move, he still did not manage to keep Luo Chen, but he did obliterate the lower half of Luo Chen's body. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Moreover, having been injured by his heavy pupil, even if there were miraculous pills to restore his body, it would be of no use. Gu Shengge could still track Luo Chen's whereabouts based on the traces left by that guy. Overall, it wasn't a total loss. At this moment, Gu Shengge's expression was as dark as it could be. If he wasn't mistaken, the power that helped that scheming person escape was exactly the same as the two systems before. So, it was the systems doing again. Hey, it truly is relentless. Furthermore, looking at the wall of Qian Tower that had been blasted out with a large hole, Gu Shengge felt as if the sky had fallen. How much spirit stones would this cost? The two transformation divine beings of Qian Tower flew over, looking at the destruction caused by Gu Shengge, exchanging shocked glances. It should be known that Qian Tower was built with a large amount of spirit materials, and various defensive arrays and runes were inscribed on the walls. It seemed like a thin layer, yet even a full-force strike from a transformation divine being could be blocked. Now, it had actually been blasted out with a large hole by Gu Shengge, which meant he possessed the means to kill transformation divine beings. Wuduan and Wuxuan, bring this brat to see me. Let us discuss compensation. The voice of the Lord of Qian Tower rang in Wuduan and Wuxuan's ears as they gestured for Gu Shengge to follow. Gu Shengge suddenly recalled the mysterious smile of the Lord of Qian Tower earlier and felt a sense of shock. Could it be that the senior had already predicted that he would suffer this financial disaster? Jun Mengqing and the Celestial Maiden of Healing also saw the destruction caused by Gu Shengge and were astonished. Mastering such powerful divine abilities, it's no wonder he could suppress transformation divine demons. The top floor of Qian Tower was not a single room, but a secret realm. Inside the secret realm, there were chirping birds and fragrant flowers, beautiful scenery, and rich spiritual energy, filled with purple sunlight. Purple sunlight? Gu Shengge looked at the vast expanse of purple sunlight and secretly wondered. His ancestor loved purple sunlight the most. Could it be that this hobby was passed down by the Lord of Qian Tower? In the sea of purple sunlight, the Lord of Qian Tower sat cross-legged. Seeing Gu Shengge arrive, he gestured for him to sit in front. Come, sit. Gu Shengge obediently sat in front of the Lord of Qian Tower like a child who had made a mistake, unable to help but ask, Senior, did you predict that I would cause such great damage to Qian Tower? Is that why you smiled? It was widely known that the Lord of Qian Tower was a master of the way of heavenly change, so it didn't seem surprising that he could predict this. However, the Lord of Qian Tower shook his head and explained, I only predicted that Qian Tower would encounter trouble today, but I did not predict that it would be caused by you. Although he had achieved great success in the way of heavenly change, there were few things in the world, apart from the 5 forbidden zones of the end of magic, that he could not predict. However, coincidentally, Gu Shengge was one of those he could not predict. When he once listed the heroic rankings, the Lord of Qian Tower had calculated the 100 proud figures on the list. Even with the concealment of the Celestial Pavilion and the Heaven-Cutting Sect, he could still predict a thing or two about Xiao and Jun Mengqing, but Gu Shengge was completely unpredictable. The Lord of Qian Tower looked at Gu Shengge and joked, Kid, a random spiritual brick from my Qian Tower is worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones, plus the arrays and runes on it, and other miscellaneous items. Guess how much you should compensate? Why don't you just kill me? Gu Shengge roughly calculated and suddenly felt a sense of despair. I can't repay this. I absolutely can't repay this. Hey, you child, what nonsense are you talking? If I were to use your life to compensate, that guy Shan Xiao would destroy my Qian Tower. That is not worth it. Not worth it at all. The Lord of Qian Tower's expression changed, and he quickly raised his hand to gently pat Gu Shengge's mouth, telling him not to speak nonsense. Cultivators must remember that calamity comes from the mouth. Some words, if spoken, could become true. He continued, since you have no spirit stones to compensate, why not do me a favor? After the task is completed, not only will I not ask you to compensate, but I will also give you an opportunity. How about it? P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please vote for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Colorful Earth. The regret of the Lord of Qian Tower not good. I've been tricked. As soon as the Lord of Qian Tower finished speaking, Gu Shengge instantly realized he had been duped. Sigh, the older the ginger, the hotter it is. Gu Shengge showed a helpless expression as he looked at the smiling Qian Tower master and complained, Senior, you are a great cultivator of the void refining stage. Is it appropriate to trick a junior like me? Aren't you afraid? I'll tell my ancestor. Little guy, I didn't trick you. You agreed to the compensation yourself. Qian Tower Master said with a smile. Gu Shengge raised his hand to slap his forehead, sighed, and shook his head, looking like he had lost all hope. All right, I have to eat the bitter fruit I've sown, no matter how unpalatable it is. Gu Shengge said, Senior, just tell me as long as it's within my capabilities. I can help you. Between compensating with spirit stones and working hard, he chose to work hard. Of course, Gu Shengge also wanted to see what kind of opportunity the Qian Tower Master was talking about. Don't worry. What I want you to do won't endanger your life, and you won't suffer losses, Qian Tower Master said. After that, a spirit jade treasure box appeared in his hand, which he opened to reveal a fist-sized block of soil, shimmering with colorful spiritual light, exuding an extremely rich earth spirit energy, like a dream. 5-colored Qirong. The moment Gu Shengge saw the spirit soil, he instinctively exclaimed, his dual pupils showing a hint of fervor. 5-colored Qirong, the top-tier existence among spirit soils. A single grain could cultivate thousands of acres of spirit fields, making it the dream of spirit planners. The piece in Qian Tower Master's hand was worth as much as the Fuso divine wood that Nangong Chiyue presented back then. Qian Tower Master presented the 5-colored Qirong to Gu Shengge and said with a smile, Little guy, consider this 5-colored Qirong as a small reward in advance. As long as you complete that task for me, the subsequent opportunities and benefits will be plentiful for you. Looking at the 5-colored Qirong in front of him, Gu Shengge quickly extinguished the fervor in his heart and showed a serious expression. If such a treasure was considered a small reward in advance, the matter that Qian Tower Master spoke of must be significant. Senior, giving such a big reward before doing the task, I'm afraid I might not live to collect it. Gu Shengge said solemnly. Seeing his caution, Qian Tower Master no longer beat around the bush and stated directly, Little guy, you must know about the Tianzong underworld, right? I know, Gu Shengge nodded. The Tianzong underworld, like the Tianxiang Divine Mountain, is one of the forbidden zones in the end of the Law era. The other 3 forbidden zones are the Tianku Demon Sea, Tianjue Evil Forest, and Tianbai Ancient Mine. When mentioning these 5 forbidden zones, one must talk about the distribution of spiritual regions in the vast world. The vast world has 9 spiritual regions, the central Zhongtian region, and the 8 surrounding regions of Qiangseng, Xuancang, Shihuang, Mingzhou, Daos, Tianma, Luofu, and Yaoshan. The 5 forbidden zones include the Tianxiang Divine Mountain, located in the Zhongtian region, while the other 4 are situated among the 8 spiritual regions. The Qiangseng region is close to the Tianzong underworld. How these 5 forbidden zones were formed is not well documented in ancient history, but is known to be related to the end of the Law era, suspected to have been established by ancient cultivators to avoid the calamity of the end of the Law. Senior, do you want me to enter the Tianzong Forbidden Zone? Gu Shengge thought of the matter mentioned by Qian Tower Master and believed it must be related to this Forbidden Zone. Qian Tower Master nodded. Yes, I want to ask you to enter the underworld and bring out a corpse for me. Senior, are you joking? Not to mention the dangers of the underworld. Even a great ascension Taoist may not be able to come out. Just finding the corpse you want among the billions of bones in the underworld is as difficult as reaching the heavens, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gu Shengge understood the dangers of the forbidden zone adjacent to Qiangseng. The underworld houses countless corpses from unknown epochs, with death energy like the sea, nurturing endless ghost kings and underworld monsters, a place where no living being can tread. To bring out a corpse from there is as difficult as transcending tribulation to ascend. For others, the underworld is indeed a place of extreme danger. But you are different. You practice thunder law and can harness the power of heavenly tribulation. The ghost kings and underworld monsters in the underworld will see you as a cat sees a mouse. They won't dare to offend you, let alone approach you. Qian Tower Master looked at the lightning pattern on Gu Shengge's forehead and pointed it out. Although he couldn't deduce matters related to Gu Shengge, he had lived for many years and could see that the lightning pattern on Gu Shengge's forehead was a manifestation of an unparalleled thunder law divine ability, containing the power of heavenly tribulation. Senior, sometimes too many mice can also kill a cat, Gu Shengge replied. Seeing that Gu Shengge was unwilling to agree, Qian Tower Master made up his mind and said solemnly, It seems that my appetizer can't satisfy your appetite, little guy. How about this? As long as you agree, I will let you go to my Qian Tower's treasure vault later, and you can choose 2 treasures. The Qian Tower collects rare treasures from the vast world. In the Qian treasure vault, there's nothing you can't find. Qian Tower Master was clearly making a significant investment. Gu Shengge was also taken aback. For the sake of a corpse, he went to such lengths. That corpse must be extraordinary. He then asked, "May I ask which corpse you are referring to?" "It is my only child." Qian Tower Master's tone became heavy, and his youthful face revealed sadness, with deep regret in his eyes. Cultivators find it difficult to bear offspring. That was his only child, buried in the underworld for him. For thousands of years, he sought many cultivators who practiced thunder law, even including Taoists of the harmonization stage, hoping they could bring back his child's corpse, but without exception, they all failed. Qian Tower Master had originally given up, preparing to go to the underworld before his lifespan ended, to be buried alongside his child. However, with Gu Shengge's appearance, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. A cultivator who controls the power of heavenly tribulation might truly be able to bring back his child as remains. Gu Shengge fell silent. Qian Tower Master had indeed offered a lot, enough for him to be unable to refuse. But the Tianzong underworld was too dangerous. He was merely at the nascent soul stage. Although he was stronger than an average transformation stage being, going into the underworld was still a guaranteed death. "Senior, is there a time requirement?" Gu Shengge asked. If there were no time constraints, he could wait until he broke through to the transformation stage before going. Qian Tower Master replied, "As long as you can bring the remains back before I pass away, that would be fine." Qian Tower Master understood that sending a nascent soul cultivator into the underworld to search for a corpse was akin to sending him to death. So he did not impose a time limit. As long as he could see his child as remains before he died, it would be enough. "I understand," Gu Shengge nodded. He promised Qian Tower Master that he would bring back the remains before his lifespan ended. Even if Qian Tower Master had only 100 years left, it would be sufficient. "All right, this is a compass made from my own blood and my child's hair. In the future, when you enter the underworld, you can follow the compass's guidance to find my child's remains." Qian Tower Master took out a palm-sized compass and solemnly handed it to Gu Shengge. He had already used up all his child's hair. This was the last piece. "I will do my best," Gu Shengge said, unable to guarantee that he would definitely succeed. But he would try his best. In Haoran Province, a mundane kingdom, a flash of white light appeared, and Luo Chun, with only his upper body remaining, heavily fell onto the stone-laden official road. The sharp little stones pierced into the wound on his lower body, causing him to frown painfully in his unconscious state. "P.S. Please give me recommendation votes. Please give rewards. Please give monthly votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 43. The Remnant of the Void King Beast. Setting a trap for Jun Mengqing, the treasure vault located deep within the Qian Tower is a secret realm, filled with countless rare treasures, as numerous as the stars, all appearing in the form of luminous orbs, dazzling and overwhelming to the eyes. "Greetings, Master of the Tower." X were the four divine beings guarding the Qian treasure vault greeted their master in unison upon seeing him. The master of Qian nodded, and Gu Shengge looked at the four guardians, secretly astonished. The aura they emitted was significantly stronger than that of the Dao sect's Yang Huang, all being Yin gods, and even some at the Yang god level of divine beings. The master of Qian handed a jade tablet to Gu Shengge, telling him that it was the catalog of the Qian treasure vault, recording a total of 17,839 types of treasures stored within. Each of these treasures, if placed in the outside world, would be considered rare and sought after. Gu Shengge probed the jade tablet with his divine sense, and a flood of information about the treasures poured into his mind, clearly detailing not only the names of the treasures, but also their uses and origins. With so many treasures, he needed to choose carefully. His first choice was a spiritual item that could help the holy pill of the Earth Ancestor transform into a divine infant. There were quite a few treasures of the level of the Fusang Divine Wood and the colorful Spirit Soil in the vault, but most of them had two mixed attributes and did not meet Gu Shengge's requirements. Tai Chu Yuan Ci, Phoenix Divine, 9 Nether Earth Demon Soul, Xin Yuan Void Spirit, 9 Yang Spirit Pearl. Gu Shengge searched earnestly. He already had the colorful Spirit Soil in hand, which should be enough for the Earth Ancestor's holy pill to transform into a divine infant. That left the 7 great ancestral holy pills: gold, water, wind, electricity, weather time, and space. The first 5 spiritual items were manageable, but time and space were tricky. Then he found it, the remnant of the Void King Beast. He didn't expect that the Qian Tower could obtain such a rare beast, and it was a king beast at that. After flipping through over 10,000 rare treasures, he finally found one that suited him, the remains of a Void King Beast. The Void Beast was not a vast spiritual beast, but an otherworldly creature, naturally skilled in the way of space, drifting outside the realms and feeding on fragments of space. extremely rare. The king beast was the ruler of the void beasts. Immensely powerful, with each one comparable to a Tao-compliant mighty being, or even a great transcendental Taoist, with a remnant of the void king beast, as long as he refined it to extract the principles of space within. Gu Shengge had a 70 chance of assisting the space ancestors' holy pill in transforming into a divine infant. What to choose next? Half an hour later, Gu Shengge finally chose a jar of Tsangming divine water. The Tsangming divine water comes from the Tsangming Sea controlled by the Dragon Clan, produced from the sea eye of the Tsangming Sea, and is extremely scarce. The jar he selected was the result of 300 to 400 years of production from the sea eye. After making his selections, Gu Shengge informed the master of Xiantian. The master of Xiantian had someone retrieve the 2 items, and before long, a storage bag was sent to them. Gu Shengge received the storage bag and left the vault with the master of Xiantian. Little one, don't forget your agreement with me. I understand, senior. Outside the Xiantian Tower, Jun Mengqing had been waiting for a long time, bored as she played with her own tail, occasionally hearing the voice of Granny Z beside her. Saintess, do you still want to wait? Waiting too long might delay the return to the sect. Granny Z, I don't need you to worry about when I return to the sect. Listening to Granny Z's nagging, Jun Mengqing felt displeased. This old woman kept trying to meddle in her affairs, without any sense of being a protector. Once back at the holy sect, she would change her protector. When she saw a figure in white coming out of the Xiantian Tower, her eyes lit up, and she immediately went to greet him. However, someone was faster and appeared in front of Gu Shengge first. Daozi, did Senior Tsangming give you a hard time? A goddess in a plain dress, with a thin veil covering her face, emerged, her beautiful eyes watching Gu Shengge with concern. Gu Shengge politely shook his head and replied gently, "Thank you, Goddess Xiao. For your concern, the senior did not make things difficult for me." Upon hearing this, Xiao's brows relaxed, showing a hint of a smile. That's wonderful. I just wonder how many spirit stones Senior Tsangming will require from Daozi. If Daozi is not well off, you could talk to Xiao, and I would be willing to lend a helping hand. Gu Shengge was about to refuse when a soft yet angry voice interrupted him. There's no need. If you lack spirit stones, I can pay for you, so there's no need for Goddess Xiao to worry. The saintess of the Qian sect, with 5 swaying fox tails, strode in aggressively, her enchanting face showing obvious displeasure. Not only are you trying to seize territory and resources, but now you even want to compete for men with me? Do you really think my Qian sect is easy to bully? Jun Mengqing quickly walked to Gu Shengge's side, as if to assert her claim, and tightly hugged his arm, instantly making Gu Shengge feel an indescribable softness. Seeing Jun Mengqing's shamelessness, Xiao's smile disappeared. This shameless fox truly knows no modesty. The surrounding cultivators watched, as both the goddess Xiao and the saintess Jun Mengqing showed favor to Gu Shengge, feeling envious and jealous, all wanted to take their place. Among the crowd, Ma Niaoxian was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to dust. Damn it, I am a system wine sword immortal. Why don't I have any goddesses or saintesses throwing themselves at me? The more Yuran thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. As the wine sword immortal, he had not received any popularity from the locals. It was simply a great humiliation. Just wait, Gu Shengge, the humiliation you brought, I, the wine sword immortal, will surely return it 100-fold. Yi Ran vowed in his heart that both the goddess Xiao and the saintess Jun Mengqing would ultimately belong to him, and Gu Shengge, a mere local, was not worthy of their favor. Benefactor, let's go. Don't pay attention to this hypocrite. Jun Mengqing pulled Gu Shengge to leave, and Xiao did not stop her, allowing the two to depart. As for the insults from the saintess Jun Mengqing, Xiao did not care. They had already had verbal disputes since their first meeting. Xiao took Jun Mengqing's harsh words as a means to temper her heart. If a random remark could make her angry, it would only indicate that her mind was not yet strong enough. But that did not mean she would do nothing. Watching Gu Shengge's departing figure, a hint of unusual light flashed in Xiao's beautiful eyes. Jun Mengqing, since you desire the Qian Kun Dao Sect so much, I'll grant your wish. Saintess, here is the realm guide. After leaving the Xiantian Tower, Gu Shengge returned the realm guide small cauldron to Jun Mengqing. As the creation jade dish had already fully analyzed the realm guide, rendering it useless to him, Jun Mengqing did not expect him to return the realm guide so quickly and hurriedly declined. Benefactor, you don't have to return it to me so soon. It can stay with you for further research. Gu Shengge shook his head. No need. I've already studied it. Thank you for your kindness, Saintess Jun. In the future, if you have time, you can come to the Qian Kun Dao Sect for tea and discussions. I will definitely welcome you. Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing accepted the realm guide. At least she had received Gu Shengge's invitation and could visit him at the Qian Kun Dao Sect in the future. Little did she know that this warm welcome was a trap prepared for her by Gu Shengge. Once she entered his territory, she would not be able to escape his control. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please cast monthly votes. Into this chapter, Chapter 44, The Reluctance of Ji Gue, New Heavenly Doubt Divine Ability, Great Heart Technique. Chapter 44, Ji Gue's Reluctance, New Heavenly Dao Divine Ability, Great Mind Technique. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Shengge's gradually disappearing figure, her fox-like eyes revealing a faint gloom. She could sense Gu Shengge's wariness toward her. It seems I need to add more fuel to the fire. Saintess, Lin Xingzi has sent a spiritual message, asking when you will return to the sect. Suddenly, old Granny Z appeared beside Jun Mengqing, respectfully reporting. Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing frowned slightly, her expression turning cold as she impatiently said, "When I return to the sect is none of his concern. Also, didn't I instruct you to refuse any spiritual messages regarding Lin Shen? Saintess, Lin Xingzi is also concerned about you." Old Granny Z tried to persuade Jun Mengqing earnestly. However, Jun Mengqing raised her hand and struck Old Granny Z with a palm. Even though Old Granny Z was a transformation god, she dared not defend herself, let alone retaliate, and was directly sent flying, her body crashing into a palace. Bricks and stones flying, dust rising. After a while, Old Granny Z crawled out, covered in dirt, kneeling in front of Jun Mengqing, her face filled with panic as she repeatedly bowed her head in apology. "Saintess, it was this old servant's fault. I hope the Saintess can spare me this once. Considering I've followed you for many years, I won't dare again." Jun Mengqing coldly looked at Old Granny Z, thinking that if it weren't for her long service, that palm strike would have been much more severe. "Old Granny Z, you know how much I dislike Lin Shen. Considering your past efforts, I will give you one more chance. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being heartless." Old Granny Z repeatedly nodded, urgently assuring Jun Mengqing that she would not dare again and would return the gifts Lin Shen sent her once they got back. Lin Shen, how dare you extend your claws towards me? It seems necessary to give you a profound lesson." A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Jun Mengqing's beautiful eyes, her voice chilling, causing Old Granny Z to shiver. As for the saint son of the heavenly interception, Jun Mengqing harbored deep disdain. That guy, like a flamboyant peacock, flirts with women everywhere, showering gifts of spiritual stones and treasures upon any pretty face he encounters, acting extravagantly, which is obviously suspicious. Which cultivator would give away their cultivation resources? Even among partners, there is usually some reservation, unless they have ulterior motives. Jun Mengqing had once accepted a gift from Lin Shen, adhering to the kindness among disciples, but afterward, she prepared a return gift and specifically visited to give back to him. However, she never expected that this act of returning a gift would lead her to discover Lin Shen's secret, directly placing him on her blacklist. In the Qian Kun Palace, Ji Gue accompanied Dan Tai Ching Xian, feeling extremely bored as she played with her hair, occasionally glancing outside the hall. Accompanying a silent woman in this huge palace felt no different from being locked in a small dark room. The more Ji Gue thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became. Ever since the incident with Yi Chun, her status had plummeted, and she had completely turned from a servant girl into a mount, losing all dignity. She was, after all, a five-clawed golden dragon with a high bloodline. Even among the numerous dragon clans in the Songming Sea, she was among the top, only beneath the 5 ancestral dragons. No, this can't continue. Ji Gue bit her silver teeth, her delicate face showing a hint of reluctance. She must find a chance to escape. As long as she can reach the Songming Sea, relying on her 5-clawed golden dragon form, the dragon clan would definitely protect her, and the ancestral dragon would help her break the master-servant contract within her. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared abruptly behind Ji Gue, a cold voice questioning her. "What are you thinking?" Startled by the familiar voice, Ji Gue shivered and, showing a flustered expression, hurriedly replied, "In nothing. I was just thinking about my master. When will you return?" "Is that so?" Gu Shengge gazed at Ji Gue, noticing her panic like a mouse caught by a cat. He knew exactly what this white-eyed dragon was thinking without needing to guess. If it weren't for the immense fortune required to cultivate a true dragon, it would not be worth it to kill her. He would have skinned her alive long ago. "Don't think this seat doesn't know what you're thinking. Remember, everything you have is given by me. If you want to escape from my hands, feel free to try, but if I catch you again..." Gu Shengge coldly warned Ji Gue. having already shown her enough mercy. If she still didn't understand, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Hearing this, Qian was greatly shocked. Quickly kneeling on the ground, her graceful body trembling from excessive nervousness. While bowing her head, she softly assured Gu Shengge, "Master, don't worry, I won't make mistakes again. If I do, you can strike me with heavenly lightning, turning me to ash and ensuring I have no next life. Is that so? You better remember what you said." After speaking, Gu Shengge withdrew his gaze from the trembling Qian and walked towards Dantai Qingxian. Qian cautiously raised her head, looking at Gu Shengge's back, a trace of barely perceptible resentment flashing in her golden eyes. Gu Shengge sensed something, slightly pausing his steps. Qian quickly lowered her head, not daring to show any further dissatisfaction. Dantai Qingxian slowly opened her eyes, her cold gaze landing on Gu Shengge, silently watching him without speaking. Aside from showing some unusual emotions last night, she had returned to her usual state of being indifferent and devoid of desires. Gu Shengge showed a helpless expression, increasingly feeling that his master had issues. Are emotionless Dao cultivators all like this? He had read about emotionless Dao practitioners, but they were far from Dantai Qingxian in comparison. Typically, emotionless Dao practitioners are merely a bit indifferent, but they still possess feelings and desires. Whereas someone like Dantai Qingxian had never appeared before. Gu Shengge sighed lightly, waving his hand to dismiss Qian, then settling his mind into his sea of consciousness to communicate with the creation jade plate. After half a month of deduction, the Great Love Technique, based on the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique, was nearly completed. According to the progress, at most the day after tomorrow, this Great Love Technique would be fully deduced. However, as the Forgetting Emotion Technique was itself a fragmentary text, it could only be cultivated to the void refinement stage, and the Love Technique was likewise limited. Additionally, the heart voice system had also been completely refined by the creation jade plate, evolving into a type of heavenly Tao divine ability. Great Mind Technique, as the name implies. The Great Mind Technique is a divine ability that targets the mind, more powerful than the Buddhist heart perception. Cultivating the Great Mind Technique not only allows one to easily read the inner thoughts of living beings, but it can also see through deeply hidden secrets and forcibly erased memories. Moreover, when cultivated to a high degree, it can easily modify and control the intellect of living beings, guiding them towards enlightenment. In addition, the Great Mind Technique can also evoke the fears of living beings and evolve into inner demons. Hundreds of golden Tao cultural seeds formed a divine ability seed, planted in Gu Shengge's sea of consciousness, quickly taking root and sprouting, growing into a divine tree of the mind. With this divine tree of the mind, Gu Shengge no longer needed to worry about mind-related divine abilities, nor did he fear the risk of soul snatching. P.S. Sorry, the weather has turned cooler recently, and I caught a cold from not noticing while using the air conditioner. I'm not feeling well today, so I can only update once. Tomorrow, if I feel better, I'll make up for the missed updates. End of this chapter, Chapter 45. You don't just realize your mistakes, you realize you're about to die. Chapter 45. You don't just realize your mistakes, you realize you're about to die. The Great Mind Technique is indeed extraordinary. Feeling the sense of security brought by the protection of the soul tree, Gu Shengge sighed softly. With this Great Mind Technique in the future, whether it was taming servants or seeing into people's hearts, there would be assurance. Gu Shengge looked at Dantai Qingxian, pondering. Dantai Qingxian was born emotionless and desireless, which was a kind of mental defect. Perhaps he could use the Great Mind Technique to modify this flaw and help her cultivate emotions. Master, I just learned a kind of mental, supernatural power that should be useful in breaking your path of indifference. But it requires you to empty your mind and cooperate with me. Is that okay? Gu Shengge asked his master. Dantai Qingxian nodded lightly and then closed her beautiful eyes, emptying her mind. Immediately, a force of mental power was released from Gu Shengge's brow, extending towards Dantai Qingxian. However, at the moment the mental power touched Dantai Qingxian, a force that Gu Shengge was quite familiar with suddenly surged forth, instantly transforming into an indestructible mental defense that easily isolated his mental power. This power. Gu Shengge's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at the cold and beautiful Taoist. If he wasn't mistaken, the force protecting Dantai Qingxian's mind was none other than the power of the heavenly Tao. His master actually possessed the power of the heavenly Tao. The reason Gu Shengge recognized that power was that the heavenly tribulation power he controlled was also an evolution of the heavenly Tao power. The two were the same root and origin. Gu Shengge withdrew his mental power, looking at Dantai Qin with uncertainty. Logically speaking, even those who controlled the power of the laws at the transformation stage could not touch the power of the heavenly Tao. Why would Dantai Qin have it? Could it be related to the supreme Tao body? Gu Shengge fell into deep thought. According to the records he had read, descriptions of the supreme Tao body were few and far between, only noting the uniqueness of this constitution. Like an innate Tao, it was a special constitution born in harmony with the Tao, but what specific peculiarities it had were not recorded in the texts. Gu Shengge collected his thoughts and looked at Dantai Qin again. The cold and beautiful Taoist had opened her eyes, still devoid of emotion, like a puppet. If it were before, Gu Shengge would have thought Dantai Qin was simply low in desire, unfeeling and indifferent. But now, sensing that power of the heavenly Tao, he felt something was amiss. There was a problem, a big problem. For the first time, Gu Shengge felt that something was tricky. He even had a premonition that he seemed to be caught up in something extraordinary. At the moment, Gu Shengge touched Dantai Qin's mental defense. An unspeakable place awakened several long-slumbering existences. The protection I left on him has been activated. Are you going to emerge? No, the protection has not been broken. He is unharmed. Song, you are too impatient. It is not time yet. This is of great importance. We cannot be hasty. Those are all looking for him. If it weren't for us needing to hold our ground, we would have long since dealt with those internal and external troubles. The Great Mind technique was useless against Dantai Qin, and Gu Shengge could only abandon this method. The road ahead was long and arduous. Looking at the cold and beautiful Taoist, Gu Shengge sighed lightly in his heart, then asked again, Master, how do you feel? Although his mental power was blocked, it had triggered Dantai Qin's mental defense. Gu Shengge thought it should have some effect, right? The cold and beautiful Taoist shook her head lightly. She felt nothing, as usual. All right. A hint of helplessness appeared in Gu Shengge's eyes. Forget it, let it be. Since he had promised to help Dantai Qin break the path of indifference and had taken her supreme primordial yin, he naturally would not go back on his word. Gu Shengge had Dantai Qin wait for another 2 days. Once the supreme emotion Tao scripture was completed, perhaps there would be a turning point. Zhi Gui, who was outside the hall, contemplating how to escape to the Tsangming Sea, heard Gu Shengge's voice. After a trace of reluctance crossed her delicate face, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor and walked into the hall. Zhi Gui lowered her head and said respectfully, Master, what do you wish to summon me for? Gu Shengge looked at the golden-skirted dragon girl, used the Great Mind technique, and enveloped Zhi Gui with mental power to probe her innermost thoughts. So annoying, all day long, just knowing how to order me around. I'm a true dragon, not a dog. Just wait. Once I find an opportunity to escape to the Tsangming Sea and get the protection of the Dragon Clan, I will break the master-servant contract and repay all the humiliation of these years, making you my pet and ordering you around every day. After hearing Zhi Gui's inner monologue, Gu Shengge's expression quickly turned cold. A white-eyed dragon is indeed a white-eyed dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shengge suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhi Gui's delicate neck. Zhi Gui, you really live up to your name. I am very curious about how you plan to escape to the Tsangming Sea, and how will you make me your pet? What? Zhi Gui, who was being choked, widened her beautiful eyes, her delicate face showing shock. How did he know I wanted to escape to the Tsangming Sea? He even knows my thoughts of revenge. Could it be because of the master-servant contract? The master-servant contract does not have that function. As for why I know what you are thinking, you don't need to know. Gu Shengge's face was cold. He could not keep a creature that constantly thought of betraying its master by his side. Upon hearing this, Zhi Gui instantly realized Gu Shengge intended to kill her. Her eyes filled with terror as she pleaded for mercy, her voice full of regret. Master, I know I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please give me another chance. But Gu Shengge just shook his head, his expression indifferent, exposing her true thoughts. You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're going to die. After saying that, he no longer spoke. An immense mental power coalesced into a dragon-slaying heartsword, striking towards Zhi Gui's sea of consciousness. With just one strike, it shattered the heart and mind of this white-eyed dragon into countless fragments. As her mind was shattered, Zhi Gui's face twisted in agony, writhing in pain, like a loach thrashing wildly in Gu Shengge's grasp. In no time, the white-eyed dragon lost all movement, her eyes vacant, and she transformed back into her true dragon form. Gu Shengge looked at the golden dragon in his hands. He had merely erased her mind, equivalent to turning Ji Gui into a plant dragon. He once again used the great mind technique, his mental power invading the golden dragon's sea of consciousness, beginning to wash away the memories of those mental fragments, as well as Ji Gui's true nature. After the cleansing was complete, Gu Shengge gathered those mental fragments, reshaping them into a new mind that would only obey him and never betray him. Moments later, the previously motionless golden dragon came back to life. From now on, you should be called Qian Qi. Do not let me down again. Gu Shengge looked at the reformed golden dragon and gave her a new name. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name. Qian Qi transformed into human form, kneeling on all fours before Gu Shengge, bowing in thanks, far more respectful than Ji Gui had ever been. Now that Ji Gui was dead and Qian Qi was reborn, the past was completely erased. P.S. Are you satisfied with the handling of Ji Gui, esteemed lords? By the way, I request some monthly tickets, rewards, and recommendation votes. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Dantai Qin Xian's enthusiasm for dual cultivation after obtaining the desired refining materials and 3 treasures. Gu Shengge did not linger in Qiantian City. He took Dantai Qin Xian and Qian Qi directly to Qiantian Building, using the interstate teleportation array there to return to Qiantian State. As for why they didn't use the teleportation array on the way there, it was because the teleportation array at Qiantian Building was one way, also to ensure the safety of Qiantian City. In the Qian Kun Dao Sect, it was quite lively during this time, as the position of the saintess was vacant and many female disciples within the sect wanted to compete for the position. Gu Shengge was not concerned about this. It made no difference to him who became the saintess. After returning to the sect, he first greeted the sect master, then went to Dao Yuan Mountain to visit the ancestor. At Dao Yuan Mountain, Gu Shengge told Ancestor Chen Shao about his matter with the master of Qiantian Building. After listening, Ancestor Chen Shao fell silent for a long time, showing a look of sadness and sighing softly. He still wasn't willing to give up, was he? Gu Fengyi, ancestor. You also know about the burial of Senior Song Ming's child in the Ming soil? The ancestor nodded and slowly recounted an event from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the master of Qiantian Building was ambushed by villains and was poisoned with the resurrection poison. This is an ancient and peculiar poison. It does not harm a person, but causes them to continuously revert to their youth. Even the top alchemists in the central domain were helpless against it. Later, the master of Qiantian Building's child consulted ancient classics and discovered a peculiar plant growing in the Ming soil that could restrain the resurrection poison. Ignoring the master's objections, they went to the sky burial Ming soil. Unfortunately, they never returned. 1,000 years have passed, and many strong individuals sent by the master of Qiantian Building to search have returned empty-handed, not to mention that not a single one came back. Little guy, are you sure you want to go? The Sky Burial Forbidden Zone is not a good place. Even if you practice Thunder Law and have mastered the power of heavenly tribulation, going inside is still a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. Or even 10 deaths without life. Ancestor Chen Shao urged Gu Shengge to think carefully. It would only damage Qiantian Building. At most, he would compensate with more spirit stones, but he couldn't bear to let Gu Shengge take risks. Gu Shengge, ancestor, since I've already promised Senior Songming, I naturally won't go back on my word. Moreover, Senior Songming did not ask me to go immediately. He said as long as I bring back the remains of his child before his lifespan ends, that would be sufficient. Is that so? Well, that is not too bad. Although that guy is afflicted with the resurrection poison, with his cultivation, surviving for another 700 or 800 years is not a problem, which is enough time for you to develop. Hearing this, Ancestor Chen Shao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the surnamed Song did not make his child go immediately. Otherwise, he would really have to confront that guy at Qiantian Building. The refining void great cultivator possesses a small world within, with 3,000 years as spring and 3,000 years as autumn, enjoying boundless longevity and eternal life. Even if the master of Qiantian Building is afflicted by the resurrection poison and becomes youthful again, with his cultivation and lifespan, he can still hold on for a few hundred more years. Not to mention 700 or 800 years, even if it's just 100 or 200 years. It would be enough for Gu Shengge to develop. After bidding farewell to Ancestor Chen Shao, Gu Shengge returned to Daozi Peak. Inside the palace, Dantai Qin Xian saw Gu Shengge return and directly removed her Dao robe, revealing her flawless Tai Shang Dao body, stunning Gu Shengge into a daze, stuttering as he spoke. Master, what are you doing? Dual cultivation. The cold and elegant Taoist nun spoke indifferently. In Dan Tai Ching Qian's view, since they were back here, wasn't it time for dual cultivation? Let us put the dual cultivation matter on hold. I still have other things to do. Once I finish, we can dual cultivate later. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge looked shocked and quickly refused. Although dual cultivation helps improve cultivation, there should be a limit. It hasn't been long since the last dual cultivation, and now she wants to again. Rejected. Dan Tai Ching Qian immediately felt a bit uncomfortable inside, but didn't he know what this feeling was called? Gu Shengge noticed her oddity and spoke to comfort her. Master, I really have things to do. Once I finish my tasks, I'll accompany you for dual cultivation. Be good. Wait for me over there. I'll be done soon. Dan Tai Ching Qian nodded and sat to the side, waiting for him. Then, Gu Shengge took out the remnants of the Void King Beast, which was several hundred feet long and only 1/6 of the upper body. The silver-gray scales and fur were infused with faint spatial laws, and the flesh contained an immense amount of ethereal energy. This remnant body was very light, as if it were weightless, merging with the space, seemingly ready to vanish into the void at any moment. Gu Shengge formed a seal and used his methods. His reclusive eyes sparkled with silver light as an illusory and formless spatial blade coalesced, slicing at the remnant body of the Void King Beast, stripping away its scales and fur, then separating the bones and flesh. The scales could be made into armor, the fur could be refined into net-like magical treasures or whiskers, and the bones and flesh could be refined into spatial essence. Gu Shengge formed a seal and summoned golden imperial fire, enveloping the bones and flesh of the Void King Beast, burning and refining the spatial essence contained within. This process lasted for more than half a month, during which Gu Shengge did not dare to take his eyes off it, fearing that a moment of negligence would lead to failure. The golden imperial fire gradually extinguished, and 5 droplets the size of a pinky finger of spatial essence floated in mid-air, displaying a bright silver color and exuding a rich spatial law. These 5 droplets of spatial essence, if taken out into the outside world, would be worth a fortune, something that is rare and sought after by cultivators of spatial laws. Gu Shengge quickly wrapped them with spatial power, fearing that a second of delay would cause them to merge into the space. With this spatial essence, along with the 5-colored essence and Song Ming divine water, Gu Shengge was confident of making significant progress. He looked at the cold and elegant Taoist nun who had been waiting patiently and smiled at Dan Tai Ching Qian. Master, let us dual cultivate now. How in state, Qian Dao Sect. At Qian Dao Mountain, Long Ao Tian was enjoying the company of 2 beautiful female cultivators, eating purple grapes fed to him by the female cultivators, and watching several fairy-like girls perform a striptease, living in utmost joy. Sect Master, it's bad. Li Kuei and Yun Bo Guang have encountered trouble. A short, rat-faced man, adorned with gold and jewels, suddenly rushed in, interrupting Long Ao Tian's enjoyment. The fairy-like girls who were dancing also stopped. Long Ao Tian's face instantly darkened, not because he was angry about Li Kuei and their troubles, but because he was disturbed. Damn it, Ling Hubuchong, didn't I say that I shouldn't be disturbed when I'm enjoying myself? You took my words as wind in your ears, didn't you? Long Ao Tian cursed, showing none of the demeanor of a sect leader, behaving more like a bandit. Ling Hubuchong quickly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Sect Master, please calm your anger. There is indeed an urgent matter. Yun Bo Guang and Li Kuei are dead. You must avenge them. They're dead. So what? No one can disturb me while I enjoy myself. Get out of here. Long Ao Tian was even more displeased. So what if 2 tools are dead? Is it necessary to disturb his enjoyment? Ling Hubuchong, after being yelled at, crawled away. Long Ao Tian looked at the fairy-like girls who had stopped, showing a wicked smile, and continued, What are you standing there for? Get back to the music and dance. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please give monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 47. Refining the Life Treasure. Inyang Great Mill. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In the Taoist palace, Gu Shengge sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a colorful halo. The 7 different Taoist auras of thunder, ice, wood, fire, earth, water, and space manifested around him, making him appear like a radiant rainbow sun illuminating the palace. Thunder flashed, frost spread, grass and trees swayed, divine fire blazed. Thick earth felt heavy, gentle water flowed softly, and the void was unfathomable. The 7 great phenomena surrounded Gu Shengge, accentuating his figure, making him look divine and ethereal, transcendent and extraordinary. However, compared to the first 5 phenomena, the water and space auras appeared somewhat illusory and less solid. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and the phenomena dissipated. Feeling the divine infant within him, a faint disappointment appeared in Gu Shengge's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Not enough." Compared to the Earth's ancestral shaman divine infant, the water and space ancestral shaman divine infants had merely completed their transformation and were not as solid as the others. Alas, I was too impulsive. Gu Shengge sighed lightly, thinking that with the help of the supreme Tao body, along with the 5-color essence soil, space essence, and Songming divine water, he could undergo a simultaneous transformation of 3 divine infants. Unfortunately, although he achieved it, the water and space ancestral shaman divine infants were not stable enough. Before these 2 divine infants solidified, it was unwise to let the remaining 4 holy pills transform into infants to avoid impacting these 2 divine infants. Moreover, due to the fragility of the Gonggong divine infant, the Zhurong divine infant was far stronger than it. If it weren't for the Qianming divine infant suppressing the Zhurong divine infant to prevent water and fire imbalance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Shengge collected his thoughts, waved his hand to cover himself with a white robe, stood up from a mat, and looked at the also immersed in cultivation Dantai Qingxian. Not long ago, after finishing dual cultivation, he had handed her the completed Supreme Affection Tao Classic, and the changes it would bring after cultivation depended on Dantai Qingxuan's own fortune. After leaving Daozi Peak, Gu Shengge arrived at the Artifact Refining Hall and applied for a top-tier refining room. As a refining room that only Nascent Soul true monarchs could use, the room was equipped with the best refining formations, flames, and auxiliary materials in the Tao sect. With over a month until the Tao Ancient Trial, I have enough time to refine my life treasure. After saying this, Gu Shengge activated the refining formation and took out materials such as Sun Immortal Gold, Moon Immortal Gold, 5 Elements Essence Gold, and Songming Stone. However, looking at the relatively ordinary other spiritual materials compared to the 2 immortal golds, he silently put them away. What should I refine? Gu Shengge fell into contemplation. Previously, with only Sun Immortal Gold, he had considered refining a Sun Divine Halberd as his life treasure. Now, with the addition of Moon Immortal Gold, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. How about refining a Yin-Yang Immortal Sword? This idea just popped up, but Gu Shengge dismissed it. Perhaps because of that mindless wine sword immortal, he currently felt indifferent towards sword cultivators. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Gu Shengge's mind. He thought of the Taiji diagram. Perhaps he could refine a Taiji disc. With this thought, Gu Shengge no longer hesitated and formed a seal to summon the Howdy Burning World Flame. As the imperial fire of the gold element, the lifeblood fire of artifact refiners, using it for refining could unleash its maximum potential. The golden imperial fire split into 2, wrapping around the moon and sun immortal gold, burning and tempering them. This process lasted for a full 7 days, resulting in 2 small lumps of immortal gold essence, each about the size of a baby's fist. Gu Shengge's divine consciousness surged out, enveloping the 2 lumps of immortal gold essence and merging them together. This process tested precision the most and took a long time. There could be no slightest deviation, and it consumed a tremendous amount of divine consciousness. After more than half a month, under Gu Shengge's control, the 2 lumps of immortal gold essence perfectly merged into a disc. At the moment the disc took shape, Gu Shengge quickly formed a seal, and has emitted 2 rays of yin-yang divine light. Using his own blood as a guide, he inscribed one after another yin-yang restrictions into the disc, a total of 360, all engraved on the disc. In an instant, the disc surged with a majestic yin-yang Tao rhythm. The golden crow soared, and the osmanthus tree grew, creating astonishing phenomena. However, this was just the beginning. Next, Gu Shengge summoned the creation jade plate, pouring endless creation energy over the disc for another round of tempering. After integrating the power of creation, the disc changed again, resembling the Taiji yin-yang diagram, with the left representing the sun, the utmost yang and strength, and the right representing the moon, the utmost yin and gentleness. Merging yin and yang, even evolving a trace of chaos, transforming into the eye of chaos, adorning the top of yin and yang. The golden and silver disc slowly rotated, the power of yin and yang washing over, vast and sweeping through the refining room. It's done. A hint of joy flashed in Gu Shengge's He immediately drew a drop of soul blood from his brow and infused it into the golden and silver disc to complete the process. The creation jade plate returned to his body, and the howdy burning world flame extinguished. Thus, Gu Shenge's life treasure was successfully refined. Gu Shengge looked at the golden and silver disc, which was only the size of his palm, with gold on the left and silver on the right, resembling two hooked jade pieces embedded together, each with a chaos eye at the end of the hook, intertwining yin-yang laws with a diffuse chaotic Tao rhythm, slowly rotating as if it could erase all things in the world. Holding the golden and silver disc in his hand, Gu Shengge smiled and said, 360 yin-yang restrictions, a supreme spiritual treasure. From now on, you shall be called yin-yang great mill. Treasures are ranked by restrictions. 12 or fewer are considered tools. 81 or fewer are spiritual tools. 365 or fewer are spiritual treasures, and 720 or fewer are transcendent spiritual treasures. As for half-immortal tools, at least 1,000 restrictions are required to refine them. Moreover, the restrictions Gu Shengge inscribed into the yin-yang great mill were not ordinary restrictions. They were yin-yang restrictions based on his as the source and blood as the guide. After integrating the yin-yang great mill into his body for further nurturing, Gu Shengge left the artifact refining hall. However, he had barely walked a short distance when someone sneakily approached outside the refining room. But since the top-tier refining room could only be used by Nascent Soul, true monarchs, he could only stand outside, unable to enter. Master, did you sense incorrectly? Is there really divine fire in there? Song Yin cautiously inquired while pointing at the refining room. The ancient ring on his finger emitted a barely perceptible soul fluctuation, and a dignified female voice echoed in Song Yan's mind. No mistake, it's the aura of howdy burning world flame. Someone has used it for refining in this room, but they have already left. Ah, why is it something with a master? Hearing this, Song Yin felt unwilling. The howdy burning world flame ranked 21st on the divine fire list. How wonderful it would be if it were his. Don't be discouraged. The howdy burning world flame is a top-tier divine fire. Even a transformation god cannot fully control it. You should ask who is refining here. As long as it's not a refining void true monarch, I can help you acquire it. The dignified female voice sounded again, and upon hearing this, Song Yan's face revealed joy. He hurried to inquire with the disciples of the artifact refining hall, and found out that it was Daozi who had used the refining room. Although Song Yin had just entered, he still had some understanding of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, the youngest nascent soul true monarch of the Qian Kun Dao Sect. But so what? As long as it's not a refining void true monarch, with his master here, the howdy burning world flame will definitely belong to him. Senior Brother Song, the Yin Queen Sect Leader is calling you to the Sect Leader Hall. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please reward. End of this chapter, 48. Chapter 48. A bowl of white porridge, the unaware Song Yin. Chapter 48. A bowl of white porridge, the unaware Song Yin. Daozi, you're back. As soon as Gu Shengge returned to Daozi Peak, he heard a call and turned to see a disciple from Tianqian Mountain. The disciple of Tianqian Mountain flew in front of Gu Shengge, cupped his hands in respect, and said, Daozi, the sect master requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge nodded and followed him away from Daozi Peak. Tianqian Mountain, Sect Master's Hall. The Sun Emperor and the Yin Empress sat on the throne, and there were also 8 outstanding disciples of the Qian Kun Dao Sect in the hall, 4 men and 4 women, each possessing a perfected golden core. And some even had the cultivation of the false infant realm, albeit they were a bit older, all over 20 years of age. A flash of silver lightning appeared, and Gu Shengge had already appeared in front of the disciples. Greetings, Sect Masters. Gu Shengge bowed to the Sun Emperor and the Yin Empress, while the 8 disciples behind him saluted him. Greetings, Daozi. X8 the Sun Emperor looked at Gu Shengge with a smile in his eyes, indicating that he need not be overly courteous. In contrast, the Yin Empress had a slightly cold expression, seemingly holding some disdain for him. As for the reason, there was no need to elaborate. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Sun Emperor spoke. I believe you all know why our sect has summoned you here, so I won't elaborate further. The Dao Ancient trial will be held in 5 days. Due to the long journey, spanning several states, the sect has decided to depart tomorrow, and this time it will be led by the Yin Empress. You are all to obey her orders. Understood, Sect Master. X9 the 9 disciples, including Gu Shengge, cupped their hands in unison. The Sun Emperor nodded in satisfaction and lightly waved his hand, saying, All right, you may go and prepare. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the previously silent Yin Empress spoke up, keeping everyone in place. The Sun Emperor looked puzzled and turned to the Yin Empress, asking, "Is there anything else?" "It's nothing. But our sect recently discovered a fire talent within the sect who has mastered the heavenly frost Kuan flame, ranked 73rd on the divine fire ranking. Let's add him to the candidates for the Tao ancient trial." After saying this, the Yin Empress summoned the disciple into the hall. The newcomer was none other than Song Yan, who had previously appeared in the refining hall. Gu Shengge looked at Song Yan, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. "This guy looks so much like a celebrity from my past life." Disciple Song Yan greets the two sect masters. Song Yan bowed to the two sect masters, and when his gaze collided with that of the Yin Empress, an unusual meaning appeared. The Sun Emperor frowned slightly upon seeing that the Yin Empress had recommended a male disciple. According to sect rules and responsibilities, male disciples were under his jurisdiction, while female disciples were under the Yin Empresses. Despite the close relationship between the Sun Emperor and the Yin Empress, they were not Tao partners, merely friends. When it came to his authority as sect master, the Sun Emperor would not yield an inch to the Yin Empress. Seeing that Song Yan only paid respects to the sect masters and ignored the Daozi, the expressions of the other disciples changed slightly. A tall and sturdy disciple, resembling a small giant, stepped forward and coldly said, "Song Yan, why don't you bow before the Daozi?" Hearing this, Song Yan merely glanced at Gu Shengge, showing no intention of acting, and instead questioned, "This senior brother, we are in the sect master's hall, and the highest authority here is naturally the sect master. Do you think the Daozi is greater than the sect master? Should I bow to the Daozi first and then to the sect master?" Ran Nanshan, despite his large stature, was quite perceptive. How could he not catch the meaning behind Song Yan's words? And how could he be fooled? Song Yan, according to sect rules, the Daozi is on par with the elders and peak masters, only beneath the sect master. Any disciple who sees them must pay respects. Since you have already bowed to the sect master, why do you ignore the Daozi? Do you think the Daozi is unworthy of your respect? Or do you look down on the Daozi? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Yan's expression darkened. He did not expect this big guy to be clever and not fall for his words. Song Yan turned his head, no longer paying attention to Ran Nanshan. Nor did he bow to Gu Shengge. After all, in his view, the Qian Kun Daozi was just another disciple of the sect. Wasn't it just a title? Wasn't it just slightly higher cultivation? What qualification did he have to warrant his respect? Seeing that Song Yan still maintained his proud demeanor, Ran Nanshan was about to continue when the Yin Empress coldly reprimanded, "Enough. The reason our sect summoned Song Yan is not to hear you argue. Ran Nanshan, if you continue to stir trouble, I will revoke your qualification to participate in the Tao ancient trial." Ran Nanshan could only retreat helplessly. The Sun Emperor and Gu Shengge were both surprised to see the Yin Empress speaking for Song Yan, feeling puzzled. Just who is this Song Yan that the Yin Empress values so highly? The Yin Empress looked at Song Yan, a faint, unusual color flashing in her eyes, and continued. "Song Yan has exceptional talent. He possesses the 9 yang spirit body, although his cultivation has just reached the golden core stage. He is a first-grade golden core and is qualified to participate in the Tao ancient trial as a seed of the Tao sect. Sun Emperor, you have no objections, right?" After the Yin Empress finished her introduction, Song Yan displayed an arrogant expression, glancing over the other disciples with a hint of disdain. Not acceptable. Faced with the Yin Empress's request, the Sun Emperor rejected it without a second thought, causing Song Yan's expression to freeze. The Sun Emperor said sternly to the Yin Empress, "The number of participants for the Tao ancient trial has long been set. Even if this Song Yan is a first-grade golden core with exceptional talent, we cannot break the rules for him." The Yin Empress showed dissatisfaction at being rejected. She knew that the Sun Emperor placed great importance on rules. Not even Gu Shengge had received any exceptions from him. "Your Majesty," Gu Shengge's gaze swept between the Yin Empress and Song Yan, feeling increasingly that there was a story between them. The Yin Empress had never intervened in matters concerning male disciples of the sect. Although Song Yan had decent talent, it was merely decent. There were many disciples in the Tao sect who were even better than him. For instance, the Ran Nanshan who just spoke possessed the Panyue battle body, which was no inferior to the 9 yang spirit body. "Let's see what secrets you have." Gu Shengge's dual pupils flashed slightly, and he subtly activated the great mind technique, enveloping his mental power towards Song Yan, probing into his heart and exploring his hidden secrets. After a while, Song Yan's experiences from childhood to adulthood, along with his secrets, were revealed to Gu Shengge, including even the past that he had forgotten. Gu Shengge's expression changed, filled with astonishment, and he murmured, "So that's how it is, truly melodramatic." It turned out that the Yin Empress favored Song Yan because he had saved her from serious injuries outside the sect over a month ago and even cooked her a bowl of plain porridge. After returning to the sect, the Yin Empress had given Song Yan various favors, sending him a large amount of spirit stones and resources to help him improve his cultivation. But what truly caught Gu Shengge's attention was that Song Yan actually had a remnant soul of a cultivator by his side, which was different from the previous Wang fan. The remnant soul Song Yan possessed was that of a female cultivator, proficient in the fire path. Moreover, not long ago, this Song Yan had shown hostility towards him, intending to join forces with that female cultivator's remnant soul to seize the haughty Fenxian from him. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Shengge's dual pupils. Truly unaware of the dangers. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please tip. End of this chapter, Chapter 49, Song Yan, going head-to-head. Peeling off a layer of your skin is not a problem. The Sun Emperor said, rules are made by people. Song Yan has outstanding talent. Making an exception, this once is not out of the question. The Yin Empress tried to persuade the Sun Emperor, who glanced at Song Yan and retorted, outstanding talent? Yin Empress, have you ever seen our sect make an exception for Shengge? Upon hearing this, the Yin Empress was momentarily speechless. When it came to talent, who in the Dao sect was stronger than Gu Shengge? The Sun Emperor had never made an exception for him, let alone for an insignificant Song Yan. Song Yan felt the disdainful gaze of the Sun Emperor, and he immediately sensed that he was being looked down upon. Though he maintained a calm facade, internally he was seething with anger. Isn't that Gu just someone who has cultivated for more than 10 years longer than I have? I reached the Golden Core realm in just 5 years, and it's a first-grade Golden Core. Isn't that better than him? Even if Gu's cultivation is stronger than mine, so what? If it comes to a head-on clash, peeling off his skin is not a problem. Gu Shengge listened to Song Yan's inner thoughts, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he suppressed his laughter, not wanting to burst out loud. A mere Golden Core cultivator, not to mention being unable to harm him, couldn't even get close. The idea of peeling off his skin was just laughable. Gu Shengge thought that Song Yan was cultivating not the path of fire, but rather the path of overconfidence. His self-assurance was excessive. Seeing that the Sun Emperor was unwilling to let him participate in the ancient Dao trial, Song Yan stepped forward with an air of pride and boldly proposed, Sect leader, since the rules cannot be broken, how about we change the method? I challenge the disciples participating in the trial. If I win, let me replace them in the competition. How about that? After saying this, Song Yan felt he was quite clever. As long as he casually defeated a trial disciple, not only would he gain the qualification for the trial, but he would also establish his prestige, truly a twofold benefit. The quota for the ancient Dao trial has already been set. Our sect will not change it. You will have to wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, the Sun Emperor did not play along with Song Yan's idea and straightforwardly rejected his request, giving him no chance at all. All disciples eligible to participate in the ancient Dao trial had gone through rigorous selection by the sect, overcoming numerous challenges to earn their spots. Song Yan didn't participate in the sect selection, but wanted to seize the qualification through directly challenging the trial disciples. What a beautiful thought! In the eyes of the Sun Emperor, this behavior was clearly an attempt to take shortcuts. Even if someone voluntarily gave Song Yan the qualification today, the Sun Emperor would not allow him to participate. Upon hearing this, Song Yan almost lost control of his expression. Damn, what does this old man mean? Is he targeting me? Isn't it just because he sees my outstanding talent and that Sister Luoyao values me, and he wants to suppress me? If it comes to a head-on clash, I will see how I can peel off his skin. Hearing Song Yan's furious thoughts, Gu Shengge frowned slightly. Before he could take action, the Sun Emperor keenly noticed the change in Song Yan's eyes, feeling displeased. He moved his fingers, which were resting on the armrest of his throne, and suddenly released a tremendous pressure aimed solely at Song Yan. With a thud, Song Yan didn't even have time to react before he was directly suppressed by this heavenly pressure. Do you have any objections to our sect's words? The Sun Emperor looked down coldly at Song Yan, his voice chilling as if it were the frost from the depths of the 9 underworlds, causing the main hall of the sect leader to be covered in a layer of frost. Song Yan lay on the ground like a dead dog, feeling as if every inch of his flesh and bone was about to be crushed, causing him to instinctively let out a cry of despair. The Empress, seeing the Sun Emperor suddenly exerting pressure, quickly stepped in to neutralize the pressure on Song Yan. She was very displeased with the Sun Emperor's actions and coldly reprimanded him. Mu Qianyang, what do you mean? It's fine if you don't agree, but why target a disciple? How? Do you think the Qian Kun Dao sect is your one-word hall? I'm also the sect leader, and have the right to decide the candidates for the trial. Song Yin must participate in this ancient Tao trial. This is not a request for your opinion, but a notification to you. Being called by name, the Sun Emperor's expression darkened, but he was even more confused. He had been friends with the Empress for hundreds of years, and although they were not Tao partners, they were close friends. Now, it was surprising that she reprimanded him in public for a disciple, embarrassing him. If there was no issue with this, the Sun Emperor absolutely did not believe it. The Empress flashed to Song Yan's side, helped him up from the ground, and glanced at Gu Shengge before flying away like a beam of spiritual light. Gu Shengge felt perplexed by the glance directed at him. What did this have to do with him? Throughout the entire ordeal, he hadn't said a word. Suddenly, Gu Shengge remembered something. He forgot to use the Great Fortune technique to check Song Yan's fortune. Although his name did not contain the characters for common, star, or dust, nor was he from the 4 great surnames. The memories he extracted through the Great Mind technique showed that this guy's experiences were quite similar to those of a typical protagonist of a waste material story. Highly likely to be a child of destiny with great fortune. However, what of a child of destiny? If he dared to scheme against him, he would still be killed. If it weren't for the sect leader being present, he would have already acted the moment he discovered Song Yin was plotting against him. Everyone, step back. Don't worry. Our sect will not let your trial qualifications be replaced. In the hall, the Sun Emperor waved his hand lightly, signaling Gu Shengge and the others to retreat. Gu Shengge and the others clasped their hands in respect and left the main hall of the sect leader together. Just after stepping out and not walking far, Ran Nanshan called out to Gu Shengge. Daozi, do you need me to teach that Song Yin a lesson? Let that guy know what rules are? Looking at the burly man who wanted to please him, Gu Shengge smiled slightly and said gently, no need. After all, we are fellow disciples. There is no need to resort to violence over such trivial matters. The trial is about to begin, so it's better not to complicate things. He wasn't some evil villain, nor did he like to use others to do his bidding, dealing with those he found displeasing and his enemies. He preferred to do it himself, rather than letting others handle it. Understood, Daozi. Ran Nanshan nodded. Since Daozi had spoken and decided not to trouble that Song Yin, it was better not to complicate matters. Meanwhile, on Niaoquan Peak, the Empress brought Song Yin back to her spiritual peak and fed him healing pills. Under the effect of the medicinal power, Song Yin gradually recovered. He looked at the concerned Empress and showed a hint of apology. Sister Luoyao, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. This has nothing to do with you. It's that Mu Qianyang who is too autocratic. Don't worry. There will definitely be a spot for you in the ancient Tao trial. The Empress assured Song Yin, who nodded, though he wore a smile on his face. He was internally cursing the Sun Emperor. So what if he is a celestial being? If it comes to a clash, peeling off his skin is not a problem. Song Yin immediately communicated with the Ring's old lady. Master, can we defeat Mu Qianyang together? Yes, but the Qian Kun Dao Sect has a refining void venerable sitting in place. If I were at my peak, I could wipe him out with a wave of my hand, but not now. After you participate in the ancient Tao trial and obtain the divine ability left by the Wangchuan Sacred Academy, not to mention the refining void venerable, even the harmonious Tao cultivators will not be your match. Upon hearing this, Song Yin became even more curious about the divine ability mentioned by the Ring's old lady and hurriedly asked, Master, what exactly is that divine ability from the Wangchuan Sacred Academy? Why do you hold it in such high regard? The strongest killing divine ability in history. Once you obtain it, you will know just how powerful it is. P.S. Please support with monthly tickets. Please recommend. Please reward. End of this chapter, Chapter 50. The overbearing Sun Emperor, the Qian Kun Dao Sect, must be fair. The next day, all 8 disciples participating in the ancient Tao trial gathered, but among the 4 female disciples, one suddenly chose to withdraw, giving her spot to Song Yin. The Sun Emperor learned of this news, and his face darkened to the point of dripping water, but it was too late to stop it. The Empress had already taken the trial disciples away. In the sky, a treasure ship sailed swiftly across the vast blue expanse, accompanied by a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its dragon might overwhelming, intimidating the flying birds and beasts. Gu Shengge sat cross-legged on the dragon's head, allowing the gale to blow around him, his figure remaining motionless. A jade slip appeared in his hand, containing some key points about the Tao Ancient Trial. Previously, the Sun Emperor had mentioned that the Tao Ancient Trial was a legacy tower left by an ancient sect, and that ancient sect was called the Wangchuan Holy Academy, which was extremely powerful and mysterious during the ancient times. It was said that wherever there were disciples of the Wangchuan Holy Academy, cultivators would avoid them, fearing any association, and treating them like tigers. The Wangchuan Holy Academy seemed familiar. Gu Shengge showed a hint of contemplation. He had some recollection of the Wangchuan Holy Academy, having seen it in an ancient book, but only in fragments. The book mentioned that the Wangchuan Holy Academy had violated the laws of causality and was subsequently destroyed. As for what the punishment of the laws of causality entailed, Gu Shengge was also unclear, but anything related to causality must be terrifying. The legacy tower left by the Wangchuan Holy Academy was not a reward-giving tower, as Gu Shengge had imagined, but rather a test of the mind. According to the description on the Jade Slip, the legacy tower would evolve into a spiritual world based on what the cultivator desired the most. The faster the cultivator passed through the trial world, the more generous the rewards would be. However, during this process, the cultivator's true self would be sealed, and to pass the trial, they could only rely on their mental willpower. Gu Shengge retracted his consciousness, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This Tao ancient trial didn't seem too difficult after all. By the treasure ship, Song Yin watched Gu Shengge sitting on the golden dragon, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Damn, everyone, including the sect master, is sitting on the ship, and he just has to ride a dragon. What a show-off. And it's a 5-clawed golden dragon. This Qian Kun Dao Sect is really lucky. The voice of the ring grandma echoed in Song Yan's ear, filled with surprise. She had seen dragon clans before. Even before her fall, she had visited the Songming Sea, but this was her first time seeing a 5-clawed golden dragon. Although there were many dragons in the Songming Sea, true dragons were extremely rare, most being mixed bloods like Jiao, Qiu, and Qi. Even among the current 8 dragon kings, only 2 were true dragons. As for the 5 ancestral dragons, they had long since died, been injured, or disappeared. Master, do you have a way to capture this golden dragon? Song Yin asked the ring grandma. The ring grandma replied, the dragon clan is inherently proud and will not submit to any being. Don't be fooled by this golden dragon's current obedience. It probably has long harbored thoughts of escape. Even if I help you capture it, it won't submit to you. It's better to do a favor and help it out. Song Yin was puzzled. Help it out? That's right, the 5-clawed golden dragon is a true dragon, an extremely rare existence in the dragon clan, each regarded as a hope for the dragon clan. Although we don't know why this 5-clawed golden dragon is lost. If the dragon clan learns that it is being used as a mount, they will undoubtedly spare no effort to make this Qian Kun Dao Sect pay a price, even leading to the downfall of the Qian Kun Dao Sect. As long as you inform the dragon clan of this news, combined with the connections I had with the dragon clan in my previous life, it will be enough for you to gain the friendship of the dragon clan and become their honored guest. The dragon clan is extremely wealthy. Even a little favor from them can sustain you for a long time. The ring grandma analyzed the pros and cons for Song Yin, who was instantly captivated by her grand vision. Although having a 5-clawed golden dragon as a mount greatly satisfied his vanity, the friendship and treasures of the dragon clan made him even more envious. Song Yin looked at Gu Shengge, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Just wait. Dragon clan will tear you to pieces for showing off. And Mu Qianyang, once I gain the support of the dragon clan, it won't be a problem to skin you alive, even kill you. Song Yin fantasized about a bright future, but what he thought was picked up by Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge put away the Jade Slip, turned his head to glance at Song Yin, and a hint of undisguised disdain appeared on his handsome face. His lips slightly parted, silently saying, a waste who can only rely on women. Upon seeing Gu Shengge's lip movements, Song Yin was instantly furious. He hated being told that he only achieved his current status by relying on women. Hit on a sore spot, Song Yin stopped pretending, bracing himself against the ship's railing, and roared, Gu, what are you so arrogant about? Is it just because you broke through to the Nascent Soul stage before me? What's so great about that? If it comes to a hard confrontation, skinning you alive is no problem. Hearing this, Gu Shengge coldly looked at the blustering Song Yin, mocking, confronting me head-on? Who do you think you are? A waste who relies on women to rise. Do you even deserve it? You, with his sore points constantly being hit. Song Yin was so angry he could barely speak. The next moment, the Empress Yin appeared behind Song Yin, her gaze directed at Gu Shengge, and without asking what had happened, she immediately reprimanded. Gu Shengge, as a Daozi, you have unjustly harmed a fellow disciple. This is simply outrageous. Xiao Luo Yao, without discerning right from wrong, comes to reprimand me. Is your brain filled with porridge? Also, I'm a Daozi, so what's wrong with disciplining a disciple who doesn't know their place? If you have an issue, you can report to the ancestor and see if the ancestor listens to you or trusts me. Since Yin Ho is shameless, Gu Shengge naturally wouldn't give her face, directly calling her by name instead of addressing her as sect master. Xia Luo Yao because of the matter with Nangang Qiyue, already had a grudge against Gu Shengge. And now hearing this, she didn't care about her status and raised her hand to forcibly suppress Gu Shengge. Xiao Luo Yao, you have disappointed this sect too much. A deep voice suddenly rang out, followed by a figure like a radiant sun descending from the sky, landing on the Qian Kun treasure ship. As the golden light dissipated, what came into view was the Sun Emperor, along with the female disciple who had been replaced by Xiao Luo Yao. Xiao Luo Yao didn't expect that the Sun Emperor would be so persistent, actually bringing that female disciple along, her delicate face showing a hint of astonishment. Mu Qianyang, what are you doing here? Don't forget, I'm the leader of this trial. So what? Xiao Luo Yao, as the sect master, you disregard sect rules and arbitrarily strip a disciple of their trial qualifications. You are not qualified to be the leader of this trial anymore. I have come to replace you, and I command you to immediately return to the Dao sect with Song Yan. The Sun Emperor's words stripped Xiao Luo Yao of her leadership power. Although a mere Dao ancient trial wasn't worth him stepping in, he had to crush any actions that undermine the foundation of the sect right from the start. The sect rules are sacred and inviolable and cannot be changed. Regardless of whether they are disciples, elders, or even the sect master, it does not matter. The Qian Kun Dao Sect absolutely does not allow any filth to appear and must remain fair and just, ensuring that no disciple feels disheartened towards the sect. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please reward. Please recommend. End of this chapter, Chapter 51. The Darkness of the Dao Sect and the Obsession of Xiao Luo Yao. By the treasure ship, Gu Shengge, sitting on the golden dragon, saw the Sun Emperor appear, bringing along the replaced female disciple, and was not surprised. It was all as expected. Mu Qianyang, as a fellow sect master, you have no right to command me. Hearing that her leadership position had been stripped, Inho glared at the Sun Emperor, her voice even turning somewhat sharp. The Sun Emperor gazed at his longtime friend, feeling somewhat unfamiliar that she would disregard sect rules for a disciple, as if they were two different people. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken and reprimanded. Xiao Luo Yao, do you even know what you are doing? Are you really willing to violate the oath made 700 years ago for a Song Yan? Are you willing to betray your original intent? Does the darkness of the Dao sect reappear? Shi Luo Yao was taken aback by the words, stunned on the spot. After a while, she lowered her gaze, her expression complex, and murmured, I haven't forgotten, it's just that this child made me a bowl of plain porridge. Since my senior sister left, no one has treated me this well. Gu Shengge, who was watching from the side, recalled the history of the Dao sect he had read when they mentioned the darkness of the Dao sect 700 years ago. 700 years ago, the leaders of the Qian Kun Dao sect were not the Yang Emperor and the others. The Dao sect was not as powerful as it is now, and the disciples lived in dire conditions. At that time, the Dao sect's patriarch traveled far beyond the realms, while the sect's power was controlled by a father-son duo. Historical records describe the Dao sect under the control of Qi Hao and his son as the darkest era, where elders were not elders and disciples were not disciples, especially the female cultivators of the Dao sect, who were mere playthings for that father and son. In the end, the Yang Emperor stood up alongside the Yin Empress, rallying the strength of the entire sect to expel Qi Hao and his son from the Qian Kun Dao sect. Unfortunately, the Yin Empress was severely injured in the battle and perished before the dawn of the Dao sect arrived. After becoming the sect leader, the Yang Emperor established many rules and divided the original powers of the sect leader into two, assigning all female cultivators to the management of the Yin Empress. The Yin Empress was not allowed to interfere with male cultivators, and the Yang Emperor would not interfere with female cultivators. 700 years later, under the management of the two, the Qian Kun Dao sect healed from its past wounds and grew even stronger, becoming one of the top 10 sects in the Qiong domain. The Yang Emperor looked at the Yin Empress, who was murmuring with her head down, feeling heartbroken for her actions. They both experienced that dark period and understood the consequences of power abuse by those in authority. The Yang Emperor kept this in mind and never abused any power, nor made exceptions for anyone, not even for someone as extraordinary as Gu Shengge. Now, the Yin Empress forced female disciples to give up their hard-won trial qualifications for Song Yan, which was no different from what Qi Hao and his son did back then. Wasn't this a betrayal of their past vows and ideals? Shi Luo Yao, can you justify your actions to your senior sister? The Yang Emperor questioned the Yin Empress in a deep voice. Was her current behavior worthy of the senior sister who protected her during that dark time? The Yin Empress seemed struck, her face showing pain, as she involuntarily took 2 steps back, stumbling and falling to the ground. During that dark time, it was her senior sister who fed the wolves to protect her. And it was also her senior sister who was severely injured by a sneak attack from Qi Ming while trying to save her. Senior sister. Even the strong Yin Empress thought of that gentle woman who was like a sister and mother to her, and she wept, covering her face, like a girl who had lost her support, choking out her senior sister's name. Gu Shengge was secretly astonished to see how easily the young emperor broke the Yin Empress's defenses with just a few words. In contrast, Song Yan's face was as ugly as it could be. Damn, this old guy is sick. Everyone else has given their spots to me. So why does he have to interfere? The sect leader is impressive, huh? If you have the ability, face me head on, and let us see how I can peel off your skin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at the Yin Empress, who was shattered and lost in past sorrows, wanted to say something, but was afraid the young emperor would target him, so he could only silently hold his tongue. The young emperor sighed lightly and instructed, Luo Yao, take Song Yan back. However, Mu Qianyang did not expect that Luo Yao would get up from the ground, wipe her tears, and stubbornly say, no, Song Yan must participate in the Dao ancient trial. The young emperor's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that after saying so much, the Yin Empress would still be so stubborn, and his pity for her was replaced by anger. All right, since you insist on letting him participate in the Dao ancient trial, don't blame our sect for being heartless. After the trial ends, we will hold a sect-wide meeting to dismiss you from your position as sect leader. Let's talk again after the trial. Xiaoyan, let's go. After saying that, Luo Yao summoned her mount and took Song Yan away from the treasure ship, heading alone to the trial site. The young emperor watched the departing flying beast, his eyes changing constantly, filled with anger, confusion, and more importantly, sorrow. What is so special about Song Yan that Luo Yao cares so much, even to the point of giving up her position as sect leader? Gu Kid, hearing the sect leader call him, Gu Shengge stopped pretending to be dead, stood up from the golden dragon, and flew to the young emperor. Uncle Mu, you command. The young emperor said, I can't leave the sect for too long. This time, you will lead the team for the Dao ancient trial. Gu Shengge nodded. Mu Qianyang trusted him to get things done. Before leaving, the young emperor thought of Song Yan again and instructed, pay more attention to Song Yan. If that guy has any problems, deal with him. There's no need to consider Luo Yao. She is no longer worthy of being the sect leader. If it weren't for Luo Yao going too far, Mu Qianyang wouldn't have wanted to create such an awkward situation. After watching the young emperor leave, Gu Shengge looked thoughtful. After this incident, Luo Yao would no longer be able to serve as the female sect leader. It must be said that both the master and the disciple are the same. Nangong Chiyue was stripped of her identity as a saintess because of Yi Chun and was imprisoned in the pure tranquility immortal pool. Luo Yao could no longer serve as the female sect leader because of Song Yan. Forget it. Why think so much about it? It has nothing to do with me. Gu Shengge expelled these unrelated matters from his mind. The most important thing now was the Dao ancient trial. He was very interested in the strongest killing divine ability mentioned by the old lady regarding Song Yan's ring. Back on the Golden Dragon, according to the location of the trial site he saw in the previous Jade Slip, he let Ran Nanshan control the treasure ship while he led the way forward. 3 days later, in the Mingchuan Prefecture, a spiritual state adjacent to the Tianzong Netherland in the Cheongsang domain, compared to other spiritual states in Cheongsang. This place had thin spiritual energy, few cultivators, and was almost deserted. It was more like a mortal state than a spiritual one. The ruins of the Wangchuan Sacred Academy were also adjacent to the Tianzong Netherland. If it weren't for the Inheritance Tower being here, the 5 major sects wouldn't have come. Outside the Netherland was a vast canyon stretching for thousands of miles, devoid of life, not even a blade of grass, with bizarre stones everywhere, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of sharp sword lights cut through the dim sky, bringing a glimmer of light to the dark world, slicing through the clouds above and landing on a cliff beside the canyon, revealing members of the Lingxiao sword sect, including the notorious Ma Niaoxian. Is this the trial site? It doesn't seem that special. Yiran stood on the cliff, looking down, apart from being deep and large. The stones down there were a bit strange, but there was nothing particularly remarkable. Why did the sword master repeatedly remind them to be cautious before departing? However, other sword sect disciples wore serious expressions. They were not like Yi Ran, who relied on the system to forcibly enhance his strength. As sword cultivators, their senses were sharp, and they naturally felt the strangeness of this place. It seemed to be siphoning their vitality. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please reward. Please recommend. End of this chapter, Chapter 52. The Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Niao Xian, provokes trouble, true dragon brings disaster. Chapter 52. The wine sword immortal, Man Yao Xian, provokes trouble. True dragon brings disaster. The disciples of the sword sect sensed the strangeness of this place and hurriedly took out the talismans given to them by the sword master, activating them to isolate the mysterious force that was siphoning their vitality. They saw Yi Ran unmoved and thought he could resist this strange power with his strong cultivation, feeling both envious and admiring. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, causing the disciples of the sword sect to look up in unison. They saw a five-clawed golden dragon flying from the distant horizon, its scales shimmering with brilliant golden light, dispelling the darkness of the world. Behind the golden dragon was a treasure ship, and they recognized the emblem of the Qian Kun Dao Sect on it. Yiran looked at the five-clawed golden dragon, a hint of jealousy flickering in his eyes. This damned Qian Kun Daozi was even more pretentious than him, the wine sword immortal. If he had known, he would have come last, allowing the other sects to appreciate his unparalleled charm. As the golden dragon and the treasure ship landed, Gu Shengge also sensed the strangeness of the trial grounds. He waved his hand to disperse the inexplicable force that attempted to seize his vitality and then summoned the power of heaven and earth to protect himself. He turned back and cautioned the Dao sect disciples who had just flown down from the treasure ship. This place is strange. It will drain your vitality. Use the talismans given to you by the sect master to protect yourselves. Yes, Daozi. The Dao sect disciples all took out their talismans and activated them to isolate that force. Although Yiran was somewhat clueless and could not perceive the strangeness of the trial grounds, he could hear Gu Shengge's words. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked at the sword sect disciples, questioning them in a deep voice. Why didn't you remind me that this place will drain vitality? The sword sect disciples were astonished. Could it be that the sword immortal could not sense it? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yiran realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly changed his words. So I drank too much last night. Even my divine senses are dulled. After saying this, he immediately took out the talisman given by the sword master and used it on himself. The sword sect disciples were even more confused upon seeing the sword immortal also using a talisman. They had to use it due to their insufficient cultivation. But the sword immortal had already broken through to the Nascent Soul stage and should not need to use a talisman. Gu Shengge looked down from above at the strange rocks in the rift, his brows slightly furrowing. For some reason, those strange rocks gave him a peculiar feeling. Both dead and alive, very strange. Roar! Suddenly, a lion's roar echoed through the sky again, and many people looked up to see a golden lion as massive as a mountain stepping through the air, its aura thick and imposing, evidently a great demon at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. On the golden lion stood a group of handsome men and beautiful women, but each of them had more or less some beastly features. Some had deer antlers on their heads, others had green scales on their cheeks, and some even had beast heads. Tian Yao Shenke, a force of the demon clan. The golden lion landed, and after the demon clan of Tian Yao Shenke jumped down from it, the golden lion transformed into an old man with golden hair. Dragon clan. The group of demons was instantly attracted by Qian Qi, feeling the overwhelming dragon's might, which came from the suppression of their bloodline, and they were astonished. The old man with the golden lion was also surprised. When did a true dragon arrive in the Qiangsang domain, and it was even a five-clawed golden dragon? Such an existence should remain in the Tsangming Sea, not come to a desolate place like Mingchuan Prefecture. A handsome young man with a green single horn stepped forward, his pupils also green vertical slits, with an extraordinary demeanor, and the surrounding demons respected him greatly. The demon youth wanted to approach Qian Qi, but Qian Qi shot him a cold glance, the dragon's might overwhelming him, causing the demon youth to take several steps back. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! The group of demons hurriedly stepped forward to support the youth, who shrugged them off and then knelt on one knee before Qian Qi, showing reverence. Qin Chun had seen a true dragon ascend. The youth, referred to as Your Highness, was the most outstanding descendant of the demon emperor of Tian Yao Shenke, his true form being a blue dragon. Compared to other demons, the true dragon had an even stronger bloodline suppression over the blue dragon. Although Qin Chun and Jin, she were both great demons at the Nascent Soul stage. Under bloodline suppression, Ten Qin Chins would not be a match for Qian Qi. The existence of a true dragon had always been the target pursued by Qin Chun and the demon emperor. They longed to transform from a dragon into a true dragon. And now that a true dragon was before them, how could they not bow? One should know that even in the dragon clan stronghold, the Tsangming Sea, true dragons were scarce, with less than 2 handfuls, and each one was cherished by the dragon clan. Seeing their own Prince kneel, the demons all knelt as well, to show their respect for the true dragon. Ha, you Tian Yao Shanke are really interesting, actually kneeling to a mount of a true dragon. This truly amuses this sword immortal. Yiran couldn't help but mock as he saw the group of demons from Tian Yao Shanke kneeling to Gu Shengge's mount. Of course, he wasn't so foolish. The reason for the mockery was merely to incite hatred towards Gu Shengge. Upon hearing this, Qin Chun and the other demons looked incredulously at the five-clawed golden dragon. A true dragon is a mount for other cultivators? How is that possible? Even a great master of the Tao would not dare to take a true dragon as a mount. If the dragon clan found out, those dragon kings would go mad. What? You don't believe it? The owner of this golden dragon is the renowned Qian Kun Dao Sect, and he is right beside us. Yiran pointed at Gu Shengge, who was seriously observing the strange rocks in the canyon with his heavy pupils, teasingly. The group of demons turned their gaze to Gu Shengge, and Qin Chun seemed to ponder. He had indeed heard about the evaluations of Qian Kun Dao Sect, saying he had heavy pupils and stood on a golden dragon. Originally, Qin Chun scoffed at this, thinking that Xuantiang Tower was exaggerating, calling a golden dragon a golden jiao. However, looking at the five-clawed golden dragon before him, Qin Chun was both shocked and furious, his gaze at Gu Shengge filled with intense killing intent. How dare he take a true dragon as a mount? This was not only slapping the dragon clan in the face, but also trampling on their ideals. Old Lion, Qin Chun growled, commanding the old golden lion to take action. A true dragon should not be subjected to such humiliation. Compared to some irrational Qin Chun, the old golden lion remained relatively calm. He transmitted his voice, advising, Your Highness, Qian Kun Dao Sect is highly regarded by the ancestor of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, who is a void refining venerable. Do not act impulsively. Although the demon emperor is powerful, he is merely at the peak of the transformation god stage and is far from the opponent of a void refining venerable. If Qian Kun Dao Sect is harmed or even killed at their hands, Tian Yao Shanke cannot withstand the wrath of a void refining venerable. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen's anger instantly extinguished and he regained his composure. He almost caused a great disaster. However, as Qin Chun looked at the five-clawed golden dragon, he could sense that this true dragon was very young and also a female dragon. If he could save this true dragon from peril and restore her freedom, he might have a chance to unite with her. Thinking of this, Qin Chen's heart surged with excitement. Your Highness, after the trial, I will notify a friend from the Dragon Clan, and at that time, we can invite a Dragon Clan expert. Even if Qian Kun Dao Sect has a void refining venerable, it is not to be feared. The old golden lion continued to advise. Qin Chen nodded, looking at Jin Shi, reaching out to try to touch her, attempting to comfort her and let her wait for him to rescue her. However, Jin Shi merely swished her tail and sent Qin Chun flying. Jin Shi glanced at the disheveled Qin Chun, her dragon eyes revealing a hint of disdain. A mere mixed-blood blue jiao does not deserve to touch this dragon. Get lost. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. Princess Si Bei, Su Bei Huang, Dragon Ao Tian appears. Yiran saw that the demons from Tian Yao Shanke did not take action against Gu Shengge, feeling displeased. Just as he was about to continue mocking, he was interrupted by the sound of hooves. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw 5 cloud war chariots, each pulled by 4 heavenly steeds, riding the light of heaven, their wheels rolling as they flew from the distant sky. The banners of the war chariots fluttered with golden phoenix patterns, and a large character U inscribed on them, exuding the oppressive aura of imperial power, intimidating all directions. The Pegasus spreads its wings and soars, its hooves treading on the void, stirring up ripples one after another. The crimson golden war chariot ahead is surrounded by red flames, like a phoenix bathing in fire, charging towards the sky and striking the clouds. On the war chariot stands a tall figure, holding the reins of the Pegasus, exuding a magnificent aura and martial spirit. As the Phoenix war chariot gradually approaches, everyone can see her true appearance. To their surprise, she is a female general. The female general has long crimson hair that flows with the wind, wearing a phoenix helmet, with a delicate oval face and striking features. Her phoenix eyes sharp, and her brows carrying a heroic spirit. The red phoenix-patterned armor outlines her tall and perfect figure, graceful and curvaceous, without overly complicated decorations. Clean and neat, exuding a heroic demeanor. The battle flag flutters as 5 war chariots land not far away, stirring up a cloud of dust. The people of the Diyu dynasty have arrived. To be more precise, it is the prince's mansion of the Diyu dynasty in the north. The Diyu dynasty occupies the territory of Cheongsang in 3 states, and the northern prince is a royal prince of Diyu, stationed in the north to guard against ghosts from the netherworld, close to the Mingchuan state. With the arrival of the Diyu dynasty, only the Qian Dao sect remains, along with the 2 who parted ways midway, the Yin Empress. Gu Shengge withdrew his gaze from the female general and continued to observe the strange stones in the valley. Even with his, he could not discern what was hidden within these strange stones. In the midst of it all, there is an unseen force trying to interfere with Gu Shengge. This makes him feel that the strangeness of this place is immense. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Su Beiwang flew down from the war chariot, instantly attracted by the golden light, her phoenix eyes filled with surprise. How could there be a true dragon in such a barren land? Who brought it here? A servant from the northern prince's mansion explained. Princess, that golden dragon is the mount of the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Qian Kun Dao Sect, that person? Upon hearing this, Su Beiwang thought of the genius ranking list of the Cheongsang domain released by Xiantian Tower, where Qian Kun Dao Sect ranked first. She had only seen his portrait and had never met him in person. Su Beiwang looked at the figure in white by the cliff, lost in thought. She never expected that the Qian Kun Dao sect would send him to participate in the ancient Dao trial. It seems there will be a rival this time. Even though Qian Kun Dao Sect ranks first on the genius list, Su Beiwang felt no fear. What does it matter to be first? The ancient Dao trial tests not strength, but the mind. She, Su Beiwang, hails from the northern prince's mansion, possessing the phoenix bloodline, and has been fighting against monsters and ghosts since she entered the Dao at 6 years old. Over 14 years, she has experienced no less than 100 battles. Her mind tempered to be indestructible, incomparable to a sheltered flower like Qian Kun Dao Sect. The elder of the Lingxiao sword sect saw the arrival of the Diyu dynasty and immediately took the disciples of the sword sect to greet them. Many disciples from the northern prince's mansion seek the sword path in the Lingxiao sword sect, so the 2 families have some relations. Yiran, this is Princess Beiwang, the legitimate daughter of the northern prince's mansion. Princess, this is our sword sect's contemporary sword prodigy, the wine sword immortal, Yiran. I have met Princess Beiwang. I have long heard of your beauty, and to see you today is indeed breathtaking. Ye Vianzi complimented. The tale of the sword prodigy getting drunk and opening the heavens has spread throughout Cheongsang, and I admire it. Today, meeting you, the sword prodigy truly lives up to the name of the wine sword immortal. So carefree. After some mutual flattery, Yiran and Su Beiwang gradually opened up the conversation. As a sword prodigy of the sword sect, as long as he does not make mistakes, he is destined to become the master of the sword sect in the future. In Su Beiwang's eyes, it is beneficial to befriend him. When the time comes for the struggle for the throne, with the assistance of the Lingxiao sword sect, it will be much easier for her. While chatting and laughing, Su Beiwang glanced at Gu Shengge with her peripheral vision. If she could gain the support of the Qian Kun Dao sect as well, that would be even better. While the Lingxiao sword sect and the northern prince's mansion were enjoying their conversation, a flying beast arrived late, and it was the Yin Empress and Song Yan. But there was an additional person beside them. The leaders of the 3 forces were puzzled to see that the Yin Empress was not with the disciples of the Dao sect. However, when they saw the other person beside the Yin Empress, they were all stunned. How did the leader of the Qian Dao sect end up with the Yin Empress? Gu Shengge focused his gaze and recognized the leader of the Qian Dao sect. He had seen his appearance in the memories of those 2 notorious Qian Dao sect disciples. However, Gu Shengge did not expect that the Yin Empress would associate with this guy. Everyone, I hope you're not late, the Yin Empress said as she put away her flying mount into her spirit pet bag, bowing to the elders and servants of the 3 forces. They shook their heads, but their faces still showed confusion, not understanding why the Yin Empress would be with the leader of the Qian Dao sect. Just as they landed, Long Out Yin's gaze was instantly drawn to Su Beiwang, his mouth curling into an exaggerated arc, resembling a Nike logo. Then walking towards Su Beiwang with what he thought was a charming smile, saying, "Beauty, hello, I am Long Out Yin, the leader of the Qian Dao sect. Are you interested in joining my Qian Dao sect? Follow me, and in the future, I guarantee you will live a life of luxury." As he spoke, Long Out Yin deliberately emphasized the words in the future, fearing that others would not know his intentions. Where did this moron come from? The disciples of the 3 families and their leaders all had this thought, and Su Beiwang's expression instantly darkened as she coldly scolded. "What are you, to dare to tease this princess?" Seeking death, proud as she is, Su Beiwang had never endured such humiliation. A crimson golden phoenix spear appeared in her hand, fiercely thrusting towards Long Out Yin. At the moment Su Beihuang made her move, a mechanical prompt sounded in Out Yin's mind. Ding detected that the host is engaging with a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul, meeting the criteria for superiority, matching realm. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from within Out Yin, terrifyingly sweeping in all directions, instantly transforming into a layer of oppressive protection that forcefully deflected Su Beihuang's phoenix spear and knocked her back several steps. Transformation into a god. The old man with the yellow lion, Yi Ran, Li Gongfu, Elder Wang, and others were all astonished, looking at Out Yin in disbelief. What a joke. How old is this guy? And he has already reached transformation into a god. Compared to everyone else's shock, Gu Shengge's eyes narrowed. Is fixated on the imposing Out Yin, sensing the strange power within him. As expected, it was as he thought, another system. That girl is quite fiery. I like it. Out Yin, exuding the pressure of transformation into a god, laughed even more wildly, his momentum soaring as he pressed towards Su Beihuang step by step, adopting a dominating stance. The servants of the Northern Prince's mansion immediately intercepted him, warning in a deep voice, "You have gone too far. Even if you are a transformation into a god, our Northern Prince's mansion is not to be trifled with. Do not misjudge yourself. P.S. If you have any opinions on the plot, feel free to voice them, so I can make adjustments later." End of this chapter, 54. Chapter 54. Instant Kill Out Yin, Invincible Daozi. Chapter 54. Instant Kill Out Yin, Invincible Daozi. Gu Shengge watched with great interest as Out Yin pressured Su Beihuang. Rather than a hero saving a beauty, he was more curious about the limits of Out Yin's system. Can he always be one realm higher than others? Or is there a limitation? The highest cultivation present is only the Yin Empress. Even if Out Yin is based on her and is one realm higher, he can at most reach the refining void and To realm. Now possessing 7 divine infants, he still has the strength to fight against someone in the To realm. Or Out Yin's cultivation level would only be one realm higher than his opponent, and engaging him would only reach the level of transforming into a divine being. Out Yin looked at the royal family's offering blocking his way, stopped, and spoke in a tone of condescension with a sinister smile. "Forget it, considering the face of the Bei royal family, I won't hold it against you." After saying this, the terrifying pressure of the divine transformation dissipated, allowing the people of the royal family to breathe a sigh of relief. And the spiritual sword prepared to be drawn by the Lingxiao sword sect was also retracted. Suffering from such great humiliation, Su Beihuang was extremely furious. Her jade hands gripping the Ruohuang's spear tightly, veins popping out, wishing she could pierce Out Yin with a single thrust and stab that filthy mouth spewing foul words. "Princess, calm down. This is not the royal territory. The prince's reach is limited. Once the trial is over, we can inform the prince and let him make a decision for you." The royal family's offering hurriedly persuaded Su Beihuang to remain calm and not act impulsively. Hearing this, Su Beihuang could only silently chant a calming mantra to soothe her inner rage. Damn lecher. I'll settle the score with you once the trial is over." There was an issue. Gu Shengge looked at Out Yin, who suddenly halted, his twin pupils narrowing slightly as he noticed the power within Out Yin rapidly dissipating, as if there was a time limit. "So that's it. It seems this guy's system isn't that great, or does he have other requirements?" Gu Shengge murmured, simultaneously releasing his mental power, but not targeting Out Yin, rather focusing on Song Yin. To avoid detection by the system within Out Yin, he chose to clarify why the queen had entangled herself with Out Yin through Song Yin. After a while, having accessed Song Yan's recent memories, Gu Shengge's expression changed. He had initially thought that the queen and Out Yin were already connected, but it turned out they had merely crossed paths. Out Yin, seeing the queen's beauty, flirted with her like he did with Su Beihuang, which led to the queen suppressing him. However, he unleashed the pressure of the refining void realm, intimidating the queen, and then revealed his identity to extort her. After that, they came together, during which Song Yin even witnessed Out Yin getting handsy with the queen, feeling extremely frustrated. Deserved it. Gu Shengge felt no sympathy for the queen and Song Yin. They were simply reaping what they had sown. Catching sight of Out Yin approaching, Gu Shengge frowned slightly. What was he doing coming over? Seeking death? Out Yin stopped a dozen steps away from Gu Shengge, held his head high, glanced sideways, and coldly questioned, "You are the Qian Kun Dao? Not much to speak of. Who gave you the guts to kill my Qian Dao Sect disciples?" Boom! Unexpectedly, before Long Out Yin could finish his sentence, Gu Shengge directly acted without hesitation, not giving him a chance to react. Thousands of thunders erupted, transforming into 9 gigantic lightning dragons, soaring into the sky and annihilating everything. At the same time, his twin pupils flickered with intense light, resembling an unparalleled divine sword that pierced through the clouds with an unstoppable force, shooting towards Long Out Yin. The thunder dragons soared into the sky, their eyes like swords. The system within Long Out Yin didn't even have time to react, and before the eyes of everyone present, the formerly arrogant leader of the Qian Dao sect was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Long Out Yin died, not understanding why Gu Shengge was so decisive. Shouldn't they have debated first before fighting? Why didn't he give him even a moment to prepare? The moment Long Out Yin was annihilated, the creation jade plate flew out, instantly suppressing the higher being system that wanted to escape and swiftly returned to Gu Shengge's body. Everything happened too suddenly, too quickly for Su Bei Huang, Yi Ran, and the others to react. The once audacious Long Out Yin was turned to dust by Gu Shengge, leaving not a trace behind. Unaware of his own death, Gu Shengge said indifferently, a puppet of a system dared to come and question him, truly ignorant of the consequences. Hiss! All present couldn't help but gasp in shock, revealing disbelief. To annihilate a divine being in 2 moves was terrifying. It was simply horrifying. Many doubted whether they were under an illusion. Instantly killing a divine being with a nascent soul level was something that hadn't occurred in the history of Qiong for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Su Bei Huang stared at that figure in white, completely dazed. So powerful. Song Yin was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. I should be able to peel off a layer of skin if I go head to head, right? The demons from the Tianyao Shenshu were so frightened they kept retreating. Qin Chen's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground, his vertical pupils contracting violently, filled with fear. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the Lion Elder stopped him, otherwise he wouldn't have been enough to withstand the Qian Kun Dao Sect's onslaught. The queen was also stunned on the spot. A refining void realm expert just died like this? No way. How could Gu Shengge be so strong? He was clearly only at the nascent soul level. Daozi's might, unmatched twin pupils. Suddenly, someone among the Dao sect disciples shouted, breaking the crowd's astonishment. Following that, shouts like a mountain tsunami echoed throughout the trial ground, and although there were only 8 people, it felt as if thousands were shouting, resounding through the clouds and reverberating in all directions. Daozi's might, unmatched twin pupils. Daozi's might, unmatched twin pupils. Daozi's might, unmatched twin pupils. Gu Shengge's twin pupils swept across the crowd, causing them to retreat in fear, not daring to make eye contact. Even more afraid that this invincible Daozi would unleash his twin pupil gaze upon them as well. This time, could all of you withdraw from the ancient trial? Seizing the opportunity created by the annihilation of the divine being, Gu Shengge pressed forward, his tone seemingly inquiring but filled with an undeniable command. At this moment, his twin pupils were terrifyingly astonishing. From a distance, it felt like facing the ancient demonic abyss, as if one's soul would sink into it, clearly radiating beams of light. Yet people felt as if they were facing 2 demonic wells, ready to sacrifice their souls. As Gu Shengge's twin pupils opened and closed, streams of runes flickered, and chains of order moved, altering the very rules of heaven and earth. Faintly, within those twin pupils, there was destruction of the sun and moon, the rebirth of the galaxy filled with despair, yet also containing vitality, making people feel like moths to a flame, willing to offer everything. At this moment, Gu Shengge truly displayed the might of his twin pupils. He resembled the legendary invincible twin pupil wielder, overlooking all things in heaven and earth, intimidating all beings. With no one able to oppose or block him, heaven and earth fell into eternal silence. Only the echoes of Daozi's might, unmatched twin pupils, reverberated, striking heavily at everyone's hearts. It was at this moment they truly understood the difference between themselves and the Qian Kun Dao Sect. The gap between heaven and earth was beyond description. Fireflies and the sun appeared small in comparison. A single thought emerged in their minds. If there were an invincible being in this world, it could only be the Qian Kun Dao Sect. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please reward. Please give monthly tickets. Into this chapter, Chapter 55. Yi Ran. I am the wine sword immortal. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Chapter 55. Yi Ran. I am the wine sword immortal. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Gu Shengge fully displayed the might of his twin pupils. Overlooking heaven and earth, intimidating everyone present, his two blazing gazes like the sun, piercing through all things, and no one dared to meet his eyes. At this moment, except for the Dao sect disciples, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure, their bodies and minds trembling, and many began to reconsider their participation. It was just a trial. If they withdrew this time, they could always participate again later. They couldn't afford to risk their lives here. Inside the Lingxiao sword sect, Yiran looked at his trembling legs and instinctively glanced at the people around him. Seeing that they weren't focused on him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost embarrassed himself. He forced his legs to steady, a sense of humiliation rising in his heart. After all, he was the wine sword immortal. How could he be scared off by someone? He absolutely couldn't back down. Immediately, Yiran raised his head, attempting to meet Gu Shengge's gaze directly. However, those double pupils were too intense, like the blazing sun of the ancient times, completely impossible to look at. Yiran had no choice but to lower his head. But the humiliation in his heart grew even stronger. How infuriating! He was the protagonist with a system. How could a mere villainous native scare him? Yiran desperately encouraged himself, reminding himself that the protagonist was the child of destiny, invincible and immortal. After a round of self-hypnosis, it actually worked. Yiran regained his confidence, believing that as the protagonist, he wouldn't die at the hands of the villainous native, Qian Kun Dao Sect. When a moment of crisis came, there would definitely be a powerful figure to save him. Seeing that everyone else was starting to retreat, Yiran showed a hint of arrogance. Now was his time to shine. As long as he stepped up to confront Qian Kun Dao Sect, not only would he gain more admiration, but Princess Si Beijun would also surely look at him differently. At that time, when she throws herself at him, would he accept it or accept it? Lost in thought, Yiran felt a bit excited. Gu Shengge noticed that the horse Yuran immortal among the sword sect disciples was trembling. Was he scared? A hint of disdain flashed in his double pupils. If you're unwilling to leave, I don't mind helping you. With that, silver lightning surged from Gu Shengge's body, cascading down like a celestial waterfall as he soared into the air, the azure eye on his forehead slowly opening. In an instant, the already dark sky was covered by countless dark clouds, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles under the calamity clouds, with billions of thunder rolling within, like a flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws, exuding a terrifying celestial might. Heavenly tribulation. The Empress Yin looked incredulously at the endless calamity clouds, her beautiful face filled with shock, instinctively exclaiming. There was no mistake. Having survived the transformation tribulation, she understood it better than anyone present and knew the terror of the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she was also a member of the Dao sect. The others, feeling the overwhelming celestial might emanating from the heavenly tribulation, became even more fearful. Especially the group of demons from the heavenly demon divine palace. Their fear of heavenly tribulation was ingrained in their bones, originating from the depths of their souls, and they almost transformed back into their original forms. Seeing that Gu Shengge had forced everyone to this point, Yiran knew it was time for him to step in. After all, protagonists only appeared in times of crisis. Immediately, Yiran stepped out from among the sword sect disciples, looked up at Gu Shengge with determination, and loudly declared, Qian Kun Dao Sect, you are being too overbearing. This ancient trial was agreed upon by the 5 families, and today you want to monopolize it alone? Are you trying to go against our agreement? Don't you fear us reporting back to our sect and holding you accountable for your actions? The more Yiran spoke, the more spirited he became, unaware that the thunder of the heavenly tribulation was already gathering. Gu Shengge looked down at Yiran, this jumping clown, who thought he could act boldly just because he had been spared once for the sake of the goddess of patching the sky. He originally planned to deal with this guy after the trial, but since he had come forward to deliver his head, he would not hold back. The heavenly demon divine palace and the people from the Si Beijun's palace were shocked and angry that Yiran dared to jump out and speak boldly to Qian Kun Dao Sect at this moment. Damn it, if you want to seek death, don't drag us down with you. Su Beiwang gripped her phoenix spear tightly, her beautiful face showing traces of anger as she muttered angrily, this fool, does he have pig dung in his head? Does he want to get us killed? The elder of the sword sect did not expect his own disciple to suddenly jump out. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped forward to block Yiran, cupping his hands and bowing to Gu Shengge, pleading urgently, Dao Sect Gu, please do not hold it against my disciple. He is young and reckless. My Lingxiao sword sect is willing to withdraw from this trial. please forgive my disciples' offense." The elder of the sword sect signaled to the other disciples, and two disciples immediately stepped forward, trying to pull Yi Ran away. However, Yi Ran shook off the disciples' hands, stepped past the elder, and a top-quality spirit sword appeared in his hand. With a proud expression, he pointed the sword at Gu Shengge amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd. "Qian Kun Dao Sect. Even if you can kill a transformation realm cultivator in an instant, so what? I am the wine sword immortal, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Today, this sword immortal will open the heavenly gate with one sword and break your heavenly tribulation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ran erupted with an overwhelming sword intent, as if he could cleave the heavens. Endless sword energy burst forth from his body, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a sword domain, causing everyone present to feel the sharpness pressing against them, their bodies stinging. The sword sect disciples felt the powerful sword intent released by Yi Ran, and their spirit swords involuntarily flew out of their sheaths, hovering in front of Yi Ran, ready for him to command. Perhaps the sword immortal could really win. This thought emerged in their minds. Others were also surprised by this scene. It seemed that this Lingxiao sword immortal truly had the strength to battle Qian Kun Dao Sect. Under the heavenly tribulation, Gu Shengge looked at Yi Ran, who boasted that no one could kill him, and couldn't help but sneer, a mere waste of the Nascent Soul realm, forcefully boosted by a system. Dares to speak so boldly here. Truly laughable. Since you insist on seeking death, today I shall let you know what true skill is. What? Hearing Gu Shengge mention the system, Yi Ran's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be? This villainous native actually knew about the system. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. At the same time, a warning sound echoed in Yi Ran's mind. Alert! 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 The enemy of the system has discovered the existence of the wine sword immortal system. Emergency escape mechanism activated. As the villain's system and his own system were suppressed and eliminated, all systems, whether vast or not, received a directive, as long as their existence was exposed. Regardless of whether the host lived or died, they would immediately escape without hesitation, because any hesitation could lead to immediate suppression. In the next second, the overwhelming sword intent and endless sword energy that Yi Ran released disappeared without a trace. His cultivation, which he had boosted through drinking, plummeted in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a nascent soul, true monarch, into an ordinary person. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Gu Shengge's expression changed slightly as he immediately reached for Yi Ran. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please vote for monthly tickets. Into this chapter, Chapter 56, Annihilating Yi Ran, Song Yan's Countdown to Life, We Can Win Against Gu Shengge. Come out. I'm going to drink. I'm going to improve my strength. Give me another chance. Don't leave me. System, don't go. What will I do if you leave? I'm begging you, come back. But no matter how much Yi Ran shouted in his heart, the wine sword immortal system gave no response. It had abandoned him to seek a new host. No need to shout. You have already been abandoned by the system. Instead of calling for the system to save you, you might as well think about how to say your last words. Gu Shengge interrupted Yi Ran, his heterochromatic eyes filled with mockery as he looked at the now powerless wine sword immortal. As kind as he was still willing to give Yi Ran a chance to say his last words. Hearing this, Yi Ran was terrified, but he pretended to be calm and threatened Gu Shengge with a trembling voice. I am the wine sword immortal, the sword child of Lingxiao. You can't kill me. If you kill me, it will destroy the friendship between the Qian Kun Dao Sect and the Lingxiao sword sect. Yes, you should hurry up and let me go, otherwise the Lingxiao sword sect will not let you off. Just wait for them to seek justice from you. Even if you're the Daozi of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, you won't have it easy. The more Yi Ran spoke, the more spirited he became. Although he had lost the system, he was still the sword child of the Lingxiao sword sect, and he didn't believe Gu Shengge would dare to kill him. Is that so? Is this your last word? Gu Shengge looked at Yi Ran, who thought he could be at ease just because he was the sword child of the sword sect, feeling quite speechless. Since ancient times, what instills fear has never been words but strength. He couldn't even understand such a simple principle. Truly foolish. As Gu Shengge's hand slightly clenched, preparing to crush Yi Ran, an elder from the sword sect flew over, urgently pleading, Gu Dao Sect, please hold your hand. I beg you to give our sword child a chance. Spare him this time. The sword sect is willing to compensate you with a top-grade spirit sword and 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope Dao Sect will temper his anger. Although he didn't understand why Yi Ran had wilted, he was still the sword child of the sword sect, and nothing should happen to him. Please allow me to refuse. Faced with the elder of the sword sect pleading with him, Gu Shengge maintained his usual politeness. The elder of the sword sect, having been rejected, could only look at the Empress Yin, hoping she could persuade Gu Shengge on his behalf. The Empress Yin, sensing the elder's gaze, immediately understood his meaning and flew into the air, reprimanding Gu Shengge in a commanding tone. Gu Shengge, why don't you let go of Yi Jianzi? Do you know that what you are doing is damaging the friendship between the two sects? The current sword master of the Lingxiao sword sect and the Yang Emperor are friends. 700 years ago, it was the Lingxiao sword sect that helped the Yang Emperor by blocking the helpers of Qi Hao and his son, lending the Yang Emperor a hand. Gu Shengge glanced at the Empress Yin and said calmly, "You have no right to command me." The Empress Yin was taken aback by his refusal. I am the sect master of the Dao sect. How can I not command you, a Daozi? You're no longer. Gu Shengge's words left the Empress Yin stunned. What? I'm no longer the sect master? How is that possible? Gu Shengge, I see you've been possessed by evil. If I'm not the sect master, then who is? The Empress Yin shouted angrily, finding Gu Shengge completely unreasonable. Once back at the sect, she would dismiss him from his position as Daozi and imprison him in the Yanluan prison, subjected to the punishment of being burned by flames. Not long ago, the Yang Emperor summoned a sect-wide meeting and has already dismissed you from your position as sect master. The new sect master of the Qian Kun Dao Sect is my master. 2 days ago, the Yang Emperor had sent a message to him, informing him that Liu Ruyan had been dismissed and that the position of sect master would be held by Dantai Qingxian. Gu Shengge was quite surprised that his master had taken the position. She had never shown any interest in such matters. The Yang Emperor told him it was the decision of the ancestor. What? Impossible. Our sect is not present. How can they dismiss me? Moreover, the sect master must be a transformation cultivator to hold the position. Dantai Qingxian is only in the nascent soul stage. What qualification does she have? This is fake. It must be fake. Liu Ruyan never expected her position as sect master to be stripped away. She couldn't believe it. Gu Shengge looked at the woman who had gone mad after losing her position, truly ugly. Who told you my master is only in the nascent soul stage? She has long since broken through to the transformation stage, and she is stronger than you. Now, she has reached the peak of the transformation stage. The peak of the transformation stage? That means she is not far from the void refinement stage. Everyone was shocked to hear this. It should be known that the reason the Qian Kun Dao Sect could firmly occupy 2 spirit states was because of the existence of the void refinement master. As strong as the Dayu dynasty is, although it possesses 3 states, the total area and spiritual energy level of these 3 states are not even 1/3 as large as the Qintian state, with only 1 middle grade and 2 low grade states. The 72 spirit states of Qiongsheng, both of the 2 spirit states of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, are high-grade spirit states. Although the Lingxiao sword sect has a void refinement master, he has been in seclusion for many years and has not appeared. Gu Shengge no longer paid attention to the elder of the sword sect and Liu Ruyan, smiling at Yi Ran, teasing, then, wine sword, no, horse you're an immortal. It's time for you to leave. Yi Ran didn't expect the sect master of the Dao sect to intervene, and Gu Shengge was unwilling to let him go. He was terrified, afraid, and regretful, tears streaming down his face. No, I don't want to die. I don't. Why? Why is there no expert coming to save me? I am the wine sword immortal. I am the protagonist. The silver lightning hand squeezed tightly, disregarding Yi Ran's pleas for mercy in front of everyone, erasing the guy who had been shouting all day about opening the heavenly gate with his sword, calling himself the wine sword immortal, and had drunkenly consumed horse urine, leaving not a trace behind. Gu Shengge clapped his hands. Although he had annihilated the horse urine immortal, he had allowed the wine sword immortal system to escape. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before another wine sword immortal appeared. Next time, he would definitely catch it. The elder of the sword sect saw his sword child being killed and felt angry, but he did not dare to show it, only shaking his head and sighing. Bowing to Gu Shengge, Gu Daozi, I will take my disciple away now. The offerings from the Wangfu of Sibei also bowed to Gu Shengge, saying loudly, Gu Daozi, we are leaving as well. If you have time, you can come to the Wangfu of Sibei as a guest. The demon clan from the Tianyao divine quarters also turned to leave, but suddenly, thousands of heavenly tribulation lightning fell like rain, directly annihilating the demon clan without giving them a chance to react. I have called upon the heavenly tribulation. How can I not strike something? This scene left the disciples of the sword sect feeling shocked and terrified, quickly fleeing on their swords. They did not want to become the ash under the heavenly tribulation. With the Lingxiao sword sect and the Wangfu of Sibei retreating, Gu Shengge looked at the silent Song Yin. It was time to deal with this guy. Song Yin felt the gaze of the heterochromatic eyes and trembled with a bad premonition. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please reward. End of this chapter, chapter 57. Not hitting women? I don't have that bad habit. As soon as he arrived in the trial land, he discovered its strangeness. Not only did it invisibly plunder vitality, but there was also an invisible force of confinement affecting the changes in space. Any means of breaking through space were useless here. This explains why the Qian Kun Dao Sect did not place a teleportation array here. Gu Shengge's mind stirred, and a thunderous hand that covered the sky and blocked the sun reappeared, crushing towards Song Yin. Seeing the thunderous hand about to fall, Song Yin's eyes showed terror. He wanted to escape, but found his body as heavy as if it were filled with lead, unable to move. He instinctively closed his eyes and shouted urgently, "Sister Luo Yao, save me." She Luo Yao heard Song Yin's cry for help, and her figure flashed, appearing before him. With both hands forming seals, boundless water vapor emerged, instantly transforming into a soft water curtain that spanned hundreds of miles, blocking the two of them. Gu Shengge said, a futile struggle. As soon as the words left his mouth, the thunderous hand violently tore through the water curtain in Shi Liao's astonished gaze, and the residual force continued downwards with a thunderous crash. Weak water treasure umbrella, rise. As the thunder approached, Shi Luo Yao had no time to be shocked and quickly summoned her life treasure, a blue-green umbrella. The treasure umbrella floated above her head, showering down countless rays of light. Under Shi Liao's urging, the umbrella instantly transformed into a vast canopy that supported the heavens, with waves surging and a water spirit world evolving, enveloping the thunderous hand with the might of the superior nature of water. Explode. Gu Shengge calmly uttered a single word. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the thunderous hand wrapped in the water spirit world exploded violently, and the destructive force suddenly spread, rampaging within the weak water treasure umbrella. Oof! Shi Luo Yao let out a light snort, her delicate brows furrowing, revealing traces of pain. A life treasure is connected to a cultivator's life. Although Gu Shengge's thunderstorm could not destroy the weak water treasure umbrella, it still made her feel unwell. Protected behind Shi Luo Yao, Song Yin saw the thunderous hand dissipate and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing the joy of survival after a disaster. He looked up at the figure standing in white above the azure sky, his eyes filled with resentment. How unreasonable. He hadn't provoked this guy. Why would he want to kill him? Was it just because he hadn't bowed to him in the sect master's hall before? How could such a narrow-minded person become the Dao son of the Dao sect? Shi Luo Yao suppressed the chaotic mana within her body and glared at Gu Shengge. Scolding him in a tender voice, Gu Shengge, what do you want to do? Killing the sword sect's sword child isn't enough. You want to kill your fellow disciples as well. Do you really think that just because I'm not the sect master anymore, you can do as you please? Seeing Shi Luo Yao's stubbornness and her intention to protect Song Yin, Gu Shengge's eyes grew cold as he said in a chilling voice. The sect master has ordered that Song Yin has disturbed the sect, and his crime must be punished. I am to clean up the sect. Shi Luo Yao, if you insist on obstructing me, don't blame me for not considering our past friendship and killing you along with him. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo Yao was first stunned. Then her face showed disgust, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of contempt as she mocked Gu Shengge. What a disturbance to the sect. You all say that the sect rules are sacred and inviolable. Yet now, because of a trivial matter, you want to execute a pure-hearted sect disciple. How hypocritical. She glanced back at Song Yin, who had once cooked her a bowl of porridge. How could he possibly disturb the sect? Shi Luo Yao declared, Gu Shengge, I will say this. Unless I die, no one can kill Song Yin. Seeing Shi Luo Yao so obstinate, Gu Shengge's eyes turned crimson. A terrifying killing intent surging like a tide, covering the heavens and earth with a faint crimson hue, and the heavenly tribulation thunder grew even more violent. Feeling that overwhelming killing intent, Shi Luo Yao's expression changed slightly, and she quickly instructed Song Yin behind her, Xiao Yin, I'll hold Gu Shengge back. You find an opportunity to escape. No, I want to live and die with Sister Luo Yao. Song Yin shook his head, his face resolute, unwilling to flee alone. Hearing this, Shi Luo Yao was very touched. Teacher, can we win against Gu with your help? Song Yin anxiously communicated with the ring's old lady. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. It was just that this place was too strange, and he couldn't escape at all. The ring's old lady fell silent, not responding to Song Yin. This made him even more anxious. Why was she dropping the ball at such a critical moment? Shi Luo Yao didn't notice Song Yin's unusualness. She looked up at Gu Shengge and said sweetly, "Gu Shengge, I will give you one last chance, considering your status as a junior. Withdraw now, and I can let bygones be bygones." However, all she received in response was a thunderbolt striking down, causing the weak water treasure umbrella to tremble continuously. "Good. Then don't blame me for being merciless." She Luoyao bit her silver teeth, a trace of law patterns appearing on her brow. The laws of water stirred. Endless water mist surged, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles, turning this area into a water kingdom. At the moment the water kingdom was formed, a 1,000-foot water shadow rose from the ground, surrounded by water phoenixes holding the treasure umbrella, with the waters of 1,000 rivers converging into one body, waves surging. Resembling a god of weak water, majestic and awe-inspiring, shaking all spirits. In the domain of laws, the water spirit, primordial spirit. As soon as she Luoyao made her move, she revealed all her trump cards, showcasing both the transformation to divine and celestial realms. Looking at that 1,000-foot water spirit, primordial spirit, Gu Shengge showed disdain, trivial skills. He raised his hand to lightly touch his brow, and the heavenly eye burst forth with brilliant silver light. Endless thunder erupted, transforming into a thunderous divine shadow of the same height, with overwhelming heavenly might pervading, wielding a silver thunder halberd. Its blade shining so brightly, it seemed capable of annihilating this world. Seeing that thunderous divine shadow, Shi Liao's delicate face showed shock as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? You haven't broken through to the divine transformation, yet you can wield the law primordial spirit." Cultivators could only transform into law primordial spirits after reaching divine transformation, undergoing tribulations at the nascent soul stage to accept the baptism of laws. This was common knowledge. But Gu Shengge was an existence that broke such norms. The thunderous divine shadow, transformed from the power of heavenly tribulation, was not a conventional law primordial spirit. It was more powerful than an ordinary law primordial spirit. Why talk so much? I don't have the bad habit of not hitting women. After saying this, Gu Shengge manipulated the thunderous divine shadow, swinging the silver thunder halberd as if to split the heavens and the earth towards Shi Luoyao. Shi Luoyao hastily waved the treasure umbrella to block the silver thunder halberd. The 2,000-foot entities clashed with one another, and the Dao sect disciples scattered in all directions, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Taking advantage of Gu Shengge being occupied with Shi Luoyao, Song Yin no longer cared about living or dying together. He took out a spirit boat from his storage ring. Roar! Just as Song Yin sat on the spirit boat, a golden figure blocked his path, destroying the spirit boat with a single claw. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please reward. End of this chapter, 58. Chapter 58. Song Yan surprise attack. Shi Luoyao goes mad. Chapter 58. Song Yan surprise attack. Shi Luoyao goes mad. Boom! 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 The earth shook as if a dragon was turning over. The dark sky rumbled with thunder, like the end of the world arriving. Two towering divine shadows collided, shaking the ground and raising clouds of dust like fog. The thunder shadow wielded the silver halberd, its blade sharp enough to break the heavens, like Erlang opening the mountains, striking down towards the water shadow. The water shadow held the umbrella to defend, but still retreated several steps, the barren ground being stomped into numerous large pits. The thunderous divine shadow pressed the attack, like a war god descending to the world. The silver halberd sweeping across the heavens and earth, annihilating all things, forcing the water shadow to retreat step by step. Every time the silver thunder halberd fell, it left unhealable scars on the water spirit's body. Even with the enhancement of the domain of laws, the water spirit was suppressed and beaten by the thunder shadow. Unable to fight back, Shi Luoyao, who was controlling the water spirit, turned pale, her brows filled with pain. The primordial spirit is the foundation of a cultivator. When the primordial spirit is injured, she also feels the pain, which is unbearable. Boom! Gu Shengge manipulated the thunder shadow, swinging the silver halberd again, splitting mountains and rivers. With countless bolts of thunder entwining around the blade, striking down toward the water spirit. Bang! The silver halberd was blocked by the weak water treasure umbrella. As the halberd and umbrella collided, a strong wave surged, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, shaking 1,000 miles around and stirring up a tempest. In the midst of it, the sealing force was unexpectedly disturbed. Even though the weak water treasure umbrella resisted and reduced most of the power, water is conductive. A portion of the thunderous power still surged over the water spirit. Shi Luoyao's complexion changed drastically. Her delicate body trembled involuntarily as she endured the pain of her primordial spirit, chanting spells and growling. 3,000 weak waters. Wash away all spirits, cleanse the world's filth, and sweep away the gloom. The water spirit raised the weak water treasure umbrella, and 3,000 weak waters surged forth, light as a feather, sweeping toward the thunder shadow like the Milky Way. Where it passed, all things sank, dissipating into the water. The silver thunder halberd was dissolved the moment it touched the weak water. Gu Shengge's expression remained unchanged, allowing the weak water to envelop the thunder shadow. Gu Shengge, I want to see how you break my weak water divine ability. Seeing the thunder shadow enveloped by the weak water, Shi Luoyao, bracing herself, revealed a joyful expression. But the next second, her expression froze. The weak water entwining the thunder shadow was unexpectedly frozen from the inside out, with a gentle shake. The thunder shadow turned the weak water into crystalline dust, dissipating into nothingness. Impossible. How can my weak water be resolved so easily? Aren't you supposed to enter the path with thunder? Why can you use ice path divine abilities? Shi Luoyao exclaimed in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. Wasn't Gu Shengge supposed to be adept in thunder techniques? Why could he use ice path divine abilities? Gu Shengge replied indifferently, this master knows much more than that. Thunder techniques are just what I commonly use. As he spoke, he once again drove the thunder shadow, and the silver thunder halberd gathered again, striking down heavily toward the water spirit, intent on splitting her in half. Shi Luoyao could only endure the pain and hurriedly defend herself. On the other side, Song Yin, intercepted by Jin Shi, had a terrible expression. Looking at the five-clawed golden dragon before him, he forced a smile and said, "Respected true dragon, please let me go. If you let me leave, I will go to the Songming Sea and inform the dragon clan of your imprisonment. When the powerful ones from the dragon clan arrive, they will surely help you escape and regain your freedom." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "You are a noble true dragon. How can you be used as a mount by others? As long as you let me go, you can gain your freedom. Why not?" If Ji Gui had heard these words, she would surely have let Song Yin go, but she was already dead. Jin Shi, however, was completely unmoved, coldly watching Song Yin, keeping a close eye on him to prevent his escape. Seeing that the golden dragon showed no reaction, Song Yin was anxious to death. Turning his head, he saw Shi Luoyao being beaten down, and his heart burned with urgency. Was he really going to die today? "Disciple, do not panic. Your master has returned." The voice of the ring's old lady sounded again, causing Song Yan's spirit to tremble as he hurriedly asked, "Master, where have you been just now? I want to make some preparations. Now, go close to Shi Luoyao and follow what I taught you." After hearing the old lady's words, Song Yan showed a look of surprise, feeling conflicted. "Master, do we really have to do this?" The old lady replied, "Fool, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. If you want to live, just do as I say." "Yes, master." Song Yin dispelled his inner conflict, looking at Shi Luoyao, who was still struggling against Gu Shengge, and quickly walked toward her. Gu Shengge noticed Song Yan's unusual behavior, his brows slightly furrowing as he manipulated the thunder shadow to suppress the water spirit, preventing her from moving. The water spirit struggled desperately. The thunder shadow landed a punch on her head, causing Shi Luoyao to feel severely wounded, her head spinning, unaware of Song Yin approaching from behind her. Seeing that Shi Luoyao had not noticed him, a glimmer of joy flashed in Song Yan's eyes as he coated his hand with dark red spiritual energy, fingers clawing, and thrusting toward Shi Luoyao's back. Just as Song Yan was about to succeed, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky, striking directly at him. It was Gu Shengge making a move. Damn it! Song Yan didn't expect Gu Shengge to stop him. He had to dodge the thunder, missing the chance to ambush Shi Luoyao. At that moment, Shi Luoyao finally noticed Song Yan behind her. She turned to look, simultaneously feeling the familiar, powerful energy on his right hand, which she had not forgotten for 700 years. In the next moment, Shi Luoyao's eyes reddened with rage, past memories flooding her mind as she glared at Song Yan. "This energy, tell me, who passed it to you?" Song Yan wanted to say he was there to help her, but seeing Shi Luoyao's strong reaction to the energy given by his master, he inwardly cursed. Was he being set up by his master? Gu Shengge, seeing this, released the water spirit from the thunder shadow's grasp, watching the two with interest. He had just intervened to see how Shi Luoyao would react upon discovering Song Yan's ambush against her. However, this reaction seemed a bit too intense. Shi Luoyao stared fiercely at Song Yin. Even facing Gu Shengge, she had not revealed such murderous intent, but at this moment, it all erupted. Her hair flew wildly, her eyes bloodshot, and her face became terrifying, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Sister Luoyao, I just came to... Song Yin tried to struggle, but Shi Luoyao did not listen to his excuses and commanded the water spirit to grab at him fiercely. Shi Luoyao roared, "Speak! Where did this energy of yours come from?" Just as the water spirit was about to grab Song Yin, a powerful energy comparable to Shi Liao's surged forth. And at the same time, a mocking laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Shi Luoyao, oh Shi Luoyao, after 700 years, you are still so foolish. Not even comparable to your senior sister. A dark red phantom appeared. Although it was a female figure, the face made Shi Luoyao completely go mad. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please tip. Please recommend. The chapter ends here. Chapter 59. Pawn Song Yin, behind the scenes Master Qian Shao. Looking at the dark red figure, memories from that dark period 700 years ago surged forth, her bloodshot eyes filled with boundless rage, like a mother beast provoked. She opened her mouth to roar. Qian Shao, how dare you show up? Qian Shao? Upon hearing this name, Gu Shengge's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise flashing by. Wasn't this the son of Qi Hao, who caused chaos in the sect 700 years ago? Why is he in a female form? Song Yin sat on the ground, dumbfounded. It was his first time seeing the ring's old lady, but why did she have a man's face? Qian Shao, dressed in a dark red robe, male appearance yet female form, red hair flying, dark red evil flames swirling around, murky and dark, extremely mean and evil, exerting a powerful pressure comparable to Shi Luoyao, causing the disciples of the Dao sect to feel immense pressure. As she watched Shi Luoyao descend into madness, Qi Yunxiao's eyes revealed mockery as he sneered. Ha ha, Shi Luoyao, it's been 700 years, and you're still as pitifully foolish as ever. Godi. Upon hearing this, Shi Luoyao's face twisted in rage, and she commanded her water spirit soul to swing the treasure umbrella again, as if it were a heavenly pillar crashing down towards Qi Yunxiao, causing the air to erupt with explosive sounds. However, Qi Yunxiao merely raised his hand and clenched it, causing countless dark red patterns to appear on the surface of the water spirit soul, which instantly froze in place, ceasing all movement. Shi Luoyao also showed pain, collapsing to the ground while incredulously looking at Qi Yunxiao and shouting at him. What did you do to my soul? Qi Yunxiao smiled derisively and did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, Shi Luoyao, is plain rice porridge delicious? Plain rice porridge? Shi Luoyao suddenly looked at Song Yin, wishing she could tear him apart. Song Yin also looked puzzled, wondering what this had to do with his rice porridge. There's definitely something wrong. Gu Shengge muttered. He had long harbored suspicions about Song Yin's rice porridge, but after searching through his memories, he found no trace of a problem. The seemingly ordinary rice porridge had actually been tampered with by Qi Yunxiao without Song Yin's knowledge. However, this Qi Yunxiao, who appeared male but was female, could it be that he practiced that forbidden technique? The Qian Kun Dao Sect had a peerless evil technique that was expressly forbidden and had already been destroyed, called Yin-Yang Chaotic Xianxia de Dao, akin to a cultivation version of the Kui classic. Once one practiced this evil technique, a male body would forcibly transform into a female body, and it would require the consumption of pure yang essence for a long time. The speed of cultivation in the Xianxia Dao was astonishing, with almost no bottlenecks before reaching the void refining stage. The fastest practitioners could reach the great perfection of the God transformation stage in just over 400 years. However, no cultivator who practiced this method ever reached the void refining stage. Gu Shengge, with his heavy pupil, stared at Qi Yunxiao and immediately saw through his facade. This guy was not a remnant soul, but a split soul. So, this Song Yin was not the destined child he thought. But upon inserted into the Qian Kun Dao Sect by Qi Yunxiao, indeed, there couldn't be so many destined children in the world. Gu Shengge thought to himself, his flickering with a faint golden light as he used the great fortune technique to observe Song Yan's fortune. At this moment, Song Yan's fortune was a mix of gray and black, on the brink of death. I ultimately overlooked this, Gu Shengge said with some regret. Having only looked at Song Yan's memories and mistakenly believed he was the destined child, not realizing he had been deceived. Earlier, in the main hall of the sect leader, he hadn't checked immediately, and later on the treasure ship, he had been distracted by other matters. Only now did he check Song Yan's fortune. It seemed he needed to pay more attention in the future to avoid such blunders again. What did you add to the rice porridge? Liu struggled to stand up. The pale skin on her body now covered with a few dark red patterns, evil energy swirling around her, and inside her was a chaotic mess, with a strange force suppressing her magical power, trying to control her body. Qian looked at her with amusement. I didn't add anything. Just a bit of memory dream and the spirit-controlling liquid I concocted. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression became extremely difficult to bear, while Gu Shengge suddenly realized. No wonder Liu said that bowl of rice porridge had a taste of her senior sister. It turned out it was infused with memory dream. Memory dream has a sweet taste and is one of the main ingredients for refining dream-seeking pills. Consuming it alone can make one recall the most beautiful memories deep in their hearts, leading to an inability to extricate oneself. That's why Liu felt so strongly about that bowl of rice porridge. As for the spirit-controlling liquid, it is a soul liquid targeting the soul. Colorless and tasteless, mainly used to control the soul. Suddenly, Qian waved his hand and pulled Song Yen into his grasp. Song Yen, terrified, trembled all over and urgently asked, Master, do you have any orders? Qian looked at Song Yen, initially wanting to use this carefully packaged pawn to return to the Qian Kun Dao Sect. However, he did not expect that the Sun Emperor would be so cautious. Not only dismissing Liu from her position as sect leader, but also ordering her disciples to execute this guy. This pawn was essentially wasted, but even waste can be utilized. Qian grinned maliciously. I have no orders. I just think you're no longer useful. So I decided to send you on your way personally. After saying that, under Song Yan's horrified gaze, Qian opened his mouth wide, and a suction force erupted from it, directly devouring all of Song Yan's essence and soul. He casually tossed the dry corpse aside and looked at Liu, who was still manipulating the laws to suppress the strange force within her, tauntingly said, Don't waste your effort. The spirit-controlling liquid has been in your body for so long that it has already penetrated your soul. Unless you destroy your soul or find a powerful being to help you expel it, with your current magical power, it's hopeless. 700 years ago, your senior sister protected you, preventing me from tasting your essence. Now it's not too late. Don't resist. Obediently become my furnace, and let us ascend to supreme bliss together. Qian laughed wildly, his eyes filled with wicked desire as he reached out toward Liu. Boom! A silver thunderbolt struck down from the heavens, landing between Liu and Qian. It was Gu Shengge making his move. He looked down at Qian and said coldly, I am here. You shall not act recklessly. Qian looked up at Gu Shengge with displeasure and coldly said, Kid, weren't you going to kill Liu? Can I take care of her for you? Liu is a member of my Dao sect. Her life and death should be decided by my Dao sect. You, a traitor to the sect, are not worthy to interfere with her. Gu Shengge coldly stared at Qian. No matter how many mistakes Liu made, it was the responsibility of the Qian Kun Dao Sect to handle it. Upon hearing the words traitor to the sect, the dark red flames surrounding Qian surged violently as he angrily shouted to the sky. What a traitor to the sect! The Qian Kun Dao Sect was established by my Qi clan. You guys have taken over our nest and dare to call us traitors. Gu Shengge replied indifferently. To the victor go the spoils. Blame yourselves for being too useless to protect the foundation of your ancestors. Qian was taken aback at first upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. What a victor and a loser. Kid, I appreciate you a bit, but even so, today you cannot escape death. Let me see how strong this generation's Daozi really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian formed a seal, forcibly controlling Liu's water spirit soul. Charging towards Gu Shengge. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. Liu self-destructs. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Qian was merely a split soul and could not use the rules of the original soul. He could only forcibly control Liu's water spirit soul. But how could Liu do as he wished? She was focused on resisting the strange force within her, while trying to forcibly reclaim her soul, which infuriated Qian. Seeing her so stubborn, Qian devised a plan and mocked. Liu, do you know how your senior sister once begged me for you? That look, those movements I still remember clearly, especially her taste, which I find irresistible. Ha! Unfortunately, she is dead, died to save you. It's such a pity, you'll never taste her flavor again. Ha ha ha. Qian's mocking voice constantly echoed in Liu's ears. causing her mind to become chaotic, and she involuntarily recalled her senior sister's voice and image. Senior sister's smile is gentle, as beautiful as a hibiscus. She reaches out to touch Shi Liao's little head and softly advises her, "Little Yaoer, I'll be back soon. You need to practice diligently, okay? Little Yaoer, look what I brought you," she says, showing a gourd. "I secretly went out of the sect to buy this for you. Eat it quickly." Whenever Shi Luoyao was scolded by the master, senior sister would always take out a gourd, cook a bowl of sweet porridge, comfort her, and encourage her. "Little Yaoer, don't come out." But the scene shifts, the master is dead, and the disciples of Qiyang Mountain, led by Qianxio, break into their small spiritual peak. Senior sister hides her in a secret room of the cave, facing that group of beasts alone. Shi Luoyao hears the laughter of those beasts, hears senior sister's cries of pain, but she feels powerless, even afraid to cry out loud. When she walks out of the secret room, her eyes are met with a filthy cave, and the once radiant, soft senior sister lies on the ground, her gaze hollow, covered in dirt, bruised all over. Yet she still smiles and covers Shi Luoyao's eyes. "Little Yaoer, don't look, it's dirty." Ah! The scenes from the past completely crush Shi Luoyao's spirit, and she suddenly looks at Qianxio, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. "Qianxio!" The completely crazed Shi Luoyao roars like a mother beast, causing Qianxio's expression to change drastically. Not good. This woman is really crazy. Gu Shengge also did not expect such a turn of events, and immediately took action to protect the 8 disciples of the Dao sect to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire. He sees Shi Luoyao's released power becoming increasingly violent, and his dual pupils narrow. She wouldn't want to self-destruct, would she? Sure enough, Shi Luoyao transforms into a beam of spiritual light and rushes towards Qianxio, her violent power surging like a flood, completely unleashed. Such a crazy act leaves Qianxio shocked, his face showing disbelief as he lets out a sharp scream. "Shi Luoyao, I'm just a fragment of a soul. How dare you think of perishing with me? Are you crazy?" "I am crazy. So what if I'm a fragment of a soul? If I destroy you, your main body will be affected too. Since I can't escape your control, even if I don't die, I might as well die. Ha 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 ha." Shi Luoyao laughs madly, blood tears flowing endlessly. She has betrayed her senior sister's expectations, turned against her past vows, and forgotten her original intentions. "I, Shi Luoyao, am not worth dying for. Crazy woman. You crazy woman. Don't come over." Qianxio curses, trying to escape, but unable to shake off Shi Luoyao. He never imagined that the girl who could only survive under senior sister's protection 700 years ago would become so insane. "Qianxio, let's die together." When she's less than 5 meters away from Qianxio, Shi Luoyao smiles recklessly, without any hesitation, and self-destructs. "No, don't." Qianxio's face is filled with fear and regret, realizing that if he had known this woman was so crazy, he shouldn't have shown up so soon. "Senior sister, I'm here to accompany you." As her consciousness dissipates, this thought emerges in Shi Luoyao's mind. Finally, she can go accompany her senior sister. Only, senior sister, little Yaoer has disappointed you. In a daze, she seems to see a gentle figure. That figure reaches out and touches her head, warm as it was before. "Little Yaoer, senior sister has come to take you." Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates through the heavens, a self-detonation of a divine transformation entity, more terrifying than nuclear weapons, shaking the heavens and earth, and Qianxio, just a fragment of a soul, instantly turns into nothingness. Moments later, Gu Shengge looks at the massive pit left by the explosion, which has left nothing behind. Gu Shengge sighs, not expecting things to develop this way. Originally, he planned to capture Shi Luoyao and then eliminate Song Yan. After all, Shi Luoyao was the former leader of the Kun Dao of the Dao sect, and her handling should be left to the sect. He never expected Shi Luoyao to harbor such deep hatred for Qianxio that she would self-destruct just to drag that fragment of soul down with her. Forget it. Forget it. Gu Shengge withdraws his gaze but then realizes something is off. "Hey, wait a minute. I came to participate in the Dao ancient trial. Why is this going so off track?" He almost forgot the main business. With this thought, Gu Shengge looks towards the Wangchuan Valley and leads the disciples of the Dao sect deep into the valley. Soon, a stone tower comes into view, towering over 100 feet high, divided into 7 layers, ancient and unadorned, with many human figures carved on the tower, though the details have long been washed away by time. "Daozi, are we still going in?" Ran Nanshan asks softly from behind Gu Shengge. The other disciples also look at Gu Shengge, waiting for his decision. Now that the 4 families have withdrawn, only the Qian Kun Dao sect remains. But the impact from the recent self-detonation has hit them hard. The trial in the Inheritance Tower is a trial of the heart, and in their current state, they can't even think about the trial, let alone go back. It will take a long time to digest everything. Gu Shengge glances at Ran Nanshan and the others, saying softly, "You have just experienced too much. Your hearts have been significantly affected. It's not suitable for you to participate in the trial. I'll let Jinxi lead the way. You all follow her back to the sect first." "Yes, Daozi." They all clasped their fists in salute, choosing to follow Gu Shengge's instructions and leave first. Although they cannot participate in the Dao Ancient trial, it doesn't matter. The sect treats its disciples fairly and will give them appropriate compensation. The 8 beams of spiritual light fly out of the Wangchuan Valley, reboarding the treasure ship, with the golden dragon leading the way, leaving Mingchuan Prefecture. Gu Shengge looks at the stone tower's entrance. The jade slip says that as long as one enters the tower, the trial will begin immediately. He steps forward, raises his hand to push the door, and easily opens the tower door, walking inside. Meanwhile, the strange stones scattered throughout the Wangchuan Valley also tremble slightly. In the heavenly demon realm, at Hehuan Sect, deep within a large peak of Hehuan Sect, Qiangxiu suddenly opens his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, his face pale, and his breath instantly drops to a low point, heavily injured. "Oh, bitch, Shi Luoyao. You bitch. I should have killed you back then." P.S. The trial plot is about familial affection on Earth. If the big shots don't like it, they can jump directly to Chapter 68. End of this chapter, 61. Chapter 61. Dreaming Back to Earth. Gu Shengge being force-fed Oreos. Chapter 61. Dreaming Back to Earth. Gu Shengge being force-fed Oreos. Is this a hospital? In a clean white ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Gu Shengge looks at the familiar yet slightly strange surroundings, including those electronic devices, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then looks down at himself, wearing a patient gown, looking very weak, with a 4-needle in his left hand and a bottle of medicine hanging beside him. Is this the trial given to me by the Inheritance Tower? Gu Shengge murmurs, but why is it a hospital? Does the Inheritance Tower have the ability to read his memories? But his sea of consciousness is protected by the Heart Spirit Tree and the Creation Jade Disc. How could the Inheritance Tower do this? Gu Shengge supports his weak body against the headboard of the bed, trying to communicate with the Creation Jade Disc. But there is no response at all. Not even it is reacting. Is this Inheritance Tower really that powerful? This makes Gu Shengge's heart sink. It seems this trial is not simple. Then, he presses the call button with his hand. Although it is still unclear what trials the Inheritance Tower has given him, he can't just think without acting. He might as well walk and see. After a while, there was a knock on the ward door, and then an intern nurse walked in. Seeing that Gu Shengge had awakened, her small face broke into a smile as she hurriedly asked, "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Are you hungry?" Gu Shengge replied, "I feel okay, just a bit hungry. By the way, how long was I unconscious?" The nurse said, "You've been unconscious for 37 hours since your surgery ended. Feeling hungry is normal. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring you a bowl of porridge. Although the surgery was done some time ago, you still can't eat too much." Saying this, the nurse took out her phone and called for someone to bring the porridge. Suddenly, she remembered something and continued, "I almost forgot to notify your parents. Please wait. I'll have the hospital call them to let them know you're awake." Parents? Gu Shengge was slightly taken aback. As an orphan on Earth, where do you have parents? This Inheritance Tower is too imprecise. Well, you lost too much blood in the car accident, and the hospital happened to be short on your blood type. They called on the hospital staff to donate blood. A couple was checking their health at the hospital, and the wife's blood type matched yours. So they thought of asking her to donate. However, because it later matched as a direct relative, they used blood from other medical staff instead. Afterward, we learned that you were an orphan, and that couple were your biological parents. It must be said that you were fortunate in misfortune, finding your parents. How enviable. After listening to the nurse's explanation, Gu Shengge's eyes flashed with surprise. It really is a glitch. Watching the nurse leave, Gu Shengge fell into deep thought. Did the Inheritance Tower arrange for him to have parents because it believed he once longed for family ties? As a trial? How would he pass this trial? By killing relatives for proof? Or by understanding familial love? More than half an hour later, a couple walked into the ward. Gu Shengge set aside the empty bowl of porridge and looked at the parents arranged by the Inheritance Tower. The parents were dressed elegantly. The middle-aged man had an extraordinary demeanor, wearing a finely tailored suit, and bore some resemblance to him, with a hint of authority. Clearly someone who had held a high position for many years. The beautiful woman wore a qi pao, well-maintained and exuding nobility, clearly the matriarch of a prominent family. Although she showed eagerness, her movements were still composed. After observing them, Gu Shengge thought to himself that the inheritance tower had indeed arranged for him a distinguished background. The noblewoman, seeing Gu Shengge awake, showed joy and concern as she said, "Son, you're finally awake. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? I'll have the doctor do another full body check." Gu Shengge asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your mother. Mom knows you must have many questions. So let me tell you about your background." The noblewoman, named Yu Meilin, sat beside him, took Gu Shengge's hand, and patiently recounted his story. Yu Meilin's husband, Gu Tianhao, was the chairman of the Shengtian group. 19 years ago, due to a business competition, they were careless, which led to their business rival bribing the villa nanny, resulting in Gu Shengge being abandoned by the nanny. Afterward, Gu Tianhao defeated the rival, even forcing him to jump off a building, and sent the nanny to prison, but lost track of Gu Shengge. Over the years, they had been searching for him, but had no news. If it weren't for Yu Meilin's annual blood donation at the hospital some time ago, they would have had no chance to find their long-lost son. "Old Gu, I told you the annual blood donation would be useful. Look, we found our son." After Yu Meilin finished recounting Gu Shengge's background, she turned to Gu Tianhao and said, who nodded repeatedly. Gu Tianhao looked at Gu Shengge lying in the hospital bed, his face youthful and his figure slim. Based on the information he had gathered, this child had grown up in an orphanage. Although he got into Modi University, he didn't even finish half a year before stepping into society and was now working in a factory for a meager salary. Thinking of this, Gu Tianhao frowned, his expression darkening, seemingly dissatisfied with Gu Shengge. In his opinion, as his son, even if he had been lost, he should have excelled despite receiving an education like ordinary people. How could he be so mediocre, dropping out before finishing university? If his business rivals found out, they would surely mock him behind his back. Like father, like son, Gu Shengge naturally sensed Gu Tianhao's unusual demeanor. It seemed that this adoptive father had some opinions about him. Gu Shengge asked, "So, you want to take me back to the Gu family?" Yu Meilin nodded, and Gu Tianhao did not object, as he was still of the Gu family bloodline. Even if he was not as outstanding as his sisters and brothers, he could not be left to wander outside. Gu Shengge did not refuse either. He still needed to figure out what the trial from the inheritance tower was, so it was better to end it sooner. Under Gu Tianhao's arrangement, the hospital conducted a detailed physical examination of Gu Shengge again. After confirming there were no major issues, they proceeded with the discharge. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Gu Tianhao observed Gu Shengge's behavior and saw that he did not lose his composure despite riding in such a high-end luxury car for the first time. Feeling a bit satisfied in his heart, although his qualifications were a bit mediocre, his temperament was good, and he was not that unworthy. Gu Shengge looked out the window at the ever-changing scenery, the tall buildings, hurried pedestrians, and traffic lights, showing a hint of nostalgia. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce drove into a high-end villa area and finally stopped in front of an European-style villa. As soon as they got out of the car, Yu Meilin remembered her daughter and adopted son and instructed, "Shengge, this is our home. Mom forgot to tell you in the hospital that you actually have 5 sisters and 1 younger brother. Your younger brother is an adopted son. After you went missing, your father, to comfort me, adopted a boy from the orphanage. When you come home, you should be more accommodating to your brother. He's been with Mom all these years while you were gone." After hearing this, Gu Shengge suddenly felt that this sounded somewhat familiar. No way. Isn't this exactly the kind of Klitsch family reunion plot from those brainless novels? Damn. Inheritance Tower, come out. How dare you feed me such nonsense? I'm going to tear down your broken tower. P.S. Don't worry. The trial plot won't be too long. If the big shots don't like reading it, they can skip straight to chapter 68. End of this chapter, 62. Chapter 62, Gu Shengge. I am not a useless character from a brainless novel. Chapter 62, Gu Shengge. I am not a useless character from a brainless novel. In the luxurious hall of the Gu family villa, 5 glamorous women of varying ages and appearances sat on the sofa, with a handsome young man in casual attire standing next to them. Eldest sister, what do you think Mom and Dad mean? Is it really necessary to call us all back just for a guy who has been lost for who knows how many years? I have a race scheduled, complained a stunning woman in racing gear, clearly frustrated that delaying any longer would mean letting her racing partner down. The sweet and cute girl sitting opposite her nodded in agreement. Second sister is right. Mom and Dad are really something. Is it enough just to find him? Why the family reunion? It's so troublesome. I promised Qing Yao to go shopping together, and if we delay any longer, we'll miss out. I want to see what kind of brother this is, whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms or some strange shape, making us sisters wait for him together with our brother. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Listening to the complaints of the 5th sister, the mature and cool-headed eldest sister, dressed in a white women's suit, quieted her down and said softly, All right, mom and dad have spoken. Waiting a bit longer is no problem. But Xiaochen, don't worry. Even if he comes back, we won't let you go. You will always be our most beloved brother. Gu Qingqiu looked at the silent Gu Chan beside her, her voice gentle, comforting him. Yes, Xiaochen, don't be afraid. Even if that guy comes back, you are still our only brother. Xiaochen, if you don't like that person, we can tell mom and dad and give him some money to send him away. Xiaochen, you've been with us for so many years. Our bond is not something that mere blood relations can compare to. If that guy dares to bully you, we'll help you teach him a lesson. The other Gu family girls also spoke up to comfort Gu Chun. In their eyes, although Gu Chun was not blood related to them, their years of emotional connection could not be compared to a mere thin bloodline. At this moment, Gu Tianhao and his wife, along with Gu Shengge, who were still standing outside the door, heard everything inside. Yu Meilin showed a hint of embarrassment and quickly explained, Shengge, your sisters just need some time to accept your presence. It's okay. After a while, it'll be fine. You should get close to them, and they will accept you. Upon hearing this, Gu Shengge's expression was blank. Haha, get close to them? Think again. I'm not a pathetic loser from some melodramatic family story. If anyone makes me unhappy, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. It's better to fail the trial than to use the so-called strongest killing divine ability. Gu Tianhao saw that Gu Shengge had no emotions and frowned slightly, saying in a deep voice, Did you not hear what your mother said? Unexpectedly, all he received was Gu Shengge's cold gaze, making Gu Tianhao even more displeased, snorting coldly. After all, you grew up outside. You were so disappointing. Not comparable to Xiaochen. As Gu Tianhao and his wife walked into the villa, the Gu family sisters who were still comforting Gu Chun also stopped and turned their gazes toward Gu Shengge. Yu Meilin held Gu Shengge's hand and walked to her children, smiling as she introduced, This is your brother, named Gu Shengge. Shengge, these are your sisters and also your brother. The eldest sister, Gu Qingqiu, dressed in a women's suit, is now the president of the Shengtian group. She nodded at Gu Shengge to show friendliness. The second sister, Gu Hongling, in racing gear, is the best female racer in Modu. She glanced at Gu Shengge, sizing him up before showing a hint of disdain. The third sister, Gu Li, dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, is a partner at a prestigious law firm in Modu. She flipped through the documents in her hand and, upon hearing Yu Meilin introduce herself, simply greeted and hurriedly left. Then there was the fourth sister, Gu Mingxi, a rising star and capable singer in the entertainment industry. And there was the fifth sister, Gu Yunjiao, who was born just a few minutes earlier than Gu Shengge. Compared to the other four sisters, Gu Yunjiao's hostility towards Gu Shengge was unhidden. Upon hearing Yu Meilin introduce herself, she snorted and turned her head, not wanting to pay any attention to Gu Shengge. Hello, brother. I'm Gu Chun, your adopted brother. Without waiting for Yu Meilin to introduce him, Gu Chun proactively stepped forward to greet Gu Shengge, smiling brightly and looking very approachable. Gu Tianhao and his wife were pleased to see their adoptive son not crying or throwing a tantrum upon the return of his biological brother. Yu Meilin then advised Gu Shengge, Shengge, you've been away for many years. Your brother has provided me with emotional support. Without him, I might have fallen into depression from losing you. So you should be more accommodating to him. Understand? Gu Shengge did not respond but asked, I'm tired. Can I have a room to rest? Having slept in a hospital for so long and still feeling tired, even a pig wouldn't sleep as much as you. Gu Yunjiao couldn't help but mutter upon hearing this. Although her voice was low, everyone still heard clearly. Without hesitation, Gu Shengge walked up to Gu Yunjiao and then, smack. In the astonished gazes of the Gu family, he raised his hand and slapped Gu Yunjiao's fair face, leaving a handprint. If you keep talking back, it won't just be a slap. This scene greatly shocked the Gu family. Even Gu Chun, who was still pondering how to deal with Gu Shengge, was dumbfounded. How dare he? He came back and hit someone. Isn't he afraid of being kicked out of the Gu family? Feeling the pain on her cheek, Gu Yunjiao covered her face and looked at Gu Shengge in disbelief, shrieking, Why you? How dare you hit me? I'm your sister. Gu Tianhao frowned deeply, feeling even more dissatisfied with Gu Shengge. He coldly reprimanded, Shengge, what are you doing? Yunjiao is your sister. Although she spoke out of line, you can't hit her. That's unacceptable. The other three Gu daughters quickly surrounded Gu Yunjiao, turning to glare at Gu Shengge in unison. The hot-tempered Gu Hongling angrily scolded, Grew up outside, huh? You don't understand any manners at all. Yunjiao just said something to you, and you dared hit her? I see you're lacking in upbringing. Do you believe I can send you to the detention center for a few days? Gu Chen also started to persuade Gu Shengge, Brother, Yunjiao just said something to you. How could you hit her? Hurry up and apologize to Yunjiao. Hearing this, Gu Shengge coldly looked at the Gu family, listening to Gu Hongling's threat. He strode forward, and then smack, smack, smack. 3 more slaps landed on Gu Hongling's beautiful face, leaving her dizzy and collapsing to the ground. You only slapped her and forgot to slap yourself, huh? Gu Shengge looked down at Gu Hongling and said coldly, "Do you really think I'm like those pathetic losers in those stories? Daring to threaten me, truly unaware of your own mortality." The Gu family looked at Gu Shengge, who had just slapped 2 sisters in a row, with shocked expressions. Is this guy really not afraid of being kicked out of the Gu family? P.S. If you have any opinions about the plot, feel free to mention. I'll modify it later. End of this chapter, 63. About the new plot and updates. Everyone take a look. Regarding the new plot and updates, everyone take a look. Some people have mentioned that the new plot is inexplicable and too out of place. It was previously mentioned that the inheritance tower would evolve into the most desired thing for a person. The protagonist is an orphan, so on the surface, he desires family affection. The reason for writing about Earth is that this is not just a spiritual world. It's about causal connections and involves some foreshadowing regarding the creation J disk and the use of mental power. Secondly, regarding the update issue, many people have said it's not enough. Don't worry, once I finish these busy days, I'll start updating more. End of this chapter, 64. Chapter 63, Gu Shengge's Reverse Scale, the Self-Destructive Gu Sisters. Chapter 63, Gu Shengge's Reverse Scale, the Self-Destructive Gu Sisters. Shengge, how could you hit someone? Hongling was just trying to scare you. She is your sister. Yu Meilin looked at her second daughter with flushed cheeks, blaming Gu Shengge. And the Gu family members also began to voice their criticism. Gu Qingqiu's face was serious. Gu Shengge, this is the Gu family, not an orphanage. Don't bring your bad habit of hitting people back here. Hurry up and apologize to Hongling and Yunjiao. Dad, Mom, I don't care. This guy absolutely cannot stay in the Gu family. If you insist on keeping him, fine. Then I'll leave. Gu Hongling covered her painfully swollen cheek and yelled sharply. In her over 20 years of life, she had never been slapped 3 times by someone like today. It was a great humiliation. Gu Hongling glared at Gu Shengge, her eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing she could immediately find someone to break Gu Shengge's hands, making him kneel and beg for mercy. Gu Yunjiao also protested strongly from the side. That's right, I don't want this violent man to stay in the Gu family either. If he stays, then I will leave with my second sister. Gu Chen secretly laughed as he saw Gu Shengge being criticized by the Gu sisters. He initially wanted to retreat to advance, suggesting he would leave the Gu family, but he didn't expect that Gu Shengge would offend the whole family as soon as he walked in. It would be strange if he wasn't kicked out of the Gu family. Listening to his daughter's accusations, Gu Qianhao became even more dissatisfied with Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge glanced around at the Gu family members. Except for Yu Meilin, the others did not welcome him. Although he was unclear about what trials the inheritance tower had arranged for him, seeing the faces of these people made him extremely angry. How do you think I want to return to the Gu family? You really think the Gu family is a sweet bun? Each of you looks like a human, but talks like a fool, and you think you are worthy to be my Gu Shengge's family? Coincidentally, not only do you not care about that tiny bit of bloodline, but I also don't care. Having such brainless relatives is the greatest humiliation to me. The voice filled with sarcasm and disdain echoed in the ears of the Gu family members, and Gu Shengge did not hide his disgust towards them. Gu Tianhao and his wife, along with the Gu sisters, were utterly shocked. They looked at Gu Shengge in disbelief. How could he dare to say they were brainless? That was outrageous. Gu Hongling was furious and grabbed the fruit plate on the coffee table to throw it at Gu Shengge, angrily shouting, "Get out! You get out of the Gu family. We don't welcome you, this wild seed, back." Gu Shengge sidestepped to avoid the fruit plate that was thrown at him. When he heard the term wild seed, his expression suddenly turned cold, and a layer of frost crept onto his face. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touching them means death. Once an orphan, Gu Shengge hated being called a wild seed the most. He looked at Gu Hongling, a flash of crimson in his eyes, and murderous intent surged like a tide. Gu Hongling seemed to see a sea of corpses and endless bones. She was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly, her legs going weak, and she accidentally fell to the ground. It wasn't just her. The others in the Gu family also felt the killing intent radiating from Gu Shengge, which was chilling to the bone, making them shiver involuntarily. Especially Gu Tianhao. He had dealt with desperate people before, and those guys also exuded a dangerous aura, like Gu Shengge. But compared to Gu Shengge, those desperate people were weak as hell. Thinking of this, Gu Tianhao's expression changed slightly. What on earth was this son of his, who had been lost outside? Why was he even more terrifying than those desperate people? Seeing Gu Shengge fixated on Gu Hongling, he thought it was bad. Did this kid want to kill Hongling? Without time to think further, Gu Tianhao quickly stepped forward. In front of the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu Tianhao raised his hand and slapped Gu Hongling's already red cheek twice, angrily scolding. Gu Hongling, I think Shengge is right. Your mouth is full of crap. You scold Shengge as a wild seed. What about your father? He's a wild seed too. All you do is speed. Have you damaged your brain with all that speeding? Let me tell you, if you speak without thinking again, I will break your legs and see how you speed in the future, you fool. Gu Yunjiao was dissatisfied that her father didn't teach Gu Shengge a lesson, but instead hit her second sister. She pulled at his arm and said unhappily, Dad, why are you hitting my second sister? She didn't say anything wrong. This guy's a wild seed raised outside. Slap. Gu Tianhao turned around and slapped Gu Yunjiao on the other cheek, stunning her. Shut up. As soon as Shengge came back, you start talking nonsense. Why didn't you say those things to Gu Chen usually? Let me tell you, if anyone in this room is a wild seed, it's Gu Chen. Gu Shengge is my biological son. If anyone dares to call him a wild seed again, it won't be just a slap. Watching Gu Tianhao unleash his fury, slapping his two daughters one after another, everyone else showed a hint of fear. They didn't understand why their father would protect Gu Shengge so much. Was it just because he was his biological son? Was blood relation really that important? Gu Chen's face darkened. Being acknowledged as a wild seed by Gu Tianhao was even more painful than being killed. Gu Shengge was slightly surprised to see Gu Tianhao suddenly stand up for him. Did he guess wrong? Was Gu Tianhao still concerned about bloodlines? After teaching his two daughters a lesson, Gu Tianhao turned to Gu Shengge and said with a smile, Shengge, didn't you say you wanted to rest? Go upstairs and rest. Meilin, let Shengge use Gu Chun's room, and let Gu Chun move to the third floor. Oh, okay. Meilin came back to her senses and led Gu Shengge upstairs. Gu Shengge glanced deeply at Gu Tianhao, said nothing more, and as he passed by Gu Yunjiao and Gu Hongling, his gaze swept over them, his killing intent unchanged. Although Gu Tianhao had taught them a lesson, it didn't mean he would let them off. Their lives, Gu Shengge had already reserved, and not even Jesus could stop it. After Gu Shengge went upstairs, Gu Tianhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he reacted in time. Otherwise, it would have been a big deal. You all follow me. Gu Tianhao led his children to the study. He looked at his second and fifth daughters, who were covering their faces, snorted coldly, and then comforted them. Hongling, Yunjiao, Dad hit you for a reason. Just now, Gu Tianhao told them about the dangerous aura he felt from Gu Shengge, which was even more terrifying than that of desperate people. If I hadn't stepped in and hit you, I can guarantee that Gu Shengge would definitely have killed you. Desperate people are scarier than the mentally ill. They kill without reason. After hearing this, the Gu sisters were filled with fear, especially Gu Hongling, who truly felt Gu Shengge's killing intent. Dad, then why are you keeping that wild seed at home? Let us call the police and have him arrested and sent to prison. Let us have him executed. Gu Hongling was extremely agitated, feeling terrified inside, fearing that if she wasn't careful, Gu Shengge would stab her to death. The others nodded repeatedly, feeling that having someone more terrifying than a desperate person at home meant their lives were completely unsafe. Gu Tianhao nodded. I'll have your mother keep that guy calm for now. Once we figure out his background, we can report him to the police. In the meantime, you all try not to provoke him. However, Gu Chun didn't believe a word of this. After hearing Gu Tianhao say he was the only wild seed in the Gu family, all his fatherly affection vanished. All the talk about desperate people was just made up. It was clear that it was to protect Gu Shengge's position in the Gu family. I, Gu Chun, don't believe it. P.S. If anyone has opinions on the plot of returning to Earth, feel free to say so. If you think it's too jumpy, I can speed up the pace and end it sooner. End of this chapter, 65. Chapter 64. Cause and Effect Change. Gu Shengge can't stand a little injustice. Chapter 64. Cause and Effect Change. Gu Shengge can't stand a little injustice in the bedroom. Gu Shengge sat cross-legged on the bed, trying to communicate with the creation jade dish again, but there was still no response, which made him frown and feel even more puzzled. The creation jade disc holds an extremely high status. Even if the inheritance tower is powerful, even if it is a celestial artifact, it cannot shield him. If the inheritance tower could block the creation jade disc, logically, my memories in the vast world should also be blocked. Why does he still have those memories? Gu Shengge fell into deep thought, increasingly feeling that this trial was not simple, with an eerie vibe everywhere. Could it be that he really returned to Earth? Or perhaps he never crossed over at all, and this is just a dream after the car accident? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Shengge's mind. If this is merely a mental illusion, unable to use magic power, then what about spiritual power? Gu Shengge closed his eyes, settled his mind, emptied his thoughts, and began to try to mobilize his own spiritual power. After a moment, a faint force was released from his brow. It was extremely pure, devoid of any magical or divine consciousness enhancement. Though it appeared incredibly weak, it could encompass an entire world and evolve all things in existence. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from the Gu family's villa, in an antique market, a carefree stall owner suddenly stood up from his reclining chair, his eyes behind sunglasses revealing a trace of astonishment. This power, he asked back, how could it be so fast? The stall owner raised his hand, his fingers moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. After more than 10 minutes, his fingers were almost rubbing fire, and he finally managed to deduce the cause and effect. Phew, I was scared to death. I thought that guy had returned early. But it turned out to be just a shift in the causal line. However, the creation jade disability to block the heavenly mechanism is really annoying. My hand is almost smoking just to barely deduce it. The stall owner lay back down in his chair, feeling completely drained, and he couldn't help but complain. Sigh, this really isn't something a person should do. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to that guy. On the other side, Gu Shengge slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flickering in his gaze, which was the spiritual light of his innate nature, the source of his spirit, without any external power enhancement. Although the spiritual power was weak, it contained endless possibilities capable of influencing the heavens and the earth, all things, and even causality. At this moment, Gu Shengge saw the intertwined causal lines on his body. The thickest and longest one vanished into the void, flashing with brilliance, tightly binding him. That was his origin, the vastness. The other causal lines entwined around his arms extended outside the bedroom, connecting with the members of the Gu family. This was the causality here, the bloodline of his previous life. So that is how it is, I really have returned. Gu Shengge looked at the numerous causal lines, murmuring to himself, and under the insight of the innate spiritual light, everything became clear. This place is not a mental illusion, but the real earth, the world before he crossed over. It's just that for some reason, the inheritance tower has stirred his causal lines, causing his consciousness to follow the causal lines back to the point where he should have died in the car accident, with his soul taken by the creation jade disc, reborn into the past of the vastness, thus interfering with his causality and opening up a new future. Such great power, even true immortals could not achieve, let alone block the creation jade disc. Gu Shengge did not expect that a small trial would lead to such a significant change. So, how should he return to the vastness? Gu Shengge looked at the causal lines entwined around him. Should he cut them? Or, forget it, let's try it first. The quickest way to sever the causality is to eliminate those related to him by causality. However, it's not as simple as just killing the other party. If he did that, it would not only fail to cancel their mutual causality, but would instead intensify it. Causality, once formed, does not disappear even after countless reincarnations. Gu Shengge looked at the two shallowest causal lines, which belonged to Gu Hongling and Gu Yunjiao. Their attitude towards him was the worst. They did not want to acknowledge him as their brother at all, and their causal lines were much weaker compared to other blood relatives. They would be the easiest to sever. Just as Gu Shengge was thinking about how to cut the causality, there was a knock on the door. Gu Shengge got up to open the door, and what met his eyes was Gu Chun's seemingly harmless face. Gu Chen smiled and said, "Brother, I have some things in this room. Can I go in and get them?" Gu Shengge remained silent, stepping aside to let Gu Chun enter. Watching Gu Chen's back, a hint of amusement flashed in Gu Shengge's eyes. The villa was not without servants, so there was no need for Gu Chun to come get something. He wanted to see what kind of game Gu Chen was playing. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Chun walked out holding a pile of things, and as he passed by Gu Shengge, he smiled at him again. Gu Shengge closed the door, and his spiritual power swept through the room, discovering an anomaly. He walked to the bedside, pulled out a drawer from under the bed, and inside was a set of sexy lingerie. Gu Shengge showed a look of disdain. How it really is those brainless regret plots. In those brainless regret stories, the fake young master's schemes against the real young master often involve stealing lingerie or jewelry. Clearly a man, yet he resorts to women's tactics. It's truly disgusting. Well then, let him see which fool will jump out. Gu Shengge pushed the drawer back in. He wanted to know if causing the Gu family members to despise him would weaken the causal lines between them. More than 2 hours later, there was a loud knock on the bedroom door, and Gu Shengge opened his eyes. The fool is here. He got up and opened the door. and the furious Gu Hongling saw Gu Shengge and angrily questioned, "Gu Shengge, did you steal my lingerie?" Gu Chan followed behind Gu Hongling, along with Gu Qingxiu and the others, and spoke to calm her down. "Second sister, brother, just returned to the Gu family. He doesn't even know your room. How could he steal your lingerie? You must have misunderstood. Maybe it's hanging somewhere forgotten." After speaking, his gaze occasionally glanced into the room, revealing a barely noticeable hint of excitement. "Oof. Little Chun, you don't need to speak up for this beast." Gu Hongling snorted coldly. And just as she opened her mouth, unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, she felt a strong force in her abdomen, causing her to feel excruciating pain. And her eyes widened instantly, her eyeballs nearly popping out. With a loud bang, she was kicked away, crashing heavily into the railing. This scene shocked the Gu sisters and Gu Chan as they saw Gu Hongling clutching her abdomen, kneeling on the ground, retching and spitting out bitter water, her face contorted. Reddened with pain, Gu Shengge slowly withdrew his kicked foot, shook his head, and sighed lightly. "Sigh, I really can't stand a bit of grievance. It's better to just kill this BTCH. P.S. The storyline mainly serves to set up foreshadowing. It's not just for fun, and also, the little brother did not belittle the tomato. The brainless regret plots in tomatoes are indeed too many." End of this chapter, 66. Chapter 65. The Misfortunate Gu Chun. Online beaten, Chapter 65. The Misfortunate Gu Chun. Online beaten, Gu Hongling lay on the ground like a dead dog, her eyes slightly rolling back. Her features twisted in pain from her abdomen, retching and wailing continuously. The Gu sisters hurriedly helped her up from the ground, all turning to glare at Gu Shengge. Gu Chan did not expect Gu Shengge to act without saying a word, and a flash of surprise crossed his face. He secretly rejoiced and feigned astonishment, saying, "Brother, how can you kick second sister? She just wanted to come into your room to look for something that was stolen. Your reaction is so big. Could it be that you really took it?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu and the others became even angrier. They had heard from their father that Gu Shengge was likely a desperate person and advised them not to provoke him. But unexpectedly, this only encouraged his arrogance. Not only did he steal from the second sister, but he also hit someone. Did he really think they were easy to bully? Fourth, call the police and say we have a thief here. Have him come quickly. Fifth, call an ambulance to take the second sister to the hospital. Gu Qingxiu didn't care whether Gu Shengge was a desperate person or not. She just wanted to drive him out of the Gu family. At the moment she made this decision, Gu Shengge clearly felt the causal connection between him and the Gu family weakened significantly, but it wasn't enough. Hearing Gu Qingxiu say she was going to call the police, Gu Chun was overjoyed, his smile brighter than a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Gu Shengge looked at the delighted Gu Chan with a slightly cold gaze. "What? Are you happy that your scheme against me succeeded?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chan hurriedly retracted his smile and put on a face of grievance, saying softly, "Brother, what are you talking about? What scheme? I didn't do anything." "Gu Shengge, don't wrong Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun has always been with us." Gu Qingxiu's face turned cold, wanting to say that Gu Chun had always been with them. How could he have schemed against him? However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Shengge's figure flashed in front of them and appeared right in front of Gu Chun. Then, bang! Gu Shengge delivered a heavy punch to Gu Chen's stomach, causing him to instantly lose his strength to resist, his back arching like a cooked shrimp. The intense pain in his abdomen made his eyes widen, and his eyeballs almost popped out. His mouth opened wide, and he cried out in anguish, eventually collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. "Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun!" Gu Qingxiu and the others exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to help Gu Chun. But they were all kicked away by Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge grabbed Gu Chun by the hair, lifting him up and looking at his face, which was filled with pain yet still harmless. He slapped him hard, sneering. "What's wrong? You thought you could use some despicable schemes to frame me, and then call these 5 idiots to back you up, and I would be speechless and let you frame me? Do you think this is some kind of female-centric novel?" Slap, 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 slap. Gu Shengge swung left and right, ruthlessly slapping Gu Chen's cheeks while mocking him. "I am not one of those pathetic fools from those regretful family novels, thinking I would engage in a tug-of-war with you like those losers. You made a mistake. If you provoke me, you've kicked a hornet's nest." In no time, Gu Chan was left dazed from the beating. His originally fair face now swollen like a braised pig's head during the new year, blood streaming down, which made the Gu sisters feel immense sympathy. "Gu Shengge, let go of Xiao Chun. If you dare to hit him again, do you believe we will drive you out of the Gu family?" Gu Qingxiu covered her chest, which was throbbing with pain, and sternly scolded, wanting to stop Gu Shengge. Gu Yanjiao and Gu Ming She also warned Gu Shengge. Let go of Xiaochun. I've already called the bodyguards. If you dare to hurt him again when the bodyguard arrive, I will break your legs. Xiaochun. Gu Shengge, stop it. Where are the bodyguards? Why haven't they come yet? Listening to the commotion from the Gu sisters, Gu Shengge furrowed his brows. He dragged Gu Chan by the hair and forcibly pulled him into the room, with the Gu sisters quickly following. They saw Gu Shengge pull out a set of sexy lingerie from the drawer under the bed, which was exactly the set that Gu Hongling had gone missing with. And the Gu sisters immediately showed looks of realization. It really was him who stole it. Gu Chun, struggling to open his eyes, looked at the set of sexy lingerie, confused about why Gu Shengge was throwing it at him. However, since the elder sisters said they wanted to drive Gu Shengge out of the Gu family, even though he was suffering a bit, at least the goal was achieved. Gu Chan felt that his face didn't hurt as much anymore. Gu Shengge looked down at Gu Chun, pointing at the sexy lingerie, and coldly said, I give you two choices. Either eat it or wear it. What? The Gu sisters were taken aback. What a joke. How could anyone eat that? Gu Chan shook his head repeatedly. Eating that would kill him. As for wearing it, that was even more impossible. If you don't want to eat, then you will have to suffer the consequences. Seeing Gu Chan still struggling desperately, Gu Shengge's expression turned disgusted. He snapped his fingers, and two figures appeared outside the door. They were the bodyguards that Gu Ming she had called. Seeing the bodyguards arrive, Gu Qingxiu and the others looked pleased, and Gu Yunjiao even spoke boldly. Gu Shengge, the bodyguards are here. You can wait to die. You all hurry up and capture this guy. I want to break this wild seed's legs. I also want to smash his face. However, the bodyguards seemed to have not heard Gu Yunjiao's words at all. They directly ignored her and walked up to Gu Shengge. This left the Gu sisters in shock. They didn't understand why the bodyguards, who had always listened to them, would ignore them now. Feed him these things, if he can't eat. Force it down with water. Use toilet water. Gu Shengge ordered the bodyguards in a calm voice. The Gu sisters looked at the betraying bodyguards in disbelief. How could they listen to Gu Shengge? It was because Gu Shengge's mental power enveloped the entire villa. The bodyguards had long been controlled by him. Otherwise, why would there be such a huge commotion when he hit Gu Hongling and Gu Chun, yet the bodyguards didn't come? No, I don't want to eat. Sisters, save me. I don't want to eat. One bodyguard restrained Gu Chun, while the other bodyguard took the lingerie and began to shove it into his mouth. Gu Chen's face was filled with terror as he shook his head frantically, loudly pleading for help from the Gu sisters. Gu Qingxiu and the others wanted to step forward to stop this cruel act, but they were blocked by Gu Shengge. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Shengge had two sticks in his hands, one a golf club and the other a baseball bat, both inscribed with celebrity signatures. Gu Shengge grinned, a hint of cruelty in his smile, raising the two sticks and pointing them at the Gu sisters. Come on, choose. Do you want this golf club or this baseball bat? What do you mean? Gu Ming, she looked at the slender golf club and the thick baseball bat. Her body trembled as she recalled some disgusting things in the entertainment industry, instantly frightened pale. Gu Qingxiu, Gu Li, and Gu Yunjiao also changed their expressions, stepping back repeatedly. With his mental power covering the entire villa, Gu Shengge knew exactly what Gu Ming she was thinking. His expression turned dark as he coldly said, Don't think of me like your little green tea white lotus brother. I'm simply giving you a choice of which stick to use to smash you. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please give rewards. Please vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter, 67. Chapter 66. Stick God Gu Shengge, Gu Chen's plans go awry. Chapter 66. Stick God Gu Shengge, Gu Chen's plans go awry. Woo-woo. Just as the Gu sisters were forced to choose a stick, the bodyguard had already shoved the lingerie into Gu Chen's mouth. Gu Chen was making muffled sounds, desperately using his tongue to resist, trying to spit out the lingerie in his mouth. Seeing Gu Chen's difficult situation, the bodyguard scooped a cup of toilet water from the bathroom and, under Gu Chen's terrified gaze, forced it down his throat. With a splutter, a lot of toilet water sprayed out of Gu Chen's nasal cavity. He felt like he was about to suffocate, and the fear of death instinctively made him swallow the contents of his mouth to make room for breathing. Noticing this, the bodyguard fed Gu Chen underwear while also giving him toilet water. To avoid suffocating to death, Gu Chen had to swallow the underwear. Gu Shengge, seeing that the Gu sisters were slow to choose a stick, flashed a hint of impatience in her eyes and coldly said, Since you won't choose, then let's use both sticks. Without waiting for Gu Qingxiu and the others to respond, Gu Shengge wielded a golf club and a baseball bat, making them seem light as a feather. With both sticks in action, the Gu sisters screamed and scurried around the room like mice. No, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Gu Shengge, we are your sisters. How dare you hit us? Oh, You lowly man, how dare you hit a woman? Slap, bang, slap, bang, slap, bang. Not hitting women? Gu Shengge did not have this bad habit. The slender golf club struck the Gu Qingxiu and her companions, leaving behind long red marks, their clothes torn apart. The heavy baseball bat beat them until they were black and blue, their faces swollen, pleading for mercy. After a round of corporal punishment, Gu Shengge put down the dual clubs and looked at the Gu sisters huddled in the corner, trembling. She felt a wave of satisfaction. Indeed, if one harbored discontent, it must be vented. Otherwise, it would hinder one's Dao heart. Gu Shengge turned to Gu Chun, who, with the help of the bodyguards, had consumed the entire set of underwear, rolling on the ground while clutching her stomach, wailing in agony, wishing for death. Gu Shengge set down the golf club, only holding the baseball bat, her gaze falling back on Gu Chun, causing her to shudder in fear, her face showing a hint of terror. Why you don't come over? If you hit them, you can't hit me. Gu Qingxiu, who was hiding in the corner, also changed her expression. This bastard, it wasn't enough to hit them. And now he even wants to hit Xiao Chun. Bastard, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious? Gu Shengge's lips curled up slightly, forming a cruel smile. Then she raised the baseball bat high and swung it down heavily amidst the terrified gazes of Gu Chun and the Gu sisters. Stop. No. Gu Shengge, you stop right now. Bang. Crack. The baseball bat sliced through the air and struck Gu Chen's arm hard, bending it instantly. The crisp and pleasant sound of the bone breaking echoed in the room, even drowning out the angry shouts of Gu Qingxiu and the others. Ah! The pain from the bone fracture deeply stimulated Gu Chen's brain nerves, causing his scalp to tingle. No matter how much he tried to pretend, he could no longer maintain his facade at this moment. His cries of agony echoed through the villa, making the Gu sisters feel extreme heartache. Gu Shengge, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, Gu Shengge looked at Gu Chun, who was wriggling like a maggot, with disdain. Go ahead and scream some more. If you don't scream a little more, there won't be any chance to scream later. Gu Qingxiu and the others were stunned, never expecting that Gu Shengge would really go so far. Xiao Chun, don't be afraid. Just hang in there. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Just bear with it a little longer. Just a little longer. Yes, Mom and Dad are coming back soon. Once they return, we will expel Gu Shengge from the Gu family and make him pay a heavy price. Xiao Chun, boo-hoo. The Gu sisters were heartbroken to see their beloved brother, whom they had cherished for 18 years, with a broken arm. They continuously comforted Gu Chun while their eyes were filled with bloodshot anger as they looked at Gu Shengge, wishing they could tear him apart. Is that so? I would like to know how you plan to make me pay a heavy price. However, before that, your dear brother will suffer greatly. After saying that, Gu Shengge raised the baseball bat again and swung it heavily at Gu Chen's left leg, right in front of Gu Qingxiu and the others. Crack! Gu Chen's left leg also followed in the footsteps of his right arm and was forcefully broken. With a severed arm and a broken leg, Gu Chun, this pampered young master, couldn't bear such pain. His features twisted, his complexion pale, he could only let out wails and no other sounds. Xiao Chun, Gu Shengge, you wild bastard. I want to kill you. Gu Yunjiao listened to Gu Chen's wails, seeing his broken and twisted hands and feet, blood dripping everywhere. And he was so agitated that he threatened to kill Gu Shengge. However, Gu Shengge was completely unconcerned and instead started swinging a baseball bat around Gu Chen's body. So, where should she hit next? The baseball bat pointed around and finally landed on Gu Chen's hip. Stop it. Don't hit anymore, Gu Shengge. I'm not chasing you out of the Gu family anymore. Please let Xiao Chen go, he's still just a child. He is your brother. Gu Qingxiu begged Gu Shengge to stop. If that stick were to come down, Gu Chen would really be ruined. The Gu sisters also spoke up in unison to plead with Gu Shengge, saying that as long as she stopped, they would pretend that nothing had happened today and that they would be a loving family from now on. Be family with me? You think you deserve it. As soon as the words fell, Gu Shengge did not hesitate and struck Gu Chen's crotch with a stick. Stop it! Just as Gu Shengge was about to swing the baseball bat, a hurried shout to stop echoed from outside, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps coming closer. Dozens of figures rushed into the villa. It was none other than Gu Tianhao and his wife, along with a dozen strong bodyguards. Gu Tianhao, seeing Gu Chen injured, was furious beyond measure. Gu Qingxiu and the others were overjoyed to see Gu Tianhao return with people. Ignoring their physical pain, they all spoke out against Gu Shengge. Gu Shengge, your time is up. How dare you break Xiao Chen's hands and feet? You are utterly inhumane and do not deserve to be my brother. Even if you kneel and admit your mistakes, I will still drive you out of the Gu family. The elder sister is right, you beast. Not only did you steal the second sister's underwear, but you also dare to hurt Xiao Chun. Get ready to be sued and go to jail. Father, hurry and have her bodyguard catch that beast Gu Shengge. I want to avenge Xiao Cheng. Seeing the Gu sisters becoming tough, Gu Shengge continued to swing the baseball bat that had originally paused, striking fiercely at Gu Qian's groin, not giving up on incapacitating him just because Gu Qianhao had arrived. Bang! Ah! It hurts. So painful. The pain from the chicken flying and the egg hitting made Gu Qian feel unbearable agony. After a piercing scream, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. This scene made all the men present feel a sharp pain in their groins, involuntarily tightening their legs. What kind of hatred and resentment could lead to such cruelty? How could you be so ruthless? Beast! Beast! Gu Shengge, how could you do this? He is your brother. The son of the white moonlight was abandoned, and Gu Tianhao completely lost control. He appeared frenzied and let out a hysterical roar. The Gu sisters were terrified, their faces pale, covering their mouths with their hands, crying out in pain, their eyes filled with compassion. Yumailin couldn't accept it for a moment and fainted on the spot. P.S. Please support. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Chapter 67. Sever all karmic ties to see the true self. What fear is there of the old shackles of the past? Chapter 67. Cut through causality to see the true self. What fear of old shackles from the past? Gu Shengge held a bloodstained baseball bat, listening to Gu Qian's unconscious wails. His gaze swept over the members of the Gu family, feeling Gu Tianhao's predatory glare. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, forming a mocking smile. What? Do you want to kill me? Come on, let me see if you have the capability. In response to Gu Shengge's provocation, Gu Tianhao, whose rationality had been burned away by anger, glared furiously and shouted at the group of bodyguards. Get him! Beat this bastard to death! What a desperate man! Gu Tianhao didn't believe Gu Shengge could take on more than a dozen of them. However, the bodyguards remained indifferent, as if they hadn't heard Gu Tianhao's words at all. Seeing them unmoving, Gu Tianhao felt a panic rise within him. He turned and shouted at them, commanding the bodyguards loudly. Why aren't you moving? Didn't you hear what I said? Get him! But no matter how he howled, the bodyguards just stood there, not moving an inch. Desperate, Gu Tianhao approached one of the bodyguards, pulling and shoving him, but the bodyguard merely shot him a cold glance. That gaze was strikingly similar to Gu Shengge's. Gu Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine, and he stumbled back, losing his balance and falling to the ground. He pointed at the bodyguards, his eyes filled with terror, his voice trembling, nearly unable to speak. You all. Don't waste your breath. They won't listen to you. Gu Shengge appeared behind Gu Tianhao, looking down at this father from a past life, his eyes flickering with a hint of killing intent, then slowly raised the baseball bat. This scene terrified Gu Tianhao. He crawled on all fours, trying to escape Gu Shengge, while angrily shouting, What are you going to do? Gu Shengge, I am your father. Are you really going to commit patricide? Patricide? How since I can remember in this life, I have had no father, no mother, no kin, no friends. What patricide? I'm just avenging the betrayal for back then. Gu Shengge looked coldly at Gu Tianhao, his voice as chilling as eternal ice, recounting the grievances of a past life. Under the insight of his innate spiritual nature, Gu Shengge followed the causal thread and saw the causes and effects of being abandoned in his previous life. The so-called business revenge and the abandonment by the nanny were merely excuses from Gu Tianhao. The real reason was that Gu Tianhao, for himself and his son with Bai Yueguang, deliberately bribed the nanny to abandon Gu Shengge and then framed it as a plot by business rivals. Then he let Yumailin, who had gone mad from losing her son, use family power to strike at business rivals, and later proposed to adopt an orphan to replace Gu Shengge. Gu Tianhao never expected that his dirty deeds would be exposed, yet he remained unrepentant. So what if I abandoned you back then? I am your father. If you dare to kill me, you will be committing an act of great treachery, and heaven will strike you down. What? Upon hearing that it was their father who had abandoned Gu Shengge, the Gu sisters were utterly shocked. How is that possible? It must be a lie. Father must have been enraged to say such nonsense. Gu Qingqiu, not having time to think further, gritted her teeth against the pain in her body and yelled at Gu Shengge, even if it was father who abandoned you. So what? There are no parents without faults in this world. Putting the facts aside, don't you have any blame in this? That's right. If there wasn't something wrong with you, how could dad abandon you? You should reflect on yourself. What are you all still doing? Hurry up and stop him. If something happens to my dad, I'll have you all fired. Hearing the insults from the Gu sisters, Gu Shengge didn't even glance at them, intending to settle accounts with them after dealing with Gu Tianhao. Heaven will strike me down? So what? If heaven wants to punish me for such a trivial matter, then I shall go against heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shengge raised the baseball bat high and swung it down hard towards Gu Tianhao's head. The sound of the bat whistling through the air reached Gu Tianhao's ears, and he was so frightened his eyes nearly bulged out as he yelled angrily, "Bastard, you dare to—" With a bang, before Gu Tianhao could finish his sentence, his head was smashed like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere, even getting on the Gu sisters, who turned pale in shock and screamed. Ah! Gu Tianhao's headless corpse fell to the ground, blood pooling all around. In that instant, Gu Shengge felt an unprecedented sense of relief as the causal threads that had entangled him snapped completely. Suddenly, Gu Shengge understood. The root of all the causality was not the Gu sisters, nor Gu Chun, but this man, Gu Tianhao, who had betrayed his wife and abandoned his child for his own selfish desires. He had abandoned Gu Shengge for himself and by Yue Wang's son, which was the cause. Today, Gu Shengge killed him to avenge the grievances of being abandoned and the suffering he endured, which was the effect. Cutting off the causal ties of the past life and shedding the shackles of the past, at this moment, Gu Shengge felt a sense of relief. In a daze, a flash of insight appeared in his mind, and he realized something. He chanted softly, "Avoiding heaven's will, evading causality, all kinds of shackles bind the true me. Following heaven's will, embracing causality, only today do I know I am me. Cutting through causality to see the true self, what fear of the old shackles? The shackles of the world are but a dream. Without cause, without effect, there is no me." At the same time, the connection to the vast causal lines lit up. The trial of the inheritance tower had ended. As long as he followed the connection to the vast causal lines, Gu Shengge could return. However, before that, he still had some matters to handle. Gu Shengge looked at the Gu sisters, a glimmer of spiritual light appearing in his eyes, transforming into a sharp sword that pierced towards them. Ah! The minds of the Gu sisters were instantly severed by him, their eyes losing their spark, all turning into vegetative states. As for Gu Chun, his hands and feet were broken, and his roots were destroyed. Living was far worse than dying. Gu Shengge walked up to the unconscious Yu Meilin, looking down at his mother from a past life, a complex expression on his face. She was also a pitiful woman, deceived by her husband, raising an illegitimate child for so many years. If she wakes up to learn the truth, she would probably be unable to bear the blow and go mad. Gu Shengge sighed softly. He felt no hatred towards Yu Meilin and could sense the genuine feelings she had shown when she saw him. However, there was ultimately no mother-son bond between them. Gu Shengge raised his hand and gently tapped Yu Meilin's forehead, channeling spiritual power into her mind, erasing all her experiences in the Gu family. In her new memories, she was not Gu Tianhao's wife, nor was she the mother of the Gu sisters and Gu Chun, but simply a wealthy woman who had gone through a failed relationship and remained single for many years. When she wakes up, she will not mourn for the deceased Gu Tianhao or remember the Gu sisters and Gu Chen. She will happily continue living her life, perhaps meeting someone she likes and growing old together. As Yu Meilin accepted the new memories, her eyelids fluttered slightly, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye, disappearing like the old memories. After reshaping her memories, Gu Shengge gave the bodyguards an ultimate command: to take Yu Meilin away from here, to protect her, and to ensure she lives her life smoothly. Feeling the call of the vastness growing stronger, Gu Shengge took one last look at Yu Meilin and whispered softly, "Farewell, my mother with whom I have no fate. P.S. It's over." The Earth storyline, to be honest, I originally wanted to write a bit longer, but I was afraid it would affect the book's feel, so I had to wrap it up quickly. However, I will return in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Trial concluded. First encounter with the causal, cycle immortal king in the vast world. As Gu Shengge's consciousness followed the causal lines back to his body and slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a void space. The next moment, a crystal-clear skull, stained with traces of golden blood, came into view. The skull was as transparent as glass, shining brilliantly, emanating a powerful aura of causality, inscribed with several profound Tao texts. "Awake!" A gentle voice echoed from within the skull, followed by the appearance of a figure in gray robes. However, Gu Shengge could not discern their true form, yet felt their presence everywhere, in the past and the future. They were the embodiment of causality, the true self of reincarnation, the beginning and end of heaven and earth. Gu Shengge did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly clasped his hands in salute, respectfully saying, "Junior Gu Shengge pays respects to the senior. No need for such formalities. I have fallen for countless epochs, and what you see is merely a wisp of my remnant thought. The gray-robed figure raised a hand, and an inexplicable force lifted Gu Shengge, allowing him to disregard such etiquette. Senior, are you a predecessor of the Wangchuan sacred institution? Gu Shengge could not help but ask. The gray-robed figure shook their head and said softly, "No, the Wangchuan sacred institution you speak of was established by someone who received a trace of my inheritance. If we are to discuss causality, it does indeed have some connection to me." I understand. Hearing this, Gu Shengge was slightly surprised, as it seemed different from what was mentioned in the Jade Slip. The Jade Slip had stated that those who passed the trial would automatically receive a reward, but there had never been a situation of encountering this predecessor. The gray-robed figure saw through Gu Shengge's thoughts and smiled slightly, explaining, "Do not be surprised. In the past, those who passed my test did not meet my requirements, but you are different. Your heart and talent satisfy me, so I am willing to meet you." After speaking, the crystal skull circled around Gu Shengge while emitting sounds of admiration. Innate human race, Qi training reaching 33 levels, using the essence of tribulation to lay the foundation, condensing 12 flawless holy pills, and even transforming 7 heavenly Tao divine infants. To be honest, if my true self's remnant soul were still here, I would want to seize your body. Hearing his own background and trump cards being exposed, and even the mention of seizing his body, Gu Shengge immediately became vigilant. Seeing Gu Shengge's wariness, the gray-robed figure was not displeased, but instead laughed heartily. No need to worry. I no longer have the ability to seize bodies. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait until now. I would have acted when you entered. Gu Shengge, it is my disrespect. The gray-robed figure shook their head. Anyone hearing that another has the intention to seize their body would naturally become alert. This is not your fault. Senior, may I ask your honored title? Gu Shengge inquired tentatively. The gray-robed figure was slightly taken aback. Their honored title? After countless years, does anyone in this world still remember them? This seat is the causal cycle immortal king. It is normal if you have not heard of it, as I have fallen for countless ages. The causal cycle immortal king. Although Gu Shengge had not heard of this title, being called an immortal king surely indicated a powerful being in the immortal realm. Hey, don't tarnish my reputation. I am not like those coward from the primordial immortal realm. I am a native being of the vast world. Unexpectedly, the words of the causal cycle immortal king left Gu Shengge dumbfounded. A native immortal king? Seeing Gu Shengge's confusion, the causal cycle immortal king patiently explained, in ancient times, the vast world was also a realm of immortals. Countless epochs ago, the vast world was not merely a great thousand world, but one of the 13 top immortal realms among the myriad worlds. Unfortunately, due to a realm war, the vast world lost. Not only was 90% of its realm source plundered, countless territories were divided, its status fell, and it was even entangled by the primordial immortal realm, becoming one of its great thousand worlds. The causal cycle immortal king fell in that realm war, surrounded and killed by 3 foreign realm kings. After hearing the causal cycle immortal king's account, Gu Shengge felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is this something a mere nascent soul cultivator like him should be hearing? The causal cycle immortal king noticed Gu Shengge's astonishment and reassured him. Do not be afraid. This is not considered secret. Even if I do not tell you now, you will know when you reach a certain level. Gu Shengge, Senior, this is my first time hearing such secrets. Feeling a bit scared is a natural reaction. Did you personally come forth this time to take me as your disciple? Indeed, I have searched for billions of years. Although I have encountered many remarkable individuals, none compare to you in terms of talent and opportunity. Even I must admit that my talent is slightly inferior to yours. The causal cycle immortal king sighed softly, recalling that he was once called the unparalleled genius who suppressed an era. Yet, compared to Gu Shengge, he still fell short. If he had been able to cultivate an unparalleled immortal emperor in his time, they might not have won, but at least they would not have lost so miserably. Although the immortal emperor is powerful, they cannot overcome the human heart. Gu Shengge did not expect that his casual question would actually lead to such a reality. Little fellow, do not be surprised. Encountering a junior with such excellent talent and fortune, if I do not take you as a disciple and pass on my legacy, it would truly be a waste. The causal cycle immortal king chuckled. He had waited for countless ages and finally found a being who exceeded his expectations, satisfied in heart, fortune, and talent. Not taking him as a disciple would indeed be against the natural order. Gu Shengge, are you not afraid that I am inherently evil and a demon cultivator that harms the world? The causal cycle immortal king shook his head. I've been watching everything you have done in the primordial immortal realm. I am quite at ease. Primordial immortal realm. Upon hearing these 4 words, Gu Shengge was shocked again. Is Earth the primordial immortal realm? Not at all. The Earth you think of is merely a tiny fragment of the primordial immortal realm. The primordial immortal realm has long since shattered, even worse than the vast world, leaving only a few remnants still existing. The causal cycle immortal king sighed, recalling that the primordial immortal realm was once the #1 existence among the 13 immortal realms. But unfortunately, due to its overwhelming strength, it was besieged by 8 immortal realms and ultimately fell. Mentioning the primordial immortal realm, the causal cycle immortal king thought of the treasure in Gu Shengge's Sea of Consciousness, which was quite similar to the creation jade plate of the primordial immortal realm. However, he had never seen the creation jade plate. He had only heard about it from even older immortal kings. After all, when he was born, the primordial immortal realm had already been damaged. Gu Shengge fell silent. Just by participating in a trial, he encountered the remnant thought of an immortal king and heard so many secrets. No, he needed to digest this information to avoid being overwhelmed. P.S. This also explains the origin of the creation jade plate. If any of you great figures have opinions on the plot, feel free to mention them so I can make revisions. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, Twist. Suppressing the immortal king's remnant thought, refining for 1,000 years. Chapter 69, Twist. Suppressing the immortal king's remnant thought, refining for 1,000 years. The glass skull radiated a brilliant light, the aura of the great Tao permeating the air. Countless causes and effects swirling around, suspended before Gu Shengge. He solemnly asked, "Little one, are you willing to accept my inheritance and become my disciple?" The immortal king of cause and effect and reincarnation? Gu Shengge came to his senses, looking at the remnant of the immortal king before him, and without hesitation. Nodded immediately. "I am willing." "Good. Even as I dissipate, I can still take you as my disciple and pass on my teachings, allowing me to rest easy. Gulme, accept my inheritance." The immortal king of cause and effect shouted in joy, urging Gu Shengge to open his mind and accept his legacy. Gu Shengge, without doubt, followed the guidance of the immortal king's remnant and released his mind. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the immortal king's remnant instantly detached from the glass skull and shot into Gu Shengge's brow. However, just as the immortal king of cause and effect entered Gu Shengge's sea of consciousness, a cracked purple jade disc suddenly appeared, descending with countless strands of the great Tao's aura, overwhelming and suppressing the immortal king's remnant. What? The immortal king of cause and effect was taken aback, and without time to think, he raised his fist to strike at the creation jade disc. His punch was imbued with the power of cause and effect, capable of destroying countless reincarnations, shaking the heavens, yet it was still difficult to shake the creation. As an unparalleled treasure that once carried the 3,000 great Taos. Even though it was severely damaged now, it could not be moved by a mere remnant of an immortal king. Even if the immortal king's punch could pierce through the myriad worlds, it was still forcefully extinguished by the creation jade disc. The aura of the great Tao suddenly enveloped the immortal king's remnant, and in an instant, he was suppressed on the spot. Once the immortal king of cause and effect was completely sealed, Gu Shengge finally appeared in the sea of consciousness, coldly watching him. "Little one, what are you doing? Hurry up and release me. Don't you want to receive my inheritance?" The immortal king's remnant questioned urgently, while struggling against the seal of the great Tao. Gu Shengge looked at the struggling remnant of the immortal king, his expression indifferent, no longer humble, his eyes as calm as a deep well. "Senior, do I seem very naive?" Gu Shengge asked quietly. The immortal king's remnant, hearing this, stopped struggling and coldly gazed at Gu Shengge, speaking in a deep voice filled with reluctance and confusion. "Little one, when did you start to doubt me?" Gu Shengge replied, "Senior, there is no such thing as free favors. It's either deceit or theft. Although you try your best to present yourself as harmless, emphasizing several times that you are merely a remnant and cannot take over a body, wanting to pass on your inheritance to me, the more you do so, the more it raises suspicion. The more one lacks something, the more they appear to not need it." The immortal king's remnant had acted too much. If he had been a bit more aloof, Gu Shengge might have believed him. Compared to the inheritance of a remnant soul, Gu Shengge preferred to accept those texts preserved solely by jade slips. Moreover, the seemingly disordered strange stones outside the inheritance tower actually contained the power of sealing. It was likely that they were meant to seal the immortal king's remnant, suppressing him within the tower to prevent his emergence. The destruction of the Forgotten River Sacred Institute might also be related to the immortal king's remnant. As for why the immortal king of cause and effect did not seize him from the beginning, Gu Shengge thought it must be due to the protection of the creation jade disc. The immortal king's remnant chuckled. "You're quite scheming, but I am curious, clearly. You think of accepting my inheritance, so why do you go against your heart? Senior, human hearts are inscrutable. Such a shallow principle you surely understand," Gu Shengge replied indifferently. The immortal king of cause and effect was slightly stunned, as if he realized something. He self-deprecatingly said, "Indeed, human hearts are inscrutable. I have already stumbled once. And who would have thought I would stumble again? The reason we lost in the War of Realms was precisely because we underestimated human hearts. Senior, if you have no other parting words, then I will send you on your way." Gu Shengge maintained his respect for the immortal king's remnant and did not mock or kick him while he was down. The immortal king of cause and effect's eyes narrowed, and he said sternly, "Little one, it was my oversight that led to my defeat by you. But do not think that you can refine me just because of this supreme treasure. The immortal king is indestructible, and even if I am merely a remnant, I am not something you can refine. But you are ultimately not the true immortal king," Gu Shengge replied calmly. "So what if I am not? Little one, the immortal king cannot be humiliated. If you release me, I will not hold your schemes against you. Otherwise, I will self-destruct my remnant and take you down with me." The immortal king's remnant threatened coldly. Gu Shengge shook his head. "I will just watch, do as you please." Seeing that the hard approach was ineffective, the immortal king of cause and effect changed his tone to a softer one. "Little one, even with this supreme treasure, you would need at least 1,000 years to refine me. How about you let me go, and I want tea take over your body? As compensation, I will grant you a remnant of the immortal king's inheritance." Gu Shengge shook his head again. "Please allow me to refuse. At worst, I will accompany you in silence for 1,000 years, not refining you. I won't be able to sleep peacefully otherwise." Seeing that he was impervious to both hard and soft tactics, the immortal king's remnant could no longer contain himself and began to curse, his celestial language filthy. He had thought he encountered a little lamb who met all his requirements, with character, opportunity, and talent all exceedingly extraordinary, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Alas, he could only blame his own overconfidence. Even after his fall, he still maintained the pride of an immortal king and did not regard a mere Yuanian cultivator as anything. Who would have thought he would capsize in the gutter and end up imprisoned and refined? Had he known this, he should not have allowed Gu Shengge to return. He should have let it be trapped in the fragments of the primal celestial realm. Gu Shengge no longer wasted words with the immortal king's remnant, controlling the creation jade disc to absorb him slowly for refinement. 1,000 years was not long. After confirming that the creation jade disc could completely seal the immortal king's remnant, Gu Shengge breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the immortal king's remnant was too proud, thinking the situation was settled. Otherwise, he might not have been able to capture him. Honestly, he was a bit afraid of the immortal king's remnant self-destructing. Even if he was merely a remnant, he was still of the essence of an immortal king. Once he self-destructed, it was uncertain whether the creation jade disc could withstand it. Gu Shengge returned his mind, looking at the glass skull suspended before him. Although it had lost the immortal king's remnant support, it still revealed an unimaginable aura of the great Tao, terrifyingly powerful. This was the skull of an immortal king, a relic of the most powerful being in the celestial realm. Just as Gu Shengge was pondering how to collect the immortal king's skull, the creation jade disc flew out from a sea of consciousness and directly devoured the immortal king's skull. Gu Shengge smiled in astonishment, not bothering to think too much about it. However, as he looked at the void space he was in, his brow furrowed slightly. How was he supposed to get out? Gu Shengge released his mental power, attempting to explore the void space. This should be within the inheritance tower. There must be a door, just hidden by the immortal king's remnant. As Gu Shenge's mental power searched repeatedly, heaven did not disappoint those who were diligent, and he finally found the key to getting out. That was to refine this inheritance tower. More accurately, it was to refine this immortal king's artifact. P.S. Regarding the protagonist setting, if any of you have opinions, feel free to suggest. I mainly saw a comment that left me speechless. End of this chapter, Chapter 70. 6 months pass in an instant. Immortal King Artifact. Reincarnation Tower. Time flows swiftly, like a waterfall rushing down, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In the depths of the Forgotten River Canyon, A stone tower that had stood motionless for hundreds of thousands of years began to move. It shrank at a visible speed, eventually becoming palm-sized and landing in the hands of a young man in white, Gu Shengge. Looking at the stone tower in his palm, he sighed, as expected of an immortal king's weapon, even though it is incomplete and has been damaged for so long, with the help of the creation jade plate. I can barely refine it. The stone tower, considered a heritage tower, was none other than the life treasure of the cause and effect reincarnation immortal king. The cause and effect reincarnation tower. However, the cause and effect reincarnation tower had been nearly destroyed in the realm war, leaving only a small portion of its body, and even the tower's spirit had perished. Otherwise, even with the help of the creation jade plate, Gu Shengge would not have been able to refine this incomplete royal weapon. Although the reincarnation tower was heavily damaged and its Tao principles were incomplete, the cause and effect reincarnation immortal king had achieved the immortal king status through the two great paths of cause and effect and reincarnation, inscribing these two paths onto his life treasure. Even though the royal weapon was incomplete, it still retained a small amount of reincarnation authority. By utilizing the reincarnation authority, Gu Shengge could reincarnate within the myriad worlds, seeking the Tao. After taking the reincarnation tower into his body, Gu Shengge transformed into a brilliant bolt of lightning and left the forgotten river canyon. Shortly after he departed, the strange stones within the canyon began to tremble, countless fragments falling, gradually revealing human-shaped outlines. 5 days later, at the Qian Kun Dao Sect, in the main hall of Tianqian Mountain, all the peak masters of the spirit peaks and the 6 hall masters had gathered. The Sun Emperor sat on the sect master's throne, while the position of the Kun Dao Sect master, which once belonged to Liu Ruyan, remained empty. Although Dantai Qingxian had become the Qian Dao Sect master, she was still in seclusion practicing the Supreme Emotion Sutra and did not attend this sect meeting. Once everyone was present, the Punishment Hall master, who was filled with righteous indignation, stood up, bowed to the Sun Emperor, and said loudly, "Sect Master, the Celestial Harmony Sect, the 10,000 Demons Cult, the 1,000 Illusions Pavilion, and the 100 Calamities Sea, as well as other demon path cultivators from the demon domain, have been frequently appearing in Qian Kun State and Qian Kun State, committing numerous murders. Many sect disciples have encountered attacks from demon path cultivators, and I hope the sect master will issue a demon extermination order, leading the disciples to slay the demons and restore justice to Qian Kun. The 6 halls of Qian Kun constitute the power structure just below the sect master, and each hall master is a transformation god-level celestial being, with the strongest being the Punishment Hall master. His cultivation method is special, called the Demon Slaying Ascension Sutra, which allows him to continuously kill demons and transform their demonic energy into spiritual energy, thereby improving his cultivation, making him a great practitioner in the early stage of transformation god. The Sun Emperor nodded, asking the Punishment Hall master to remain calm and speaking gently. This sect is already aware of this matter. The reason for calling you here is to discuss the demon extermination. The demon sect from the demon domain cannot be attacking our Qian Kun Dao sect without reason. We suspect it is related to Qi Hao and his son. Upon mentioning Qi Hao and his son, some peak masters and elders who had experienced the dark period of the Dao sect changed their expressions, especially the Punishment Hall master, who, upon hearing Qi Hao, thought of his daughter who died tragically, his eyes filled with overwhelming anger. "Sect master, where are those 2 beasts? I will go slaughter them right now." The Sun Emperor hurriedly reassured him. "Elder Gong, do not be hasty. Let me finish." Those old folks who had walked through the dark period all had grudges against Qi Hao and his son, and hearing news of them naturally made them think of revenge. However, even so, they could not act impulsively. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can win 100 battles, according to the intelligence gathered by the sect. After Qi Hao and his son fled the Qian Kun Dao sect years ago, they entered the demon domain. However, Qi Hao's whereabouts are unknown, while Qi Yunxiao has hidden in the Celestial Harmony sect. Over the years, he has cultivated the Qian Kun forbidden method Yin Yang chaotic profound demon path, reversing the Qian Kun, with Yin and Yang turned upside down, and he has now reached the stage of Yin demon, with his cultivation also reaching the transformation god phase. The Sun Emperor shared the intelligence he had gathered with everyone present. Half a year ago, after the disciples who participated in the trial returned, he learned of Shi Luyao's death and also about Qi Yunxiao, prompting him to arrange for an investigation. Upon discovering that Qi Yunxiao had changed from male to female, the Sun Emperor guessed that he must have cultivated the profound demon path. The one who used to enjoy playing with female disciples has now become a woman. Not only was the Sun Emperor in a good mood, but even the elders present who just learned this news laughed heartily. Deservedly so. That guy Qi Yunxiao got what he deserved. Sect Master, what are we waiting for? So what if he has the transformation god phase? Let's have the ancestor take action. Even if the Celestial Harmony sect's ancestor is not to be feared, we can still call upon Sect Master Qin Xian to ensure we can kill that son of a dog Qi Yunxiao. The Internal Affairs Hall Master stood up and proposed. Although the Celestial Harmony sect also has void refinement elders, they just recently broke through and are no match for the old ancestor Shinshao. The Celestial Harmony sect has only 4 or 5 transformation gods, making it impossible for them to compete. They have Qi Yunxiao at their mercy. Even if Jesus came, it would not help. Although the Sun Emperor also wanted to impulsively kill that bastard Qi Yunxiao as the sect master, he could not act rashly and had to consider everything. That said, there is not just one demon sect causing trouble in our Dao sect's Ling state. We estimate that they have already formed an alliance. As the saying goes, pulling one hair can move the whole body. If we rashly attack the Celestial Harmony sect, we may very well be surrounded and attacked by other demon sections. The sect believes it is better to proceed with caution. The Sun Emperor had investigated the sects connected to the Celestial Harmony sect. If only 1 or 2 sects were allied with the Celestial Harmony sect, the Qian Kun Dao Sect would not fear them. But on the surface, there are already 5 demon sects allied with the Celestial Harmony sect, and, secretly, even the Qiong sect is supporting the Celestial Harmony sect. It is known that the Qiong domain and the demon domain have been enemies for tens of thousands of years, almost killing each other without asking for reasons. If it weren't for the sects of the home domain secretly intervening, how could those demon bastards from the demon domain appear in Qingquan state and Qiankun state? Immediately, the Sun Emperor waved his hand, commanding everyone in the hall, convey this sect's edict. Starting today, the Internal Affairs Hall will issue a demon extermination order. Sect disciples must prioritize slaying the demon path to restore justice to Qingquan. With the issuance of the demon extermination order, the 6 hall masters, along with the various spirit peak masters and Yuaniing true monarchs, rose and bowed to the Sun Emperor. We will strictly obey the sect master's edict. Half a day later, the Internal Affairs Hall released the demon extermination order tasks, allowing the killing of demon path cultivators of different cultivation levels to earn varying degrees of contribution points and other rewards. The highest contributor could enter the Qiankun primordial secret realm for 3 days. In an instant, the disciples of the Dao sect were in an uproar. Not to mention that contribution points are rare normally. Even the Qiankun primordial secret realm can only be accessed once every century by the sect master. One can imagine how rich this reward is. Countless Dao sect disciples left the sect, heading to various places in Ling state to eliminate demons and uphold the Dao, restoring justice to Qiankun. P.S. Starting tomorrow, there will be an increase in updates, changing from 2 updates a day to 3. Everyone, please cast more monthly tickets and recommendation votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 71. The Sun Emperor tells a story, the lost moonlight of the Dao sect. The Grand Gate of the Dao sect saw one spirit boat after another flying out, with beams of magical light shooting forth in an orderly fashion, transforming into countless streams of light heading to various places in Qingquan state and Qiankun state to eliminate demons and uphold the Dao, restoring justice to Qingquan. Above the azure sky, a silver lightning bolt flashed, stopping in front of the Dao sect's gate. Gu Shengge saw all the Dao sect disciples mobilized and felt puzzled. He had been in the sect for over a decade, and this was the first time he witnessed such a large-scale mobilization of personnel. Are we really going to start sect war? Gu Shengge casually stopped the disciple. Upon seeing that it was the Daozi, the disciple quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Yinlin Peak disciple Li Shao pays respects to Daozi. Gu Shengge nodded lightly. Why has the sect mobilized so many disciples? Is there something happening? Li Shao replied. Recently, demonic cultivators from the Tianma domain have invaded the Qian Kun twin states, causing chaos in Lingzhou. The sect leader issued a demon extermination order not long ago, sending us disciples to the Qian Kun twin states to eliminate demons and uphold the Dao. Li Shao spoke candidly, and, after listening, Gu Shengge waved his hand to grant him a talisman. While advising, go, this talisman can withstand 3 attacks from cultivators below the Nascent Soul stage. If you encounter an unbeatable cultivator, don't be reckless. Retreat cautiously and wait for another opportunity. Li Shao was surprised that he would receive a treasure from the Daozi just for being asked a question. He showed joy on his face, hurriedly accepted the talisman, and repeatedly thanked Gu Shengge. Other disciples watching this scene expressed envy. Why didn't they have such good luck? Gu Shengge transformed into silver lightning and passed through the Dao Sect's gate, returning to the Qian Kun Dao Sect, due to the issuance of the demon extermination order. Aside from some newly admitted disciples with low cultivation who remained inside the sect, most disciples and elders had left the sect. The silver lightning landed on Daozi Peak. Gu Shengge initially wanted to check on how Dantai Qingxuan's cultivation transition was going, but seeing that she was still in closed-door training, he chose not to disturb her and turned to Tianqian Mountain. Generally, transitioning cultivation methods required one to disperse their powers and start anew. Fortunately, the Supreme Emotion Dao Scripture had transformed from the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Dao Scripture, sharing the same roots and origins. Thus, Dantai Qingxian did not have to endure the pain of dispersing her powers, but she would still need some time for the transition. As for how long it would take, it was unclear. At Tianqian Mountain, in the sect leader's main hall, the Sun Emperor was flipping through the intelligence he had gathered about Qi Hao and his son. In fact, he had suspected their whereabouts for many years but could never confirm. Now that Qi Yunxiao had taken the initiative to reveal himself, the Sun Emperor naturally wouldn't let him go. Even if it required the full power of the sect, he would suppress and annihilate them. Qi Yunxiao. Mentioning these two names, a trace of hatred surfaced in the Sun Emperor's eyes. Everything from 700 years ago was unforgettable for him. With his talent, even if he had been entangled in sect affairs, he should have crossed the God tribulation long ago. But he had concerns and hesitated to take that step. Only by eliminating Qi Hao and his son to avenge himself would the Sun Emperor dare to take that step. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out, and Gu Shengge's figure appeared in the hall. The Sun Emperor was surprised to see him arrive, put down the jade slip in his hand, and smiled. Gu kid, you finally came back. We were thinking of searching for you at the trial grounds if you didn't return. Hearing this, Gu Shengge clasped his hands and bowed to the Sun Emperor, apologizing. Sorry, Uncle Mu, Elder Shi. The Sun Emperor shook his head, raising his hand to lift Gu Shengge up and comforted him. Alas, we already know about her situation. This is her own choice and has nothing to do with you. The death of Liu Ruyan had been revealed to him by the 8 returning disciples through the memory reflection realm. No matter what, Gu Shengge could not be blamed, and he need not feel apologetic. Gu kid, would you like to hear a story from the sect? Of course, if you don't want to. I want to tell it. The Sun Emperor smiled, wanted to share the events from 700 years ago, where Liu Ruyan was so obsessed with a bowl of memory-altering white porridge, and the reason was hidden within. If he had drunk that bowl of porridge, thinking of Liu Ruyan as senior sister, perhaps he too would have been similarly obsessed. Gu Shengge nodded, as he was indeed curious about the dark period from 700 years ago. 873 years ago, the sect was just a newly admitted disciple of the Dao Sect. At that time, the Dao Sect was still under the rule of the Qi clan. They relied on being descendants of one of the 2 founding ancestors of the Dao Sect to seize power within the sect, running rampant and causing chaos, making the sect more disordered than the demonic sections. The Sun Emperor began to speak slowly from his perspective, recounting the dark history of the Dao Sect from its inception. At that time, the Dao Sect was not as harmonious as it is now. The internal strife was even more chaotic than the demonic sections. Any disciple who was not from the Qi clan or did not rely on the Qi clan would be suppressed. Male disciples struggled to get by, and female disciples suffered even more. Qi Hao and his son established a heavenly immortal tower within the Dao Sect, taking in beautiful women from the sect for their own enjoyment. Later, to completely dominate the Dao Sect, Qi Hao and his son even implanted Dao Gu into the bodies of all disciples. If any disciple resisted, they would activate the Dao Gu, torturing them to death. Moreover, Qi Hao and his son were very strict with the Dao Gu. Any death of a Dao Gu would attract their attention, and they would send people to investigate thoroughly. The sect was also implanted with Dao Gu back then. That experience was truly unbearable. Mentioning Dao Gu, the Sun Emperor couldn't help but sigh. It was a form of complete control. Once a thought of discontent towards Qi Hao and his son emerged in their minds, the Dao Gu would torment them, making them wish for death. But there was one person who endured the torment of the Dao Gu, humbling herself under Qi Hao and his son, playing a crucial role in liberating the Dao Sect. Who is she? Gu Shengge keenly noticed that the Sun Emperor referred to her as she, not he. The Sun Emperor's eyes filled with reminiscence as he softly said, "She is Liu Yu, Shi Liao's senior sister, and the savior of the Dao Sect." Liu Yu was originally a disciple of the Dao Sect who had reached the Transformation God stage, but unfortunately, the Transformation God was secretly harmed by Qi Hao and his son, and she was also defiled by Qi Yunxiao, becoming their plaything. But she did not give up. She endured the torment of the Tao Gu, deliberately flattering Qi Hao and his son, gradually gaining their trust and learning the method to remove the Tao Gu. However, to avoid arousing their suspicion, she did not remove the Tao Gu from herself and continued to endure the torment. As he spoke, the Sun Emperor's eyes reddened, and tears began to well up. He would never forget more than 700 years ago when he was enduring the torment of the Tao Gu and met a fairy who would be etched in his memory for life. She wasn't T wearing white clothes, didn't T have an extravagant appearance, and even had bruises and scars on her body. Her face pale with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Is it very painful? It's okay. Soon you won't be in pain anymore. That fairy, covered in wounds, used her own blood to lure out his Tao Gu, allowing it to enter her body and endure unimaginable pain. At that time, the Sun Emperor couldn't imagine how a single Tao Gu could drive a person to madness, and how much willpower Liu Yu must have had to feed the Gu with her own body, enduring countless suffering. That night, the ragged fairy was more radiant and pure than the bright moon, and to this day, he has not forgotten her. P.S. Please recommend and vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. Sect Leader's Mission. The Openness of the Lingxiao Sword Sect. Listening to the Sun Emperor's recounting, Gu Shengge couldn't help but feel admiration for the ancestor Liu Yu. He had seen descriptions of Tao Gu in the classics. That thing primarily gnaws at the soul, and the pain it generates is indescribable, making life worse than death. That ancestor Liu Yu, feeding the Gu with her own body, hosting multiple Tao Gu within herself, was beyond what could be explained by sheer willpower. I'm afraid it's all supported by a strong obsession. Liu, in order to prevent Qi Hao and his son from detecting the abnormalities of the Tao Gu, has accommodated thousands of Tao Gu within her body. On a daily basis, she has to endure the humiliation from Qi Hao and his son, stealing resources to support our cultivation. Her kindness is something that the surviving elders of the Dao sect dare not forget, nor can they forget. Therefore, for the junior sister, she's saved with her life. We have all done our utmost to nurture her. It's just a pity. At that time, Liu Yao set up a plan with her own body, not only stealing resources for the young emperor and the others to cultivate, but also, while being pressured day and night by Qi Hao and his son, transferring the poison of dispersing power into their bodies, giving them a chance to defeat Qi Hao and his son, and to eradicate the Qi clan. However, Liu Yao's body has been tortured by the Tao Gu to the point of being riddled with wounds, and her soul is nearly disintegrated. She doesn't have much time left to live. Now, the junior sister she saved at the cost of her life has died. How could the young emperor not feel guilty? If it weren't for the need to maintain the overall situation, he would have already mobilized the entire sect's power to attack the Hehuan sect. As the sect leader, there are too many things beyond his control. In fact, during this time, the young emperor often thinks about whether things would have been different if he hadn't been so concerned about sect rules, and if he had paid more attention to the changes in Shi Luo Yao. But every time he thinks of this question, the image of Liu Yao before her dissipation comes to mind, though he finds it somewhat blurred. But he still remembers that he once swore before Liu Yao dissipated to establish a new Dao sect without injustice, without tyranny, and without filth. Therefore, the young emperor does not regret it, but he feels guilty for not paying more attention to Shi Luo Yao's changes. Gu, I'm not afraid of your laughter. To be honest, I still envy Luo Yao quite a bit for being able to drink the porridge infused with memory dream. The young emperor suddenly self-deprecatingly said, the porridge isn't the main point, memory dream is. Memory dream can help living beings recall the most beautiful memories deep in their hearts, and it was once refined into dream-seeking pills by demonic cultivators. Later, because dream-seeking pills would corrode the cultivator's mind and hinder cultivation, the Tsangmang cultivators joined forces to destroy memory dream, making it nearly impossible to find another in the world since then. The young emperor really wanted to taste the flavor of memory dream again, to recall those days when he and Liu Yao supported each other. After all, the only sweetness amid suffering always leaves a lingering aftertaste. After listening to the stories of the Dao sect's past, Gu Shengge fell silent as well. At this moment, he somewhat understood Shi Luo Yao's obsession. The dead white moonlight is more lethal than the living one. A bowl of white porridge with memory dream is worth more than all the good medicines in the world. The young emperor gathered his thoughts, looked at Gu Shengge, and continued, Gu, I've said so much to you. Actually, there's a task I want to entrust to you. Of course, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. Gu Shengge replied, please feel free to say, Sect Master. The sect has led him in cultivation, protected him in the Tao, and granted him the esteemed position of Daozi. Contributing to the sect is a given. Luo Yao fell due to Qi Yunxiao, and our sect has investigated that Qi Yunxiao is hiding within the He Huan sect in the heavenly demon domain. Currently, the heavenly demon domain has dispatched demonic cultivators to invade the Qian Kun twin states, with involvement from other sects of Qiongsheng. Our sect wants to use the strength of the Dao sect to divert the attention of those demonic sects while you secretly infiltrate the heavenly demon domain to investigate which sect is colluding with the heavenly demon domain. The Yang Emperor expressed his thoughts, noting that the 6 hall masters cannot be spared, and Dantai Qingxian is in seclusion, while other spirit peak masters and elders have to lead disciples to eliminate demonic cultivators. Therefore, the solitary Gu Shengge is the most suitable candidate. Gu Shengge nodded, I understand. Does Sect Master have any suspicions about the sect? Yes. The Yang Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of severity as he spoke in a deep voice. Qianhuang Tiangong. Qianhuang Tiangong. The number 1 sect in the Qiong-Sang domain. Gu Shengge showed a trace of surprise and confusion. He had thought it would be the Ling Shao Sword sect. After all, he had killed the sword child of the Ling Shao Sword sect. The Yang Emperor noticed Gu Shengge's confusion and explained, Our sect knows you suspect it is the Ling Shao Sword sect, but that is not the case. The Ling Shao Sword sect would never betray the Qian Kun Dao Sect, even if you killed their sword child. They wouldn't engage in such despicable acts, but would rather resolve matters openly with swords. Most sword cultivators of the Ling Shao Sword sect are very pure, born for the sword, die for the sword, and would rather break than bend. It is because of their purity that they were deceived by Liu Ruyan. Otherwise, a guy who can only increase his cultivation by drinking would be dealt with by other sects, not to mention the demonic ones. Even the righteous ones would have their souls searched. The sword master of the Ling Shao Sword sect once came to see our sect. They did not blame you for the sword child's death, but there must be an explanation. As long as you visit the sword sect and walk the Wanjian mountain, if you can pass, all grievances will be wiped away. If you cannot, you bear the consequences. After the Yang Emperor finished speaking, he waited for Gu Shengge's response. Wanjian Mountain is a forbidden area of the Ling Shao Sword sect and the place where disciples obtain their swords. Every disciple wishing to advance to the inner sect must walk through Wanjian Mountain. Only by successfully obtaining a sword can they become an inner sect disciple. The journey to Wanjian Mountain is both a test and an opportunity for Gu Shengge. Every spiritual sword on the mountain is a top-grade spiritual sword in the outside world. If Gu Shengge can obtain one, it would be considered a gain. I understand. Sect Master. Before heading to the heavenly demon domain, I will visit the Ling Shao Sword sect. Gu Shengge nodded. As for why the Yang Emperor suspected that Qianhuang Tiangong was secretly causing trouble, he had some guesses. In recent years, the development of the Qian Kun Dao Sect has been too rapid. Under the leadership of the Yang Emperor, the Dao Sect cultivated and accumulated strength for the first 300 years, and then expanded from 1 medium-grade spiritual state to 2 high-grade spiritual states in just 400 years, leaping to become one of the top 10 sects in Qiongsheng. The sect that has had the most friction with the Qian Kun Dao Sect and is its neighbor is the Qianhuang Tiangong Qianhuang state. The Qianhuang Tiangong also has virtual reality venerables, slightly weaker than the old ancestor Qinshao, but the palace has a number of transformation gods and heavenly beings, slightly stronger than the Qian Kun Dao Sect. The Yang Emperor said, Well, our sect has finished speaking. As for when to depart, you could decide for yourself. In that case, let's set the time for 3 months later. After a moment of thought, Gu Shengge gave a time frame. The creation jade plate has already digested the immortal king's skull and the superior system, giving birth to 3 supreme divine abilities. And he needs some time to digest these 3 abilities. After bidding farewell to the Yang Emperor, he left Qian Mountain. After watching Gu Shengge leave, the Yang Emperor's expression became complex, recalling various past events, showing a faint sense of guilt. The vast palace resonated with a whisper. I'm sorry, Liao. I have disappointed your expectations and failed to protect Liu Yao. P.S. Sorry, I was planning to start a 3 update today, but I was pulled to drink, and now my head is a bit fuzzy. I want to update, but can't, so I'll make up for the missing update tomorrow. Besides, it's really troublesome. I can't refuse to drink, all relatives. In a chapter 74. Chapter 73. The False World, True Realm Pre-Body. Gu Shengge almost flipped the car. Chapter 73. The False World, True Realm Pre-Body. Gu Shengge almost flipped the car due to Dan Tai Qingxian being in seclusion on Daozi Peak. Gu Shengge returned to Qingxian Peak. Qingxian Peak was as cold and quiet as ever, with the demise and departure of Su Yuwei and the others. It took away the last bit of vitality from the spirit peak. Returning to the former cave dwelling, It had been cleaned thoroughly by disciples sent by the sect, leaving no traces, which made Gu Shengge quite emotional. Just one system owner caused Qin Peak to fall apart, with some dead, some injured, and some leaving. It truly is a tumor. Sitting cross-legged on the soft jade cushion, Gu Shengge closed his eyes, sinking his mind into the depths of his sea of consciousness to communicate with the creation jade plate. After the chaotic jade dish devoured 3 systems and the skull of the immortal king, the cracks on the dish began to heal slightly, and the aura of the great Tao became even more robust, with a faint hint of different Tao rhythms. 3 new divine abilities emerged on the chaotic jade dish, shrouded in 3 different Tao principles: cause and effect, reincarnation, and amplification. In addition, the dish sealed within it a drop of the immortal king's essence, extracted from the skull, containing boundless energy and vast loss. If it were not sealed, the terrifying pressure released by the immortal king's essence alone would be enough to crush Gu Shengge. The immortal king's skull contained remnants of the Tao of cause and effect and reincarnation. After the chaotic jade dish digested the skull, it deduced 2 supreme divine abilities. They were named preemptive body of the true world and indestructible body of reincarnation. Preemptive body of the true world. Is it the one I am thinking of? Gu Shengge's expression changed to one of shock upon seeing that the name of the cause and effect divine ability was preemptive body of the true world. Is it the incredible divine ability he thought of? When false is true and true is false, the distinction between reality and illusion becomes blurred. The false becomes true, and the true becomes false. Preemptive body of the true world. This wasn't the first time he had seen this name. In his previous life on Earth, there was a popular manga called The Sun and Moon in Error, where one of the protagonists' innate divine abilities was also called preemptive body of the true world, a divine ability of cause and effect, extremely powerful and considered invincible. Once the preemptive body of the true world is unleashed, if the practitioner has engaged with the divine ability user multiple times, a line of cause and effect will be formed connecting them. Then, in the false world controlled by the divine ability user, a projection will appear, and that projection state will inevitably affect reality. If the divine ability user kills the projection, then the original will also perish. Moreover, the ultimate move of the preemptive body of the true world, preemptive future, is even more terrifying. For example, as long as the divine ability user has a millionth of a chance to kill you, then you are doomed. For instance, if the divine ability user engages in battle with an enemy and cannot kill them now, but leave a hidden wound within the enemy's body, in the future, during a battle with others, that hidden wound might cause the enemy to make a fatal mistake and be killed, indirectly counting as dying at your hands. Then, in the present moment, under the influence of preemptive future, the enemy will fall prematurely. This is the terror of the preemptive body of the true world. Gu Shengge eagerly accepted preemptive body of the true world. After digesting it, he showed a joyful expression. It was indeed the divine ability he thought of. Truly that incredible divine ability. But why did the chaotic jade dish deduce a divine ability identical to that in the manga? Was it influenced by his memories? Or? Gu Shengge felt a hint of doubt, but did not think too much about it. However, a divine ability, like the preemptive body of the true world, is not something one can just use at will. If preemptive future is overused, it would attract the punishment of the laws of cause and effect, which is even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. Although Gu Shengge had never endured the punishment of the laws of cause and effect, he had read in ancient texts that the Wangchuan Holy Academy was destroyed under such punishment. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because they overused cause and effect divine abilities and interfered too much with the laws of cause and effect that they were wiped out. Wait, what about that historically strongest killing divine ability? Gu Shengge suddenly remembered that he had passed the trial but had not claimed any rewards, especially the historically strongest killing divine ability mentioned by Qi Yunxiao. However, he quickly thought that since the inheritance tower was in his hands and the remnants of the immortal king had been suppressed, no matter how powerful the Wangchuan Holy Academy's cause and effect divine ability was, could it compare to the preemptive body of the true world? Gu Shengge then looked at indestructible body of reincarnation. This reincarnation divine ability was equally formidable, allowing the practitioner to condense a reincarnation body. The reincarnation body has no intelligence. Everything is controlled by the original. If the original suffers any damage, it will be borne by the reincarnation body, which is indestructible and can heal any injury, including fatal ones. Furthermore, it will autonomously cultivate to enhance the original's cultivation. If the original perishes, they can be reborn through the reincarnation body, and everything about the original will be restored on the body. Isn't this an enhanced version of the blood body of return to heaven? Moreover, this effect, when combined with the preemptive body of the true world, would be invincible. Gu Shengge exclaimed that a perfectly damage-absorbing substitute would mean that he would no longer fear the punishment of the laws of cause and effect in the future. The combination of these two divine abilities is truly unbeatable. As for the third heavenly divine ability, it is called Great Transversal Technique. This technique is rather peculiar. Similar to the all-character secret in the heaven covers the earth, but even more powerful. It traverses the heavens and suppresses the universe. Once the Great Transversal Technique is activated, it instantly returns to peak condition, and its combat power reaches an incredible height. As for how strong it is, it depends on the practitioner's capacity. After accepting the three divine abilities, Gu Shengge's foundation deepened once again. But what is truly important is that drop of the immortal king's essence. Although with Gu Shengge's current realm, he couldn't even begin to refine it, as just a hint of its pressure could crush him. However, with the chaotic jade dish present, it would naturally have a way to help him absorb it little by little. After communicating with the chaotic jade dish, it extracted 1/1,000,000th of the immortal king's essence, transforming it into the purest energy and pouring it into his body. In the next moment, Gu Shengge's body suddenly expanded, his internal muscles and veins tearing apart in an instant, enough to rival the powerful physique of a transformation god, suddenly becoming riddled with holes, blood gushing uncontrollably. Gu Shengge's expression changed drastically, his brow furrowed with discomfort and pain as he tried to mobilize his magical power to suppress that 1/1,000,000th of the immortal king's essence. But it proved futile. Even though he had calculated the maximum threshold through the chaotic jade dish's deductions, he still underestimated the power of the immortal king's essence. This was not merely a matter of quantity, but of quality. As the pinnacle existence of the immortal realm, the quality of the essence energy was stronger than any spiritual object in the vast world today. Even a millionth of it could not be refined by non-immortal beings. It was like throwing an iron piece into water. Trying to refine even a tiny bit of the immortal king's essence was no longer a matter of quantity. It was something he simply couldn't refine. That tiny bit of the immortal king's essence rampaged through his body like a true dragon. And before Gu Shengge's magical power could even touch it, it dissipated into nothingness. For the first time in history, Gu Shengge felt an unprecedented crisis. If he couldn't refine or release that tiny bit of the immortal king's essence, he would definitely be killed. Damn, I was careless. Gu Shengge's crimson pupils glowed as he roared. His body was now covered in cracks, blood gushing out like a fountain. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would collapse. Just as Gu Shengge was about to use the chaotic jade dish suddenly. P.S. I recommend everyone to read the manga The Sun and Moon in Error. It's very good. Highly recommended. End of this chapter, 75. Chapter 74. Great Perfection of the Nascent Soul. The Stubborn Chat Group System. Chapter 74. Great Perfection of the Nascent Soul. The Stubborn Chat Group System. Sigh. A light sigh echoed in Gu Shengge's ears, as if it came from a distant time and space. Not in this moment, yet transcending the past and future. A wisp of azure flame flickered and vanished in an instant, followed by Gu Shengge feeling an inexplicable power manifesting within him, grand and immense, which quickly helped him suppress that tiny bit of the immortal king's essence. Soon after, thousands of characters and Dao text surfaced in Gu Shengge's mind, and that voice rang out again. Practice it. Gu Shengge heard the words and didn't think much, quickly following the command of that voice to practice the scripture in his mind. Heaven and earth have flaws. The body has no leaks. The great way is constant. The heart is like iron, although it is easy to mend the sky. The original essence of the immortal king, which had originally been motionless, began to be slowly refined by Gu Shengge with the help of this scripture. Gu Shengge didn't know how much time it would take to refine this strand of essence. And in order not to delay his trip to Ling Shao Sword Sect, he reluctantly divided a strand of his divine sense to summon the time god Pearl and entered it. Time flew, the sun and moon rotated. Inside the cave of Qingxian Peak, the time god Pearl floated in mid-air, exuding the laws of time, occasionally stirring up waves of terrifying fluctuations, producing loud echoes as if mountains were being split. After an unknown amount of time, The commotion emitted by the time god Pearl gradually calmed down. After a moment, a figure flew out from the time god Pearl. He was completely naked, appearing as a perfect body meticulously carved by the heavenly Tao, every inch of skin radiating brilliant light, every piece of flesh containing unimaginable divine power. His blood and energy surging, transforming into clouds and mist surrounding him, golden and silver patterns swirling around him, forming a profound pattern, supremely holy and powerful, like an ancient god descending to the world, magnificent and sacred. Gu Shengge slowly opened his heavy eyes. Two supreme rays of light shot out, piercing through Qingxian Peak and even the Qian Kun Dao Sect, dazzling to the extreme, startling many people in the sect, feeling the indescribable, surging power within him. Gu Shengge suppressed the urge to vent, draping a robe over himself. He murmured, "The essence of the immortal king is truly terrifying." Just a tiny fraction of the immortal king's essence not only pushed Gu Shengge's physical body to an unimaginable strength, but also caused his other 5 holy pills to transform into ancestral, which divine infants, achieving the great perfection of the Yuan. Such a significant improvement made Gu Shengge unable to help but sigh. But this was also thanks to that mysterious voice and the scripture. However, Gu Shengge now wanted to recall that scripture but couldn't remember it at all, as if it had been erased and didn't exist. Even the tone of that voice had slipped his mind. This made Gu Shengge's heart sink. Although he didn't understand what was going on, the profoundness contained within was probably beyond his current reach. Sigh. Gu Shengge sighed lightly. Probing too deeply may not be a good thing. In any case, he couldn't be so impulsive in the future. The essence of the immortal king, that thing, should be digested after becoming an immortal. He didn't want to end up in a situation like before, almost causing his own demise. After retracting the time god Pearl into his body, Gu Shengge calculated the time with his fingers. Fortunately, only a little over 2 months had passed, and there were still more than 10 days left before he promised the sect master to go to Lingxiao Sword Sect. Just as Gu Shengge was about to leave the cave, he suddenly heard a mechanical prompt sound again by his ear. Ding, dear Heavy Eye user. Cross-time space chat sincerely invites you to join. Do you accept? This sudden prompt stunned Gu Shengge. Cross-time space chat? A chat group system? Gu Shengge was quite surprised. Goodness, other systems avoid me like the plague, but you were bold enough to take the initiative to contact me. I admire your courage. Gu Shengge closed his eyes, his divine sense sinking into his sea of consciousness, searching for traces of the chat group system. However, he swept his divine sense back and forth, even using his mental power, but found no trace of the chat group system. Gu Shengge frowned slightly. Could it be that the entity of the chat group system was not within him? So it was the host of the chat group system that invited him. How interesting. I'm already on the system's blacklist, yet it still dares to invite me, not afraid that I might eliminate it through the network? After thinking for a while, Gu Shengge chose to accept. He wanted to see what tricks the host of this chat group system wanted to play. The next second, a virtual projection that only he could see appeared before him. Cross-time space chat. Ding, welcome Heavy Eye user to join the chat. Ding, welcome Galaxy Baseball Hero to join the chat. Ding, welcome Golden Liquid to join the chat. Ding, welcome Han Feezy to join the chat. Ding, welcome Earth Tiger Hero to join the chat. A chaotic string of messages appeared on the chat panel, besides Gu Shengge. For other people received invitations and also joined the cross-time space chat. Why is there no group leader in this chat group? Gu Shengge looked at the chat panel, flipped through the member interface, and found that apart from the new members, there was no group leader or administrator. Gu Shengge frowned slightly. The host of the chat group system was indeed cautious, not even daring to enter the group chat. Did it think it could hide in the dark like this? Then let me see how capable you really are. Gu Shengge immediately activated the creation Jade dish, following the connection between him and the chat group, and began to deduce the location of the chat group system's host. After a long time, the creation Jade dish provided a vague feedback. The host of the chat group system was not in the vast world, but in another world. As for where, it was too far apart for the creation Jade dish to deduce. Gu Shengge's mouth curled up slightly, sketching a meaningful smile. Very good after so long. I've finally encountered an opponent with a bit of intelligence. I hope he can bring me some amusement and not let me feel bored. Cross-time space chat, Golden Liquid. What is this? Why did it appear in my mind? Han Feezy. Did I drink too much again? Why is there a light screen in front of me? And words too. So interesting, Earth Tiger Hero. Mei Zhan, is this your new communication system? It looks much better than a mobile phone. Galaxy Baseball Hero, who pulled this group? I declare in advance, I don't buy insurance, I don't bargain. I only listen to gossip and don't help. Trash, JPG, Earth Tiger Hero. Isn't this the new communication system developed by Mei Zhan? Who are you? And why am I here? Galaxy Baseball Hero. Wait, what the hell is my synesthetic beacon being interfered with? Why is this group appearing in my retina and not on my phone? Pam is terrified. JPG Golden Liquid. What synesthetic beacon? What phone? Can anyone tell me what this cross-time space chat is? And why is it in my brain? Also, what is this name about? Watching the messages from the group members on the chat panel, Gu Shengge's heavy eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, beginning to ponder their origins and authenticity. P.S. Everyone, please give some opinions on the subsequent developments. And by the way, I request some monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. End of this chapter, Chapter 75. Complaints of the chat group system. It wants to change hosts. Each group member has their own avatar. Han Fizi's avatar is a young man in purple clothes with tied-up hair, handsome and carefree. His appearance is exactly the same as the male protagonist from a once popular national comic that Gu Shengge remembers. The protagonist of Tian Xing Jiugu, the Korean Ninth Prince. Han Fei. Thus, the identity of Han Fizi is clear. Golden Liquid's avatar is a golden-haired woman holding an angel's long sword, with 6 wings on her back. Cold and noble. Without needing to think too much, Gu Shengge recognized at a glance that this, Golden Liquid, was the big crybaby from To continent. The angel god Qian Kun, who almost got killed by a hidden weapon. The Earth Tiger hero must be the fusion material of the Emperor hero, a descendant of the Earth village from the armor world. As for this Galaxy Baseball hero, Gu Shengge looked at her avatar. With gray hair and a delicate face showing a mischievous expression, wielding a baseball bat in her hand, and a line of big characters written behind her. Rules are meant to be broken. No doubt, she must be the famous star core essence. The nameless guest from the Starry Sky train, the Garbage King, Gray Hair Star. As a player who rushed to grab a UID at the start of the server, but accidentally leveled up to 70 and possessed a fully awakened luminescence. How could Gu Shengge not recognize her? After guessing the identities of the group members, he could also determine that the world connected through the cross-time chat was one of these 4 worlds: Tianxing Jiugu, Liu continent, Armor Warriors, and Starry Sky Railway. Gu Shengge looked at the noisy group chat interface, where the little gray-haired one was constantly calling for the group leader. And Qian Kun was also shouting that if the mastermind didn't show up, she wouldn't hold back. As for Han Fei, he seemed to be drunk and had stopped speaking. The Earth Tiger hero had also gone into hiding, probably to find Mei Zhan. Gu Shengge temporarily ignored them, lost in thought as he looked at their messages. According to the deduction of the creation Jade Plate, if the host of the chat group is in another world, then the world he is in must be one of these 4 worlds: anime, novels, special effects, and games. It's truly comprehensive. The only question is whether these 4 group members are AI or real people. Gu Shengge scanned through the chat records, looking for any loopholes. He couldn't see any problems with Earth Tiger Hero and Han Fizi, but the Golden Liquid and Galaxy Baseball Hero seemed a bit too noisy. However, Gu Shengge thought to himself that if the Golden Liquid was not an AI but the real Qian Kun, it would make sense given her low intelligence. No, it should be said that the intelligence of To people is generally low. A grain-burning strategy can be praised as a divine plan. Surely, it's not a joke. Gu Shengge's gaze fell on a Galaxy Baseball hero, who talked so much, but he couldn't tell which stage of star she was. As for the host of the chat group system, the chances of that guy not joining the group are slim. He is very likely one of these 4 group members. Playing a disguise is something anyone with a bit of brains would do. Of course, it's also possible that the other party is playing the role of the chat group intelligence. Gu Shengge stroked his chin. In fact, he rather hoped these 4 were real people, as that would represent 4 real worlds. When a cultivator reaches the void refining stage, they need to refine the purple mansion within their body into reality, transforming it into a complete small world. Although seizing and refining other worlds can save a lot of time, finding a suitable world that is fully developed and complete with rules is very difficult. If these 4 are real worlds, apart from the superstandard universe of Starry Sky Railway and the Armor Warriors special effects universe, at least Gu Shengge still has 2 complete worlds to choose from, which he can refine into an inner world. It might even be possible to refine both worlds. Gu Shengge, you must not let me down. You must be real people from real worlds. Meanwhile, in another world. Quite calm, huh? Not speaking for so long. No wonder he's on the system's blacklist. The host of the chat group system saw that Gu Shengge hadn't noticed since joining the group and quietly praised him. Host, the system suggests you should immediately kick this person out of the group. He is too dangerous. If he detects your presence, the consequences will be unimaginable. The host of the chat group shook his head confidently. What is there to be afraid of? I haven't shown my face, and I'm wearing a layer of disguise. Even if the disguise is seen through, we're separated by countless worlds. He can't possibly follow the world line to come after me, right? That's impossible. The chat group system was quite speechless. How did it end up with such a clever host? Other systems would rather stay away from that terrifying character. But this host ran right in front of him dancing, and it was a striptease. Who could stand that? If it weren't for the rule that the host cannot easily abandon the system, it would have wanted to change hosts. Honestly, the chat group system had a glimmer of hope, wishing Gu Shengge would come along the world line and eliminate this clever host. In the demon domain, Hehuan Sect. Deep inside Hehuan Sect, in a place called the Red Lawn Palace, yin and yang were reversed, and seductive sounds echoed, lingering for a long time. The great elder, Qian Kun Dao Run has sent news. A disciple hurriedly rushed into the palace holding a jade slip, but before he could finish speaking, a wave of sinister magical power shot out from within the palace, transforming into a pink giant python that tore the disciple into countless pieces of flesh, leaving only the jade slip behind. Until the seductive sounds within the palace dissipated, Qi Yunxiao, covered in ambiguous marks, slowly walked out of the palace. Looking disdainfully at the blood and flesh on the ground, she took the jade slip into her hand, probing into it with her divine sense to read the information inside. After a while, Qi Yunxiao curled her lips and revealed an evil smile. Mu Qianyang, do you really think your little schemes can deceive me? If that guy dares to come to my demon domain, I will make sure he never returns. Pass down my orders. Offer a full reward for the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Anyone providing information will receive 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Those who kill him will receive 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and a top-grade spirit weapon. Those who capture him alive will receive 500,000 top-grade spirit stones and a supreme spirit weapon. Qi Yunxiao joined forces with other demonic sects to deal with the Qian Kun Dao Sect. How could she be unprepared? To counterattack the Qian Kun Dao Sect and reclaim the power of the Qi family, she had previously planted many insiders within the Dao Sect. Unfortunately, those insiders were all removed over half a year ago. Later, she forged a perfect Song Yin, but that guy was too foolish, always thinking about head-on confrontation, and ended up being eliminated by the Qian Kun Dao Sect. Although he took away Xia Luo Yao, it caused his soul to fall, and he suffered significant soul injuries that have yet to heal. Now, in order to know the movements of the Qian Kun Dao Sect, Qi Yunxiao spent a lot of resources to invite Qian Kun Dao Run, who calculated Mu Qianyang's plans. Since Mu Qianyang dared to send Gu Shengge here, then she would make sure Gu Shengge never returns. It seems that while Qi Yunxiao has the situation under her control, who can guarantee that what Qian Kun Dao Run deduced is not something Mu Qianyang deliberately left unhidden? P.S. Dear readers, I will maintain 3 updates from now on. And also, please leave a comment after each chapter. Honestly, without comments, I feel like no one is reading my book, and I have no motivation to write. End of this chapter, Chapter 76. Condensing the Reincarnation Dao Body. Acting group leader election in the Qingxian Cave, 2 figures sat facing each other. They looked identical, with the difference being one was dressed in robes, while the other was completely bare. The one who was bare was the Reincarnation Dao Body condensed by Gu Shengge, possessing the same cultivation level as the main body, emitting a powerful aura at the level of a perfected nascent soul. However, due to being hastily condensed, there was only an ordinary nascent soul within. Soon after, Gu Shengge raised his hand to point at his forehead, and a drop of soul blood appeared, wrapped in a barely perceptible white light thread. The white light thread is not an object. It is the chat group subsystem hidden within Gu Shengge's body. Previously, he had used his divine sense and mental power, but couldn't find this guy within himself, because the chat group subsystem hadn't actually entered his body. It only entered after Gu Shengge chose to join the chat group. Looking at the faintly visible white light thread in his soul blood, Gu Shengge's gaze sharpened. He did not erase it, but instead waved his hand to embed it into the reincarnation body. Cautious as he was, Gu Shengge did not want a system inside himself, even if it was just a subsystem. However, it needed a carrier. Otherwise, if the host of the chat group sensed something was off and fled, it would be troublesome. Using the reincarnation body as the carrier was equivalent to having another Gu Shengge, and a strand of his consciousness still attached to the chat group subsystem. Even the chat group system would not detect any issues. Gu Shengge reopened the chat group. Not speaking at all wasn't a good idea. If the host noticed a flaw and kicked him out, it would be a loss. He not only needed to speak, but also to be active to lure that guy out. However, before Gu Shengge could actively speak, someone tagged him. Cross-dimensional chat, Galaxy Baseball Hero, friend, aren't you going to say a few words? Thanks for the invite. I'm in a vast world. Just soloed the remnants of the immortal king. Seeing the little gray-haired one tag him, Gu Shengge casually replied. Galaxy baseball hero, what are the remnants of the immortal king? Are they stronger than my trashkin king? In terms of your universe's terminology, you can understand it as a deity who has reached the end of their destined path. Seeing Gu Shengge's explanation, the chat group exploded. Galaxy baseball hero, kill a god? I can't be seeing this wrong. Haha. I'm here for the fun. Golden liquid. This is absurd. How can mere mortals contend with such powerful deities? Even if boasting, there's no need to exaggerate so much. Earth tiger hero, kill a god. Although I can transform into an armored warrior, do deities really exist? Han Fizi. Three of you, aren't you focusing on the wrong point? This said he is in the vast world, so aren't we in different realms? Compared to the little gray-haired ones. Han Fizi's attention was actually on the vast world mentioned by Gu Shengge, although he didn't know why this cross-dimensional chat appeared on him. His cleverness quickly led him to notice the difference in Gu Shengge's words. Han Fizi, that's right, we are indeed not in the same world. I just researched this cross-dimensional chat and found out that this is a chat group connecting myriad worlds. Galaxy baseball hero, you mean this is a chat group that spans the entire universe, and you're all humans for different planets? No. The myriad worlds I speak of are different from what you know. The myriad worlds you consider are different star worlds in the universe, but we are not in the same universe. To put in your words, this chat group is a cross-universe chat group. We all come from different universes. Gu Shengge patiently explained the origin of cross-dimensional chat to the little gray-haired ones, while Qian Ruyan and Han Fizi were left in an indescribable shock, unable to recover for a long time. The host of the chat group saw Gu Shengge speak, and right off the bat, he made a big claim about soloing the remnants of the immortal king. Haha, such a braggart. Does he even know what the immortal king is? Watching Gu Shengge show off in the group, the host felt worse than if he had killed him. It should have been him showing off. If not for the ultimate reward of the system, he wouldn't have invited this guy at all. Chat group system, I really thank you. Thank you for keeping me on edge all day, fearing that this big demon would follow the world line and refine me. The host of the chat group gritted his teeth and quickly edited a message to send. At the same time, a system prompt popped up in the group chat. Ding detected that the number of group chat members has reached 5, starting a vote to select a proxy group leader. Please cast your precious vote, everyone. A vote for the proxy group leader? Looking at the new prompt in the cross-dimensional chat, Gu Shengge raised an eyebrow. So, soon they were starting to select a group leader? No, it was a proxy group leader. So, the host of the chat group wasn't in the chat. Otherwise, how could it be a proxy leader and not the group leader? He looked at the other 4 members in the group chat, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes, and chose to observe for the time being. He wasn't interested in being the proxy group leader. Cross-dimensional chat. Galaxy baseball hero. Voting for group leader. Tickets for sale. I'm a ticket-selling baseball hero. Each vote costs 1 million credit points, guaranteed by the nameless guest. You won't lose out or be deceived. Pam agrees very much, JPG, Golden Liquid. Although I'm not clear on what the group leader is. Since it's a voting election, I'll vote for myself. I hope everyone can vote for me as well. I represent the Qian Do Empire and promise a generous reward. Earth Tiger hero. I'll pass. I'm not even the captain of the armored squad. And I don't have the ability to manage, so I won't compete with you. As for my vote, I'll give it to... He understands cross-dimensional chat better than we do, and I think he is more suitable to be the group leader. Kuan Zhong is currently in the 3rd year of high school. Transforming into an armored warrior to save the world, and attending classes to study has already kept him busy. In his view, it would be better to leave the group leader position to someone familiar with cross-dimensional chat. He was fine, just being a member. Han Fizi, Earth Tiger hero, is right. Since we are electing a group leader, we should naturally choose someone familiar with cross-dimensional chat. Was the first to discover the secret of this group chat, so he must have considerable insights and gains. Therefore, I'll also vote for. Gu Shengge was quite surprised to see Earth Tiger hero and Han Fizi directly vote for him. He hadn't even thought about being the proxy group leader. As a result, without saying a word, the vote came to him. Moreover, how is this different from the chat group novels he read in his past life? In those chat group novels, the protagonists packaged themselves as an omniscient and all-powerful deity or immortal and worked hard to bluff their way to become the group leader. Why was it so harmonious and humble here? P.S. Please give me recommendation votes. Please give me monthly tickets. Please give me rewards. End of this chapter.